Good afternoon and welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter as we continue to celebrate a decade dealt in gold here in Jeju. I'm Henry Kilbane, alongside me Alex Livingston. And Alex, my man, if the last 5-6 days, however many days it's been, has been anything to kind of go by, I think it's fair for us to kind of assume that today is going to be another fun day in the office. It's just been action-packed, my man.
We've had a lot of excitement, especially yesterday with that final table. Alisson Pikazovic was just winning, seemed like pot after pot.
It was, yeah. We saw us crown our 7th champion of the Super High Roller Series thus far. And it was a fast-paced day, wire to wire, all the way down to the champion in that 40K mystery bounty. And it was actually a Jeju regular, Wang Ye, who bowed out final table bubble in 8th place for a chip lead pot. It was 10s against queens, all in pre for about 65 big blinds each. So Alisson obviously with the better of the hand, but the 9-8-7 board was a bit of a sweaty one for him. He's up against 2 10s, but managed to hold across turn and river.
The way the rest of the day had been going for him, I feel like he felt like he was going to fade all those outs, but 9-8-7, what a sweat when you're holding 2 queens against those pocket 10s.
Well, let's take a look at the recap from yesterday's 40K mystery bounty, as it was one hell of a roller coaster ride. Was Sean Winter short stacked after an unsuccessful bluff, just one orbit prior to this, got his 9.5 bigs in with the ace-4 on the button, and just unfortunate to run into the young newcomer Aniszewska with the ace-10, who held across all 5 for our first elimination, 120K for Sean. No bounties for him.
One of the countries that's been doing really well so far at Triton this series is Lithuania. Dominykas Mikulaitis, the Lithuanian, opened the ace-king. Aniszewska woke up with ace-queen in the small blind, and look at this cold deck. As Seth Davies had 2 9s in the big blind, after some consideration, decided to go with it. Mikulaitis got it in, ace-queen got away. Much to his chagrin, not to spoil things, but 2 queens on the flop.
Ooh, buddy.
Clean for Davies.
You better go take
Mikulaitis looking for an ace or a king, 1 ace busy. 8 of clubs gave him some additional outs, looking for ace, king, or club. Not this time. 3 of diamonds completing the board as the Lithuanian was eliminated in 6th place.
Yeah, sometimes you just dealt out of the tournament. After that, it was #1 on Spain's all-time money list to get busy, pocket 6s, 8 bigs. Got it in pre, got it in good, but the queen high flop was pretty much all she wrote for Mateos. No sweat on the turn. He was looking for a red 6, and he was looking for his 3rd title, which he's not going to get here in this 40K. 15th final table for him at the Triton Super High Roller Series, though.
Another relative newcomer to the Triton scene, Yahor Dambruski. Here we see Alisson Pikazovic, the chip leader, opening in the small blind. Dambruski very short stacked at this point, just 8 big blinds. Clear shove with the 9s. It was a coin flip, but it was not so flippy anymore after the ace-ace-king flop. Dambruski drawing dead to 2 9s, 10 of clubs on the turn. And this was just Pikazovic's day as he picked up yet another pot, eliminating Dambruski in 4th place.
Yeah, Dambruski going home with 269,000. Before him, Mateos with 214,000. And then it was just the Alisson Pikazovic show. Bounty Hunter looking to go wire to wire. 2/3 of the chips in play and spiking the 3 outer against Aniszewska. Turn did provide some sweat cards for the German. He's looking for a diamond or a queen. The way that Alisson was running, was going to hold there.
Yeah, sweats were just less of a thing with the way he was hitting cards. All of a sudden, he goes all in with pocket deuces. Davies wakes up with ace-king offsuit. We're off to the races. Queen 9-6, not providing anything for Davies. Jack of clubs on the turn, giving him a gut shot. And the 9 of clubs competed the board. That was the first Triton title for the Brazilian Alisson Pikazovic, who seemed to have everything going for him as he picked up his first Triton title. And are we having any technical difficulties, or are you back with us there?
The gremlins, man, they're making me sweat here. It's literally just come back as we've come back to the break desk. And yeah, thank you for carrying us through the champion there, Alison Pikasowicz. Yeah, taking down his maiden title, 709K. But can we just talk about the amount of bounties? Obviously, Juno Barra, record holder. That was set 6 months ago where he picked up 17 bounties. But Allison giving him a good run for his money yesterday.
Did I prepay you on that second $20 bet? No, I think I still owe you
okay, don't worry. We'll,
20
we'll
USD.
We'll just leave it here.
So Henry's 2-0 in our bets here in the booth. But yes, we had an over-under of 10, and was it 13?
14.
14 that the Brazilian picked up in the end, because, of course, you get your own bounty as well. And that ceremony will be taking place a little bit later today,
That's
Henry.
right. Yeah, 9 p.m. local time, we're going to be pulling the bounties. The likes of, obviously, Allison with 14 pulls. Seth Davies got a decent amount, I believe, four antes, 4 bounties for him. And then you talk about some of the people that ran bad. Nick Petrangelo, who came into the day second in chips with just, I think, half a big blind less than Allison at the start of the day. He ended up busting, mid of the pack, but he's got 1 bounty. And when you think of how this like mystery bounty dynamic works, okay, yeah, he's only got 1, but if he pulls that 40K draw again and then pulls the 400K, he's going to be going home with an additional 440,000. So he could ladder his way up the scoreboard by the time we're done with those mystery bounties.
Yeah, the beauty of this event is that, yes, Alison Pikasowicz is the winner. Nobody can take that away from him. Yes, he'll end up with that Triton trophy and the title to his name, but he may not walk away with the most money, as that $400,000 mystery bounty looms in the balance. And it'll be really fun to watch that ceremony. In fact, you could even win bounties if you didn't cash the tournament, because the bounties were available from 25% of the field on.
That's right, yeah. And someone who's going to be looking to maybe turn the variance in his favor is Seth Davies, obviously off the back of a career year in 2025. That did include a bricked festival here in September. He actually ended up leaving early just for morale purposes. I think the sign of a real elite poker player is knowing when you're burnt out, you're not playing your A game, and it's just time to call it a day. And he ended up going home a bit early, but nice to see him, actually kind of get that monkey off of his back here in Jeju with that second place finish last night.
Yeah, and we can take a look at Seth Davies' tournament record, perhaps, because he had a very, very strong 2025.
All right, well, more gremlins. You know, it is what it is. They're chewing away at the cables today. Jesko, 3rd place. What a run for him. Played the Paradise Main, but this is his first actual full series at Triton. First final table, and obviously getting a podium finish. Part of that ever-present, we call it like the Fedor Holtz crew, who's just been a bit of a mentor to this young German Vienna crew, like the likes of Mario Mosbach, who's now a Triton ambassador, Samuel Muller, now Hannes Jeske. These young guys, they show up and they're just getting the job done.
I think what you see with a lot of the best players is that they have that sense of community. The players who kind of travel in a pack, learn from each other, talk to each other, support each other, send each other hand histories, they tend to have a lot of success around the world, and particularly here at Triton. And you've seen that mentality and how that's bled into some of these other players that we're seeing, perhaps newer players to the scene, but they're being mentored by legends like Fedor Holtz.
100%. You guys are going to enjoy that mystery bounty pool later today, but for now, our attention turning to the 60K, the stakes getting higher here in Jeju. 139 entries with 90 unique, so what, an average buy-in of 1.5 buy-ins per player. 52 of them having made it through today too. 23 paid with a min cash of 97,000. The top 2 will be claiming 7 figures. The first being 1.9 million, which is in theory the highest payout of the series so far, but we mentioned those bounties. If Allison manages to haul 1.3 million, which he very well could, he would actually still have the highest score of the series.
Yeah, good point. So much available in bounties there. Daniel Reze is the chip leader of this tournament. He's coming off of a big score just a few months ago in Paradise, Henry.
That's right. Yeah, he did have a big score, and you mentioned in the gym that you saw the back end of last night. He actually ended up just playing the dream spot, the dream cooler, going his way for a chip lead pot.
Yeah, pocket aces against Ben Tollerine's ace-king. Nothing Tollerine could do. That pot was for over $1 million, and then Reze did end up taking the chip lead. But right behind him, the second place, the American up-and-comer Brandon Wilson, who's just been
Legend.
on quite the run over the last 5-6 years or so.
Yeah, we talked about him a couple of streams back about his presence. He's just locked in. He's all business. Really looking forward to see how he gets on today. Also, Danny Tang, Dan Dvorak, just to name a few of the other legends out there that are looking to just continue the run that they've been on here in Jeju. Dan obviously picking up his 3rd title earlier on, just a few days ago. And I don't want to kind of get carried away with the Ivan Liao Player of the Year. It's literally, you know, day 6. So very, very early in Season 5. But Dan Dvorak is a contender. He plays all disciplines. He took down the 100K. You know he's going to be max firing all of the PLO events, all of the No Limit Hold'em events. As is this man here, Danny Tang. So yeah, something to kind of keep tabs on, that Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard. And yeah, any additional points picked up here today, huge for both Danny Tang and Dan Dvorak.
How about this guy, Elis Parsonen, well known as being one of the best PLO players in the world. Good friend of mine, fellow golfer, and here he is trying his chops in the No Limit Hold'em tournaments. He's been playing a lot more No Limit lately, taking that game more seriously.
Yeah, fun fact, I haven't lost more money to any human on the planet than Elis Parsonen, so...
you played PLO with him?
I don't want to talk about it, Alex.
What were you thinking, man?
So what can I say? Ike Axton, 54 big blinds. We saw Punat Punsri, 5-time champion. And I believe still the most winningest player on tour since he joined back in Cyprus 2023. That's Punat Punsri. Top right-hand corner of your screens. Guys, scan the QR code. Download the Triton Poker Plus app now. It is the ultimate streaming buddy. Get the stream up on your big screen. Get the app open on your iPad or phone. You can sweat every outer table, your favorite players. But I think more importantly, the catalog of nosebleed high stakes cash games that we have available over on the app. Nicky P, another day 2 for him, another healthy stack, looking to go a lot further today than yesterday. Came into yesterday's mystery bounty, 2nd in chips with 40 left. Ended up finishing middle of the pack. That is one hell of a table, guys. Hang on a minute. Dan Dvorak, Ben Tollerine, Sir Watts, Nicky P, I mean, dude.
It is a stacked field, as you would expect. $60,000 buy-in, bringing out the best of the best. And we've got a couple stacked featured tables for you for sure.
Who we got? Talk to me.
Let me just pull that up.
I know I saw my man Allison making another day 2. Can he go back to back? Something that hasn't been done since Bryn Kenny did it in 2018.
So we've got one table that's got Jason Kuhn, Triton Ambassador Mario Mosbach, Juan Pardo, and our defending champ from the last event, Alison Pikazovic, just to name a few.
Okay.
The other table has players like Leon Sturm, Ben Heath, Manuel Fritz. So it's going to be a lot of fun here, Henry, as we bounce between those two tables. And like you mentioned, you can follow all the outer tables as well in that Triton Plus Poker app. The other thing you can do in that app, among many things, is you can keep track of how much time each of these players has left. We've switched to a new system here that the players have been really enjoying, called Triton Tempo.
That's right.
Which allows you to use time as you wish. So if you need additional time on a decision, you can use that time, but it will be deducted from your time bank. At various junctures in the tournament, you do eventually pick up more time, but it's up to you how and when to budget that extra time.
Yeah, we're yet to see anyone run out. That's what I'm waiting for, is to see someone run out and then see kind of, you know, how they deal with the pressure. Gat Lee, how are you doing, sir? Fresh off his 3rd title in the 50K short deck. Almost went back to back as well. He final tabled the 100K. Got Alex Boyka, Ren Lin doing a vlog. Okay, Chrissy's in the mix. I think you mentioned to me off air, Kristen Foxton could retake the lead as the most winningest female player at the Triton Poker Series with a deep run here. Stephen Chidwick. I love these walkthroughs, man. It's like the who's who of the poker world.
So many absolute crushers of the poker world. We also ran into one of the players in this event at the gym earlier, Henry, Vinny Langham of the US. He's relatively new to the high stakes tournament scene, but he's been really enjoying himself, and he was able to win $465,000 in the 250K Invitational at Bahamas. Also has a couple of WSOP final tables to his name already in his short career, and the businessman is looking to make a splash as he chases his first Triton final table. There is Mr. Reze, our chip leader. 1.4 million. He's got 96 big blinds, which might feel like a lot, but nothing compared to the 200 big blinds we saw Alison Pikazovic with at certain points yesterday.
What a year Daniel Reze is having. Let's see if he can convert this healthy stack. So, this is the crew we're going to be hanging out with for the next couple of hours. The king of China, Zhou Tren, at our feature table. He's got 5 bigs though. Gonna need to spin it up, as is Ben Heath of the UK. Career best score for him, 8 million in that Triton Million Invitational in the Bahamas that Alejandro Lococo won. This is a fun one.
This is a great final table. We have some absolute legends,
Yeah,
some newer
yeah,
players to the scene. Juno Barra, somebody I always enjoy watching, Henry.
Jun is up there.
Mazbach. 7s, excuse me.
No, no worries. He's a tough guy to play against. Interesting spot, straight off the cusp here.
Just moving in is a very compelling decision. It is what Mazbach goes with.
Do you play football?
15 or so big
no,
blinds.
I played 2 games in high school. I was a goalkeeper.
Okay.
Because I was a wide receiver in American football, so I had good hands. And they said you're a goalie. But then the night of our second game, I got arrested. And that was
arrested?
Yeah, I got arrested. Whenever I was 16.
Of what? Second game of what?
The second game that I was a goalkeeper for our high school football team, I got arrested coming home from the game, and my season was over, and I never played again. I was in a high-speed pursuit.
Okay.
Crazy. I was out of my fucking mind.
Okay. Why did they chase you?
I was speeding, and the blue lights came on, and I just decided I could get away. I don't know.
Did you have a fast car?
Not really. Not really. Not fast enough. Little Honda Civic.
How long did you last?
8 miles, 8.5 miles, and then I crashed into a hill.
Oh,
with no seatbelt on. And I remember like waking up. It didn't knock me out. I just remember like closing my eyes, like gripping the wheel, and the car stopped, and then I just hear, "Get out of the car!" and guns pointed at me. It was crazy. I'll tell you all about it sometime. It was it was the wildest decision I've ever made in my life. Wasn't a good one.
Holy shit.
I was a crazy kid, man. Crazy kid. Different life.
Now that you run so fast, you know, if you chose to let go of your car and then choose to run against the police, maybe the police couldn't.
Yeah, I was in the middle of the country, and my town has like 1,000 people in it. They already knew who I was.
Okay.
Yeah. They pulled me out of the car like, why did you do that? Well,
Like I just met your mom or your family like last week.
That might be the craziest story I've ever heard told at a poker table. Jason Kuhn, who would have thought?
no.
I hope you guys caught all that.
I was a minor, so they called my parents. They towed my car, took it, kept it, and they let me go home that night. I was in handcuffs. They like took me to the station, but then I got to go home. Then I had to go to like a magistrate, like a juvenile court, and they put me on probation for a year.
You're right. I guess speeding is in there, or like reckless driving.
Reckless driving is a felony, but
Oh, wow.
but I was underage, and they didn't try me as an adult. So they just put me on. I had no other. I was like a straight A student, had no criminal record, no drug use. So they like gave me a probation officer for a year and told me to get my shit together, and I did, and then they gave me my license back. But, yeah, could have been worse. Yeah, I could have been dead.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Just quickly, insane hand developing here.
Crash into someone or something like that.
Oh yeah, kill them.
Trying to-
Life's over. I killed someone. Like so much luck in life, man. So much luck. Like, and I would have just been like one of those kids that was a troublemaker that died. The end, you know.
No, the greatest poker player of all time.
Yeah, thanks, man. Maybe mine the time.
From high-speed police pursuits, getting arrested,
Like when you think
almost dying, to one of the best to have ever played the game. Back to this hand.
Yeah.
So it went 3-bet pre. Pardo flicked in the call. Out of position, but suited and connected. And connect he has with the queen high flush.
But there were a couple others.
Look at this, he's got his
Like, I
hand.
didn't really
It's almost a 2x over bet, Alex.
where things could have went wrong.
Awesome with the snap call.
Yeah,
Same thing.
I wanted to call this hand, but what a compelling story from Jason Kuhn. Max value from Pardo, perhaps.
I mean, he's the
You're on
near
38.
chip leader now.
Great
808k
sizing.
pot.
I sniff it out. But
Pikazovic is still having a good couple of days.
No, I appreciate. You know, you're a fan of poker as well, not just a broadcaster. You're a player, and you appreciate. You know, just trying to let the players do the talking whenever they do opt to tell stories, and that was a fun story.
Well, especially someone like Kuhn, who's had so much success, both here in Triton and around the world. And, you know, I think Kuhn didn't have I think he'd admit he didn't have the best upbringing
Yeah.
in all respects.
No, he's spoken very openly about it.
I think he grew up, you know, in kind of tough times in West Virginia, I believe. But, I mean, the ultimate success story. And who knew? He was running from the cops, driving from the cops.
Ollie.
Joe Tren's gonna drive this one into the middle. King Jack, 2 bigs on the button. I mean, good luck, sir. We're not out of jail just yet.
I think Obara might see a flop here. 6-4 of hearts, 3 ways. One nice thing here is that you have a bit of a protected pot situation. You're maybe a little less likely to get bluffed when there's a player all in. There's just a small 10K side pot here, not
Right.
really enough to make Pikazovic want to go too crazy for that side pot.
No connection for Allison or Joe. It's actually Jun with the best of it. Bottom pair. Does still need to fade turn and river and a lot of overcards. Which he does on the turn, but that's 7 of spades bringing additional outs now. Joe looking for a king, jack, 10 or a spade. Allison looking for a non-spade 6, non-spade ace.
Yeah, both players have the same issue here where even if they fold out their opponent, they still have to beat Joe Schwen, who can easily connect with a board like this. So both playing it fairly passively. And if this river goes check-check, it'll be a nice pickup for the Japanese man, Jun Obara.
Great to see him back here in Jeju. Really just captured the hearts of the Triton poker fans. First time we saw him, I had the absolute honor of interviewing him after his victory as he takes this one down. And he is just incredible energy, both at the table and away from the table. Eliminates the 2-time champ. Options up to 40 bigs. I love how deep we are, by the way, Alex. Like, don't get me wrong, obviously we had that yesterday. We got down to the final 2 tables so quickly, but here there's no bounties, right? So we're just playing some straight up, honest, no limit hold'em, deep stacked, high stakes, 1.9 million up top.
So we take our first look at the secondary feature table.
Wait, hang on. This can't be. What's happened here? Is there a straddle on? Like, what's. There's no way Webster's involved with 8 deuce. I think we got
Maybe
a graphical.
Graphical error?
Yeah, hang on. Let's just. I'm curious, man. Ace Ace Jack. There's 100K in the middle. We know Johannes is involved. That much we know. He's got a couple of 10s under the gun. Not the best board for him.
So we see, it looks like Webster just defended the big blind?
No, it says he's
No?
+2.
He just flatted and open? Perhaps a graphical error.
Either that or some, like, you know how some players play 10 deuce for Doyle, maybe the 8 deuce is like a lucky Malaysian hand. I'm stretching. I've never seen our graphics be wrong from an RFID point of view, so I'm as confused as you are.
In any event, perhaps an opportunity to steal this pot off of Straver with the pocket 10s?
I mean, on this board, would be the one to do it on.
Action does go check, check on the flop. Note that Webster is drawing dead, we think.
We think. He's just sat here with quad aces. Slash in the chat, make it a great point. It's the revenge range. Maybe that's it. Maybe there's something that we don't know. Johannes got one over Webster at some point, and now he's in here with the 8 deuce. Checks through, as you would expect. I guess we're about to find out. Johannes, with options, does he come with like a block, can now get value from like 6-7 suited? He's going to check it over once more.
Now, if you get to the river somehow with 8 deuce, 1 diamond in hand, not the most significant of diamond blockers.
10s are good. I think something weird went on here. There's a bit of a smirk there as well between Johannes. Maybe like just a misclick from Webster pre-flop. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. Is that maybe he thought he was in the big blind, he like threw 30K out or something like that.
He's got a lot of experience in these tournaments. I mean, maybe it was even something, I've done this before. You look at the same card twice. I've actually done that before.
Oh, no way.
You shuffle the cards, because sometimes I shuffle the cards and I look at them one at a time.
That's actually a good point. So you think
and I've looked at an 8, and then I've looked at another, I've looked at an 8 again. I've done this before, for sure.
Okay.
In any event.
Honestly, I feel like that is the most likely thing.
Nice pickup from Straver, nonetheless. Leon Sturm in the cutoff. Not a man who's afraid of getting involved light, but Jack 4 of hearts not deemed enough. One thing to note here is the blinds are 10, 15K. What that means is that the small blind is more than half of the big blind, so you will often see more playing out of the small blind. Here, however, Ben Heathoff only 3 big blinds. Ramin Hajiev just puts it in.
Number 1 on Azerbaijan's all-time money list, 2-time Triton champion. A tough player as well. Took down the Invitational. He's looking to take this pot down, not looking great though. On the ace, 8-6. Nice little pick up there for Heath. Dude, we're pretty deep here, you know. I mean, 300k pot, 20 bigs. It's back in it. No, he doesn't have a flight to catch. I think Alex's read of him looking at the 8 twice is the only thing I can think of that makes sense. Or maybe it's just image building, you know?
Yeah, maybe, you know, okay, that's a real thing I've also done. Not in a stream situation, but I have this thing where on day one of the main event in Vegas, where you start with either 250 or 300 big blinds, I have a rule that I don't fold suited hands in the first 3 levels, which is 6 hours, unless there's raise and 3-bet in front of me. So I play every suited hand. So sometimes it gets to showdown that I've limped under the gun with Jack 3 suited or called a raise in second position with, you know, 9 deuce suited.
Really? Is it that soft?
I mean, probably not, but it's just, I have a little fun with it.
This is coming from a guy, by the way, ladies and gents, who came 13th in the WSOP main event and then followed it up a few years later with, was it third place?
Third, yeah. I played one where I flatted 5 deuce suited. It might have even been 5 deuce off, to be honest. It was like hijack versus button, and I just flop a wheel against top set of aces. So that's how you make deep runs in the main event, guys.
Wow.
But there is some of that image building thing you can do. I do think that there can actually be merit to intentionally doing something on a stream that deceives your opponents into thinking you play a certain way if you do it very deliberately. I'm only speculating. That may not be what that was. But
everyone knows who Webster is, man. He's a 3-time champion. Like no one's gonna look at that hand and be like, oh, he's an absolute whale.
No, but you know, even if you're a known player, if you do something a little unorthodox,
yeah, fair.
We're reaching perhaps. Ace Queen offsuit for the German Leon Sturm.
One of the best in the business without a title.
Plays with so much confidence, does Sturm.
I think that's a byproduct of the best players in the world telling him how good he is.
Yeah, maybe a chicken and the egg thing. A little surprising, actually, to see Heath calling King Jack off here on the button. You don't normally see a ton of flats off of, I suppose, 14 big blinds. You see a few, usually more of the suited broadways, but King Jack off, I think he's thinking Sturm opens wide enough that he can play this hand from the button.
Don't do it, Webster. He's going to do it, and he's going to get snapped off. 22 bigs. 23 to be exact.
Yeah, one nice thing about shoving these suited broadways is you can fold out some offsuit broadways that dominate you. For instance, here, likely Sturm would have to fold King Queen off, maybe Ace 10 off, certainly King 10 off, but Ace Queen, just a real monster in this scenario.
So there is the call.
Now Heath can get away cleanly, no damage done.
Not the hand Webster wanted to see dominated by the German. This is a decent sized pot, man. I mean, 50 bigs in the middle. If Sturm can just hold, it's going to be up to 1.1 million. You happy with the jam from Webster? You think it's just like standard stuff?
I think it's quite close. I think some people might feel that it's way out of line, and I don't think it's so out of line, but it's certainly close.
Because there's the button flat as well that you have to get through, which I don't think you are. I don't think Ben's in there flatting and then folding if Sturm was to get out the way against Webster's jam. I don't know.
It's a good point. He may have folded his exact hand, King Jack off, but maybe doesn't have a ton of folds. Flat was certainly an option, of course, for Webster.
Sturm just not even sweating the run out. He's just making a coffee order or whatever.
I was just going to say that was a masterclass of not being bothered
I was
by
like,
the flush
sorry,
draw.
I don't care.
I did not left.
I know I'm gonna win it.
That's so
I haven't
cool.
eaten today. It is necessary.
Great shirt, by the way.
Even Danilo picking up on it. Just like, yeah, you didn't want to sweat the flush draw. You just order in your food.
A pro's pro.
Do you sweat big pots in some of the cash games you
Oh,
play?
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you not, right? You sweat. We got to watch the run out. I respect Sturm for prioritizing his cappuccino, but I like to see it happen. Sometimes I've played games where maybe it's 5-card high-low or 6-card high, and you run it twice or 3 times, and it's hard to even figure out what's happening in real
Right.
time. Like, especially if you do it online, you just sort of wait to see what gets shoveled to you.
I like covering my eyes with my hands, you know, and like
Yeah,
peeling the
I've
river.
done that before. Sturm here, showing his confidence, willing to open the King 4 suited under the gun with the table chip lead.
Yeah, he's in absolute cruise control right now. Double what second in chips at the table has.
Dominated pre-flop, equities flipping quickly on the flop as he picks up 4s.
Sasaki with an opportunity to try and represent this ball texture after defending the big.
Agree with that, Henry. This type of board is going to be her territory, but probably feels like her hand itself doesn't have enough interaction with the board. She has no pair, no gut shot. She kind of unblocks, or I should say she blocks the hands she wants to fold. She wants to get king, queen to fold. She wants to get ace, jack to fold.
Right.
So when she has a king and a jack, it actually skews Sturm more towards something that will continue. He finds a small value bet here, just charging ace high and king high hands.
He's so good, dude. Look at this, Sasaki coming with the float with the king jack. Not what I expected, truth be told. As she has devious plans of doing something wild. It looks like on the river she's just happy to take her showdown. Sturm extracting 20k of additional value. Sasaki is down to sub 15. Sturm's climbing up the chip counts, 1.2 million. Third in chips, sorry, fourth in chips. After taking down that one.
Vinny, Vinny, Vinny. What's up, bro?
I hear Vinny, 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 and that's our friend Vinny, who we ran into at the gym, who has now joined this feature table.
Looks like he's chipped up nicely, by the way.
Love to see it. Vinny Lingham, I'm rooting for this guy. Supposed to be impartial, but really had a nice conversation with him at the gym, and we walked back over to the hotel together.
Dude, I'll be honest with you, hang on. We got Allison just taking the spot. He's not afraid. Cutoff versus small blind. That's the thing about these Brazilians as well. Not only are they just like very technically sound, arguably some of the best in the world when it comes to their understanding of ICM, but they're also fearless. Like a lot of people I feel like would pass up on this spot with 5s. Allison just recognizing that Kwang Ho is going to have enough light 3-bet stuff out of the small. Try and put pressure on him. He says run it.
Yeah, the man from Singapore not deterred. 3-bet calling the king-queen, finding himself in a flip. Let's see if the Brazilian's luck has carried over to today, Mr. Kilbane.
Quad 5s on the flop.
Not quite, but a clean one nonetheless so far.
What's that little shake of the old, looks like carrot juice? He's not scared. Why should he be?
Yeah.
He's got the best hand. 1 card to come. Needs to fade 6 outs. Is that too good of a turn card? Maybe that's what he's thinking. All right, he's going to hold. Surprise, surprise.
Takes a sip of his, what do you think that's? Orange juice, mango juice, maybe some type of combo juice, mango pineapple?
They've got all sorts out there. The only thing they didn't have was the Perriers that we were looking for.
Yeah, you went out there
I know.
right before we went on air promising us. First you said something about a Perrier. You asked me if I wanted one. I said yes. And then you said something, I'm going to go get us a Coke. So I'm still waiting for some type of carbonated beverage.
We will. Don't worry, I got you. On
As
the
I
next break.
sit here drinking my lowly water.
Absolutely no surprises there. The dream of back-to-back for Alisson is on.
Juan Pardo looks good, by the way. He could be in the booth.
Oh, that's brilliant.
He's dressed for success.
100%. What's Vinny playing? Vinny's playing, yeah, 495. Let's go, my man. He said that he needs to chip up nicely. He has. Came in today of 24 bigs. He's up to 33. If he can get another double, that's huge. 66 big blinds. So, now that we've settled into the booth, I want to address the viewers and say good afternoon, good evening, good morning, depending on whereabouts in the world you are joining both myself and Alex Livingston from. Thanks for tuning in. Get involved in the YouTube chat, as always.
Tell us where you're from, what time it is where you're tuning in from. I had a question for Randy that maybe I'll pose to the viewers.
Okay.
So my question is, what is the inflection point in time of day where it's more likely that somebody is tuning in because they've already woken up versus they're still awake from the night before? So if we went 2 a.m., it's definitely you're still awake from the night before. If you go 7 a.m., I think it's more people who have woken up for the new day. What is the time inflection point where it pivots?
Well, firstly, I just want to say I hope anyone who lives in a place where it's currently 7 a.m. isn't watching by choice.
Whether it's on the late side or the early side?
No, like first thing in the morning, you know?
Right.
Hold on, because we got, I mean, this isn't going to go in, I don't think. Jason might have to call this off, actually. How much is it? It was early position open, early position 3-bet. This is such a strong range. Such a strong range.
I wonder if he feels the price is just too compelling. He's 3-bet here as a 3-bet bluff, but now facing this jam for about 17 bigs. Just under 17. These spots are tricky, Henry.
Yeah, this was not part of the plan. This was very much attack the early position open.
You can
the
see
chip leader.
Yeah, you can see Kuhn has 31%. He's always going to have something similar to that, right? You're going to be up against a range, maybe 10s plus for pairs, and then aces that dominate you. But the price is quite compelling. He has to call 160 into a pot of 550. You also have to think about the future value of his stack. It would be a good chunk of his stack. You can see he's really giving this some deliberation. I think ace-10 suited, he might already be in.
Ace-10 suited he's just snapping.
You can even construct an argument that ace-5 suited with that wheel potential maybe is better than ace-9 suited, but perhaps Poseidon could show you pocket eights some of the time.
I don't think so.
I don't either.
Jason's played a lot with Poseidon. Poseidon, I believe, was his partner for one of the invitations, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you hear him saying the price is just too good. I've got to effing gamble. Makes the call. You are right. I think he's happy to see jacks. Doesn't want to see ace king or aces. 550K in the middle.
245.
One diamond busy in Poseidon's hand. Kuhn looking for an ace or diamonds. Or a gut shot, Henry, as he acquires the 4 sevens in the deck as potential outs.
Be a dirty way to do it. Oh my word. Okay. There it is.
Note that Poseidon is still live. He could hit a 9 to make a jack high straight. It's close, but good game, Poseidon Ho. Jason Kuhn just had a little too much in there, was forced to gamble like he said, and Picks up a nice pot
Yeah.
there.
A bit of a slow roll.
Quickly getting back to where you guys are tuning in from. Thanks for shouting out your locations. We've got Brazil, Toronto, the Finnish tundra, New Mexico, LA,
Nice.
Bangkok, Sault Ste. Marie, the Netherlands, and Virginia. People saying that they think that inflection point is around 4:30 or 5 a.m., where it's now more likely that you're waking up rather than still awake. I might even say 5:30.
Yeah.
Who really wakes up at 4:30, and are they poker player fans, poker players or poker fans? I don't know.
I think 5:30, 6 o'clock's a good shout. Yeah.
New Zealand, a country that we've seen people tuning in from every day. We appreciate the support. One of my favorite countries. I've been a couple times. Have you made it over that way?
No, I haven't. Have you really? Wow.
Yeah,
I
so
looked
my
into some
family...
hiking tours there. Sorry
Okay.
to cut you off.
No,
yeah.
no, I think I might have cut you up. But my family lived there actually for a couple of months. And then I went back as an adult after the Aussie Millions one year.
Very, very high up on my list. Wow. Hang on. Where did Vinny? He didn't tell us he was bringing the Batman goggles to the feature table. I need to get me some of those.
He can't reveal all his secrets, though.
Good luck getting a read on him.
Shout out to Danny tuning in from PEI Canada. That's my neck of the woods, as I'm based in New Glasgow, Nova Scotia at the moment.
So the Scots discovered that part of the world, was it? Or
Yes, picking up on your language abilities there. It is Nova Scotia, New Scotland.
yeah, wow. No, it was actually Glasgow that gave it away
Ah.
for me. I lived in Glasgow for a bit, very, very early in my poker career.
So I'm living in the town of New Glasgow,
Yeah.
and then it's in the province of Nova Scotia, which is
Wow.
New Scotland.
Wow. There you go. Learn something new every day. I didn't even know that place existed. Actually, no, I knew Nova Scotia existed because of The Alpinist, and I've heard like Alex Honnold talk about how amazing it is.
No, is that not West Coast Canada where that
Oh, is it? Oh, my
British
bad.
Columbia?
I thought
Thought maybe you'd know about Nova Scotia because I'm from there, but I can see how much I mean
no,
to
like
you.
mountain ranges up there.
No, I mean there are some smaller. I wouldn't really call them mountain ranges. That's more on the West Coast, Alberta, British Columbia.
Oh, there we go.
You got to
okay.
do a little Canada tour at some point, Henry. It's a beautiful, beautiful country, especially in the summer and the fall. Winters can be a bit bleak.
Back on over here. Everyone's on the juice grind. What's going on?
We have some questions about what time the chests will open, those mystery bounties. That'll be 9 p.m. here in Korea. So you can do the conversion whatever time zone you're in. Just search what time it is in Jeju.
Yeah, it's about 6 hours from now, give or take. I would always say, you know, go about your day if you're struggling to keep your eyes open and the thought of staying awake for 6 hours is going to give you nightmares. Don't do it, although we'd love to keep you here. But you will be able to just come back and rewind the stream. And again, great plug for the Triton Poker Plus app because you'll be able to rewatch the mystery bounty highlights over there.
Ben Heath has defended his big blind here to a min raise from Leon Sturm. He's connected with the flop, and when you defend 6-4 offsuit, middle pair is almost as good as you can ask for off that stack size. I think Heath has to decide here, does he want to just move in and try to deny equity to a hand like the one Sturm has? I think a few options are on the table here, but...
Yeah, also get value from like ace queen, ace jack that's just not going to be folding.
Absolutely. So it kind of works both ways. If those hands fold, it's not so bad for you. You just pick up the pot, and if they call you, then you get it in very good as well. But does he ever want to consider a smaller raise size to make it look like he could have some bluffs? Instead, he just comes with
No,
call.
you're right. You're,
he
you're
does go
absolutely
smaller
dialed
raise.
in today, Alex. He's gone for the check raise.
So the idea here is that could he ever check raise something like 9-7 or 7-5 maybe, check raising it to fold to a 3-bet, still targeting ace high, queen high, jack high hands.
Sturm with 60% of a straight flush.
He's giving an illusion that he could be light here, and Sturm floating with reasonable equity against some of those hands. Queen 9 of diamonds, backdoor potential.
Well, he turns dead. Heath with the 100% check mark next to his name.
This is interesting because Heath can now reasonably expect some subset of Sturm's range to be drawing dead. Some ace-high hands, some hands like the one Sturm has. You know, what's fascinating about this high-level play is that even in these small pots, these players find ways to maneuver. And look at this, the check from Ben Heath, acknowledging that some of Sturm's hands are just drawing dead and perhaps trying to induce a light bet out of Sturm with one of those hands. So a lot of nuance being employed in a relatively small pot here.
I can tell you're fired up. You're loving it. The intricate part of the game tree.
I like when small pots provide a lot of,
Yeah,
you know,
I know what you mean.
subtlety.
And you just get to watch two of the most talented No Limit Hold'em players in the world, and what a beautiful river for Heath.
And if Heath could look at the hand that Sturm has, he has absolutely played this to perfection. Check raise to a size that Sturm felt he needed to continue with these backdoor draws. Checked on the turn in a spot where perhaps Sturm would have just folded his hand. And now I would think Sturm has picked up just too much to get away from this hand. Is Heath just going to put it in? I would.
Two pair. So much value to be extracted. Goes for the non-all-in, leaves 5K back.
These players want to get every spot right. They don't care if it's a 10 big blind stack they're working with or a 100 big blind stack. Their goal is precision. I don't think Sturm can get away. The price is good. His hand is good. There are worlds in which he could even beat a value bet.
Is this just going to be a Jason Kuhn type hand? Again? Wow, such an elite fold, bro. I was about to say the price. You know, he's getting what, 5-1 on a call.
What an incredible hand from both players. And you might say, well, it was just a tiny pot. Who cares? No, that was high-level poker being played by both. Sturm trusting his read. Can you imagine, Henry? You float with queen high. It goes check, check on the turn. You catch second pair on the river facing that tiny bet, and you're able to decipher that you think Ben Heath has a value bet and get away. That was a wild hand. Credit to both in that one.
That was so fun, and I love the fact that it came from such a small pot, single raise pot. You know, we always get excited about the aces versus kings, you know, the big flips, but just getting to see some of the best in the world navigate a highly nuanced spot. By the way, shout out Manuel Fritz for the, is that the PlayStation 2 vintage jacket he's rocking? I mean,
I think it is. He was wearing that the other day.
where do you even get one? That's like, what, 20, 25? No, more. Hang on, what we're talking? This is like 30 years old.
Maybe on eBay.
I can imagine walking around like Seoul, Tokyo, that jacket on. Whoa, Yu Zhang. That's a pretty big jam.
It
Was it
is
15, 16 effective?
It is a big jam, but I believe the players in the blinds are quite short. Ben Heath was in the small blind.
Salty saying, I thought that menu was a journal and Sturm was writing that hand down. Yeah, that would be funny. It wouldn't surprise me as well.
What's crazy about that hand is that Ben Heath played his 6-4 in pretty much the only way he could have to get more chips out of the queen 9. Raising small enough to encourage the float, checking the turn when the queen 9 would have folded, and he still didn't get the call on the river.
Hand of the day so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Jamil Wakil, quite short stacked at this point in the small blind. Queen 8 is enough.
Good luck, chaps. Oh my word. That's just not fair. I was about to say, you know, what's Fritz got, like King 7 or something like that, but Queen 8
Dead to rights.
into Queens. That's what I'm saying, he's got him dead to rights. Kill on the back of that 3rd place finish the other night in the 25K Jupiter event. Okay, I mean, 7 of diamonds, I was thinking maybe, you know, a little
5.
something. Give him a 10. 10's fair.
5 or 9's gotta come for the feature table.
There you
Yeah,
go.
that's something.
There you go. At least he's not drawing dead.
Oh,
Aye, aye, aye.
Yeah.
Be careful what you wish for. Wow.
What is going on today? Another big pocket pair downed.
Queen 8 offsuit taking down the queens. Both players kind of smiling after that.
It was
Camel
teamwork. Wow.
What was that? 8% equity
that
pre. Sometimes lucky.
And was it Fritz who called for a sweat on the turn and then was told, careful what you wish for?
Yeah, I believe so. I do that. I love doing that. Whenever I'm all in for just like a massive pot, just call my opponents out, you know?
I've been there, done that.
Next time.
Different kind of event today. Stakes are getting higher. Players are warmed up. Jet lag has hopefully worn off. Although, you know, you come from the States, that one's brutal. I mean, you come from the West Coast, like a lot of these guys have. You know, like a 14-hour time zone difference. I think it's like 8 hours from most places in Europe. Well, CET.
I think what a lot of the players do, not everybody of course, but I know some players like to arrive on the continent of Asia a little early, maybe go
Yes.
exploring in Seoul
We
or
need
in
to do this
Japan.
next time round, dude.
That'd be fun, yeah.
Yeah, bring the fiance over.
If I can bring her over, the issues are dogs. And this time the issue was we had just moved to Houston for a
Right.
period. I didn't want to leave her extra long in Houston, but
Right.
I'd love to have her come and I'd love to explore the surrounding area before one of these festivals.
Yeah, I would love to do a Japan trip. I've seen a lot of the guys do Japan trips. I believe Ben Heath was also out in like Kyoto and Tokyo.
Blinds are up, by the way, so Jamil Wakil now down to just 9 big blinds in the cutoff with a suited king. Not a strong enough one, but Fritz on the button, ace-7 of hearts.
One.
Oh, Stern pilled the king. Pilled the king and then pilled the deuce. So what do we know about Sasaki? Let's take a little look.
Also feel like unexpected hand after I make that pace maybe.
163,000 in
Yeah, it
But it
felt,
was just because I
felt more
saw
like a
Triton
8-9
earnings.
suited that you might have to fold.
Yeah, yeah. But I saw the king
How about
first.
this? Showed up in Jeju, September of last year, just 6 months ago. Shipped to Triton 1 event. Just jumped into the 2K one night. Nightly no limit hold'em. Just shipped it outright for 69K. Then
Amazing.
played a full series of the Super High Roller
Yes.
series, including the 100K main event. Only one cash though, the 30K. It's been a rough trip for her here.
Looks like she does only play in Jeju as far as the Tritons go, which we see with some of the Asian players. You know, it's obviously geographically the closest. A lot of the other Triton stops over in Europe.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But yes, she seems to be, you know, flicking in all of the high buy-in stuff. Not afraid.
We have an open here from the pocket nines of Roman Hadziev. Velasevich defending in the big blind. Not much going for him.
Ah, so it's like the Eastern European names that you struggle to pronounce it. You
Did I mess that
every,
one up?
You smash every other one, but it's the Eastern Europeans, the Russians.
So help me out.
Vilasevic.
Vilasevic and
Vilasevic.
Hagiev?
Hagiev, yeah.
Hagiev.
What I mean, Hagiev. And Danilo Vilasevic.
Danilo Vilasevic.
You're a professional in the Brazilian Polish names.
Yeah, apparently. And the Lithuanian.
There we go. I'm just checking out the structure over on the Triton Poker Plus app. This could be a fun day. This is the first tournament where it's felt like we're coming back with a lot of chips, which adds to the flavor of the stream. We get to see some of the quirky plays of the technically sound elite, like Ben Heath and Sturm that we just witnessed. That offers the players a lot more playability pre-flop and post-flop. Yeah, big blind 20K, next level will be 10K, 25K, so only an increase on the big blind at 25%. And elsewhere in the room, some bust outs, Kiatli, Wu Q Song, Mehdi Chowi, Poseidon Ho, obviously who we saw lose with the jacks against the ace-9.
Pocket
Keep tabs.
kings, by the way, Henry. For Hagiev. These two tangling again.
Yeah, blind v blind, a little bit greedy, you think? The 3.75?
He went 3.75. Maybe they're at a stack depth where he could go a little smaller, but I think just thinking about balance there and realizing that if he had some bluffs, he would want to go certainly over 3 big blinds. Sometimes I've been known to make moderate adjustments to my sizings against players who I don't think will pick up on it, where I'll go, you know, just a little less with the kings and the aces. But if it's somebody who I think is paying attention to that sort of thing, which I think we could expect out of Danilo, you maybe want to be consistent.
Yeah, that's fair. Just felt like Danilo's, you know, he's playing 20 bigs.
Yeah, maybe just 3 big blinds would have been okay, or 3.25. Nonetheless, Hagiev takes it down. Kind of works both ways. You're a little less likely to get limp called light when you go big, but maybe you induce a few more shoves because there's a little bit of extra money out there.
That's exactly what I was thinking, that maybe that's what Hajiev's reading into, that Danilo's going to have more limp shoves than most. Talking of shoving, and it goes for Jamil. Fortunate to be here. He'll take his good fortune. And he might get action here.
75.
Hagiev asking for a count. 175.
I think he will get action here, Henry. Ace-10 offsuit's an awful lot of hand.
Does make the call. And this is fantastic news for the Canadian. He had 8% equity.
Not calling for anything.
Queen 8 against queens. Managed to go runner straight, and now here he is with 70% pre-flop to get back up to 20 big blinds. The dream spin. Just needs to fade. Clubs, spades, or a 10. Okay, safe flop. Couple of spades though, lurking. Uh-oh.
We knew that was coming.
TV table hand.
10 or a spade to dispatch of the Canadian.
Not like this. Oof, close.
What a little run there for Jamil Wakil. Queen 8 offsuit beating queens.
Yeah.
Now the ace-queen holding against that turn sweat there. All of a sudden back to a relatively healthy stack, just under 20 bigs.
Yeah, 20 bigs. We're chilling as well. The blind's only just gone up, so we've got
same stacks.
pretty much a whole level. Elsewhere in the room, Daniel Rizai, still the chip leader, playing 74 bigs. On his heels, though, is that American Brandon Wilson, who we kind of haven't stopped singing the praises of. He's very impressive. Won't be long until we call him a Triton champion. That much I am certain of.
Another player who's been rising up the chip counts is Kristen Foxon, who we mentioned with even a min cash would overtake Ebony Kenny for the Triton all-time female leader. She doubled up with jacks against the King 4 of Diamonds of Medi Chuai early on, and then has just won a couple of small pots to move up to a very healthy stack.
Okay, so she just needs a min cash, eh?
Yeah, because the min cash, she's only $35,000 behind, and of course the tournament buy-in here being $60,000, the min cash would get her well over that mark, as the min cash is 97K.
Good luck, chaps. Fair fight.
And with all these short stacks on this table, we're just seeing a lot of pre-flop all-ins. Here it's Heath with the 9s, coin flipping against Fritz with the 2 overs. Let's see if Fritz runs a little better than he did against the Canadian.
How are your flipping skills today, chaps? I swear, every flop is an action flop, it feels like today. Not just today, this trip. Gut shot acquired. Any paint card needed for Fritz, otherwise he is down to 3.5 bigs. King, queen, or a jack doesn't find it. Ben Heath's going to double.
200.
And he's on a bit of a spin, might I add. Back up to 21 bigs.
Indeed, and it all started with that 6-4 offsuit hand,
Yeah.
where Sturm made that world-class fold. Yes, it was just 3 big blinds or so on the river, but what recognition from the German.
Starting to regret calling for your outs, Jamil. Starting to regret calling for your out.
Fritz down to 70K, lamenting that he was rooting for a sweat.
It's funny because you would think, you know, you reach. Look, he's got ace king. How can you not? How can you not chuckle at this? But you reach the highest stakes in the world, like the Triton Super High Roller Series, and you would think that perhaps, you know, superstitions would be left at the door or left at home, but no, not here, not in this room.
Indeed.
Very superstitious. A lot of these guys.
That's something I've noticed, just true of all poker players, or almost all, that they have some type of superstition or another. Ace deuce of diamonds, you know, normally facing an all-in, this would be a fold, but this is a small all-in, 3.5 blinds. Yu Zhang on the button wants to get involved, and I can't blame him.
Now Fritz's turn to try and spin the wheel. Down to 3.5 bigs if he can hold here, which he will, nearly 70% of the time. He'll be back up to 10 bigs. Swingy day in the office for a lot of these guys already. Wow, 5 of diamonds window card was
interesting window card.
bit of a tease.
Queen of diamonds.
Fritz now calling for
Fritz,
sweaty cards. Wow, look at that. Zhang with the prepay. I love it. Deuce spades. Ooh, not this time.
Fritz will double up. His third all-in confrontation already, the only one where he was covered. And he wins this one, which is, of course, the most important.
Someone cue the BGs staying alive. Feels like a different kind of energy in the room today.
A bit
Alex.
grindier, perhaps?
It does, right?
Yeah.
Like yesterday, I mean, the cards were cooperating with us. It was a bounty event, but yesterday we came back with 40 left. And the players just, I don't know, just seemed like a different energy. Today, it feels like some energy preservation, perhaps, just recognizing that this is going to be a grind.
I think one of the reasons for that, although we picked up the coverage, we were not yet in the money technically yesterday. Those bounties were already in play, those
Makes
mystery
it fun,
bounties.
yeah.
So there were already these opportunities to get on the board for 40K minimum, and I think that the energy of those bounty tournaments is really what maybe changed the vibes. And we'll see how things change as we get closer to the money, into the money.
Nice here, Chip.
Kill here, interesting combo. Queen Jack suited versus early position open. If you think your man is opening too many hands in this spot, and he does, I was going to say this becomes quite a nice jam candidate.
Yeah, especially opening into the short stack of Fritz. And as the table captain, going to be wider than most.
Yeah,
And
so
is this a case of, well, I was going to say, is this a case of, well, I know that he knows that, so does suddenly ace-8 go up in value?
Here's the problem with that, is that, yes, Jamil can have some of these suited Broadway combos, but he's unlikely to have many of the offsuit Broadway combos like the King-Jack off, or the Queen-10 off, or the Queen-Jack off. So he can have all the offsuit Ace-10, Ace-Jack, Ace-Queen, Ace-King, that you're in very bad shape against with ace-8 suited, and he can really only have the suited varietals where you're actually ahead. So I like the fold there from Sturm.
You're moving. Good luck.
Now we're going to be losing Japan's Sasaki. Heading over to another table as we rebalance here.
And I need to fill you in, Henry. We
Tell me.
have a new sheriff in town, and it was no small confrontation. Brandon Wilson opened in the cutoff with ace-10 offsuit. Paulie V, who we've seen in several other feature tables and final table situations, 3-bet out of the small blind with King-Queen of Hearts. Wilson made the call, so it's Wilson's ace-10 off against Paulius's King-Queen of Hearts. Flop came ace-King-10 with 1 heart. Paulie V continued for a small c-bet. Wilson in position with 2 pair called. Turn was the 4 of hearts, giving Paulie V a heart draw to go with second pair.
20, right?
Paulie V followed up with another wet bet. Wilson called.
Thank you.
Then on the river, it was a board pairing ace. Paulie V checked. Wilson with the second nuts, aces full of 10s, jammed it for value, and Paulie V, presumably after a tank of some sort, ended up making the call. Brandon Wilson up to 2.4 million. He has a 1 million chip advantage over second place almost.
That was a monster pot, yeah. Paulie V with 25 bigs on the river when he was put all in, and yeah, eventually calling that off with the bluff catcher. What an insane spot that was. That was how many bigs? That was like 100+ big blind pot.
Yeah, absolutely massive. It's Juan Pardo who's moved into second place. But fans of Daniel Rizai, don't fear, he's still in third.
Ben Heath continuing here, ace-9, 4, rainbow, 60% of a straight flush. Very dry and disconnected texture, one that he probably expects to take down a lot of the time with a c-bet, especially one of this size, 50 into 110, just sub half.
Yeah, I noted the size too, Henry. I think most of the time you do tend to see people using smaller sizes on these dry boards. But you can play bigger sizes too, of course, and Heath, on the strength of his back doors, his range advantage.
What's the idea behind the bigger size? Just like immediately kind of put pressure on some of the backdoor floats, maybe a 4.
Yeah, I think there can be an idea where hands like ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack for value want to use a big size, and then if you had a stronger hand like ace-9 or ace-4, you'd want to throw that into your smaller size, and then you can kind of throw some bluffs into both sizes. His hand is a pretty nice bluff to throw into the big size where on certain turns you could just jam perhaps if you picked up enough equity, like a straight flush draw or something. Here he continues for a smaller bet. Sturm has picked up spades to go with second pair, of course going nowhere.
Heath setting up stacks though. Half pot turn, half pot river. Should Sturm call, of course. I do wonder if he feels like Jack-10 is a very natural follow-through as a triple, blocking some of the stronger ace-X that Sturm would have out of the big ace-Jack-O, ace-10-O. Maybe not the river though, for him to follow through on. I wonder.
I think you make a nice point because Ace-Jack-O and Ace-10-O not guaranteed to shove as Sturm. So you do block those hands. You have Jack high. Of course, when the ace pairs, you're now never going to get your opponent to fold an ace, of course, and even a 9 feels more suspicious, perhaps. What are the worst hands that Sturm could have that called twice? Heath is thinking about that. He's going for it.
So gangster. Ben Heath running a savage bluff on Sturm. Let's see if this one works, though.
So Sturm correctly folded to Heath last time, Henry. Let's see if he can make the right read again and make the opposite decision.
Does having spades work against him here? 9-3?
A little bit, but maybe not the particular spades he has.
Right.
The 3 wouldn't really exist in Heath's opening range anyway with the ace of spades on the board, and maybe 9x of spades would check back some of the time. He unblocks all the straight draws, all the jack 10s, the 10-8 suiteds that could potentially follow through on the turn. These spots are very close from a theory perspective. The best in the world defer to their judgment, their reads on their opponents. You're never going to get everyone right. The best just get them right more often than others.
I feel like Sturm's gonna figure this one out. What a sick bluff though from Heath, by the way. I mean, to follow through on this run out against Sturm, that looks like a fold in motion to me. Oh, don't tease us, Sturm. Come on. Oh, he's flicked in the call. Wow. What a hero.
And Leon Sturm is showing us why he's one of the best in the world, Henry. He folded that second pair of queens with just minimal consideration earlier.
That was a sick hand, man.
And now he takes a little longer, sizes up his opponent, thinks it through, and makes a really nice call.
What?
With aces and 9s, no kicker.
Bluff, don't pass, but still stay with the chips.
Well done, sir.
Take that off.
870K pot going his way.
Thank you.
Unreal call, and Ben Heath was on the spin. Now he's back down to just 5K, and he's going to have to do it all over again. We get to kind of let the heart rate drop, dealer change. It gives us time to give a massive shout out to our title sponsor, Jupiter Exchange. They are bringing everyday finance on chain over on jupe.ag. I think one of my favorite features is Jupe Prediction. You can trade on real world events, which is becoming ever popular in 2026. If you want to call outcomes on sports, politics, world events, you got the read, prove it. Jupe.ag. Shout out once more. The Blades now, for the first time today. Man, I'm fired up.
Pocket 6s next to act. Facing under the gun raise, this hand shrivels up a little bit, particularly at this stack depth. But Yu Zhang will get in there, thinking perhaps that against a strong range, if he were to flop a 6, he'd have a lot of implied odds. There's going to be a lot of big pairs in Hajiev's early position opening range. And Ben Heath is down to just one 5K chip after unsuccessfully trying to bluff Leon Sturm. Perhaps we'll wait for a better moment. Let's see. Jack 7 offsuit. Always getting a nice overlay in these spots because you're eligible for the full ante. So it is part of the reason that players like to leave one chip.
He does take it.
Flicks it in.
Are you surprised? I mean, I know it's only a quarter of a big blind, but against an under the gun open and a +1 flat, it just feels like maybe not the hand that you want to try and take 3 ways. Even.
Yeah, hardly my area of expertise, these one chip spots, but it does feel a little bit marginal versus the early position open. On the other hand, if he can win this one, then he has a little more ammunition to maybe try to make something happen on the next hand before the blinds hit him.
True. Yeah, I guess he only has 2 hands after this to try and make something happen. Well, I mean, look, he's got a piece, and he's the only player with a diamond in hand.
He's eligible, but look at this flop for Danilo, who has flopped top pair. This could be a problem for him.
I think the saving grace for Danilo is the fact that this is an open from under the gun off of a sub-20 big blind stack, and Hajiev is continuing into 2 opponents.
Yu Zhang quickly getting out of the way with those 6s.
It's never nice just folding top pair, though, is it? I mean, top pair, no backup if there was ever a candidate for it.
And another thing that's never nice, a little better in this case for Heath, as he has connected in some fashion, but when you're sitting there as the all-in player just watching and waiting for the other 2, keeping your straight face when you feel you can't win, at least he has some hope.
Oh, hello.
And indeed.
Well, what do we know about quarter of a big blind ranges, eh?
And I still think this could be a bit of a problem for Danilo Velasevic? Velasevic, excuse me. We have a 260K side pot here. Danilo only has 260K in his stack. He can beat all sorts of semi-bluffs. What a great fold.
Good hand.
Great fold. So, Hajiev is going to win the side pot.
I can take that. Don't feel that bad.
No mad.
No, at all.
Not mad about the 2 bigs.
Maybe I saved you. See if I
You blocked it. You blocked the
Yeah. Teamwork.
I don't know why.
Fun, and then after all the stock ace comes.
Seems like Hajiev and I have visited the same
Actually, if you had that hand, he might
shaman.
flop.
Go on.
Well, he was just saying, you know,
You
like
could have
after
that
all of
hand,
that, and then an
actually.
ace
You have
rolls
that
off.
hand,
That's
you might
kind of
fold
what
flop.
I was thinking, you know? After all the conversation, there was like, hey guys, there's one
There's
more
still a card
come.
to come, yeah. 45K now for Heath. Notice by saving that chip, he was able to 9x that chip. He now has a full big blind. Let's not write him out just yet.
It would be, that would be one hell of a story, just running a savage bluff, being left with a fraction of a big blind, and then spinning it back up.
Yeah, and sorry, he has 2 big blinds.
That's right.
It's my fault there.
And he's got ace queen. Oh man. Let's go.
And this a bit of posturing, deliberating like he has another tough decision. He knows they're going in, but he wants to balance for the times he has something weaker.
5s for Jamil. It's a 7-handed table. So he's got 4 players behind, left to act.
Tricky spot for Jamil. His hand definitely wants to gamble against Heath's range. Is he going to come with a min re-raise? He is. I like this play. You're just trying to clear up a bit of equity, fold out some overcards. Don't get Jack 9 offsuit to call you out of the big blind, and take it heads up against the man who's all in.
Heath confident, taking his chips back. I say that, I think he does that in almost every all-in actually. Maybe just a creature of habit.
But if he can win this one, Henry, 5 will become 140.
This spot almost feels too good. Okay, nothing really to work with, but not dead. Jack 3 deuce, little king or a 10 for a sweat. 6 of diamonds leaves Heath drawing to 6 outs once.
Drawing slender is the Brit.
Ooh, hello.
Hello indeed.
Wow.
140 now for Heath.
I don't want to get too excited. He's not out of the woods yet, but he's got 7 big blinds all of a sudden.
And again, take note at home. Ben Heath bluffed off his stack, but he didn't quite bluff off his entire stack. He saved that 1 5K chip, and in just 2 hands, he's turned that into 3.5 big blinds. 1 more, maybe 2 more, and he's right back in it.
What's the craziest spin-up story you've ever had?
I'm so bad at remembering, those types of things, to be honest. But I did mention that one where I was 35 of 36 going into day 7 of the main.
Yeah.
And ended up 5 of 9.
That's one hell of a day.
But look at this. Juan Pardo has just 3-bet. This is a button versus small blind scenario. There are many worlds in which all the chips could get in the middle here. If Mosbach clicks it back, in particular, these two players are both aggressive enough. They have bluffing ranges. 9s is a lot of hand.
335.
Mosbach's having one heck of a day. We saw him very early on with just 15 bigs at the start of the day, jamming in the pocket 7s. Now he's got 50 bigs, and maybe we're not too far removed from saying he's got 100 big blinds. Depends what Malacca style wants to do. Mr. Juan Pardo, very aggressive Spaniard, renowned for his aggressive playstyle online and live.
And you really don't 3-bet 9s to not get them all in here for 50 bigs.
Wow. You were right. Your read was just spot on. Mosbach recognizing that as well. Hence the 4-bet. Just knows that Juan's going to have some of these types of hands. Just wants to get it all in pre, and why not when you've got kings? 9 in the window.
What a deflating spot for Mario Mosbach.
Good luck calculating the EV of this hand as he is turned dead. Daily quads.
Wow.
For Juan Pardo. And a deflating bust out for the Triton Ambassador, Mario Mosbach, who was looking likely to be moving up to second in chips. Instead, he's out the door empty-handed.
With that pot, Juan Pardo right around the same stack as Brandon Wilson at the top of the board. In fact, he has just leapfrogged slightly past Wilson. Very dangerous player, Henry. Somebody who has a ton of experience live and online.
The hand he won the main event with.
He's really one of the toughest online players. Very, very aggressive.
Man, how do you shake those ones off, you know? You go outside, go for a little walk, go get some sunlight, hit the gym, and then come back and reg the 50.
Yeah. And I think I keep shorting Ben Heath. I keep thinking we're at 40K big blind and saying he has 3.5 bigs. Ben has 7 big blinds. He has 140K at 20K big blind.
Maybe it's because you're predicting the blinds going up, which they will.
Which they will eventually.
7.5 minutes. I just love the way the whole thing played out. You know, he was short stacked, then he was on a bit of a spin, then he ran a savage bluff against Sturm. Sturm put on the cape for the hero call of the series so far. Then he was down to a fraction of a big blind.
Would be quite the story.
As was Fritz, by the way. I mean, Fritz was down to 3.5 bigs. He's going to get it in great here. His 7 big blinds, ace king. We got a sweat. I thought Yu Zhang might have something. Looked interested. Don't see Jamil ever folding this. Additional 5 big blinds with 11.5 out there.
You can see he doesn't like it. He knows the price is just too good, but he feels like he's dominated, and he is.
So Fritz on his very own spin-up journey.
I also didn't like it when I called it ace.
I'll tell you the story of the day so far is
That's a good. That's a
Ace nine.
the short stacks just staying alive.
this positions. It's
Yeah, I know.
not enjoy.
But it's
Little less blinds though, so
also
Yeah.
has more chance.
I like your way of thinking. Always positive.
It's
Not
tough
so
to be
much.
positive
Third time would be good.
what do you
on a king high board.
7 of diamonds.
What do you want?
Would need exactly queen jack or 2 10s.
Oh,
Never easy.
it really never is. Given some of the runouts we've had today,
I did not fold it.
Fritz really sweating this one. Close.
Close but no cigar.
Finds the hold. 16.5 bigs. Now Wakil on short stack duties. What is going on at this table? You've got Sturm chilling on 72 bigs. Hajir playing a healthy 36 big blinds after that aces hand, but everyone else just fighting for their lives right now, it feels like. And that fight for pole position is continuing as Wilson has regained the chip lead, winning a pot against Nick Petrangelo.
Ace 10 off for Sturm. Nice start for Leon Sturm at this final table, excuse me, at this feature table. And did Hadjiev just fold pocket eights?
He did. I think the idea is that, you know, he's second in chips at this table with 36 big blinds, and it's one of the best in the world opening from early position.
And perhaps also the fact that there's 3 relative short stacks behind him, any of whom could jam. If they jam, Sturm could isolate, and he wouldn't want to be in that scenario. Maybe also part of the equation.
Yeah, I mean, we're still a long ways from the money. What, 41 left? 23 paid? So what, ITM 50% from here on out? Feels like eights is a bit snug, but I think you're spot on with that analysis. The short stacks behind, you've got Heath with 5 bigs. You've got Jamil in the big blind with 12. Just doesn't want to be caught in friendly fire. Sturm flops best. This hand should be over and done with. I was going to say, hopefully we get Sturm in the booth today. That's what I was thinking at the start of the day when I was out for my morning coffee. And I looked at the Triton Poker Plus app. Just realized that, well, no, we won't be getting him because he's in the mix. He's been in the mix since London 2023. Kind of burst on the scene with solid result. 6th place in the 50K. It was his first Triton FT. Since then, he's made 7 runs, 7 final table runs. His best score, though, is a 6th place run. Hasn't cashed higher than that. Most recently, I say most recently, it was a year ago, actually. Here in Jeju, in the 50K bounty quattro, he came 6th for 192K plus a 60K bounty. Another one of those that's just been experiencing the variance of these large field, high stakes MTTs.
Now we just saw pocket eights fold in Hajiev's seat. Yu Zhang only 14 big blinds. They're going in.
A very different setup for Yu Zhang. Looks like Jamil's interested. No, he's got 5 deuce. Does he know it's on him?
Just posturing, perhaps.
Taking a bit of time. 5 deuce hitting the mark. I don't think Sturm can fold this for 14.
80?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are we ever ahead? Has Zhang ever got Jack 10 suited, King 10 suited?
Yeah, it would have to be Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, occasionally perhaps. He's losing to all those Ace Jack off combos.
Let's it go. Powerful jam from Zhang. Getting the fold. Picks up 4.5 bigs, increases his stack by nearly 30%. Are you feeling me though on the energy side of things? Like they're just not as chatty, you know. Everyone's
Yeah.
just kind of like locked in.
I think that the mystery bounty format in particular just brings a level of excitement to the room. Anytime there's a 5 or even a 10 big blind stack at the table, everyone's kind of eyeing them with that sense of this could be my lunch for the trip.
Yeah. And the short deck that we covered as well. I think just the format of the short deck, the pot limit pre-flop, led to just a lot of excitement and action.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I wasn't sure how much I would enjoy covering short deck. It was my first time covering that format. I loved it. That pot limit pre-flop rule that they've instituted recently really changes things. It felt a lot like PLO to me, a lot of limp calling, a lot of, you know, small maneuvering in these smaller pots and post-flop play. Here we have a confrontation.
290.
290.
Sturm asking for a count again.
And another close spot, because Sturm can feel that Fritz is just isolating what could be a very wide shoving range from Heath. But ultimately, again, Sturm probably can't feel like he's dominating too many
40%
hands.
there. 40% to glory.
Wow.
Just have to fold.
Fold the royal draw twice. That's insane.
Nice news for you, isn't it?
Now you can shove.
I show quickly when it's fair, you know.
This is ace of spades only.
He has 7s, it's a slow appeal.
Will the spin dream continue? Heath was down to 25% of a big blind, less than an orbit ago, as he vaults into the lead.
Heart.
On the 9-7-6, Fritz calling for a heart.
Happy to call for his own
The
outs.
5 of hearts.
5 of hearts.
And then we'll see what the river is.
Okay. All right,
Now
look,
no.
from 2 to 6.
No, 5 of hearts you said, right?
The offer has been taken back.
Heath no longer wants to see the 5 of hearts, as he'll be out the tournament.
But the 5 of clubs, we've seen some wild runouts, haven't we, Henry? Running straight there for Manuel Fritz, eliminating the Englishman.
What on earth is going on with these runouts, dude?
Oh, you didn't?
No. I had to look really hard.
So Fritz
I'm just glad my royal draw didn't hit.
back in the
Maybe I can
mix.
call 3 rates.
He was
I had
down to
3
3.5 bigs. Now he's got 21. So
could maybe
with
call.
that,
Yeah, might be.
40 left.
Wish you did.
That means final 5 tables here
Like Queen Jack, I call
in
for 4.
Jeju. 5 tables of 8. We're playing down to a champion today in this 60K, 1.9 million up top. 23 places paid, so we're getting to that real grindy kind of stage as we work our way through the money. We're going on a quick 2.5 minute commercial break. We'll see you very shortly.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players, solved in seconds, right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest with GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, around the world. Day 2 coverage of event number 6, the 60K 8 Max, live from the Triton Super High Roller Series, powered by Jupiter, as we continue to celebrate a decade dealt in gold here in this card room. Here we go. Final 5 tables. We just saw Ben Heath's dream of the ultimate spin-up die on the river, and elsewhere in the room we saw Jun Obara. He's out. He was chilling at one point. He was playing around 650k, a couple of pots not going his way. Most recently, King Queen running into Juan Pardo's Ace Queen. And talking of Juan Pardo, coming back from that short break, second in chips overall, just behind Brandon Wilson. Pardo, who, well, I don't even know how to frame it. 9s against kings for 50 bigs, 100 big blind pot. He killed our Triton Ambassador, Aaron Mosbach, who had kings, death by quads. It's a fair way to go, I guess. Not the result Mosbach was looking for. Look at this, our man, Vinny Lingham.
I know, I was just looking through to see how he lost his chips. Lingham defending the big blind with ace-8 offsuit. Flopping top pair. Whenever you flop top pair after defending the big blind on an ace-high board, you're very under-repped. And ended up getting in on the turn with top pair open-ender against top pair better kicker, and he is down to 1 big blind.
Yeah, that's rough. Rough for our man, Vinny. See if he can spin it back up. Danny Tang joining the action over here. We haven't seen much of him so far this series.
Let's see how Sturm wants to play ace-10 offsuit in the small blind versus hijack open. A lot of possibilities here. Sometimes you see this hand flatting.
I tell you what, Alex, you've been absolutely dialed in the last few days with your reads.
Been watching a lot of these guys over the last few days, and Ace-10 off, just maybe too good of a hand to use as a 3-bet bluff, too weak of a hand to use as a 3-bet for value. Slots nicely into a flatting range as Velasquez comes along as well.
Yeah, he's going to try and make something happen. Down to sub 10, knows he's going to need to double up at some point if he's going to make his way into the money. Did find a min cash in that mystery bounty. Not looking likely here, but we've seen crazier spin-ups. Danny Tang.
Tang rocking the Triton 1 t-shirt. Lots of great merchandise available here for purchase. Both Triton 1 and Triton High Roller gear. I picked up a couple hats the other day. I was a little disappointed that the hoodies in my size have already sold out so fast. They were selling like hotcakes during that Triton 1 festival.
Yeah, sold out before the series had even started. I managed to ask Janice. She was like, yeah, sorry, mate. Next time. So Danny firing out continue here. Says, hey, guys, this board's mine. Ace-Jack 9. Sturm's about to wag his finger.
This is where Sturm is quite under-repped. Yes, you'll have some ace-X hands here, certainly in the small blind flatting range, but it's also a lot of broadways, a lot of pocket pairs. This is one of the strongest hands he'll have playing the hand this way. Of course, a 10 would be disaster for him, but on the 8, he picks up an open ender.
In Danny's shoes now, I guess the decision, do we want to empty the clip here with this king-queen? Queen 10 does complete. I think we can comfortably remove 10-7. So Queen of Hearts being somewhat relevant.
It's a difficult spot for Danny because you're probably not going to get a ton of folds right away on the turn. A lot of the hands that Sturm calls the turn with have improved in some fashion, perhaps improving to an open ender or a gut shot to go with a pair. Indeed, he elects to check it back. He still reserves the right to bluff some rivers. Probably not one that he's going to try to represent here, though.
Yeah, that's a great point, by the way. That on this turn card could be one that gives Sturm additional equity, hence shutting down. Sturm could come with something blockish. Opts to check, decide. What's the idea here? I guess he's just saying, well, I never get a better ace to fold.
I think Sturm certainly could have pursued value there, but by checking, he's protecting his checking range as well. He's going to have a lot of Jack-X and 9X hands.
Right.
They're going to face a lot of tough decisions. It's nice to have some hands as strong as Ace-10 to help protect that range.
Fantastic day in the office for him so far today. Long may it continue.
From grinding micro stakes to battling on million-dollar Triton final tables, GTO Wizard gives you the exact same tools the best in the world use. If you want to start your journey to becoming a crusher, now's the time. Visit gtowizard.com today. That's gtowizard.com. And I've used GTO Wizard, Henry. Certainly, not only is it a very comprehensive tool, but what distinguishes GTO Wizard from some of the tools in the past is that it's also very visually friendly and very user-friendly. Sometimes tools in the past have been not that easy to navigate.
Yeah.
Not the case with GTO Wizard.
Agreed. I think for me, just the way they've managed to gamify something that perhaps a lot of people found mundane, you know? They've just made studying more fun.
Training tools, you can use AI to help with the solutions. Absolutely.
All sorts.
Sturm with a hand that he's going to want to open the button with, particularly off his stack size. Big slick suited for Velasquez.
Great spot for him. Sturm's going to have to call it off. It's only 6 bigs. 2 already invested. So yesterday's theme was Alisson running hotter than the sun. I feel like today's theme has been short stacks just thriving and staying alive.
Yeah, speaking of short stacks, I can't help but be invested in our guy Vinny Lingham, and he has made a little bit of progress back up to 7 big blinds there.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, there's gonna be a sweat. Yeah.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm used to it.
Leon just preparing Danilo for the inevitable sweat. There we go.
Little
5 of hearts.
Little 4 on the turn. Not a heart though. That's too much. It's too many.
He doesn't want too many
Sorry.
hearts.
My bad.
King of diamonds, it's fine.
3 of clubs. That's too greedy.
Ooh, the heart indeed. So a 9 or a 6 for the chop, a tray, or a heart for the win for the German.
I wish a red card to come. Red card. Doesn't have to be a heart, it's just a red card.
Oh, thanks, Danny. Thanks for that, mate.
How about a black 4? Danilo can breathe a sigh of relief there.
Don't like me, huh?
What? I wish a red card to come.
That's
10 of diamond.
That's 50% worse than saying like black cards.
We heard all in and a call. We saw kings cracked on this table, well, all of 20 minutes ago for a 100 big blind pot. This one not as big. 20 big blinds apiece. Bao Guang Ho, the all-in player at risk. Ellis has him covered by 20% of a big blind.
Great spot for the Finn. He even covers both suits of his opponent.
Just thinking that.
But we've seen so many sweats so far, Henry. Not the sweatiest of flops, as Ho Baojiang, probably down to just a jack. In fact, that is his only path.
Doesn't find it on the turn, Alex. He's got 2 outs once. GG, sir.
GG, as Il is covering him just slightly. And that hoodie that he's wearing, something that you see Illis, he has a few of these in different colors, Henry, and I kind of want to get one. They look extremely comfortable and warm.
Yeah, the Burberry.
You're familiar, of course. A man of high taste yourself?
Not quite, no, just...
When you pushed the chips forward, I thought you had jacks somehow. I was like, I thought you had kings, and then...
Sit open table trick.
The wife's got a few, you know, bags.
A few bags?
GG's, mate.
Okay, let's try again.
Yeah, Alice always rocking that one.
These are yours, right?
As is Matthias Eibinger with that orange poker code hoodie. You can also see him rocking the Triton Epic X skeleton watch that you can only earn by taking down the Triton main. Cannot be bought in store.
I suspect we'll be seeing almost all these players in the Triton main. Should be seeing a big turnout for that one. $100,000 buy-in. As you mentioned, the watch, in addition to all the money, the prestige, the title.
I love how Alice's crew have all started playing
180.
No Limit Hold'em now. And they're just like, yeah, we've done everything we can in the 4-card streets. Now let's start playing some 2-card Magic.
It's hard not to, right? There's just so much opportunity here at Triton to gamble for so much money, play for these huge prize pools. As we have a call here from Eibinger in the big blind. Another flip. We've seen so many all-ins so far, Henry, as we've had some shorter stacks on our feature tables.
I'll tell you what, the average stack of the films dropped down
Which one did you see first?
by quite some margin. 30 big blind average stack now.
37 players remain. 23 will pay.
Never easy.
Another sweat. Hunsrey doesn't want to make a set of 10s.
Barry or Messi? For one of the poker code head honchos against the 5-time champ. Clean for Punat. Most winningest player on the Triton Tour since he joined 3 years ago. It's been one hell of a journey for him. To #1 on Thailand's all-time money list, 5 titles, 25.7 million in Triton earnings.
I had the pleasure of calling Punat Punsri back in September
Talk about my mom.
at the Triton 1 festival, where he finished second in the 8K main event.
That's right.
For 1.2 million. Got to watch him play for a couple days.
Only compliments. I don't know what you.
I feel like you're making it worse and worse, Leon.
No. I like giving into the dynamic. He wanted it this way.
You're probably exaggerating a bit, right? Leon doesn't seem like a guy who would speak bad things.
Me neither. I was shocked.
I say Leon doesn't seem like a guy that would speak bad things about family.
I think Danny just woke up today and he decided it's gonna be war.
Me?
Yeah.
I said, who want to change? You said, your mum. I wanted war.
Well, it's that time of day. We're cracking out the your mum jokes.
Things are getting a little chippy here at this feature table.
Do you have that growing up, that high school on the playground? The your mum jokes?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like Canada was immune to those, but...
I mean, I know you guys are friendly, you know, maybe you didn't. Maybe the jokes you guys had was like, your mum's so amazing, she makes you a great packed lunch for school or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, we had it all, I think.
120. Oh, look at this, by the way, from Fritz. Not something you see too often at this stack depth.
This is very interesting. Targeting the weakest opens. You know, Danilo has a stack size off about 14 bigs where he can have some raise folds. He can have some hands like King Jack, Ace 9. Perhaps King Queen will fall into that bucket. Fritz is representing a very polar range here.
How do these guys do it? Credit where credit's due. Even if this doesn't work, just having the ability to apply this much pressure at this stack depth, and Fritz is back up to 22 bigs after being down to 3.5 not too long ago.
Gets it through, yeah. And that's a spot that I don't think everyone would have found. And nice recognition there from Fritz. Knowing he can target hands as strong as King Queen to fold, using a small sizing because his range is so polar to make that play.
I'm just never looking down at Ace 6-0 and finding that myself, you know? It's so impressive.
What's happened with the no limit game recently is that 15 big blinds has become what 20 or 25 used to be in terms of the maneuvering these players are able to do off of shorter stacks.
Yeah, and I think that's a byproduct of using and leveraging smaller sizes, right? Like I think there was like a time where someone would open and people felt like the minimum raise size would be 3 times whatever it was that they opened.
Very true.
Whereas now you're finding guys like Fritz, as we just saw, find less than a 2.5x and still getting the same result.
Fritz limping in 8-4 suited. Not the type of hand that wants to activate his Sturm, too middling.
Got our first break coming up, about 23 minutes time. 35 left here with 23 paid. Making our way down to the biggest payout of the series, 1.9 million, will be going to today's champion. It's Brandon Wilson of the US, leading the field. First player to cross the 3 million mark. Wow, hang on, I apologize. As I just said that. Just lost the monster pot against Sir Watts. 1.3 million chip pot to be precise. Jacks against aces.
That'll do it.
That will do it.
This one went check, check. On the flop.
I mean, Fritz has got 8 high.
Yeah, it's hard to have much worse than 8 high, but on this dynamic board, you don't necessarily stab all your air. You often want to have some type of draw to go with it. I would expect Sturm to now pursue value with 10s and 9s. He can certainly target all the one-pair hands, and even hands as weak as ace or king high could potentially call the turn, in addition to all the draws, but Fritz has the nothing burger.
It's okay, chat. Not every hand is
Yeah, like I won't book an appointment.
James Bond scripted.
So I guess I am a little bit.
I'm just
Into a Rainstorm says the friendly Canadian is a myth.
Yeah.
Thoughts? Like the idea that Canadians are friendly
Yeah,
is
no, I get it.
a
Like,
falsehood?
like I said, like I won't book a massage.
It might be
here,
exaggerated.
I think exaggerated is the right word. I don't think it's
I
false.
won't book it like later in the day because I don't want.
Right.
So I guess I am.
Is there a
Yeah,
dinosaur?
No, like some, some
There's
people
a-
are.
I'm just.
So I get what you're saying.
Looking.
We
at
are
the
hearing
schedule,
some
it makes me think that
Yeah,
clattering.
It's like a dinosaur
looking
with
is
a fur ball stuck in his throat, trying to
100%. But then I asked you if you're looking.
Trying to
if
cough
you
that
would-
up.
If you would kept the structure, you said you would do that too.
No, this okay. I already know. So I checked the structure. I checked, but I try not to like the day of or whatever.
Yeah.
But I guess I already knew from before. I don't know.
It's 35.
Yeah.
It's a bit strange how they do like 60, 40 minutes back to 35, 50.
Yeah, I don't know.
So what's the structure?
35.
35,000 plus.
How do you decide between 35, 40, and
Yeah, that's what he was saying. I don't
40?
know.
40, 35,
30,
30.
35, 40. The main's 50. And then
What's your favorite?
my favorite? Probably 35. Like 40's obviously better play. 50's obviously.
As the lads discuss the structure of the tournaments, Fritz flops top pair, Danilo with 8 bigs, SPR just north of 1 as a flush draw.
30's a bit quick.
Daniel's bracelet in Bahamas, one day.
See someone asking if we're live. We are indeed. We're on a 1 hour delay to obviously protect the integrity of the game, but myself and Alex Livingston here in the booth are on the same delayed feed as you viewers around the world. Hope you're enjoying the show.
Yeah, we're seeing things as they unfold for you.
35 is
Fritz here, top pair.
I would play this.
Does Danilo want to just shove this in as a semi-bluff, hoping to have some fold equity, or play it as a call? Both options are on the table.
I think against button, I don't mind taking the aggressive line. I think there are some bet folds.
I remember.
I agree. Button can open hands like, you know, king 7 of clubs very easily. Danilo agrees.
Good luck, chaps. Not the hand you want to be up against as well. I mean,
Even covering that 7.
Yeah, exactly.
So a heart or running 6s, or perhaps running straight cards needed for Danilo.
Let's get like the 5 of clubs.
You're enjoying those like 90 minutes.
3 of diamonds changes nothing. Danilo needing a heart, or he's out just 12 off the money.
It's long, man.
Tell you what, flushes haven't been getting there today. Seems like it's that kind of day. It's been the day of big pairs getting cracked.
Not that I wouldn't.
Flush draws bricking. As he does indeed brick across turn and river. Gonna lose the
That
serve.
was only because we already
Just
went
11 off the money.
Yeah, exactly.
One day I'm gonna take you up on that.
Okay, yeah.
Barcelona is the most fun one too.
Did you like it there, or not really? Barcelona,
Man, look
like
at Fritz, by the way. 815k.
Yeah, the food.
Was playing 70.
I don't love the venue.
One more.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice spin.
Yeah, exactly.
But even
For
like
Manuel
Monaco
Fritz.
Next time I will avoid
venue.
clubs on the beach.
Yeah,
Rico again.
Hotel.
Oh my god, with Enrico. Did you guys have some good vendors?
I left pretty early, but they stayed pretty long. And
The view, very nice.
Check VPT Paris hotel room.
That one is nice, but then it's
no,
you have to go.
not Hotel de Paris.
Hotel room in Paris is like.
He thinks you mean Hotel de Paris. And
no.
he means a hotel in Paris.
VPT Paris.
Oh, it's good.
It's horrible. It's like little like this.
I think you're talking about Monaco, no?
No. It's Paris. It's Paris.
It's horrible.
It's horrible.
It's the worst.
You can't even fit your luggage.
Oh no, yeah, can't go there, man.
I have to admit, the hotels in Paris, they are a bit...
They're small.
Yeah.
My experience was
Cloakroom.
exactly the same, yeah.
And the hotel that Danny's talking about, the Hotel de Paris in Monaco, is just one of the best in the world, man. It's insane.
I don't understand why
Hajiev.
they're not advertising it if they want to.
Kings. I'd like to see him use a small 3-bet size here.
Are you gonna go?
15 to 30K here. Early May.
Go like the other series?
It does come with that 160.
Yeah,
Poker Dream will be making a return to Jeju.
So you're not going to go to Monaco?
Stam's been playing pretty honest
You're not going to go for the 250?
against resistance and aggression.
I mean, I have to be here.
Yeah, I think Sturm would have something to think about more with the suited variety of this hand. 10-9 off feels a bit rough.
Or a couple of JGs ago when
25K to 88 runners, right?
Yeah,
that was good.
That was good. That was a great.
Yeah, there we go. Could be dominated
That broke the record.
The timing,
decent amount of the time.
For me, it was just the timing. It was right before Triton.
Right.
Where now,
Just trying to keep tabs on that 50K. That's going to be up and running shortly.
but
Looks like they got
I know
17
the last poker dream,
17 players registered from the start.
Jamil, I heard it got dangerous a bit in Toronto, right? My friend's house was
gone down.
Yeah, was broken in with like people with guns and
Really?
they stole the cars and like guns to the head of the wife and.
It's so common, bro.
Yeah.
Home invasions in
Home
Toronto.
invasion,
It's insane.
Wow. Like,
And even if they catch the people, they just get released. Nothing happens. It's insane. Scary.
why? How come? If the police catch us, they don't do anything?
No, if they catch them,
Uh-huh.
they'll bring them to jail or whatever, and then they just get let out on bail a few days later. Like nothing happened. The justice system's horrible. I mean, ever since COVID, it's gone way downhill. Like as a whole.
Yeah. It's like,
My friend had the same thing happen.
yeah.
Shout out Trudeau.
Not our current prime minister.
Oh no.
No, you're not tuned in with the Canadian politics. No, that'd be Mark Carney.
Okay. Yeah, that table conversation took a real turn. We're down to 32. Wow, we went from 40 to 32 real quick, by the way. I guess those short stacks finally falling victims to the blind level increases. So 32 left, 4 tables of 8. Spain's Juan Pardo, aka Malacca style, with the chip lead, byproduct of cracking the kings of Mario Mosbach with pocket 9s. Brandon Wilson, second in chips, even on the back of losing that 1.4 million chip pot against Sir Watts. And Daniel Rizai came in today as the chip leader, has chipped up nicely. He's playing 2.1 million. Take a look at the 2 feature tables. Studs everywhere you look. 5-time champ Danny Tang, second in chips at the red table. 5-time champion Punat Punsri over on the blue. 12-time champion Jason Kuhn over there as well.
A couple new faces filling in at these tables as we combine to 4 tables. Alex Boyka joining the blue table. We see Calvin Lee joining the red table and Vinny Lingham back at the blue table.
Let's go Lingham. Can't not root for him. I'll be honest with you, I saw Lingham in the gym today and he was doing leg extensions. And I was like, I was looking at him from across the room and I was like, that looks like he's just doing like really lightweight, you know, just like lifting his legs up, and he just made it look so easy. About 20 minutes go by. I head over to the machine. He was the only person who'd used it.
Really hard to
I
beat.
get on.
Running good and playing great.
It was like 2 away from the max.
Really?
Running good.
And he was making it look like he was just doing warm-up
The one that
sets.
tilts me is
Yeah, he told me that when he was younger,
one 3-game tournament.
he was
and
a
I got
big
second in
workout
that.
buff.
I
He
would love
could
to win
bench
that, even though it was small. just to say
285,
I've
I think he
every
said.
game
Wow.
we ever had.
What's the free
Nice.
game?
We had
Maybe
a
more?
Hold'em short deck PLO tournament.
Oh.
Oh, really? When
Yeah,
was that?
Jungle Man
Oh,
won
it's
it.
on
It was
me, I'm
in
sorry.
Montenegro. I got heads up at Jungle Man. It was really fun.
Here he
The
is.
structure was kind of messed up.
With an ace.
How much is it?
This is going to ask for a
With
count.
huge stakes and everything else.
6.5 bigs. One already invested.
It was really fun.
This feels close. Jack 8 is a slam dunk.
We need to have some more kind of gimmicky.
Yeah, I think he's going to let this
more
one
gimmicks
go.
Like that, like a heads-up tournament.
We are 9 off the money.
Or like,
They just started doing half and half, right?
yeah, half and half's really great.
He looks pained. It is close, given the price.
Fantastic.
Okay, he's getting in there.
That's an incredible
So nice spot for Vinny Lingham, getting it in here as a favorite to double up back into contention here.
Vinny, let's go,
How
bro.
many?
55. Maybe a little more even, Ace of Diamonds.
Yeah.
58.
JK dialed
58,
into the
42.
equities.
Sounds right.
Vinny and Kuhn are good friends.
See if Lingham can hold. He's getting fired up in the gym, preparing for this day 2.
Good
Safe
flop.
flop.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit for everybody.
A 5 would now be bad for Lingham. It would give Illis a straight.
Clean turn. Faded the diamond sweat. Now just needs to fade Jackson 5, which he does.
Tipping a chair, baby.
Tipping a chair, guys.
Tipping a chair. We all know Juan bought 80% of your action in this thing. Kept you in the tournament.
Just happened to be in this neck of the woods, out in Japan for a little vacation.
Tipping a chair.
Told the wife,
It's down
hey,
to one big.
Super High Roller Series
Crazy
is on. Do you
tournament.
mind if I pop over? It's only an hour-and-a-half flight. She was like, sure, go ahead. Knock yourself out, have fun.
Yeah.
Here he is, 9 off the money. Hopefully he can spin his way up into that money, and then from there, his dream of making a Triton final table still very much alive. Quick look at the next blue feature table. Day 2 chip leader Daniel Rizai, Stephen Chidwick, Ike Haxton over there. Looks like this is going to be our next red feature table. Ido, Sir Watts, Petrangelo. Is that Sasaki? She spun it back up. She was on a short stack.
She was.
This is a big PLO winner.
She is still short stacked.
That was a big tournament,
Good
man.
ROI in those.
Big tournament, buddy. I reviewed that. You played pretty good. You played pretty good at that final table. Oh yeah, you were in there. You know a little bit. You're not just an all-in or fold guy.
70.
Jason giving flowers to Matthias Eibinger, who took down, I guess famously took down the 75k PLO in Paradise, a game that he self-admittedly doesn't play all too much. I think it was his first ever PLO event, and just shipped it outright for his 5th title.
Make it pot lemon all the way until the river.
And it's something that's been fun to see, Henry, is a lot of these supremely talented no-limit hold'em players trying their hand at PLO now that it's becoming an ever-expanding part of the Triton experience.
The thing is, in hold'em, half of your hands are just break even if you call a fold, and it doesn't matter if you make it no limit on the river. It's gonna be every hand is kind of clear, just a tiny bit of hands
with
are,
hands.
like indifferent.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, including Punat Punsri, by the way. No
Too
limit
many
hold'em.
players, man. Too many players.
No
Where'd all
limit
these players come
hold'em beast. Picked up a PLO title in Montenegro, 2025. Alex Boyka. Haven't seen much from him so far this series. Got a very healthy stack.
The Belarusian has over $3 million in Triton earnings. His biggest score coming in the 100K main event last year in Jeju, where he placed 6th for 1.2 million.
Juanito, chip leader. 9 off the money. Does he want a tango with the King 7-0? take it to the streets, perhaps apply pressure to Ivinger.
He's got a really nice table presence, does Juan Pardo, Malacca style online. These two would have played countless hands against each other in the internet streets. Ivinger flopping Juan Pardo nearly dead here. Second pair with the king of clubs to boot. You can see that 0.3% equity in front of Juan Pardo's name. He would need exactly running sevens to win this pot.
It's not guaranteed though, right, that Pardo never has an ace here. They can have some weak ace-X that defend.
Particularly with how close we are to the money bubble. And that's something that we haven't really mentioned yet, but as we're now only 9 spots away from the money, those middle stacks are going to start feeling some pressure as we still have quite a few short stacks, Henry, in the field.
But
if you look at the bottom of the counts, we still have 8 or 9 players at 15 big blinds or less.
Yeah, that's a great point.
It's really, like, it's a complicated game.
Yeah.
Vinny Lingham among them, but, you know, he was down to just 1 big blind, so for him to have 15 right now, he's got to be feeling pretty good.
Vinny now covers 2 players at this table, Allison and Jason.
I didn't face those tough decisions yet because I was chip leader all the way from 20 downwards, so it's easier.
Well, it gets hard.
Yeah, I can imagine being one of the mid stacks being pressured.
Ivinger saying he had the chip lead for most of the end of that PLO experience where he went on to win, and it's true.
But
it's a lot different on the other side when you're short stacked.
It's always interesting to me to kind of see who's willing to engage in table talk and who just stays dialed in. Pardo very much falls into the camp of the latter. You don't see him engaging in too much chit-chat all too often. Fair fight here. Flip for Allison's tournament life. I mean, it just feels like he's going to flop quads.
Is this a new man, though, or is this the same guy we watched yesterday winning almost all of his all-ins, getting dealt a whole host of premiums?
Yeah, look, ace, jack, 7. Top 2 for Punat. Everyone thinks it's all over. And then, yeah, 6 of spades on the river. Everyone knows it's happening. I'll let you call it.
9 of diamonds. You know, we can't both be rooting for the 6 here.
I'm not rooting for it. I'm just doing it based off the way Allison was running yesterday. But he's running into that lucky Thai money as the Thai fans go crazy in the chat, as always. But Punat is at the feature table. I think half the population of Thailand tunes in.
If you're tuning in from Thailand, it's been on my bucket list, and Henry, I could ask you just as easily as anyone in this chat, as I know you've spent a lot of time there, but if you're tuning in, if I were to do a vacation in Thailand, what are 3 or 4 places that I need to hit? And Henry, feel free to give me your input as well.
I'd say Chiang Mai, very high up on the list. Like a mountainous region, more rural than some of the more touristy areas, if you're into that kind of thing, which I believe you are. And well, I'll get back to you because I'm going to give another shout out to the title sponsor of this series. I'm of course talking about Jupiter Exchange. So famously sponsored that Jupiter event the other night that we saw Joe Trend take down. You can use Jupe USD. We all know every smart poker player protects their stacks at all time, and not everything goes into the big pots. Jupe USD is that for your crypto, a digital dollar that holds its value and earns interest while you hold it. Head on over to jupe.ag.
I had 1 over.
1 over, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I'd say check out Chiang Mai.
Yeah.
Chiang Mai.
King 9.
I have 1 over.
I'm obviously a bit biased, but I lived in Rawai for 4 years in Phuket.
Phuket has been also mentioned in the chat here.
Yeah, if you're into like, you know, fitness and wellness, there's some incredible gyms. They've got the Bang Tao Muay Thai gym. It's pretty famous. Like a lot of the top UFC fighters go there to train. Volkanovski, Adesanya.
9-10, no gamble. Yeah.
Krabi, I suggest, in Bangkok. Obviously, if you love food, then go to Bangkok. It just has so many Michelin-star restaurants. It's incredible.
I like Thai food in particular.
Oh, then yeah.
If you don't gamble with
100%.
9-10. But I'm not Leon, so I don't talk about people's
Yeah, I'm happy I didn't have 9-10.
Yeah, it's just a fantastic country. Anywhere you go, just be careful of the tigers, bro. Like, don't go too, you know, don't just go for a casual walk out near like the borders of
Don't like my 9.
Cambodia or Myanmar.
Don't like my 9.
Yeah, very
Invest
fair.
Too much with you.
Renlin opening up here. Danny Tang trying to figure it out because Renlin's opening off just 9 big blinds, a stack that would often shove. You can build a min-raising range off of that stack size, but the value hands are very strong. And then even some of the bluffs are going to dominate his Jack-9 suited, so he wisely gets out of the way. And Jamil Wakil is extremely short on chips with just 65K behind his 25K big blind. And he's just doing a math equation here. So he defends, still leaves himself some room to fold the absolute worst flops. That's not one of them.
Well, he's got 18% equity. We saw him get out of jail. The Queen 8 against Queens. Can he get out of jail? The Queen 5 against Kings.
You join that.
9高啊。
Jack-9 童话。
现在童话怎么 call 啊？现在童话怎么
Tang saying
call？
Renlin's drawing dead.
I don't know. I have no idea how to play. So I just fold.
Close.
Suited?
Yeah.
Tonwa is suited?
Huh?
Tonwa is what? Tonwa.
Tonwa is suited.
5 or a queen. Otherwise, we're down to 31.
Now you are doing that.
Close again. But close doesn't count in this game.
又骗我。
We min raise I'm in the small one.
你不要把我教坏了。
All right.
我没进啊，所以我没进啊。
31 left
不要把
now.
我教坏了。
Jamil Wakil
如果我进了，你会
out
上
on
头。
the soft bubble, if you will. Ping ponging back on over here. Chip leader. Pardo on the button. With a dusty one, but yeah, you just got to pass up on it. So the 2 short stacks, Jason Kuhn, Vinny Lingham, 2 good friends as well. See Jason come with the complete out position. Vinny's going to check it. And Vinny's going to flop best. That's a relatively quick check out the big blind from Vinny as well. Some honest poker being played.
And playing a little trappy here on the flop, checking back top pair. And this could work out well for him as he turns trips. Jason is dead. So if Jason decides to try to bluff at this pot, it's going to work out very nicely for the American Vinny Lingham.
Yeah, snap check from Vinny. Love how fast he's acting. And look at this, he has induced that bluff from Jason, 25K. Being incinerated here. Love this. Just flicks in the call. Give your man as much rope as possible. 3 of clubs river. So all of the draws bricking. If Vinny was in there with some kind of gut shot, maybe Jason could get it to fold. Doesn't take the bait though.
Knows his man, decides to give up here, thinking that Vinny has too much showdown value. Vinny's going to go for value, and this should just end it.
Jason's probably thinking, like, if you had a 10, why would you check it back on the flop?
I think Jason's also thinking that there are straight draws and flush draws he could still beat. So,
yeah.
You know, Jackie. Oh,
wow.
And Jason calls with Queen High.
Vinny getting the max.
Vinny Lingham, by checking back that 10 on the flop, ends up winning a pretty nice pot as Jason makes the hero call there, beating hands like Jack 8, 8-7, perhaps some of the gutter balls. Nice pickup there for Vinny Lingham. Businessman.
Perfection.
I think those two have played a fair amount with each other.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. You know, had he got greedy there on the strength of trip 10s, would have lost his customer. Now Jason needs to spin. He's down to 6 bigs. Swan comes second the other night to his good friend Dan Dvoris in the 100K short deck. Seven away from the money. A lot of people feeling the pinch right now. Alex, Jason Kuhn, shortest stack. He's got 6 bigs. Sasaki Yoko with 9 bigs. Yu Zhang with 10.
Lingham, by the way, taking a flop here with ace-7 offsuit.
This is
out of
dicey.
the small blind. Yeah, I think he believes that Juan Pardo is opening extremely wide as the chip leader, but it's going to be a bit of a tricky hand to play post-flop.
Oh, how about it? Pardo just loving the 9s today. Vinny really needs to be careful. He has a stack that could make its way into the money. He also has a stack that could do damage to some of the middling stacks.
Juan Pardo has so much hand here at such a low SPR. Does he ever consider just checking this back, or does he come with a small bet here? I think those are your only options. If you bet, you want to bet something 1/3 pot or less. He does go for that option, 45K. Not too much damage done as Vinny shows the ace and folds.
Nice hand. Nice
Pardo showing him trip 9s.
He's like, yeah, take it. Pardo's like, yeah, thank you, mate. I will. Have some of that. Trip 9s, call the police. So, Leon Sturm heading into our first scheduled break of the day as the chip leader on his table. Juan Pardo heading in to the break as the overall tournament chip leader. 30 left, 7 off the money. As we're working our way through this event number 6, the 60K, as we welcome you back to the break desk. Alex Livingston. I was about to say Kevin Ravager. I'm sorry, dude.
Oh, no.
Alex Livingston alongside myself, Henry Gilbane.
Too used to working with Kevin, huh?
I know, man. I mean, I don't know what it is, but you Canadian Americans, same kind of territory, you know. But yeah, we're stepping away for 10 minutes, and when we come back, we're going to be working our way through the money bubble, the biggest bubble of the series so far of this 60K. We'll see you very shortly.
Imagine sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card with crypto. No waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today. You track your hands, you track your reads. Now track your crypto the same way. Jupiter Portfolio gives you a live view of all your crypto assets, your holdings, your returns, your rewards, all on one clean dashboard. No more jumping between apps. Just log in and see exactly where your crypto stands. Just use Jupiter Portfolio today at jupe.ag.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
even if you're a known player, if you do something a little unorthodox.
Yeah, fair.
We're reaching perhaps. Ace Queen offsuit for the German Leon Sturm.
One of the best in the business without a title.
Plays with so much confidence, does Sturm.
I think that's a byproduct of the best players in the world telling him how good he is.
Yeah, maybe a chicken and the egg thing. A little surprising, actually, to see Heath calling King Jack off here on the button. You don't normally see a ton of flats off of, I suppose, 14 big blinds. You see a few, usually more of the suited broadways, but King Jack off, I think he's thinking Sturm opens wide enough that he can play this hand from the button.
Don't do it, Webster. He's going to do it, and he's going to get snapped off. 22 bigs, 23 to be exact.
Yeah, one nice thing about shoving these suited broadways is you can fold out some offsuit broadways that dominate you. For instance, here, likely Sturm would have to fold King Queen off, maybe Ace 10 off, certainly King 10 off, but Ace Queen, just a real monster in this scenario.
So there is the call.
Now Heath can get away cleanly, no damage done.
Not the hand Webster wanted to see dominated by the German. This is a decent sized pot, man. I mean, 50 bigs in the middle. If Sturm can just hold, it's going to be up to 1.1 million. You happy with the jam from Webster? You think it's just like standard stuff?
I think it's quite close. I think some people might feel that it's way out of line, and I don't think it's so out of line, but it's certainly close.
Because there's the button flat as well that you have to get through, which I don't think you are. I don't think Ben's in there flatting and then folding if Sturm was to get out the way against Webster's jam. I don't know.
It's a good point. He may have folded his exact hand, King Jack off, but maybe doesn't have a ton of folds. Flat was certainly an option, of course, for Webster.
Sturm just not even sweating the run out. He's just making a coffee order or whatever.
I was just going to say that was a masterclass of not being bothered.
15. Sturm's climbing up the chip counts. 1.2 million. Third in chips. Sorry, fourth in chips. After taking down that one.
Vinny. What's up, bro?
I hear Vinny, and that's our friend Vinny, who we ran into at the gym, who has now joined this feature table.
Looks like he's chipped up nicely, by the way.
Love to see it. Vinny Lingham, I'm rooting for this guy. I'm supposed to be impartial, but really had a nice conversation with him at the gym, and we walked back over to the hotel together.
Dude, I'll be honest with you. Hang on. We got Allison just taking the spot. He's not afraid. Cutoff versus small blind. That's the thing about these Brazilians as well. Not only are they just like very technically sound, arguably some of the best in the world when it comes to their understanding of ICM, but they're also fearless. Like a lot of people I feel like would pass up on this spot with fives. Allison just recognizing that Kwang Ho is going to have enough light 3-bet stuff out of the small. Try and put pressure on him. He says run it.
Yeah, the man from Singapore not deterred. 3-bet calling the King-Queen, finding himself in a flip. Let's see if the Brazilian's luck has carried over to today, Mr. Kilbane.
Quad fives on the flop.
Not quite, but a clean one nonetheless so far.
What's that little shake of the old, looks like carrot juice? He's not scared. Why should he be?
Yeah.
He's got the best hand. One card to come. Needs to fade 6 outs. Is that too good of a turn card? Maybe that's what he's thinking. All right, he's going to hold. Surprise, surprise.
Takes a sip of his, what do you think that's? Orange juice, mango juice, maybe some type of combo juice, mango pineapple?
They've got all sorts out there. The only thing they didn't have was the Perriers that we were looking for.
Yeah, you inflection point in time of day where it's more likely that somebody is tuning in because they've already woken up versus they're still awake from the night before. So if we went 2 a.m., it's definitely you're still awake from the night before. If you go 7 a.m., I think it's more people who have woken up for the new day. What is the time inflection point where it pivots?
Well, firstly, I just want to say I hope anyone who lives in a place where it's currently 7 a.m. isn't watching by choice.
Whether it's on the late side or the early side?
No, like first thing in the morning, you know?
Right.
Hold on, because we got, I mean, this isn't going to go in, I don't think. Jason might have to call this off, actually. How much is it? It was early position open, early position 3-bet. But this is such a strong range. Such a strong range.
I wonder if he feels the price is just too compelling. He's 3-bet here as a 3-bet bluff, but now facing this jam for about 17 bigs. Just under 17. These spots are tricky, Henry.
Yeah, this was not part of the plan. This was very much attack the early position open.
You can
the
see
chip leader.
Yeah, you can see Kuhn has 31%. He's always going to have something similar to that, right? You're going to be up against a range, maybe 10s plus for pairs, and then aces that dominate you. But the price is quite compelling. He has to call 160 into a pot of 550. You also have to think about the future value of his stack. It would be a good chunk of his stack. You can see he's really giving this some deliberation. I think ace-10 suited, he might already be in.
Ace-10 suited he's just snapping.
You can even construct an argument that ace-5 suited with that wheel potential maybe is better than ace-9 suited, but perhaps Poseidon could show you pocket eights some of the time.
I don't think so.
I don't either.
Jason's played a lot with Poseidon. Poseidon, I believe, was his partner for one of the invitations, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you hear him saying the price is just too good. I've got to effing gamble. Makes the call. You are right. I think he's happy to see jacks. Doesn't want to see ace king or aces. 550K in the middle.
245.
One diamond busy in Poseidon's hand. Kuhn looking for an ace or diamonds. Or a gut shot, Henry, as he acquires the 4 sevens in the deck as potential outs.
Be a dirty way to do it. Oh my word. Okay. There it is.
Note that Poseidon is still live. He could hit a 9 to make a jack high straight. It was close, but good game, Poseidon Ho. Jason Kuhn just had a little too much in there, was forced to gamble like he said, and picks up a nice pot there. A little bit, particularly at this stack depth. But Yu Zhang will get in there, thinking perhaps that against a strong range, if he were to flop a 6, he'd have a lot of implied odds. There's going to be a lot of big pairs in Hajiev's early position opening range. And Ben Heath is down to just one 5K chip after unsuccessfully trying to bluff Leon Sturm. Perhaps we'll wait for a better moment. Let's see. Jack 7 offsuit. Always getting a nice overlay in these spots because you're eligible for the full ante. So it is part of the reason that players like to leave one chip.
He does take it.
Flicks it in.
Are you surprised? I mean, I know it's only a quarter of a big blind, but against an under the gun open and a +1 flat, it just feels like maybe not the hand that you want to try and take 3 ways. Even.
Yeah, hardly my area of expertise, these one chip spots, but it does feel a little bit marginal versus the early position open. On the other hand, if he can win this one, then he has a little more ammunition to maybe try to make something happen on the next hand before the blinds hit him.
True. Yeah, I guess he only has 2 hands after this to try and make something happen. Well, I mean, look, he's got a piece, and he's the only player with a diamond in hand.
He's eligible, but look at this flop for Danilo, who has flopped top pair. This could be a problem for him.
I think the saving grace for Danilo is the fact that this is an open from under the gun off of a sub-20 big blind stack, and Hedjiev is continuing into 2 opponents. Well, very warm welcome back to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, powered by Jupiter here in Jeju. Alex Livingston alongside myself, Henry Kilben, as we work our way through event number 6 to 60K, 30 left, 23 paid. Alex, for me, my favorite stage of the tournament. I want to see the chip leaders that are willing to just really get after it, fight for every pot, put pressure on those middling stacks. But then, conversely, I'm interested in seeing some of these absolute legends with middling stacks fight back against the chip leaders.
Yeah, I think we might see some different play than we saw in that first frame. We saw there were a lot of short stacks and a lot of all-ins, in fact, Henry, with those 7 big blind stacks, 15 big blind stacks. Now the middling stacks are facing a lot of ICM pressure. They really want to outlast the short stacks, so it might feel a little more grindy. We might not see as many of those big all-ins. Of course, the biggest one we saw was when Juan Pardo made quad 9s to dispatch of Mario Mosbach.
Yeah, he's the chip leader with 30 left, but just want to refer to those middling stacks that you mentioned. 23rd is Matthias Eibinger. That's when we would be in the money. He's got 16 bigs. So what's that? 8 players with sub 16, all on the outside, kind of trying to sneak their way in. I think it's safe to say that all of those stacks will have to be all in at risk at some point.
Absolutely. There's no hiding at this point with the blinds going up and so many stacks that are in that sort of danger territory. It's going to be a lot of fun for Juan Pardo and the other big stacks as they can open quite wide in these scenarios.
Now, 1.9 million up top. We're calling it the biggest payout of the series so far, but we do have that mystery bounty draw coming up today at 9 p.m. local time. That's in about 4.5 hours time. I know a lot of you fans around the world are super excited for that, as are we. Obviously got Allison, who's going to have 14 pulls at that top mystery bounty prize of 400K. But yeah, for now, our attention on this 60K, the money bubble, $97,000 min cash. 7 players all looking to squeeze their way in as we continue with the No Limit Hold'em segment of this series of stakes, slowly but surely getting higher. The biggest buy-in of the series coming in just a few days' time. I am, of course, talking about that 150K 10th anniversary special. That'll be starting on Thursday, the 26th. By the way, we're just 3 days away from the main event.
I'm very excited for that one, Henry. The main event is just going to get such a big field, so much on the line. It's going to be a fun one to cover. We'll be covering that from day one, so you're going to see all the different stages of that tournament.
Yeah.
And the nice thing about the main is that it's a little bit of a slower structure, so the average stack will be a little bit deeper, some more play, a real opportunity for the cream to rise to the top.
Yeah, the stakes getting high here. Before that, as a nice little warm-up, we'll have the 125K, which is also a 3-day event. So a real treat here in Jeju.
I like how you call a $125,000 buy-in a warm-up event, but indeed, yeah, the precursor to that main event, also a 3-day tournament like you mentioned. There's a 30K Turbo also taking place on the 23rd. That's a fun change of pace. It's just a 1-day event.
You going to flick that in?
I think I'll be in the booth, but sounds like fun.
Remember when we never really knew if Brian Rast was going to show up for work? Not because, you know, he would just bail on us, but he might just accidentally get lost on the way to the booth and end up heading to the reg desk and flicking in some of the Triton tournaments. The FOMO from the booth for that man was unreal. And I feel like you're going to have the same experience with the PLO.
Yeah, I mean, Rast and Schulman, both people who have been here before on this side of things, but also absolutely elite players, Hall of Famers. You can see the temptation to jump into these events. And of course, I've been tempted sometimes by these PLO buy-ins.
Oh, quick dealer change. And yeah, if I'm not mistaken, oh no, you didn't play you were gonna play the 25K, right? Last year. I remember meeting you for the first time and we were having coffee with Kevin.
Yeah, so what happened last year was I worked the Triton 1 section of the festival, covering, I think I did 8 days of work, and then I built in 1 extra day at the end, and my plan was to play the 25K No Limit event. However, there was a bit of a players' party the night before. I had 1 or 2 too many beers, had a couple with James. I was a little sloshed by the end of the night. I woke up, I had a bit of a headache, and I said, it's interesting, I said I'd rather get on a 16-hour flight back home than jump in a 25K tournament. Neither one sounds like a great option, to be honest with you.
16 hours.
And look at this table here, by the way, as we take a look at Stephen Chidwick sitting next to Isaac Haxton. These two have been battling for the better part of at least 2 decades.
Caldu passing up his button. Hey, Yulei as well, someone we've seen plenty of here in Jeju. Came 12th in the 30K just the other night. Gonna limp in. Blind v blind with the ace. And these are 2 of those kind of stacks we were referring to on the break desk, 25-ish to 30 big blinds.
Yeah, neither of these players has a ton of incentive to play a huge pot. As I say that, Dvoris getting after it here with the 10-3 offsuit. You do see some raising from these very hopeless-looking hands that don't do well at all in the limp pot post-flop. Just hoping to fold out something like a 10-7 off, something it dominates. Ace-8, though, too much hand, I believe, for Yulei.
Look at this jacket, by the way. Red Dragon. Maybe that's his nickname. I don't know. It's got his real name on his jacket. Oh, the limp jam for 25. 7 off the money. That's how to do it.
Real nice play there from Yulei, who understands that Dvoris is going to have some ISO folds. Takes that ace-8 offsuit and puts it to work.
Cashed the Triton main event in this very card room 6 months ago. In fact, he only comes to the Jeju stops. First joined us in 2024. Picked up a min cash in the 40K mystery bounty. We're starting to see a lot more of this the last couple of years since we've been coming to Jeju. Seeing a lot more of these mainland China players that only show up here in Jeju.
One of the things you could do on the Triton Plus poker app is track the amount of time that each player has left on their Triton tempo banks. And looking around at the table, Punat Punsri only has 5 seconds of additional time,
Oh, wow.
Henry. So
okay,
let's hope for his sake he doesn't face any difficult post-flop decisions.
he's going to be feeling the pinch. That means if he was to make the FT, he gets an additional, what was it, 100 seconds. That's still not much for a final table.
And that's pretty far away.
Yeah.
It's Japanese player Kazuomi Furuze who has the most time left on his clock with 5 minutes and 23 seconds.
Hang on, we're ping-ponging to an outer table. Looks like Punat Punsri has doubled Ellis Parsonen up.
300.
Just getting an official count. So a small blind v big blind.
Yeah, Parsonen had king 10 of hearts, shoved from the small blind. Punsri called ace 4 offsuit and ran out a straight, did Ellis Parsonen.
Wow, look at this. Powerful jam from Win, getting the king jack to fold. I mean, dude's got to be careful. He's opening off of 12 bigs and then folding king jack to a jam from a chip leader.
Yeah, just a function perhaps of his stack size. Could have just moved in, and then you deny your opponent the potential to raise you off of it. But sometimes you do want to have some raise folds off of that stack size, and King Jack off, Ace 9 off, they can exist in there sometimes.
Problem is, he's currently 27th in chips.
Right,
10 big blinds, like he's gonna need to find a spot, and against an aggressive, competent opponent such as Chris Wynn, I don't know. I think I'm taking the King Jack spot.
You're very reasonable. As Rizé, another player with a lot of time left on his time bank, opening it up with the 4s. He's going to be opening quite wide with such a big chip lead at his table.
Yeah, especially with Chris Wynn in the small blind, second biggest stack at this table, the weakest position. Expect to see Daniel really just activating for the foreseeable future until we're in the money. Stephen Chidwick, one of the greatest of all time, Europe's most winningest player. Going to defend the big blind. Flops best, although it is a measly bottom pair.
Bottom pair with a little bit of straight draw backup for runner variety, but not going to be easy if he faces a lot of heat unimproved. Let's see how Rizé gets after it here, as he does come with a small bet.
Does pocket 4s have the qualities that would potentially want to barrel off here, in your opinion, in terms of just emptying the clip with a little 1, 2, 3?
I think you do see it sometimes with these small pairs, perhaps just unblocking certain hands that are going to float one and fold the turn, like a Jack 10 of spades, a 10 9 of spades, some of these types of hands. But this card is going to really interfere with a lot of Stephen Chidwick's calling range on the flop. It's going to make him either a pair or a straight a decent chunk of the time, or at least give him a straight draw if he has something like 8-7, for instance.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Would expect to see the 4s shut down here. But then again, we are 7 off the money.
Rizé is a very aggressive player from what I've
Yes,
witnessed from him. So if there's anyone who's going to turn this into a 3-street bluff, it wouldn't shock me if it's him. But yes, the 9 of clubs is definitely not going to be his favorite card to see on the turn.
Hence the check back in position.
Note that he has a sliver of showdown value with the 4s as well. Chidwick can definitely have some ace-high hands, things like Queen Jack of spades, Jack 10 of spades that Rizé is still beating with 4s.
Chidwick slightly distracted by whatever that crashing sound was. You don't normally see him phased mid-hand.
There's been some sounds, haven't there?
What's going on today? Checks it on over, and if Daniel checks this back, which you could see him do quite a lot of the time, as you mentioned, does have showdown value. And Chidwick chips up 1.5 million.
Small pot, Henry, but I think just well played from both on all streets.
Agreed. Now, elsewhere in the room, we're down to 29. Courtesy of Yu Zhang, who I want to say had like 750K not too long ago. He's out.
Good luck.
It's a blind v blind battle against the 2-time champ Amin Hajiev, who just ripped it in from the small with ace-8. Zhang called it off for his 7 big blinds with king 5, and the ace-high held.
Isaac Haxton, by the way, has not been eliminated. He's just been moved off of this feature table for balancing purposes, so that's why you saw him departing the stage and offering good luck. King Queen off here is a lot of hand, but facing an under the gun open, you're not feeling as comfortable. Of course, it helps that the under the gun open is coming from the chip leader, who we might expect to be opening wider than normal. And Du Zhao, I think, is realizing that maybe Daniel Rizet has more raise folds than normal opening from first position here, just given his excessive chip stack.
Yeah, interesting to see Do take this spot +1 versus UTG versus the button versus big blind.
Yeah, but I do quite like this because in the other scenario, he was facing the shove. Here he's the one making the shove. He's generating fold equity.
That's a great point. Yeah, that's a fantastic point.
And this is very, very uncomfortable for Rizet. He notices that it's under 10 big blinds that he's facing, but he probably feels he's dominated the majority of the time by pairs and some bigger ace-x holdings. Of course, the price is still reasonable, but he does let it go, so props to Du Zhao getting the better hand to fold, and that's a very nice pickup for the short stack.
Well played, sir. Great point by you as well in terms of being the one generating fold equity versus being the one that gets shoved on and having to call it off for your tournament life. Makes the world of difference. Bit of breathing room. A man from China, he's got 14 bigs. Not out of the woods just yet, but one double. He's right back up to near tournament average.
And by the way, Henry, I've pulled up one of the outer tables and I'm sweating what's about to be an all-in flop here between our guy Vinny Lingham and Jason Kuhn. Kuhn shoved the small blind for just around 4 big blinds, and unless he hits a queen, Jason Kuhn will be out. The river is clean. Vinny Lingham wings that pot. He's up to 20 big blinds, and Jason Kuhn, all-time Triton title leader, has been eliminated.
I tell you what, if Vinny goes on to make a run in this, our gym is going to be packed tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that's the run good. That's how you get the run good. You go and train legs with Vinny.
Sounded like he'd been there most days, too. I don't know if you stumbled across him prior, or is he just arriving?
Just arrived, but I think he just loves training in general.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak too early, but this one has the potential to become a Triton classic. I mean, the top 8 currently, you've got 5-time champion and Triton Trident champion Michael Watson. You've got Sean Winter, Stephen Chidwick, Europe's most winning player, Christopher Wynn, Leon Sturm, Brandon Wilson, Daniel Rizet, and Juan Pardo. That's your top 8.
Yeah, what a list of names. Manuel Fritz, by the way, is still on that uptick. He's up to almost 1 million in chips.
What a run.
Chidwick here, 7-6 of hearts in the cutoff. Ace-Jack offsuit here, though, for Anwen Duke. This is just pretty much a fist pump. 13.5 bigs versus cutoff open. Instead, though, he comes with call, so he's playing it a little bit cautiously. Keeping some of the worst ace-x hands Steven could be opening in range. So there are some merits. Du Zhao getting a great price, but Jack-5 offsuit, not a hand that's going to perform particularly well multi-way. He gets out of the way. So the 7-6 of hearts here, competitive equity against the 2 overcards, 41%. Not the flop, though, that Chidwick was looking for. Be interesting to see how Chidwick proceeds. I think his hand really just wants to check with such little interaction, but one thing he's thinking about is what type of hands is my opponent flatting the button off of 13 big blinds. Some players will have a wide flatting range here. Some players will have a very condensed flatting range.
I'm rooting for my man Duck to make it into the money. Only 1 cash on his Triton track record. And how about that for comfort? Turns Broadway. 195 in the middle.
Now again, Chidwick's cards, just for obvious reasons, not doing him any favors with such little interaction with this board. Of course, he is at bottom of range, but sometimes that's not enough reason to start betting, but let's see what he thinks. He'd really be hoping for his opponent to have something like pocket 8s, pocket 9s.
I was just thinking that.
That didn't move in?
I think 9s move in. So then the only other pocket pairs that don't move in are like 7s and 6s, which we block.
Exactly right. Probably 5s just folds or maybe moves in. He's taking a look at his opponent before acting, trying to pick up anything.
He's checked it on over.
Oh, excuse me, he has
checked. I think Steven is very done with this hand. Duck is going to bet, and that hand is all she wrote. Back on over. Hang on, Ellis has gone bang, bang.
Has he just eliminated Punat Punsri?
He's just gone 2 for 2 and eliminated the 5-time champion. Looked like pocket kings for Ellis.
Oh, it was kings against queens.
Wow.
Small 3-bet from Punsri. Parsonen all in, and just a stone cooler. As the Finn, Illis Parsonen, up to about 1.5 million now.
That was for 21 big blinds apiece. Sizable pot. Relief for some of the short stacks to see a middling stack out the tournament. But that was in 19th at the start of that hand. So we're down to 27, just 4 off the money now. Short stack duties belonging to Sasaki Yoko. She's got 8 bigs, Ibinger's got 11. Oh my word. What a grim spot. Blind v blind. Queen 10 suited. Of course you're jamming. 4 off the money. You just run into the blades? In the big blind? I mean, come on. See if we get a sweat.
Backdoor sweat?
I mean, let's see. Jack of clubs. Is that too greedy?
How about a deuce of clubs, Henry?
I think that's the perfect card now, because the ace of clubs not working for him, of course.
A clover would save the man.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. And Du Xiao.
Lucky.
Runner flush against Yu Lei. We've seen some wild runouts these last couple days, Henry.
You know, it feels like every tournament there is a particular theme. And today's theme is the big pairs just getting downed.
Yeah.
We've seen it so many times already today.
Mozbox Kings.
We saw the jacks, the Poseidon Ho.
That's right, yeah.
Now aces. Queens against Queen 8.
Oh, that was a small pot, but nonetheless,
That's-
Jamil Wakil was able to survive.
That's all happened today.
That put a dent in Manuel Fritz, but he's rebounded nicely as he's back to around 1 million in chips at this point.
Yu Lei is going to need to shake that one off. Forget about it. It's in the past. Nothing can be done. Gotta try and keep level-headed. Stay focused on the task at hand.
As we're just 4 off the money. Every pot's so significant at this point. Vinny Lingham, by the way, not shying away, just flatted an open from Juan Pardo and was able to take it away on the turn.
Yeah,
still
saw
over
that.
20 bigs.
I feel like Vinny's either going to bag chip lead, like once we're in the money, or he's going to be out on the stone bubble. It's like no in between.
I could see it.
He's
yeah.
just not scared.
He's not afraid to get involved.
All right, Dan Voris. 26 million in Triton earnings, 3 titles. Dealer rocking the Whoop band. I wonder what it tracks dealing cards as.
What dealing cards does to the Whoop numbers?
Yeah.
I would think it's pretty neutral. I mean, it's one of those weird things where if you work out a lot, you actually end up getting lower recovery scores in the short term, but then your recovery scores end up kind of going up in the long term. So actually, something more sedentary like dealing, I don't think would necessarily have negative effects.
I was more so thinking if it would pick up on dealing and like...
Oh, I see. If it like logs it as an activity.
Logs it as an activity.
Yeah, I've seen some really funny ones there.
Yeah.
My fiance was painting and she was in kind of an awkward angle under a staircase and it logged it as kayaking.
Yeah. Okay. That's probably the funniest one I've heard, actually. Oh, my. Yulei, is he about to go...
He's about to be
1-2 out the door.
Well, he's about to be all in and behind as Christopher Wen has just picked up Ace King in the big blind, posturing. Clearly going to be putting chips in this pot.
He's 50 bigs effective against Razai. Is there ever a way? Can he just like click? I mean, he's never click folding, is he? He's just always all in, surely.
He could call just to balance his range of continues, but yeah, all in feels cleanest.
Man, you've got to feel for the red dragon. Yulei, blind v blind, had aces, just got to click call. His opponent went runner, runner, flush. Now just a couple of hands later, he's all in, dominated for his tournament life, just 4 off the money. Does pick up outs. Needs to fade. A queen or a 10 does win. Huge spot for the German pro. Clean run out.
Very unfortunate there for Yulei.
Yeah, that one's going to sting. Just taking like the jam spot against a very aggressive chip leader. Just recognizing how wide Razai is going to be opening there. And yeah, just running into Ace King out the blind.
Yeah, nothing he could do there. Just the nature of tournament poker. Of course, losing a big pot with those aces earlier to the Queen 10 suited. And Christopher Wen picks up a nice pot there and is up to about 2 million.
So with that, we find ourselves just 2 off the money as Calvin Lee, who's playing a 20 big blind stack, and what do you know? Big pocket pair cracked.
Wow.
He had pocket queens for 20 big blinds. Ike Haxton had pocket jacks. Spiked to 2 outer.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some bad beats in this early part of today. 25 left now. I don't think we're on a hard hand for hand, but the tournament staff always making sure that no table is playing more hands than the other. So
that's right.
They will pause play if we need to catch one table up.
Yeah, that's right. It's a great point. Another one of those kind of inventions of Luca Vivaldi and the Triton team. Trying to keep it as fair as possible. All eyes currently are on Japan's Sasaki Yoko. She's got 4 bigs. She is about to be on the button. So she's got a bit of breathing room in terms of time to actually pick up a hand. But she is by far the shortest stack.
Ren Lin also pretty short, but still at 13 big blinds alongside Matthias Eibinger.
In cash of $97,000.
I think if Steven Chidwick had a little bit less in chips, maybe 700K, 600K, we would have seen Wen just open this hand and put immediate pressure on him, but knowing that they're still over 40 big blinds deep, respecting the post-flop abilities of his opponent, Wen just opted to limp, and it's allowed Stephen Chidwick to pull ahead with his 9.
Hello. Call the police, Stevie boy. Trip 9's win, drawing dead, and perhaps going to lose some chips here. I mean, 2 pair, ace plays as a kicker.
He does just check, but it's not with the intention of folding to a single bet, as Chidwick now perhaps looks to pursue value. We have seen some sneakiness with these trips in other tournaments and other situations.
Feels like a mandatory bet. We've got a good hand. We want to start building the pot.
Just comes with a min bet, hoping to keep in some hands that are drawing dead, like Wen's hand, like some ace highs, maybe some king highs.
Well, hang on. You know what that means. We're heading on over to another table because there's an all-in confrontation. It is the shortest stack in the room. Yoko Sasaki with the Cowboys up against Sergio Ido's 6s. See if the theme continues, not looking likely. And Sasaki flops top set, so she's going to be back up to 10.5 bigs unless it comes 8-9. Sergio's dead on the turn.
Clean.
She's still the shortest stack in the room. But a bit of breathing room for her. 10.5 bigs.
I like that jacket that Sergio Aido is rocking, by the way.
Yeah, that's the Novak Djokovic Lacoste going on right there.
We saw Sergio on the rail for Ander Valanash.
Well, hang on, because it looks like this went check raise from Win on the turn. So when we left, it gone check, bet 30K. He actually opted to check raise to 150. Now in a rather precarious spot.
I must admit, this turn check raise is not something I saw coming, Henry. And now he's just going for value, now that he's rivered aces and 9s, perhaps trying to target Jack X. And Chidwick has to be deciding whether or not his hand is worth a value raise at this point versus such a small sizing. I think versus a big bet, Chidwick would just call. Now that Wen has bet this small sizing, Chidwick might think that Wen has exactly what he has, some sort of rivered ace. But I must admit, I didn't even consider that Wen would think of check raising there on the turn.
Chidwick's got value on his mind. It is always dicey. Of course, 2 off the money, 40 big blind stack to reopen the action. If we feel like Win is never limping in monsters like jacks, like aces, you're just going to make the call. And Win, look at that reaction, like he felt like he was tabling a winner. Confidently showed the A7. Showing the nice 9 deuce.
The river bet was certainly for value once he rivered the ace. The turn, perhaps he thinks he can get called by some worse 7X.
Or a jack.
But a jack, he's behind on the turn.
Quick, old dealer change. Gives us an opportunity. A massive shout out to the official timekeeping partner of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. I'm of course talking about Jacob & Co. And we saw that custom Triton Epic X piece proudly on display, courtesy of Tess Eibinger taking down a Triton main. We'll be seeing 2 more of those handed out here during the Jeju series. 1 to the No Limit Holder main event champion and 1 to the PLO champion.
So after that double up of our tournament short stack, Sasaki Yoko Still at 25 players, still 2 off the money. Middling stacks still have a lot of reason to be careful. Christopher Wen does not have a middling stack. 1.7 million opens it up. Nice healthy stack he has.
Yeah, still chip leader at this table.
And Duck-An when defending here with 9-7 offsuit Henry, this is the type of hand you would always defend in a chip EV scenario, but nearing the money, you do see some players folding hands like this, trying to avoid difficult spots.
Couldn't agree more. 2 away from a career best cash for him at the Triton series. And you never know when that one big blind that it's cost him to defend this one is going to save him. Perhaps we've already seen some big spin ups today.
It was when violence was that one, as it's Christopher who takes the pot.
My favorite part about this whole setup is the fact that once we get down to 24, so once we lose one more player, we're going to have a final 3-table redraw. And then it's going to be stone bubble. So you just get 3 full tables of 8.
Right, you are.
And max pain for 97,000.
You really hate to have just gone through the blinds and then you get the redraw and all of a sudden you're the big blind again.
Oh, no.
Not to will that into existence for any of our short stacks.
Information for players. Today he's got a 200k stack, 35-minute line levels.
You can hear elsewhere in the room. It sounds like that 50k event is starting, Henry.
21 players in from the start.
There'll be a 45-minute break after level 6.
What sort of names do you see there?
I actually don't yet, as the Triton Poker Plus app is currently populating as they take their seats. I'm sure in about 5-10 minutes time we'll see more. Yeah, that 50k 7 max. It's a fun format.
Daniel Rizai balancing a few factors here. His hand is bad, his position is bad, he's up against a tough opponent, all those things are bad, but he does have the covering stack on the bubble. That's something in his favor. Decides to take a flop with the suited 8 tray.
Flops best. Does flop best. Chidwick with a massive range advantage on this texture. Broadway draw working for him, running hearts as well as range advantage, but Rizai, as Alex mentioned, does cover backdoor spades lurking. Is this enough of a piece to continue?
I think versus this size and with those backdoor spades, also note that your 2-pair outs are cleaner than if you had, for instance, King 3 or Jack 3.
Right.
Those can be slightly dirtier outs. So plenty of hand here for Rizai.
Jack of spades. King of clubs. Chidwick with the best now.
Rizai hates to see that card as it does complete some draws and some king high hands. Chidwick with some showdown value now may elect to check this back. He could also just go for a street of value now and check back some rivers. Difficult to get 3 streets with this hand. They're so deep that Rizai has plenty of ace-X in his flatting range out of the big blind. But if you think about this board texture, it's certainly one that's going to favor Chidwick in terms of having the nutty hands. The only really strong hand Rizai could have is the stone nuts with Jack 10. Or perhaps pocket 3s.
We've seen too many monsters in our time, haven't we? Monsters under the bed.
Yeah.
Just, you're in the booth. We've seen everything. The other day we saw one of our founding players, Paul Poor, with, what was it, like 16 left in that mystery bounty. Set of deuces on a king-queen deuce board up against ace-king. And it just came runner-runner for the straight. As Chidwick takes this one down, he's having a great time, chipping up to 1.8 million. Now 5th in chips. Chip leader at this table as well. 3 titles for him, 33 million in Triton earnings. Took down the 200K short deck. Man, what a run. I didn't even realize. Last Jeju took down the 200K short deck for 3.4 million and then followed it up with a second place finish in the 125K for 1.9.
Not too shabby.
Yeah, and I remember that heads up in the 125K was against Sir Watts. They snap made a deal just out of pure respect for one another's game.
Yeah.
And then Sir Watts made like a straight flush against, I want to say like a second pair, and it was just a case of hero call gone wrong for Stevie.
Look at Christopher Wen here, by the way, Henry, opening it up with Jack-7 offsuit in the hijack. Of course, a function of his stack size, but you've got Daniel Rizai in the small blind and Chidwick in the cutoff. Wen is getting after it a bit here.
Dude's got that stack that just does not want to tangle with a chip leader. He does make the call.
Yeah, perhaps just deciding King 10 offsuit a little too strong. I agree. He's got that awkward stack. He flops top pair, though. Let's see how he proceeds on this one as Wen has a gutter, a single spade working.
This one could get spicy. Wen's got the type of hand that could go big and then bomb a lot of turns.
Of course, if Wen went big, Du Zhao might just stick it in and hope that his King 10 is best, but it goes check, check, and look at this.
What on earth is happening today?
A little surprised we didn't see a C-bet out of Christopher Wen. He had a pretty nice candidate with Jack High and a gut shot, but it's worked out great for him as he's come in with the straight here on the turn.
So 165 out there. More pot control from the King 10.
Now, if you're Wen here, I don't mind a big bet. The reason is that your opponent's going to have a lot of pair plus draw hands that are going to be relatively insensitive to size. They're going to call, yeah, so he comes with this. I like this a lot.
Was this 2/3 pot?
About 2/3 pot. This is a nice sizing on this board. Du Zhao's exact hand is in a very tricky spot, probably needs to call, but doesn't like it because of the ICM. But there's plenty of other hands that are much easier calls. Something like 10-Jack with a spade, 9-7 with a spade. He may even just fold this hand, Henry.
Folding seems absurd.
Yeah, I expect him to call, but there is a lot of ICM pressure at this point, and he knows that he may face that river barrel, but of course he does call with top pair.
Just FYI, he is almost ran out of time on his clock. He's got 4 seconds left.
That's a great note. So he has 25 seconds before that extra time kicks in, and if you were calling the turn to see a safe river, you've seen exactly that as Du Zhao.
Oh, he's about to feel the pressure. 395 out there.
This is such an ugly spot for him because the chip leader, Christopher Wen of this table, could have so many hands that follow through as a bluff on this river.
Yep. 100%.
So many single spade hands, hands that block straights and flushes. Instead, he just has the straight.
Does he go for the jugular? Does he go for it all?
He has to size up his opponent. Is his opponent willing to call it off light on the stone, pretty much the stone bubble?
Yeah.
Or is he safer just going for a decent chunk of his opponent's stack, which it looks like he's reaching for about 400 or so?
Yep. Overbet. 410,000. I really like this.
I like the size as well because it allows Du Zhao to call and still have some chips in reserve.
Exactly. 410. Given the way this hand played out, it went check, check, flop after Win opened. Turn, check, bet, call, now Win with the overbet.
And I don't want to say that Du Zhao's at the stone top of his range, as he could slow play some hands on the flop and turn, but he's pretty high up there with King 10 on this run out.
1 in the chat if you think he's going to fold. 2 if you think he's going to call. He's going to feel the pressure. Wow, she's giving him the countdown.
And he does make the fold, does it look like?
Yeah,
Yes.
he did, yeah. She was actually giving him the countdown. He was almost out of time.
So great fold there by Du Zhao, who really lost the minimum in that hand, Henry. Just calling 1 bet, folding on 5th Street.
I wonder if the countdown actually kind of helped him a bit, because he didn't really have enough time to think through the hand.
Yeah, he could have been in trouble if he had more time, right?
I think so, yeah. Feels like it. Short stack now belonging to Ren Lin. He's playing 11 bigs. We haven't come up with a bet for today.
Yeah, that might be by design. You're 2-0, my friend. I'm running out of money.
Yeah. Double or nothing?
Let's keep them to 20s. The daily 20.
Until the final day.
Once you're up 5-0, then we'll bet 100.
There we go.
I reserve the right to go up to double or nothing on my losses, but as of now, I'm going to play it conservative and go with 20.
You don't want to be too much
So,
in the hole.
What should we do here? It's going to conclude today. I was thinking we could do some type of bet on the end of day chip leader in the 50K, where we each get a couple countries, or I don't know. We could do Europe versus Asia, and North America's a wash on end of day chip leader in the 50K.
But it would catch up first, like if a table's ahead. So.
I think it's pretty fair, right? There's about equal numbers of Europeans and Asians at these stops. You think there's more Asians?
Way more Asians, yeah.
Okay, so then Europe plus North America against Asia.
No, because then it's skewed the other way, I think.
We can gamble red-black on who gets which side as well. Then it's just, even if it's not fair, it's fair.
Okay.
See, Henry doesn't like this, guys, because Henry likes the games where there's a skill edge, because he's 2-0 against me.
I was going to say that this one is just like pure gambling.
He doesn't like the idea of stone gambling. Let's do this, though. It'll be fun.
No, I liked the format that you came up with, the auctioning, yeah.
Okay, here's what we could do. We could gamble on what the end-of-day chip lead stack will be.
Yeah.
Yeah, you like that more because there's some skill edge for you.
It's not just skill, it's just, you get to kind of auction it off.
Okay, so they started with 200,000.
Yep, and it's a 35-minute clock.
35 minutes, is that? And that's, I believe, what we had here as well.
And it's 15 levels, so they finish on big blind 25K.
Okay, big blind 25K.
So I'll start the auction off.
Okay. Our usual 20.
1.5 million.
1.7 million.
Okay, I'll take the unders.
Just quick under?
Yeah. Dude, that's huge, dude. You've just gone 7 starting stacks in a...
Well, you just started the auction at 1.5. You were trying to goad me?
Maybe that's part of the strategy, dude.
Okay, I like my side. I like my side. You think
really?
that? Yeah.
Okay. I think it's close.
Chat, if you think, let us know who you think's going to win. Alex or Henry. Alex has over 1.7 million for the end of day chip leader in the 50K, and Henry has under 1.7.
Do you remember who had the chip lead at the start of today in this 60K with 139 runners?
It was
Daniel Rizai.
Yeah, it was Rizai with 1.4.
1.4.
But maybe the starting stack was less.
Same starting stack.
So you goaded me with that 1.5 million opening bid.
We all had the same information. You want to buy out?
No.
Ah, yeah. I I think 1.5 was a really good line. I would have been happy with either or.
With either side?
If you had just snap said unders, I think it would have been a fun sweat.
I think someone's going to run away with it.
All right. I still think you're sandbagging. I think you just, you know, you're playing the
just playing
the
dumb.
jester.
No, I'm a big lifetime loser in prop bets. I can admit that. By the way, Rizai here opened it up with pocket fives. Excuse me, Chidwick actually opened it up with pocket fives. Rizai flatted when called big blind. Rizai fired the flop and is now double barreling in pocket fives, putting a lot of immediate pressure on Wen's 9, and nicely done there. We saw something similar where you were wondering if the fours was going to double barrel, and this time Rizai gets done with the fives.
Yeah, I think he knew exactly what type of hand he was up against. A 9x that was keeping him honest for at least one street. Just couldn't withstand the heat on the turn. Bit of a gridlock here. 25 left, 23 paid. Average stack of 37 big
Yeah,
blinds.
it's still, because the other tables played a hand at 15:30, so we're doing one more.
Blinds will be going up to 20,000, 40,000, so hopefully that can help move things along. What are people saying? They like my side?
I saw at least one vote for you, Henry. I haven't seen too many from me, so. Or at least there was a Henry heart all the day. I think that means they either love you or they love your side of that bet. You're happy either way.
I'm really happy with my side.
Are you happy with pocket aces as Dan Dvoris?
Against an aggressive chip leader in the small blind. Blinds are about to go up. I wonder if that plays into Wen's decision at all. You can see him scanning. It does have Chidwick behind with 1.8 million. There is the 3-bet, and he's going to have to call this off.
Yeah, he's made a huge 3-bet here. What he's doing is committing himself versus Dvoris and allowing himself to get away versus Chidwick. Dvoris using a big opening size here, going 2.5x, and it's worked out beautifully. Of course, back in the day, that would have been seen as a very small opening size.
You keep aging yourself, don't you?
I like doing that. I'm a fan of poker history.
How much is it? It's like 600, right?
Yeah, that's not what you want to hear. You saw, you know, Wen's very honest with his emotions and reactions. You saw it against Chidwick, and you see it here. It's just like, well, what have I done? Still, 20% equity.
Hey, easy, easy.
Of course, we saw the Queen 10 crack the aces not too long ago.
I don't believe you.
All of a sudden, though, huh?
I actually don't think this was super unreasonable for Wen.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
He just ran into it.
That's a good stuff.
9-8 deuce is excited at the equity increase.
Needs a jack, and a jack only.
This one would sting. I would feel physically sick.
It was a picture. Dvoris was not looking to see, or excuse me, yeah, Dvoris was not looking to see a picture.
665.
As Wen takes a pretty decent hit
That's
out of
a
his
sizable
stack.
hit, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's down to 30 bigs. Blinds have gone up to 20K, 40K.
And let's have a look at the bottom of the board. It's still Renlin and Sasaki Yoko, the two shortest stacks.
There you have it. Those short stacks.
And you can see there a blind increase, Henry, as we're now at 2040, so those short stacks going to be feeling even more pressure.
Yeah, Yoko playing 6 bigs now.
80.
As we take a look at our table, chip leader Rizai picking up a very nice suited Broadway combination. Du Zhao has king jack off, but you can't love this spot with his stack size facing a first position open.
See him just using the entire time he's allowed before making that fold. Makes sense. Does make sense. Try and sneak in the money, that 97k min cash.
Christopher Wen for a second looked like he wanted to do something with that ace-8 off, but thought better of it. Rizai will take it down.
It's a medium-sized pot being played out on table 2 between Sturm and Haxton. We'll keep you all updated if that one somehow turns into a monster pot. It doesn't. Haxton takes it down. So in terms of seat draw for the short stacks,
Oh, so they just have.
Ren Lin
they're behind
is
us.
going to be in the big blind in just 2 hands' time. And perhaps more detrimental to him, they are playing 6-handed on his table, whereas they're playing 7-handed on Sasaki's. So that big blind and big blind ante coming around much faster for him.
Overall tournament chip leader is still Juan Pardo, who won that huge pot with pocket nines against the kings of Triton Ambassador, Mario Mosbach.
Raise 195.
What do we have here? Some action on our outer table.
It sounds like a 3-bet. Leon Sturm attacking the open of Fritz, who started the hand with 22 big blinds under the gun open. A pretty strong range for Fritz, especially given that he has Sturm and Ike Haxton behind who have him covered. He lets it go. Sturm.
So you can go crazy now, huh?
I don't want to say gets it through, but if anyone wants to have a light 3-bet there, feels like it would be him.
Have at it, Mr. Sturm.
He's been really impressive today. Really cool. Hope to see him make a deep run. Best run to date at the Triton Series is a 6th place finish. He's had a few of those. Still waiting for that big breakout score at the Triton Series.
6s for Dvoris in the hijack.
Much healthier stack now.
80.
Now all of a sudden he covers Christopher Wen. Duck, duck, hit the muck.
Yeah, and Wen's kind of, I don't want to say demise, but downtrend, a byproduct of his own aggression. That hand, of course, against Stephen Chidwick, where he had the option to just check call a bet of 30k. Ended up check raising and then losing an additional 120k on the river.
Nice flop here for our table chip leader. Top pair open ender. It's going to connect somewhat well with his defending range out of the big blind. He'll have a lot of lower to middling cards.
Feels like a ball texture I would expect to see Dan kind of pump the brakes on. He does.
Good read, Henry. Yeah, I don't think that Dan wants to bet anywhere near his full range, and 6s strikes me as a very nice check back candidate.
Elsewhere in the room, Sasaki just passed through the blinds. She's down to 5 bigs, about to be on the button. Ren Lin is about to be in the big blind. He's going to be forced to commit 25% of his stack.
And what will Dvoris do here? 3 overcards to his 6s. Still well ahead of plenty of draws. But the hand has poor playability and visibility, and he just gets away and loses the minimum there.
It's my first time covering a non-mystery bounty bubble so far this trip, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, it was a little different in that mystery bounty where, yes, there was the money bubble, but with those mystery bounties looming, we had a lot of action. Even on the bubble, there were reasons to get involved. Even if you risked losing all your chips, you could perhaps pick up a bounty or put yourself in better position to pick up a bounty.
Yeah, we just saw crazy hands go down. 3-way all-ins, 4-way all-ins. No, but the reason I'm excited about this one is because you really just get to see the best in the world just display why they're masters of their craft.
Cool. And I know I'm aging myself once again, Henry, but it's just wild to think how far poker has come from the days of televised poker 20, 25 years ago. In terms of, look how serious all these players are, how focused they are. Rarely do you see huge missteps. Previously, there were a lot more characters, perhaps a lot more emotion.
Yeah. I feel that's true for quite a few things now, actually. Like tennis used to have the likes of like Agassi.
Yeah.
You know, in cricket, they would be out bowling all day and then they'd go and have a few pints and then come back and bat for the the second innings. Whereas now they're all ripped.
Yeah.
All wearing Whoop bands, all in great shape, like super disciplined. I don't know. Times are changing, I guess, as we become more health conscious.
Golf for sure as well.
Yeah.
You had
right?
John Daly smoking darts on the course, drinking beers. And maybe there's still a few characters like that looming, but for the most part, it is much more health conscious. And poker's been no exception as the two king queens do battle. Might just both be content to check this one all the way down with a little bit of showdown value. Dvoris did open in first position. Could potentially bet here, try to get some weak pairs to fold.
So Ren just passed through those blinds, by the way. He's down to 5 bigs. It's going to be close. It's going to be really close, actually, between who's forced all in first, between Lin and Sasaki. Oh, where's like the 10 of hearts for to just like see them both think they're about to win a massive pot? I think Dan could still potentially win this.
It's possible. Both of them still feel like they have some amount of showdown value. In fact, if I'm Reze, I maybe feel like I have a little less showdown value than if I'm Dvoris, because Dvoris' opening range will have a lot of pair hands that have checked down this way.
Does Dan want to try and get a hand like pocket 5s to fold? Pocket 8s?
He certainly could. Could play some king jack like this.
Just chop out a bet of 360.
Good read, Henry, as he is going to come with a bet. And this should just shed Rizai. So a nice double delayed bet there from Dvoris. Credit to you, Henry, for coming up with the idea.
Yeah, not as big as I thought he was going to go, but then again, he didn't really need to, did he? Elsewhere, Lingham in battle. We'll keep you posted on that one as we have an opportunity, given the quick dealer change. Give a shout out to our title sponsor of this Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Jeju. Dupe Predict. What makes the players here great isn't just luck, it's knowing how to read what comes next better than anyone else in the room, and Dupe Predict lets you put that instinct to work. Call outcomes on sports, politics, world events, if you will. If you've got the read, you can prove it. Head on over, dupe.ag. I've actually been using Jupiter for about 3 years.
I didn't know it had been around that long.
Yeah, I
Okay.
want to say 20. Okay, yeah, 2024. I think was when a lot of the like meme coin craze was going on.
Are you a meme coin holder?
No, no, that would be worth close to zero. But
Were you at one point,
I
or-
used to enjoy like just like some friends who would share their takes, and more often than not, I would just, you know,
sit on the sidelines.
I'd trade my Solana for dog with hat or some other nonsense, and I'd just use Jupiter as the exchange to do it. More often than not, the ROI was bad on my part due to my picks.
Timing wasn't perfect. 3 very nice looking suited hands here. Each of them kind of has cards the other wants. So of course we'll probably get the 7-6-4 2 clubs board.
Yeah, there could be a pretty big collision here. I'm really sweating the Triton Poker Plus app right now.
I like it. You're keeping on top of all the other outer table action, as we are just 2 spots off the money, and we've been locked in mostly on this table.
There we go. Jack high.
Collision you were talking about, yeah.
Little top pair on top pair violence. See how Wynn feels about this. Very dry, disconnected. He's open from under the gun. He retains the overpair range advantage.
Yeah, pretty reasonable in a 3-way pot to put out some sort of wager here. Very dry board. Size looks nice to me, 80K.
Hang on. We're all in. I was just sweating that on the app. Lin has found a hand he's happy to jam with on the button for his final 5 bigs.
Can you read those pictures? It looks like a lot of pictures.
Yeah, Queen Jack of Diamonds for Leon. And I think it's King Queen for Ren.
Okay, Leo, baby.
Pocket kings, perhaps?
Oh, wow.
Is that an open-ender? No.
Oh, mamma mia.
Wow. Wow, it was. It was top set against the turned open-ender. Good eyes.
And Leon went to do the fist bump before the river hit.
Yeah, he did. Went to do the GGs. Well, now all eyes are on Sasaki Yoko. It's the immediate short stack. I tell you who doesn't love that. Our man Lingham. He's on 10 bigs. He wanted to see a bust out.
Yeah, he might be sweating some of this other action on the other tables. So this went bet from Christopher Wen, and both his opponents called. Rezai on the button and Dvoris out of the big blind. 7 of clubs. Very difficult for Wen to continue betting here, turning no additional equity. And Rezai might very well feel he has the best hand here, facing 2 checks. He also, as the chip leader, is going to expect to face fewer check raises, as his opponents need to be cautious off these stacks. So even if he's not sure he may not have the best hand, he could potentially bet here, but he checks.
Yeah, I was thinking, you know, had Dvoris just check folding out of the big with a different hand, I'm sure Rezai feels more comfortable. But when Dan overcalls out of the big, after Rezai has already made the 80K investment from the follow through of Win, I like the check back from Daniel. Makes sense. Just play a bit of pot control, nice defensive strategy. It's nice to have some top pairs in that range. Now, seven run out. Does the bet check bet line ever make sense here?
Wen could certainly have some big pairs that play this way, but ultimately he decides it doesn't make enough sense, and would not be crazy for Rezai to to seek value here with Jack-10. I think something like King-Jack would seek value for sure. And I don't just say that because Dvorak has Queen-Jack, but it does feel like Jack, weaker kicker, is right in that unclear territory. What can he get called by here?
250.
He does go for it.
350. 250.
And Dvorak can beat value, as we can see.
It's awkward, though. I feel like we only beat Jack-10.
But you can beat bluffs, too. And anytime against somebody as aggressive as Rezai, if you can even come up with one value hand you can beat, you normally need to call a bluff catcher like this with these sorts of properties because you can also beat bluffs.
That's fair. Taking his time. There is the call. Win. Just double checking he doesn't have pocket queens. Taking a bit of time. We are closing in on the money bubble.
Wen has been deliberate. Offers a slight grimace.
The thing is, though, it's like it's hand for hand, so there's no point in him doing this. They're tracking it on all the other tables, but I think he is pretty new to the Triton Super High Roller Series and may not be aware. I'll tell you what, Dan Dvorak is up to 2.1 million.
And notice that Rezai rolled that over somewhat confidently, like he thought he actually might have the best hand there with Jack-10, which is reasonable. Dvorak could definitely bluff catch some weaker pairs, some weaker Jack-X out of the big blind.
Dvorak is now tied for second in chips with Daniel Rezai. Ike Haxton's in third, Ellis Parson, well, also in third. They have the same stack. So Watts in fifth, Stephen Chidwick in sixth, Brandon Wilson now moving down to eighth. That is one hell of a top 10. Leon Sturm in ninth, Sean Winter in 10th. Stacked field here.
Absolutely stacked field. Kristen Foxon atop the counts early in the 50K. 27 entries there so far. We will see that number grow as the day goes on.
Is Duck about to run it with the Ducks? It looks like it. Dicey, given the fact that there's a 5 big blind stack elsewhere in the room.
In this hand, ace queen. This is a lot of hand.
335. 335.
335.
I tell you what, Sasaki Yoko is hoping for on the other table is a 3-way all-in over here. He's praying that the ace-queen runs with it and one of the blinds wake up with a huge hand. Not Dan Dvorak and not win. So here we go. Off to the races. For Ducks Tournament Life with the Ducks. Is an equity favorite. What do you think, Alex? Ace high flop.
I like the ace queen, Henry.
You immediately see Duck just double tap the table.
I know you were hoping Duck and Wen made the money for his biggest score yet.
Yeah, that's rough, man.
He's demiking.
He's trying to do everything he can. I personally passed the spot, but he wanted to put himself in a position to actually have, you know, a healthy stack going into the money so he could then actually go on and make a run at this. So, deuces downed. Down goes Duck in 25th. That means we are down to the final 3 tables of 8. 24 left, and I tell you what, we've spoken about variance in tournament poker before. How about the variance of a seat draw? It's going to be so important for Sasaki. She's got 5 bigs. Going to be important for the other short stacks in the room, such as Ibinger, Vinnie Lingham, Lynn. We'll be back very shortly, playing down to a champion here today. We'll see you in a few minutes' time.
Hold your cash, you hold your savings. Now hold your stable coins the same way. Jupe USD gives you a reliable dollar backed by real reserves. Earn native treasury yields. Get ecosystem rewards. Seamless integrations. All in one app. No more idle dollars. Just hold and let it work for you. Just use Jupe USD today at jupe.ag. Not knowing where you stand, what you're up, or what you actually walk away with. Jupiter Predict changes that. With Jupiter Predict, you see everything clearly. Focus on your strategy while we handle the execution. Fast, fair, and fully decentralized. So you're not predicting on hope, you're predicting with clarity. Just use Jupiter Predict today at jupe.ag.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, back here at the break desk, Triton Super High Roller Series, powered by Jupiter here in Jeju. Alex Livingston, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, on call for this one. Very grindy, as expected, working our way down to the money bubble. 24 left. It's the stone bubble now with 23 places paid, $97,000 min cash. And yeah, all eyes on Sasaki Yoko, who's just got 5 bigs.
She's got 5 bigs, but still fairly bunched at the bottom as well. We've got Vinny Lingham with 10 bigs, Matthias Eibinger with 11, Alex Boyka with 12. So everyone trying to outlast Sasaki Yoko, as she is the shortest stack, but other stacks who could potentially find themselves in danger as well.
We got the Triton Poker Plus app open there. I just wanted to ask you quickly about the 3 tables, because we were talking about variance in tournament poker, and I think something that kind of gets slept on more often than not is like the table draw when we have these redraws. So just straight off the bat, you looking at these 3 tables, who's got the worst of it in your opinion?
Well, look at Stephen Chidwick with 1.8 million. He's got Daniel Rizai on his direct left with 2.1. That's never fun, although he's deep enough that perhaps he doesn't have to worry about, it's not like his entire stack is always going to be threatened. What about Mike Watson? Similar situation with Juan Pardo on his left. But perhaps Du with 875K. He's got 2 stacks that cover him on his left, and he's got one of those middling stacks where he's handcuffed anyway. Probably going to need to play very tight in that situation.
Yeah, that table 2 not looking fun for those middling stacks. You see Danny Tang, 5-time champion. He's got 16 bigs, but he's got the chip leader and 2 very healthy stacks at his table. And yeah, looking at those middling stacks as well, you know, 29 big blind average, it feels like it's enough. But if this bubble drags out for 2 or 3 orbits, which it very well could, you never know. I mean, Sasaki gets a double up. Then all of a sudden those stacks like Danny's, who playing like that 16 to 25 big blind depth, they drop down, they chip down quite a bit. And then once we are in the money, it's kind of like all in or fold situation.
Yeah, this is what can happen on these day twos. At the start of the day, the average stack was 29 big blinds. Now, excuse me, it was 36 big blinds. Now you can see it's down to 29 big blinds. It could even shrivel up a little more if, for instance, this bubble goes on. And then what you'll see is typically a flurry of eliminations where the average stack gets deeper again and there's a little more play. And then it kind of goes in these waves, right, as it'll slow down again typically before the final table.
Now, as you'd expect, this is the Triton Super High Roller Series, so whenever we're walking through the corridors or we're here in the booth and we're watching the tables, it is poker legend everywhere you look and turn, and that is the case here in this 60K. And I'm trying to kind of dream out some scenarios here. There are multiple 5-time champions in the mix, with Sir Watts, a Trident champion as well. He's won a trophy in every discipline. He's currently 6th in chips. How about Dan Dvoris, fresh off that 3rd title? He's currently 3rd. Ike Haxton got the monkey off his back in this very card room in the 100K PLO main just 6 months ago. This is elite.
It's a who's who, isn't it?
#1 on Europe's all-time money list. He's got 44 bigs. We could very well just see a final table with 150 million in Triton earnings.
Not to mention all the online earnings these players have. Juan Pardo, Malacca style online. He's had so much success there. Ellis Parsonen, known more for his PLO abilities, but showing his face here in the Triton tournaments and playing no limit hold'em events as well.
He's been loving it. He's been loving the 2-card magic, as have we. So, 3 tables of 8. The short stack, not at one of our features. She's going to be playing, well, I was going to say playing snug, but she doesn't have the option to play snug, let's be honest. She needs a double up. She cannot sneak her way into the money, one would have to assume. Unless someone wants to go.
Which box am I using?
Someone wants to go ballistic and
we should just do you show
just
your
dust
cards
off
to
a
my
healthy
box and I
stack.
show mine to yours.
Total money first.
Everyone's gonna be like, damn, Sean's nasty.
Sean's trying to bubble for the first time ever.
1.4.
Leon Sturm has put on a very interesting hoodie here, Henry. Thoughts on it?
Dude, I'll be honest with you, I'm loving it. That's flavorful.
It's got a bit of a Asian vibe, doesn't it?
Okay.
It looks like he's at the clubhouse after a solid round.
Yeah, you could go many ways with that one. Sean Winter, pocket 10s on the button. Petrangelo has one of those middling stacks where he has to be careful. And just picture yourself, put yourself in Winter's shoes. You fly over here to play a Triton tournament and imagine yourself just opening the button and you're opening into Nick Petrangelo and Steven Chidwick. That's what these guys have to deal with on a daily basis. These are the sorts of players you're going to be up against. Chidwick will defend the 8-6 off. One nice thing is he covers Winter. Winter is known to be a bit cagey. Not necessarily displaying a ton of front-end aggression.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. Case in point, yesterday, he was the only player at the final table of that mystery bounty who didn't have a bounty, and he actually ended up going home a bounty less.
And not that it makes it any easier playing a player like that, but sometimes you feel you can defend slightly wider in the big blind if you think you're not going to face those triple barrels as often. Chidwick has an interesting semi-bluffing combo with the open-ended draw.
Big bet.
He could go big. It would put a lot of immediate pressure on a hand like Winter's, but he also knows that Winter's cagey. He knows that Winter can check back some King X and some Queen X. Goes for something middling, something like 2/3 pot. I like it. A little more.
180K to go. Uncomfortable for Sean because it's not only the 180K that's being requested now. He knows that once he calls, there's almost 600 in the middle. And Chidwick could ask for more.
So Sean can beat draws, but he also blocks draws. That 10 of hearts is kind of working against him. He'd want the 10 of hearts to be in Chidwick's hand for something like 10-9 of hearts. He also gets to this spot with some better hands, some Queen X and King X. And he ultimately decides to fold, inadvertently showing the 10 of hearts in the process.
Which is an interesting
I don't think
card.
I have that card in the check back line.
Exactly.
Stop playing my cards wrong.
Thank you, Petrangelo. That's
feel
exactly
like
what I
every hand
want to
played,
say.
they just keep repping 3 of a kind.
We have a question. Can you please find out what brand or where Ellis Parsonen's hoodie is from? You touched on it earlier, Henry. Can you remind us?
It's Burberry, yeah.
Burberry?
Yeah.
Do we know what it retails for?
About 3.5, 4K.
Oh, wow. Not cheap.
I think so. Like I'm talking USD. I think if I recall correctly, like 2.2K GBP. I don't know what the current exchange rate is.
Our man Henry, he knows a little bit about everything. Vinny Lingham.
I just have a wife who, you know, attends Paris Fashion Week, London Fashion Week. She's taught me well.
Winter suited ace.
Love how Petrangelo just snap roasted Sean for having the 10 of hearts in his check back range.
Yeah, that was fun. Winter using a bigger opening size here, going just under 2.5x. Partly a function of the fact that he's opening into these 2 big stacks in the blinds. Who do we think is the best dressed player at Triton was a question in the chat, Henry.
That's a great question. That is a great question.
The king is up there, right? Joe Schwen?
That's a fantastic shout. Yeah, Joe is up there. Joe's high up on that list.
Juan Pardo is looking slick today.
Trying to find the jacket as well, just to give the exact price.
You don't see a lot of sloppy dressers at Triton. If you compare these Triton events to, say, a $400 WSOP circuit event, slightly.
I don't know, man. You see like some guys rocking up in like sliders and shorts.
Yeah, no shade. But the fashion is high here.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think Ding Biao, another one.
Oh yeah,
he's
Ding
like
Biao.
always rocking a timepiece worth more than most people have ever laid eyes on. It's just ridiculous. His watch collection must be in the tens of millions.
That's a good shout there, Ding Biao.
Trying to think from the Western crew. Jason comes to mind, actually. Hang on, what on earth is going on here? Did Daniel just lead out on this board? Sorry, you guys got us distracted. He's got the dream turn card, somehow.
Indeed, it was Rizai who led out on this board. I think he's thinking that Winter's not going to open too many hands that connect with this board. Rizai's going to defend plenty of hands that connect with it. Now he's turned an open-ender. Winter has the nut flush draw. This pot could swell. $325 from Rizai, and this is actually immediately uncomfortable for Sean Winter, who has the nut flush draw.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the dream turn card from an entertainment point of view. If you were looking for action. You guys wanted action, you got it.
Winter knows that against a player as aggressive as Rizai, he might face a river bet a lot, and he just lets go of the nut flush draw. So well done, Daniel Rizai. 2 streets of aggression getting it done against Winter, and this is the sort of aggression I've expected from Rizai.
Good ping-ponging to the outer table. And here's why. Sasaki Yoko is all in. Tournament life. She's turned top pair. That's gonna hurt for a while.
She takes it great.
She does indeed. GG's. Stone bubble, never nice.
Good game to Sasaki Yoko as she receives a bit of consolation from her countrymen.
Yeah, fall into the kings of Caxton. She only had 2.5 bigs. Turned top pair, had some hope, but bricked out on the river. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of her in the future. I was actually way off. Not to throw shade on Ellis.
Less?
Yeah, about 3K.
Okay. 3K US?
Yeah.
Still a hefty sum as all these players can breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps the table chip leader is the only one discouraged.
Yeah, I think it's funny. I think if I'm glad though, because had I knew he was, I would have gone all in.
Raise 80? Raise.
Maybe, I don't know. But I mean, I discussed in our group, and the range is maybe 2 pip off, apparently. But I feel it's too tight. I had this. Fuck. That's big. Oh. No, that's too big, bro.
Let's see if now that everyone is guaranteed 97,000 for their efforts, that we see
But then the one you were assuming
the players let loose a bit.
Well, what a creative 3-bet here. Out of the big blind, Juan Pardo. His opponent, Du Jiao, opening off of about 20 bigs on the button. Juan Pardo makes one of these polar small 3-bets. Sometimes the idea with high card, low card is that you unblock something like a Jack-10 off, 10-9 suited. Hands that might raise and fold to the re-raise.
Oh, he's only got 3 seconds left.
And perhaps that factored into the decision as well, knowing that his opponent didn't have a lot of time left. Maybe he would just fold something like ace-10. Well done, Mr. Pardo.
All right. We can loosen up a little bit now. We're in the money. It's getting pretty tense out there.
We're in the money, and congrats to, among others, our man Vinny Lingham for securing his second Triton high roller cash as he looks to find perhaps his first final table, Henry.
Yeah, 1 double up and he's back up to 20 bigs. 2 double ups and he's into the top 10. So yeah, good luck to him. That's a great point. Hopefully we'll see him in the gym tomorrow.
The thing is, I assume he was that.
How about this man, Manuel Fritz, who was on the ropes early in our coverage, has rebounded nicely to about $1 million here, picks up King, Queen.
It comes like Queen, Queen, Ace, Jack, Brick.
80,000.
Yeah, if he goes on to make a final table here, make a bit of a run, he's going to look back on that. The crazy sequence of events that needed to happen to have his queens downed by Jamil Wakil's Queen 8 and then everything else that followed. Yeah, this was chewing on that King 9 suited. Let's let it go. Having a chewing on a massage. Is he or?
Is he?
I think so. I wouldn't mind a. I might get a massage.
He's got the chair turned around. Can we get massages while on air, Henry, or is that considered poor form?
No, I've done it. I've done it.
It's been done. May have to talk to producer James at some point about setting that up.
Have you seen? You've seen Schulman, right? In the booth.
Schulman, does he get massages?
Oh yeah, it's always.
Always.
Always on the massage grind. I mean, you sat down. You know, 6-7 hours.
I'm gonna look into that.
Try and make it happen.
Pocket sevens here for Watson. Certainly felt compelled to flat off of 25 bigs effective. This board not his, but his range will interact pretty well with it. Let's see how Fritz proceeds.
I miss those days where we used to play.
Looks like he's just making it easy. Fire out C-bet. See what happens.
This will shed the sevens. Plenty of better hands in Watson's in range to defend with there.
Yes, correct. And obviously, it's way easier to get in the zone if you keep playing.
So potential storylines emerging here.
I enjoyed it. It was a good team.
Stephen Chidwick,
It cost way more money
Europe's
to Triton to have them
most winningest poker player,
because of the
looking for title number 4. Michael Watson looking for title number 6, as is Danny Tang. Both of them members of that 5-time champion club, as is Matthias Eibinger, might I add. So 3 5-time champions left in the field. Also got Ike Haxton second in chips right now.
Firing off yellow this time, right?
Are we going for the player of the year this year? I guess.
Well, I'm not actively thinking about it just because of how difficult it is.
We were talking earlier on about that.
I play all the games, so I guess
Triton
I'm just
Trident.
Like me and you have a shot.
That's
as
Sir
well as
Watts
him, you know.
and
Whereas a lot
Jason
of guys
Kuhn
don't have a
have
shot.
completed. Dan Dvoris,
It's
also on the hunt for that. He has a short neck title and a PLO title. Does not have a no limit hold'em title.
Interesting.
It's harder, yeah.
Probably his strongest game as well, you'd
Yeah.
think.
I would agree, and what a nice collection that is to pick up all 3, earning the Triton Trident. Just 2 men who have done it so far.
I would say 1.5 stop, and the points are just not really, not significant.
I'm sweating the chip leader totals over in that 50K.
And we're not at the final table yet, Henry, but if you do find yourself at a final table, never guess again. GTO Wizards' countless ICM solutions make sure you are prepared for every pay jump and high-pressure spot. Be ready when it matters most. Join now at gtowizard.com. Beat the best, crush the rest. GTO Wizard, as we see Espen Jorstad, GTO Wizard Ambassador.
Absolute whale.
Is he a good friend of yours?
He's one of my best mates.
I thought that was the case, and I believe you two have lived together and been on the fitness grind together at times. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say big part of my journey has been just how into fitness he is.
There's not a name
Helped
for
me,
that one.
get off the booze.
That's called the Leon.
Vinny with the best of it. Here we go.
Come on, Vinny. And Yosuke Miki is considering things in the big blind, but facing a raise and an all-in. This feels precarious.
Sorry.
Vinny's going to be on a pretty strong range here.
Maybe just... Oh, he's got
He
to
does go for it.
I'm
Okay, and this
surprised.
This may well shed Rizai. It's a 15 big blind reshove.
That's actually terrible news for Lingham.
Yeah, Lingham would have much rather gotten against Rizai's ace-10 than Miki's 4s.
Lucky 4, my friend. Gamble.
Natural.
Yeah, full bit thing.
There you go. You just hear Ren Ling kind of saying a bit of a gamble here from the 4s.
Beneath like a Paki 4, ah?
Especially for 15 bigs effective against Daniel. But as it is, gets it in good against Vinny Lingham, who's just got into town. Guaranteed at cash, and well, 91% of the time, he's going to be doubling up. Queen high flop, just needs to fade a 4. Successfully done on the turn. Would be brutal. 10 of diamonds, runs out clean.
Nice double up for Lingham, and I have to admit, after our nice conversation today, I feel a little emotionally invested in Lingham's fate here. Sweating these all-ins on his behalf. He's a very interesting guy. Founded quite a few different businesses. Very into health and fitness as well, into diet.
Yeah, case in point, empty gym other than him this morning. Getting a workout in before the long grind ahead. It's going to be a long grind if you want to go from start of day 2 to lifting that trophy and taking home the 1.9 million If I had to guess, I mean, what, 23 left, average stack of 30 bigs. I'm going to say we wrap up in about 7 hours time.
Yeah.
7 hours from here on out.
Feels like we have a long way to go, doesn't it? But now that we're in the money, let's see if some of the short stacks start flying their chips into the middle. Lingham defending here on the button versus this Petrangelo Open.
Yeah. Triton won 102.
Interesting spot for Stern, by the way. Has both covered. They're playing 17 effective.
Very interesting for Sturm. If he thinks both ranges are wide, he could consider just shoving here, trying to shed some hands like these, but he does move in.
Petrangelo can't believe it. It's just most of the time gets to see a flop, but Lingham flatting on the button has kind of opened the door for this squeeze.
And I think Lingham knows that Sturm is very aggressive here, but still ace-tray suited, just too likely to be dominated. Even if you think your opponent's light, those light hands are going to be a lot of the suited aces that are higher than your 3.
No bust outs yet inside the money. I'm kind of expecting to go from 24 to 16 relatively quick. Given that we've got, what, 8 sub 15 big blind stacks.
How about this? Ace-jack off. Ren Lin.
Thought he was about to do the double-fisted jam, and then he rethought about his strategy here.
And Lingham quickly all in with jacks.
Very quick.
Is there a world in which Ren Lin gets away from this hand? He almost shoved it.
He almost went for it. I do wonder if he picked up on some, perhaps, eagerness from the player on his left. I don't know.
Lingham plays quickly in general, so Lin may read less into this than he would against some opponents, but still, he's not loving the spot by any means.
We just saw one of his aces folded. If he does call, he's only got 2 outs.
You're snowballing, huh? Ace king, my friend.
There you go, Ren, reading into it a bit. Is it ace king or is it pocket nines?
Ace king?
Wow.
So one time.
Good fold by Lin.
One time.
One time show. Okay.
Pocket jack.
One time.
I perfect.
Because you'd see it on the stream anyway, so. Later, if you rewatch it.
Yeah, and a nice point there from Lingham. I think a lot of people don't like showing in those situations, but he has the opportunity to see it anyway in an hour.
Yeah, hopefully he takes that information that he was just given into consideration for future spots, by the way, because I genuinely think that fold from Ren Lin was a byproduct of the live read that he had on how quickly he moved all in.
Ace queen, I call it, and you lose.
I think you're right, and Ren Lin saying ace queen I call.
Ace jack, no, ace jack's bad shape.
I think if Vinny just takes a bit of time there before jamming. He does play fast though, doesn't he?
Does you want it?
Yeah, very fast as
that one's mine, yeah.
Yosuke Miki, the Japanese player, shoving from the cutoff. Winter will be a customer. Petrangelo reaching. Oh, Petrangelo has picked up pocket aces. Look at this cooler as Sean Winter has run ace-king into Nick Petrangelo's aces. Winter is the covering stack, but it's for most of his chips.
You go 2 seconds, they're pretty all in.
He says, oops.
That's
There's
one
a chance
way.
you could end up in third if it comes Queen Jack 10.
I was thinking the same thing.
All
All those cards are live.
Yes.
Miki's got a bit of gamble in him, hasn't he?
Yeah, but, you know, just under 8 bigs in the cutoff, king 9 off, feels reasonable.
Okay, couple of diamonds.
Winter has the ace of diamonds.
9 of diamonds for max entertainment value.
Chop outs for Winter.
Miki's drawing dead.
Miki is out of the tournament.
First casualty inside the money. Can Winter find the chop? It's frozen in time. No, he can't. So, Nick Petrangelo, another run here, came second in chips into day 2 of the 40K mystery bounty. Here he is inside the money with 30 big blinds.
And Henry, of the players to make day 2 of this event, it was Petrangelo and Lingham who we've seen in the gym across the course of the last 2 days.
Honestly,
so if you want some run good,
in my hand.
come to the gym with us. What's the gym called?
Thinking like
the one over at Somerset.
Somerset.
Yeah.
If
See you
Leon
there,
makes
10 a.m.
80, can I make it?
Honestly, if I had
120?
something medium, I was gonna fold. I had a very, very bad feeling.
I was gonna make it 125 over Leon's 80.
Sure. Sure, man.
Rizai, ace queen suited under the gun.
Some great senses of humor at this table. You've got Sturm, Winter, and Petrangelo.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
all lined up.
Winter's just one of my favorites.
Unparalleled.
No, I'm clairvoyant now. That's crazy.
You know, he has a reputation in the community for being kind of clairvoyant, does Sean Winter.
But it's just like, I can't explain. It was just like, it was overwhelming. And I was like, if I look down at ace jack, I'm folding.
Such a troll. Oh, blinds going up. 25K, 50K.
He was thinking of 3-betting to 3-bet.
But I don't understand, like,
Maybe he just got the greedy aura.
How does it happen? Like, how does it just come over me?
Well,
and it's never wrong. I don't understand. Like, where does it come from?
Sure, it's never wrong.
It's never wrong.
Maybe it's just sometimes right.
No.
No.
Ace king for Lingham.
I wouldn't say that right now. Sometimes.
Blinds have just gone up. 110 to go. Let's go fold round to the button of Petrangelo as Sean Winter will be getting out of there. Ace 4 hitting the muck, as will King 9 in the small. See if the big blind wakes up with anything. King 8 dominated. Does he want to defend?
Since the bubble, usually people butt.
It is more than min.
Lingham's been pretty in line, opening from early position. But Rizai's sticky. This could be trouble for Daniel Rizai if he finds an 8-high or king-high flop. Well, excuse me, a king-high flop.
Put the whole thing in motion.
I was thinking Lingham had aces for a second.
I should just play. Yeah, I should just play bad one.
There's
That's
also
what you got to factor in, stuff like that.
just merit to calling here, covering Vinny. If we feel like we can outplay him, and look at this, Lingham checking back in position. 7 of spades on the turn does give both players a draw.
Very spicy card. Rizai may put that 8 to work, but Lingham's got that ace of spades in hand.
295 out there. Here comes the pressure. It's exactly what Rizai was looking for in terms of opportunities to outmaneuver his opponent post-flop.
Notice he goes small here because you don't need to go big to get a hand like ace-queen of clubs or king-queen of diamonds to fold.
say, I have the same, dude, I have the same feeling I golf. If someone has like a 60-footer,
250.
I rarely say it,
Oh,
and I'll go over to someone.
okay. How are you doing?
I have a big feeling he's gonna make it.
Just make it
Boom.
easy, Vinny. You know, you take the aggression yourself.
Vinny's saying,
Well,
I can
called the
check
chance,
back some
I called
strong
it,
hands on the
leave it-
flop.
Leave it short right green.
And putting that ace of spades to work, and what do you do now if you're Rizai?
I don't take advantage of it.
I mean, you're drawing to
Put it in.
a non-nutted draw.
Yeah, why don't you?
I mean, yeah, there we go.
Just lets it go. Well done, Vinny Lingham, as he denies equity to Daniel Rizai. Repping, he could have something like a slow played flush draw or a turn set of sevens.
At least feels pretty clear. Yeah.
And Vinny Lingham's up over $1 million now, Henry.
Back on over to the blue feature table. And it's going to mark the fives as the blinds have gone up. This is going to be the level that I think we see a few casualties. I mean, 25K, 50K, average stacks drop down to 25 bigs. And now, all of a sudden, we've just got 8 players with sub 12 big blinds, including this man, Ibinger, shortest stack in the room. He's got 7 bigs.
And including the man on the button, Du Zhao, but facing the shove. You'd rather be shoving a hand like this yourself than calling somebody else's shove. Of course, we can see he dominates Ibinger.
So what's in the small with a stack? King 3 not going to cut it. What about our chip leader, Juan Pardo? Easy call.
Qualifier.
One over.
You have king?
I have ace 6 offsuit.
Okay, we don't need a 6. We need
Wait, hang on. I can't tell if Danny's rooting for Ibinger or not. Okay, I can see some stuff through the back door.
How about Jack?
Turn off heart.
Jack would have been a fun card.
That's not the stuff you were envisioning there with the 4 of diamonds.
No, not at all.
Stand up.
Time for the prepay. GG, sir.
GG.
Lose our 5-time champion, Matthias Ibinger. So, down to 21 now. This went in pre, by the looks of things.
Okay.
I had to imagine. Did indeed. Ren just needing to fade a 10. He'll be back up to 16 bigs. Now Rizai's turn to do the prepay.
That's a dirty move.
Not like that, man. That was so pure. Just cut out the 380. Started sliding it forward. 21 left. First ladder inside the money. Everyone now guaranteed 105,000. As we lose Renlin and Ibinger. Short stack now belonging to Alex Boyka. This has been fun. Inside the money has been fun.
Very fun. Parsonen folded the 5s earlier. Looks like he's going to come for an open with the 6s. The pain on the face of Danny Tang. It's never fun folding a hand this pretty.
And it's 4th in chips. Widely regarded as one of the greatest PLO players of all time. He's going to run into Boyka's queens. Let's see if this theme of big pocket pairs getting 2-outed is going to continue here. If it doesn't,
Do you feel it?
Alex Boyka is going to double up.
Once every 5 times, bro.
Once every 5 times, says Danny
Every
Tang.
5 times.
Crossbar, 7 of clubs.
Decent start. Could be way worse. Could be way worse.
Love the optimism.
Optimistic Parsonen looking for the 4-5.
Boyka just needs to fade a red 6. Now Ellis trying to do the prepay. Close, man. Doesn't get closer than that.
5 on the turn would have made it a little more interesting, but nonetheless, double up for the Belarusian Alex Boyka. Parsonen had chipped up nicely. Not a huge hit out of his stack.
Alex Boyka, 3.1 million in Triton earnings. 19 cashes, by the way. This guy regularly making it deep. Unable to convert. Had a pretty rough trip in Montenegro 2025. He came 17th in the 200K for 372,000. Then a few days later followed up with a 15th place finish in the 100K main for 266. It's one of those where, yes, he cashed for 630,000, but it's like, you know, what could have been had he won a couple more flips. So close to glory. He's got a bit of life here.
Very easy to get in for 6 figures, even 7 figures of buy-ins here at Triton.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was Ponakov's and Jason Kuhn, a lot of these guys speak pretty openly about this. I think they average 1.5 million. Over here, what's going on? Ike Hagstone involved in a pot. Doesn't look like it's an all-in confrontation. It's actually gone post-flop. So we've got Ike squaring off against Brandon Wilson. 445,000 in the middle on the turn. King of spades, queen of diamonds, 7 of spades, 3 of spades. See how this one plays out. Action on Wilson. He's got 30 bigs. 5 of hearts on the river. So full board. King, queen, 7, 3, 5. With 3 spades. You can see that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screens. Download the Triton Poker Plus app. And you can sweat all of these hands, as well as all the hands from that 50K.
400,000.
This is a hefty bet from Haxton, 400 into 445.
Yeah, so it seems like on the flush completing turn card, Ike slowed down. But now facing a check once more, comes with pot. Are we comfortably betting a hand like Ace-King for this size?
I think so, and particularly if he had the ace of spades in hand, that would make it even more comfortable.
Wilson obviously knows Ike is more than capable of checking a flush on the turn to be deceptive.
And Ike is also good enough to just have plenty of bluffs in this line as well. Sometimes people will under-bluff this bet-check-bet line. Ike will show up with both.
Looks like Ace-King with the ace of spades.
Ace-King, ace of spades indeed.
Is it? Or is it King-Queen?
We're gonna add more.
Oh, that's King-Queen.
King-Queen, yes.
'Cause of the fast
2
action
pictures.
there.
It's always difficult for me, Henry, to see these cards when they're laid out like this on the outer tables.
We need to add 10 more seconds to C5. I didn't want to tell you in the hand because I didn't want to confuse you.
Nice little pickup there. The Prince of Darkness, Ike Haxton, is up to 3.3 million. It's actually tied for the chip lead now. Wilson dropping down to 11th. Stacked 60K.
This man with a weak hand, but a mountain of chips.
Surely not a walk.
Could be, Henry. But no, comes with the limp.
Feels like most people now, after seeing the best in the world do it, just refuse to give players a walk because of the nature of the big blind ante, just getting such an insane price.
And these players do such a good job protecting those limping ranges so they can't just get blown off You do have some hands like the Jack 3 where if you do limp, you're going to limp fold it. You've got other hands that are springing the trap. Fritz here connects with bottom pair. Nothing for Boyka.
Huh? 100 what? I cannot even do 10. I can't even do 10.
Fritz connecting here, bottom pair, 8-7-5. Doesn't want to put more chips in the middle. Happy to just see a turn card. Reevaluate King of Spades. Perhaps a card that Boyka feels like hits his range more than Fritz's. Maybe limping in some of those aforementioned traps. Ace King, King Queen, King Jack. Just looking down at his chips.
Just a small bet here from Boyka. Tricky combo, of course, on this dynamic board. No pair, no draw. Have to think there's a decent number of hands that will continue against you, but perhaps he can target some ace high and queen high to fold immediately. Fritz will get stubborn, of course, in position with bottom pair. And does Boyka follow through here? He's not going to get to the river with many worse hands than Jack 3.
It's so tough, man. I mean, for us, it's easy. We can see the cards, you know?
No, it's extremely tough. And, you know, he probably figured he had some fold equity right on the turn with the Jack 3. So it's possible his plan was just one and done.
Yeah, it was maybe looking for like a Queen of Spades to roll off. To then utilize the fact that he's holding that Jack of Spades. On this run out low. Feels like such a dicey follow through. There you go, does give up. And Fritz just gets to knuckle back and show down a winner. He's up to 1.2 million. As he scoops in that pot, gives us a bit of time before the next hand. Give a massive shout out to each and every one of you keeping us company on the stream today. As always, please do get involved in the YouTube chat. Let us know who you're rooting for, what you'd like to see here. So many potential storylines developing
Changed my mind.
in terms of glory. Dan DeVoris on the hunt for that Triton Trident. So Watt's looking for his 6th title, as is Danny Tang.
I thought he had one specific
Let us
hand.
know who you're rooting for. How about this for a flop?
Decided to attack it.
Vinny, open-ender with the Queen Jack. Daniel Rizai, open-ender with the nut flush draw.
Or was there no heart? No heart.
This,
I mean, who knows?
I mean, depending on whether Vinny checks or bets.
Yeah, if Vinny bets here, Henry, I think we just see an all-in, right? Potentially. He bets quite small. Awkward spot for Winter with a player behind.
Yeah, he just bets 20% in position.
Winter does have an open-ender. Would definitely be reasonable to just call here with the intention of if Rizai puts in a raise, maybe you need to get away from your ace-8, no spade, but he just lets it go. Well done, as he's in a world of hurt.
Ace-6 of spades would have been pretty nice.
What about Daniel now? I mean, he just has so much equity. Does he just want to mash?
Yeah, I like raising here because you just have so much equity versus everything, right? And you can sometimes get hands to fold. You can also get it in against a hand like Queen Jack, where you're a pretty big favorite with the superior draw and the ace high.
It does come with check raise. Immediately putting the pressure back on Vinny. Has the 2 overs and the open ender, and perhaps regretting his decision to reopen the action here on the flop.
You wouldn't have minded a flop check back from Vinny with a hand that has some nice implied odds, but doesn't necessarily want to play a huge one right away on the flop. But he still has plenty of hand with 2 overs and an open ender.
You think he's going to stick around?
I'd expect him at least to call here. Those pair outs can be good a fair chunk of the time as well, especially the queen. Price is also reasonable. 200K more into a pot that will be 925. Rocking that nice Triton t-shirt.
Oh,
He
he's
just
done
moves
it.
in, Henry.
Oh, no, snap call from Daniel. So 1.9 million chip pot.
So Vinny needs a king, queen, or 8 that's not a spade. A spade would just instantly end things. And he'll take the lead on any of those
crazy hand, man.
8 cards you can see on your screen.
This is always more outs than it looks like. I was hoping he had some fold equity there as well, yeah.
You just hear Vinny saying he thought he had fold equity.
Now it's the last hand.
Ace on the turn.
Taking the queens away. He needs an offsuit king or 8, not a spade.
6 outs once. For a huge pot.
Glad I didn't shove free.
GG, sir.
Good game.
Well played, mate. Managed to work his way into the money, pick up his second cash at the Triton Super High Roller Series for 105,000. We will see you tomorrow morning at the gym, my friend.
Yeah.
I mean,
good chance of
he
it.
did have a draw.
Seems like a man of routine.
Yeah.
Razidi. Stole my cards.
20th place for Vinny Lingham. He did pick up a small pay jump. As we're down to 19 players. Once we get down to 16, we will combine to 2 tables as we play our way down towards the final table.
We claims the triplet, just like that. Single hand.
They're doing the commentary for us at the table.
Take my word for it.
What part of it?
No, you so I mean it said that.
So there we go. We're just bringing a bit of a rebalance situation going on. That was a funky little cut. There we go. See Vinny just speaking with the floor. Getting his payout confirmed.
Suspect we'll see Vinny jump into that 50K event as well,
Oh, yeah.
Henry. He didn't come here to sit on the sidelines. Put that 105 to work. He's got a bullet with another bullet in store just off of that payout.
You need to see him bag more than 1.7 million.
I need to see anybody bag more than one. I might have been goaded there. I can see why you didn't want to do the neutral EV flip. You've got such an edge in these $20
Oh,
bets.
dude, come on. Now you're making me feel bad. Really? Come on.
Sergio Aido is all in for a very short stack, just 210,000. Got called by Wilson, who opened it up in the cutoff. Can you read the cards?
I think this, is it King 6?
I thought it was Queen 8, but I really am struggling to read these outer table cards.
Well, if it's Queen 8, I think he's in front of Jack 8.
Okay. And he's got a combo draw, I believe.
It looks like Ido's standing up. There it is, 9 on the river. King high straight for Wilson. Wilson opened with the Jack 8 of spades and called it off against Ido's 5 big blind jam. So, down to 18 as kind of anticipated.
Yeah, they count hands when it's by hand, not by time.
What's going on here? I think Dan Devoris coming over and saying to him, if there was a bust out on the other table because they had played more hands, they would then chop the payout difference. So basically split the prize of 17th and 18th.
Okay, interesting. Another thing that Triton does well, just trying to make things fair for the players.
Yeah, it was really interesting when I cashed the 25K here. We're in the money. Obviously, like we're just like, oh, okay, cool. And then the floor comes over and goes, oh, guys, like, you guys are ahead of the table that just burst the bubble. So this next hand that you play, if any of you bust, you'll actually chop the min cash with who we thought was the bubble boy, which I think was Winfred Yu, actually.
So that's a pretty rare situation because usually you're kind of hard hand for hand at that point.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So that was sweet. That was the hand where it's just like, okay, please don't look down at a marginal decision.
Exactly.
Please just give me an easy fold.
As Ike, by the way, up over 3 million now, won a couple of big pots. Won a nice one against Brandon Wilson. We saw that one with the top 2 pair.
Wilson continuing on the ace, king, jack.
These two at it again.
Half pot, 150 into 295.
Wilson raised the cutoff. Ike defended the big blind. Certainly it's more Wilson's board than it is Ike's.
Flush completing 9 of hearts on the turn. Ike thinking of playing lead.
He hasn't checked yet, which indicates to me that he wants to lead some hands in his range. I think if it was a card that he was going to range check, he would have already checked by now.
Did chew on that one. Does check it on over. How does Wilson feel about the tank check? It's got 1.3 million back, 600 in the middle already.
Checks it back. Wonder if he read anything into the prolonged check by Ike there.
Is that 9 of spades, River?
Good read.
Can barely see it, but it is. So flush completing on the turn. Board pairing on the river. Advantage Wilson.
Wilson can definitely play a lot of checkbacks with ace-x hands here for pot control. Ike checking again on the river.
%120% pot, please.
You're always just rooting for the most chaotic events, aren't you?
Just feels like the board
to
do it on. Okay, not quite. Half pot. So now for Ike, trying to reverse engineer this one.
Yeah, for this size, I feel like Wilson can have some ace-x, certainly something like ace-queen. Actually, kicker doesn't play here, excuse me. Still, ace-queen would maybe be a better candidate, just blocking some queen 10 if Ike ever played it that way. Check raise would be fun, Henry.
Especially against half pot.
Just lets it go, though.
All right, so we're all caught up. This table has now played the same amount of hands as the 2 feature tables, which is quite surprising, because normally the feature tables play slower.
That's very true. A nice suggestion in the YouTube comments here for us, Henry. Commentators should get buy-ins to Triton 1 or lower-end high stakes in their contracts to generate more talking points for the rest of the commentating. So suggesting that we should be in there mingling with some of these players so that we have a better idea of how they play. I like this idea, and I'll be forwarding it to the appropriate staff here at Triton. Build it into our contracts.
Yeah, if you guys can send an email over, Triton Poker Series at gmail.com.
John Philippe saying, we got chat on YouTube becoming contract lawyers for the commentary team at Triton. I'm happy to pay 10-15% as a fee if anyone wants to try to broker this deal.
Yeah, if that came into fruition, you just get like 30% free roll, my action is absolutely fine.
Feel free to look me up on Twitter. Send me a DM if you're interested. Winter ace-6 off on the button, just 11 bigs. Now, I think a lot of players would just be all in here, Henry, but we know that Winter can be cagey. He comes in with half his stack, and Pietrangelo has woken up.
What's the idea here? We're coming in with half the stack to then fold if there's like crazy action behind?
No, but he does this thing sometimes where I've seen this move. I've seen big blinds just call sometimes, and then he can actually preserve some of his stack. It doesn't happen often, of course.
All in.
Chipwick's out there. Winter has to call it off. Doesn't like it. He's invested half of his stack. We're going to get the theatrics.
Winter could also be trying to take some time to hit a pay jump. Is that a possibility?
No, it's not possible. It's not possible.
Anyone have an idea?
Only 9 call on 1.
What happens?
If it's on the same hand, you split payouts.
Okay, I didn't have no idea. I finally got my ace-6 though.
And you're right, Henry. Triton doing a good job sort of not allowing that to be a part of the game. So the two Americans
looking good today, brother.
Squaring off.
Sean said to the dealer that he's looking good today. Trying to bribe him.
Uh-huh. Yes, sir.
Chop opportunities.
Queen king. How can I win?
Pietrangelo's
6-6.
enjoying this.
6-6 one time.
Yes. Oh my word.
I would be fine with this.
Pietrangelo would be fine with it if it comes 6-6 and you just call it like that.
How about an ace? Chop it up. Ace is full of tens.
Good, brother. Oh, why don't you have kings, man? Just how I worked it up.
Oh man, just too good.
How do you always have it?
You're supposed to have it a lot in this game. Some of these guys don't know that.
That's new to me.
Too good. Too good. Just the best troll. Petition to have Sean Winter at every feature table.
He was so excited on that ace-10-10 flop like he knew he was going to chop.
We still made a little bit of money there. That was fine.
That's probably one of the. That's probably one of the hottest. That's probably the hottest you've ran in a spot like this in a while. Chopping up.
I just picked up aces 3 ways, buddy. Only way it could have got better if it was a bounty.
How did that work out when it was a bounty for you?
Not good.
Right?
Wow.
It was looking good for a while.
Yeah.
The needle.
Leon
But
loves these little needles, these
we don't know
digs.
yet. I might pull the 400 tonight.
Who are you gonna let it push?
No, I don't do that bullshit.
You just don't even pull it yourself?
I don't even go.
I mean, then you don't even want it. You don't even want it.
You know, we did. I didn't go in Montenegro, and neither one of us went, and me and Devoris were chopping it up, and we pulled the minimum.
There you go.
We can't. I feel like they kind of.
You do need to step up your game.
No, I think they were just like, fuck these guys. They'll just get the lowest
fuck
bounties.
These guys for hosting a mystery bounty, or fuck these guys?
No, because we didn't go.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Like you're like boycotting.
Yeah.
The idea of the tournament, right?
The party and all that. Yeah.
Cool.
And then they just gave us the 40Ks and
Yeah,
said,
that seems like a reasonable thing to do.
So maybe I'm gonna go tonight.
I think you should. It does take a bit too long though. Like you have to wait for an hour or something. It's a bit bizarre.
Oh, and that tournament waits, right?
What?
The other tournament goes on a really long break.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They make everyone watch. Like it's our duty.
Champagne, little tiny cake.
Champagne.
My favorite things.
Right? Who wouldn't love that?
That's what I do at home anyway. I just cook up a bunch of little tiny cakes, and pop a bottle and dump. Yeah.
With your Play like an ACR mystery and you get a nice bounty.
Grow up. Little tiny cakes for the dogs.
Remember your scoop video? Whatever happened to your little wine tasting videos?
I stopped drinking. That's what happened.
Stop drinking, stop playing online series. That's good.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going great. I'll be back. That's like my golf career. It's on pause. Neither of those things mix well with Triton.
Petrangelo taking time off drinking and golf. There's Chidwick taking no time off from trying to extract some value from Daniel Rizai. Now, ladies and gents, we've got a new poll active. We've got that mystery bounty draw happening in about 2 hours time or so.
Get around in before all these tournaments.
We've got an active poll over on the Triton Poker Plus app.
4 hours.
Which player
Could you ever
is going to
imagine
pull
Stevie doing one of
the
those
400K bounty?
Stevie?
Yeah.
Pretty sure his wife might be a sommelier.
I know who my money's on.
But
he probably has the knowledge for it.
he could advertise, I guess. They should have you advertise to them. Plus.
Players discussing the possibility of getting a round of golf in before the start of these tournaments. A lot of them have later starts. If I get moved to the night shift, maybe I could get in the mix. Du Zhao, ace-jack of hearts here in the big blind versus cutoff open. This is a lot of hand.
Oh, that's not the option I expected. I was about to ask you whether you think he's just going to rip it in or go for like a smallish 3-bet.
Yeah, I like just shoving there off of about 12.5 big blinds. So this may work out in his favor against this exact hand. He's not supposed to connect well with this board. King 6 would have folded to the all-in.
As played, he's going to extract the max. Nick's going to continue, as you'd expect on this dry texture. Dude, don't do me dirty now by folding on later streets, please.
Yeah, Du should be aware that some of his ace-x hands, including many people would have jammed this one, would jam. So he has a very high hand up in his range. One of the strongest hands he can have to get to this point. Petrangelo is aggressive enough to find some multi-barrels.
415 out there. Just check it on over there, we go. Now does Petrangelo want to try and really apply pressure to an 8, maybe a 3, something like 4-5. Or does he just want to wave the white flag? He is drawing dead and he is reaching for chips.
180,000.
Things looking bleak. Chopped that pot, that 1.3 million chip pot with Sean Winter just a few hands ago, and now he's setting fire to 180,000. I just don't see a world in which this works.
I don't think Nick expects a hand this strong to fold. Was targeting something like 8x. And Du Zhao calls in. Did you see the way with which he called there, Henry?
Yeah, this is... I'm really curious to see how Nick reads into that. Deuce of clubs. Backdoor flush draw completing. If Du had something like 8-10 of clubs, Queen 3 of clubs that defended, feels like a bad river card for Nick. Or is it? 7-7-5 out there. His opponent's got 315 back.
And this is very interesting body language from Du Zhao, who kind of slammed the chips in there as a call. Now giving them a good count as he checks it over.
I don't know how to read into it, you know?
Not sure Nick is sure either, but he does demand the rest of the chips.
And don't forget, Du Cao is out of time.
Yeah, very, very critical point there, Henry. And he was bluffed once already in a spot like this where he was out of time.
Nick trying to run a savage one on him. I don't think it's going to work, but he's getting the 10-second countdown. We're going to find out.
And he calls.
Nick's,
what did Nick say?
Nick said, I really have nothing. He's down to 12 bigs.
And I think a lot of players would have just jammed Du's hand pre-flop. But in this case, against the King-6 of diamonds in particular, it worked out better calling.
100%.
And then calling down his man. And he's going to feel great about that one after not having much time left in the bank and making the call correctly.
Fair play to him. What do we know? Extracted the max. Was all in for his tournament life. 2 off the money with Queen 10 of clubs against aces. Went runner, flush, and he's putting those chips to good use.
Yeah, we're not gonna.
Why would you give it away? It seemed really silly. I mean, the timing's different. I can see how that changes.
105,000. The on-tap payout. 12K ladder between 18th and 17th. D3 saying that the tournament directors are anti-sweating Petrangelo's bounty pools now. Yeah, it was a funny conversation. It's poker players. I don't know, feel like they find something to complain about. Haven't seen much from Sturm. Byproduct of just not really being dealt playable hands.
Yeah, he's blinded down just a little bit, but 9-8 off, plenty in the button versus, plenty in the big blind versus button open.
Rizai, it feels like he has a hand that naturally wants to just check back in position. Ace high, backdoor nut flush draw. Because that'd be a disaster to kind of like get check raised. Although I guess if we get check raised, we could still just float in position.
Yeah, I think the hand is actually strong enough to call versus check raise. I think you mix a lot with these ace high hands. Perhaps just a function of the chip stacks. He decides to go with the more aggressive option, but you know, when you're facing someone like Leon Sturm, it's never fun, is it?
225.
And Leon does find the check raise. Leon will find more check raises, more creative check raises than a lot of other players. So you need to be very comfortable navigating future streets. Rizai's hand, in theory, is too strong to fold. He's got an overcard to the 10, backdoor hearts, running straight possibilities. Note that Leon is using this particular combination because he actually blocks a lot of continues with this hand. Not only does he block flush draws and straight draws, he also blocks hearts, which is important because, for instance, Rizai would bet fold Jack-9 of spades, but would bet call Jack-9 of hearts.
Oh, hello. Best hand. 8 of diamonds, second pair.
So Sturm now has... Things have completely changed for him, right? He was pure bluffing on the flop, but now he's turned some amount of showdown value. And he could just go with a smallish bet here to continue to target ace-high hands, smaller pairs, not bloat the pot too much against 10x. Wouldn't be shocked to just see him check either. I think a big bet would not make a ton of sense. Small bet seems kind of nice here. He retains a lot of the strong hands. Checking also very reasonable.
What about Daniel? Does he really want to lean here? Picks up a gut shot.
So he has some amount of showdown value still.
Turn goes check, check.
And Leon has the type of hand that maybe on this 3 of clubs, he could go for a very small block bet. He could also check something like 80K, perhaps.
120.
120. Yeah, you want to get a little greedier. Maybe even 175. He's good enough, you know, to get thin value for even larger sizings than that.
There you go.
There we go, 240. So goes about 1/3 pot.
It's so fun just watching as a viewer, you know, a 10-5-4 board with 2 clubs. And you just see one of the best in the world finding a really rare check raise spot, but finding it nonetheless.
Yeah, it looks a lot like Razai can have some sort of 5x, 4x hand. Maybe an ace high like the one he has. Just lets it go. His hand was not a particularly compelling bluff catcher. He gets there with a lot of better hands, and he didn't want to turn it into a bluff raise either with no club in hand.
I think they want me to move.
As we shift over to this other table, Danny Tang. Queen 7 offsuit, of course, not worth playing. Folds on over to Manuel Fritz. He's got a hand he wants to play in the small blind.
You just have a front row seat to the best in the world, man.
Not too shabby, is it? WSOP is not too far away. I'm planning on playing a full schedule. Getting to watch all these guys do their thing at the highest level is a nice precursor to that. King 5-4, all diamonds. Neither player has a diamond. Fritz flops best.
Do you just have to take like 3 weeks to just fully decompress after grinding the full series?
Yeah, I kind of have it down to a science. I've got a family lake house in Nova Scotia that I've been going to since I was a little kid.
Yeah.
And I tend to spend time with my cousins, and between my 2 cousins, they have 5 kids. And I just hang out there, decompress. I play some golf.
Nice.
So that's pretty much my post-WSOP routine. My brother's also going to be getting married just a few weeks after the WSOP concludes. But I go hard during WSOP. I play every day pretty much.
Yeah.
I take max 2 or 3 days off.
That's intense, dude.
I love it.
Someone asking if we can have another stream that doesn't show the hands until the end. What, you mean until showdown? I think you'd be pretty bored very quickly. Don't get me wrong, I love a mystery hand because you can see one player's hand and you can kind of break down ranges of the person whose hand is unknown. But an entire stream where every player's hand is hidden, I think you'd get bored pretty quickly.
Yeah, the poker boom really came on the heels of this card technology where you could see the players' cards. If you look at very old WSOP main event streams, you couldn't see the players' cards, and although there were some entertaining characters in the mix, I have to say it's much better this way, where you can put yourself in the shoes of the players, try to figure out what you would do in their shoes. Fritz here going for value. Figuring the ace won't hit Parson in super often.
This is pretty nice.
Yeah. This is just limp check. Check, check on the flop. Fritz betting the turn, and now coming with 275 on the river.
Parson suspicious.
And it's understandable because he might be thinking that Fritz could value bet a 10 or a weak king on the turn and maybe wouldn't value bet it on this ace river, but he makes a nice fold. As Manuel Fritz is up to 1.3 million.
Whites will do. Thank you.
Welcome.
And that one, Felix, felt like can't wait to watch it back. What's going on over here? A yoga session in class. Next feature table. Bring in Ike, B. Wilson, Dan DeVoris, Chris Wynn. Be coming up to the main stage.
I have to be here after the break.
Players talking about break.
That's a good sign.
Yeah, we are just a hand or so away from break as we see Fritz picking up the ace-king off on the button. On the heels of that pickup against Parsonen.
Boom, boom, shake, shake.
125.
Boom, boom, shake, shake.
Danny's getting a bit delirious, day 6.
Fritz opening 2.5x here rather than the conventional min raise. This is something you'll often see when the short stack is in the big blind. You want to deny equity to them. Tang's hand is still strong enough, in my opinion, to call versus 125. No point going all in. You have no fold equity. Call, see what develops.
There is the call. SPR less than 1. Going to the flop, the 5-time champ. Danny Tang looking to just flop a piece, something, but nothing on the Queen 8 Jack. I guess 60% of a straight flush, but
not much to go with there. By the way, Nick Petrangelo's all in on the other table, and he's just doubled up through Steven Chidwick, so he's back to 1.1 million. It was a blind-on-blind battle. Petrangelo shoving his short stack with 9-7
Would you have
off.
called my shove?
Chidwick calling Queen-Jack suited and Petrangelo flopping a 9.
I would have been. We play one more hand.
wait, what? They're playing one more hand apparently before going on break, which is good news for the Jupiter fans around the world because I get to give Jupiter Exchange a shout out. A stable coin of on-chain finance, bringing everyday finance on-chain. Just use Jupiter. Head on over to jupe.ag where you can trade on real-world events, such as whether or not Alex is going to be so far in the hole against me on prop bets by the time this trip ends that that family lake house in Nova Scotia is going to be put up for auction.
You'd hate to see something like that. But how am I doing here? We've got the chip leader only has 320K in the 50K, Henry. I know it's early, but this is not a great start.
Obviously.
It's all right. I'll give it all back. Don't worry.
Yep.
Triton Ambassador Danny Tang is all in against Mike Watson.
It's suited this time. It's suited this time. Yeah.
Yeah. Danny said, did I run into it?
I know you
So Watson was like, yep, Queen 4-0.
I know it. Really. I really know it. There'll be a 4 of club on the board as well, but only 1, not 2, okay? If it's 2, it's
Five-time
misdeal.
champ against
I
five-time
believe
champ.
it. He's here to double me up. 100%. 100%. Well, that's very rough. All right, 9 of spades. Not greedy. 9 of spades.
That's kind
You
of
can have a
greedy.
flush draw. Flush draw.
10 of spades.
9 of spades. Yeah, what is this? Yeah, he slow rolled me. And then 9 of heart on the river. 4 side.
Danny
Four
trying his
side.
best to call
Four
it
side.
in. Doesn't do it this time. So, surprisingly, due to the extra hand to be played out on this table,
Oh, we're
down to 17. 18 players left. There will be a final 2-table redraw. But that's not going to happen because we're going on our scheduled break. We're going to come back with 3 tables. Then we're going to lose someone. And then we're going to go on break again. Or are we? It could be big pot brewing here. Went bet of 105K from Ike on the 10-10-8 board. Chris Wynn out of the big. Made it 250K. Ike called 5 of spades turn. So there's 9-10 out there.
Almost $1 million in the middle here, but Chris Wynn checking back after raising the flop.
That's an interesting river. Queen of spades does complete the Jack-9. We'll see now Queen-Jack, Queen-9, rivering top pair. This is going to be our feature table once we get back from the upcoming break. I feel like Ike has an opportunity to really put Wynn in the blender here, but he's going to check it. It seems like both players are content with their showdown.
And can you make out those cards?
Deuces for Wynn. Ace-4 of clubs for Ike, I believe.
Okay, so when raising the 10s and deuces on the flop and fading quite a lot of outs there for Ike, who had counterfeit outs in addition to pair outs and club outs.
Yeah, so it was deuces for Wynn. It was ace-4 for Ike, ace of diamonds, 4 of clubs, but just the merit of ace-high, blind v blind, strong enough for Ike to stick around. So a nice little pickup there for Chris Wynn. He's got 2 million now as we are heading into a break. Chip leader is still Juan Pardo. Day 2 chip leader. Daniel Rizai is going to head to this break. Second in chips. So Watts third. Leon Sturm in fourth. Chris Wynn now in fifth as we welcome you back to the break desk. Alex Livingston alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. We've been referring to the app so many times throughout the day. You can obviously get the leaderboard up. You can sweat every table. Also that 50K running elsewhere. And the opportunity to get involved in some of the polls we're running, such as that poll we have for the mystery bounty. That's going to be a fun one, 400K top bounty. And we want you guys to head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app and vote for which player is going to pull that bounty. What do you think, On?
Well, it's hard to go against the chip leader who has, or the winner rather, who had 14 pulls at it, Alisson Pekazovic.
Yeah.
But leading our poll currently is the Spaniard, Adrian Mateos Diaz.
I'm going to go Nick Petrangelo just based off the bad
Of the
Juju
banter?
conversation from earlier on.
Yeah,
We're stepping away for all of 10 minutes. Don't go too far because when we return, we're going to be playing down to the final table. We'll see you very shortly.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds, right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest with GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
things where if you work out a lot, you actually end up getting lower recovery scores in the short term, but then your recovery scores end up kind of going up in the long term. So actually, something more sedentary like dealing, I don't think would necessarily have negative effects.
I was more so thinking if it would pick up on dealing and like...
Oh, I see. If it like logs it as an activity.
Logs it as an activity.
Yeah, I've seen some really funny ones there.
Yeah.
My fiance was painting and she was in kind of an awkward angle under a staircase and it logged it as kayaking.
Yeah. Okay. That's probably the funniest one I've heard, actually. Oh my. Yulei, is he about to go?
He's about to be
1-2 out the door.
Well, he's about to be all in and behind as Christopher Wen has just picked up ace king in the big blind, posturing. Clearly going to be putting chips in this pot.
He's 50 bigs effective against Razai. Is that ever a way? Can he just like click? I mean, he's never click folding, is he? He's just always all in, surely.
He could call just to balance his range of continues, but yeah, all in feels cleanest.
Man, you've got to feel for the red dragon. Yulei, blind v blind, had aces, just got to click call. His opponent went runner, runner, flush. Now just a couple of hands later, he's all in, dominated for his tournament life, just 4 off the money. Does pick up outs. Needs to fade. A queen or a 10 does win. Huge spot for the German pro. Clean run out.
Very unfortunate there for Yulei.
Yeah, that one's going to sting. Just taking like the jam spot against a very aggressive chip leader. Just recognizing how wide Razai is going to be opening there. And yeah, just running into ace king out the blind.
Yeah, nothing he could do there. Just the nature of tournament poker. Of course, losing a big pot with them.
Had pocket jacks. Spike to 2 outer.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some bad beats in this early part of today. 25 left now. I don't think we're on a hard hand for hand, but the tournament staff always making sure that no table is playing more hands than the other. So
that's right.
They will pause play if we need to catch one table up.
Yeah, that's right. It's a great point. Another one of those kind of inventions of Luca Vivaldi and the Triton team. Trying to keep it as fair as possible. All eyes currently are on Japan's Sasaki Yoko. She's got 4 bigs. She is about to be on the button. So she's got a bit of breathing room in terms of time to actually pick up a hand. But she is by far the shortest stack.
Ren Lin also pretty short, but still at 13 big blinds alongside Matthias Eibinger.
In cash of $97,000.
I think if Steven Chidwick had a little bit less in chips, maybe 700K, 600K, we would have seen Wen just open this hand and put immediate pressure on him, but knowing that they're still over 40 big blinds deep, respecting the post-flop abilities of his opponent, Wen just opted to limp, and it's allowed Steven Chidwick to pull ahead with his 9.
Hello. Call the police, Stevie boy. Trip 9s win, drawing dead, and perhaps going to lose some chips here. I mean, 2 pair, ace plays as a kicker.
He does just check, but it's not with the intention of folding to a single bet. As Chidwick now perhaps looks to pursue value. We have seen some sneakiness with these trips in other tournaments and other situations.
Feels like a mandatory bet. We've got a good hand. We want to start building the pot.
Just comes with a min bet, hoping to keep in some hands that are drawing dead, like Wen's hand, like some ace highs, maybe some king highs.
Well, hang on. You know what that means. We're heading on over to another table because there's an all-in confrontation. It is the shortest stack in the room. Yoko Sasaki with the Cowboys up against Sergio Ido's sixes. See if the theme continues, not looking likely. And Sasaki flops top set, so she's going to be back up to 10.5 bigs unless it comes 8-9. Sergio's dead on the turn.
Clean.
She's still the shortest stack in the room. But a bit of breathing room for her. 10.5 bigs.
I like that jacket that Sergio Aido is rocking, by the way.
Yeah, that's the Novak Djokovic Lacoste going on right there.
We saw Sergio on the rail for Ander Valanash.
Well, hang on, because it looks like this went check raise from Win on the turn. So when we left, it had gone check, bet 30K. He actually opted to check raise to 150. Now in a rather precarious spot.
I must admit, this turn check raise is not something I saw coming, Henry. And now he's just going for value, now that he's rivered aces and nines, perhaps trying to target Jack X. And Chidwick has to be deciding whether or not his hand is worth a value raise at this point versus such a small sizing. I think versus a big bet, Chidwick would just call. Now that Wen has bet this small sizing, Chidwick might think that Wen has exactly what he has, some sort of rivered ace. But I must admit, I didn't even consider that Wen would think of check raising there on the turn.
See if Chidwick's got value on his mind. It is always dicey. Of course, 2 off the money, 40 big blind stack to reopen the action. If we feel like Win is never limping in monsters like jacks, like aces, you're just going to make the call. And Win, look at that reaction, like he felt like he was tabling a winner. Confidently showed the A7. Showing the nice 9 deuce.
The river bet was certainly for value once he rivered the ace. The turn, perhaps. Kristen Foxon atop the counts early in the 50K. 27 entries there so far. We will see that number grow as the day goes on.
Is Duck about to run it with the Ducks? It looks like it. Dicey, given the fact that there's a 5 big blind stack elsewhere in the room.
In this hand, ace queen. This is a lot of hand.
335. 335.
335.
I tell you what, Sasaki Yoko is hoping for on the other table is a 3-way all-in over here. He's praying that the ace-queen runs with it and one of the blinds wake up with a huge hand. Not Dan DeVoris and not Win. So here we go. Off to the races. For Ducks Tournament Life with the Ducks. Is an equity favorite. What do you think, Alex? Ace high flop.
I like the ace queen, Henry.
Well, very warm welcome back to the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter. Alex Livingston joining me here in the booth as we continue to work our way down this 60K all the way down to the final table and then all the way down to a champion. And we're just talking off air about some of the talking points of this final 17. The likes of Sir Watts with a very healthy stack, currently 3rd in chips. He's on the hunt for his 6th Triton trophy, and we were referring to how crowded it is getting in that 5-time champion club.
Yeah, what a lead Jason Kuhn has with 12 titles. And how many players do we have with 5?
That's 7.
7 players with 5. Mike Watson among them. A lot of big names there looking for their 6th title. And look at this stacked leaderboard as we have Juan Pardo chip leading over Daniel Rizai, but so many big names. Michael Watson, Leon Sturm. You see Ike there. Manuel Fritz has been doing very well lately. Steven Chidwick, Nick Petrangelo, Dvoris.
Yeah, Dvoris obviously going for that Triton Trident, something that has only been done by 2 players, Jason Kuhn and Michael Watson. In order to do that, you have to win a Triton trophy in every discipline. Pot Limit Omaha, your game. Short Deck, Jason Kuhn's game. And then No Limit Hold'em, you could argue Sir Watts' game, one of the best who've ever played it. 27 big blind average, currently guaranteed 105,000. We are on a small ladder. One more elimination, and then everyone will be walking home with 117,000. But 1.9 for the win, which we're calling the biggest payout of the series so far. But we do have that mystery bounty draw coming up very shortly, in about an hour, hour and a half's time, where we could see someone going home with 7 figures worth of bounties. So let's see how that one plays out. We're throwing it down to the floor for continuing coverage of this 60K. One more elimination. We'll have a final 2-table redraw. Live from Leze Casino. 60K 8 max. So, chip leader on the red table. I tell you what, something we kind of haven't touched on, interestingly, Alex, is how we went from a very deep stacked final 5 tables with around 40 left, and now that we've worked our way down through that bubble to this point, it's getting pretty shallow. I mean, 27 big blind average.
Yeah, not only is it 27 big blind average, but the way those stacks are dispersed, only 8 players are above that average, and we have 9 players below that average, and a lot of the chips are in those top couple stacks. Juan Pardo has 62 big blinds, Daniel Rizai has 55 big blinds. Sean Winter here with queens. Sean finds more min raises than most players off of these shorter stacks. I think queens would be a very standard min raise for everybody, but Sean will always take the option that allows him to preserve his stack in a lot of spots where other players will find shoves.
I told you yesterday, if there is a nuclear fallout, the only 3 things that will be documented as surviving: cockroaches, Twinkie bars, and Sean Winter.
Well, hopefully at least Sean Winter's wife can survive with him so we can repopulate the earth.
The new Adam and Eve. Checks it back with the queens.
Very theoretically sound check back. Typically the pair that falls directly under the top card, if you're going to play a check back range, does a lot of checking because it doesn't need as much protection. So queens would be more likely to check back than 8s. Sean could bet his whole range on this king high board, but if you're going to build in checks, queens makes a lot of sense.
Zai checking on over once more. Has showdown value. Winter obliging. Some pot control being displayed here. Now, should he face a 3rd check, one would have to imagine queens going to look to extract value from a river 10. Maybe a 7 that doesn't want to put more money in the pot.
Yeah, once you play it this way, I like going for value as Winter, and Reze with ace high didn't have much reason to bet his hand at any juncture.
$220.
I think a lot of different sizes are reasonable. He just checks it back and shrugs. I guess against an opponent as aggressive as Rezai, perhaps he felt that there weren't going to be too many calls and that he was going to face some raises and wasn't going to know what to do, but I'm a little surprised he doesn't go for value there on the river after checking back flop and turn. Nonetheless, nice pickup there for Winter. Every pot matters so much when you get short like he is.
All right. Need to correct myself, by the way. Danny Tang, who obviously bust out just before that break, is going home with 105,000. These final 17 are all guaranteed 117,000. So they made that ladder.
Nikki P did double up recently through Stephen Chidwick, getting there with 9-6 against Chidwick's queen high. Pocket tens for Chidwick on the button.
Feels like a few options on the table here. King 10-0 could flat, could come with some polar 3-bet.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward hand for Reze. He is going to go with that second option you mentioned. 3-betting non-all-in to a smallish size. This will fall into the bluff camp, meaning he's going to 3-bet and fold if he faces a shove from Chidwick, but utilizing some nice blockers here. And Chidwick's hand feels like a very natural shove. You want to deny equity to hands like this, to some ace-high hands that Rezai can have. Just picking it up right here is worth quite a lot.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, he gets to increase his stack by 50%. Bit more breathing room for him as well. Now playing 25 bigs, 27 actually. Jean-Philippe pointing out that Alex Foxen already busted the 50K, hasn't having a good time at Triton. Yeah, it feels like he had a big series in, I want to say, Montenegro last year and the time before that. But then, yeah, Jeju hasn't been great.
He had a really big Bahamas as well, not this past one, but the one before.
That's right. Yeah, he took down the main and he cashed the 500K. Eric Cartman asking if Martin Cabral is here. He is not. Jean-Philippe saying, I still remember when Mizrachi played a PLO and said Tritons were really easy and then busted in 2 hours, never played one again. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you want to dance with the best in the world. Can't just play one tournament.
Speaking of that 50K, it's a new name at the top, Victor Malinowski, Limitless. As we are up to 46 entries, 42 players remain.
Wilson limped in blind v blind. Bit of deception. Just waiting to snap call should Hajiev jam pre. Flops top pair, hands over. See everyone taking a little bit of time. Yeah, I see people asking about that mystery bounty draw. We're getting close. We'll be within like the next 30 to 90 minutes or so.
Hello.
If I had to guess. So you guys are gonna enjoy that. You can also vote on which player is going to pull the 400K bounty. Alex is going with Alison. How are we pronouncing this?
Pikazovic, I believe.
Pikazovic.
Polish last name. He does represent Brazil. 43% of the votes currently going to Pikazovic. Of course, he does have more entries than anybody else, so the odds are in his favor.
I'm sticking with my Nick Petrangelo.
With Nicky P, okay. And it sounded like they actually pause all the tournaments for that ceremony, so the 50K will go on a break. It'll happen when this tournament's on its organic break, I believe. Devoris coming in with a min raise here, King 9 offsuit. a little too deep to jam this hand, using this as a min-raise fold.
120.
And look, Kazumi Furuse in the big blind has the exact same hand except of the suited variety. So these spots are always interesting, Henry, where both players have the same hand, and you know, depending on how the board comes, you wonder if the first player to bluff at the pot, if they both brick, might be able to take it down. We do have 2 bricks. Now, this is the type of board that big blinds can play a leading range on this board, thinking that it won't connect with those ace-jacks, king-queens that Dvoris has, and the big blind is more likely to have these low to medium cards. But Furuse does start with check.
Wouldn't have hated seeing him lead there.
Yeah, I think it's kind of nice, especially with those backdoor diamonds, gives you some barrel ability.
Dan finding C-bet.
Finding a pretty big bet too, 150 into 330. We certainly see many smaller sizes than this employed. What he's saying with this size is, I'm not going to bet everything here. So when I do bet, I'm going to use a slightly larger size. It's going to be a bit more polar, putting that 9 of clubs to work and taking it down.
Fresh off his 3rd Triton trophy. A bit early, obviously, to get too hyped up about the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard race, but he is having fun on that. Hang on. Oh, ace on the turn for Boyka. Against Manuel Fritz's pocket kings.
Ace on the river for good measure, and Boyka will double up. He was our shortest stack.
I do apologize. Fritz had king jack. Boyka was ahead the entire way. So it's saying that current leader is Ang Yang Xiang. Obviously took down that large field 15K Triton 1 high roller. I wasn't aware that that was going to count towards the points.
So that's the leader in this festival, and you're saying that Triton 1 and Triton high rollers are both counting?
Correct, yeah. Dan Dvoris is actually 9th.
By the way, we have an all-in here from Ramin Hajiev over this Brandon Wilson cutoff open from the button.
You got it.
He lets it go. Price not quite good enough.
Mike Haxton is 2nd on that leaderboard, and he is still in this tournament, so some big point scoring opportunities here for him. Sturman Winter just chopped one up. Ace 10 against ace 10. $16.5 bigs now for Dan. Haven't really seen much from the chip leader, Juan Pardo. It's not like he's been forcing it or anything. He's just been chilling out. Hasn't really been, you know, overly aggressive.
Maybe a little card dead. Just winning some small ones, staying out of harm's way. It's always painful folding these suited connectors, but they don't perform well off that stack size facing an open.
125.
Guys, we literally just told you, okay? The draw will be the next 30 to 90 minutes or so.
It was very precise of you, Henry.
Can't give you an exact time. I kind of figured that 30 to 90 minutes would be enough. It will be in 75 minutes time.
3 of a kind for Hajiev here. What a dreamy flop when you open the 5s. But unfortunately for him, probably no customer in Wen. Wen has been quite deliberate with all of his decisions. But this one hits the muck. So a couple nice pickups there for Hajiev. Go ahead, Henry.
Crucial timing for him to pick something up as well. I was just going to say, we just saw our superstar presenter, Stanley, was back here in the production room getting ready for that mystery bounty draw. Will be a fun one. The Brazilian, 14 pulls, the top bounty prize of 400K.
Yeah, it's a nice consolation prize as Pekizovic. Oh, I messed it up.
Whoa, that's uncommon for you.
As Alisson was, you know, in this tournament, and he just fell short of the money, but now he gets his redemption, this 14 pulls of that 400K top prize. Many other high prizes as well, 200K, 100K, etc.
Hijack open, ace-9 of hearts, down in the big. Starting the hand just north of 15. Ace-deuce of diamonds.
Sometimes these low suited aces can function as reshoves. He does in fact find it. The idea is that you can get ace-x hands that dominate you to fold right away. So what will Ramin do with this ace-9 of hearts? This one feels close. I think something like ace-8 offsuit, he's for sure going to fold. But ace-9 suited, he knows he can beat hands like this from Dvoris.
All the suited broadways as well.
Yeah, this is a very compelling combination, this ace-9 of hearts, and he's thinking it over. He knows how aggressive Dvoris is.
Oh, Hajiev's an absolute stud, man. 2-time champion. Took down an invitational. This guy knows how to roll dice.
Out of Azerbaijan. And at this point, Dvoris knows that Hajiev has something like this and is really rooting hard for a fold.
It's so close because ace-10 suited's a snap. Ace-8-0, as you said, is a snap fold. Ace-9 does eventually find the mark, and a big pickup there for Dan.
Very fortunate there for Dvoris to get that one through.
No, I haven't touched it.
What we got going on over here? Alex Boyka all in again.
And it looks like he's placing them for a double up. It was Elis Parsonen?
I think he's out. I mean, no.
No, I think he was moving them in for the dealer to count.
He rivered a queen. That much I know.
800.
Did he have the best of it all along? No, he didn't. He was up against jacks. Bailed out by the deck on the river. And that was a huge pot, by the way, 1.7 million chips. Elis is down to 1.3.
Yeah, it was pretty much a flip. Pocket jacks against king queen, but Elis was ahead the entire way until that queen hit the river. So Boyka now moves into the middle of the pack, just above chip average. And we're still at 17, Henry. It feels like we've been locked at 17 for a little while. After one more elimination, we will get that two-table redraw. Isaac Haxton just feels like he's always in the mix, doesn't it?
For the longest time, he was definitely the most talked about elite player
120.
without a title. And that all changed when he beat Nacho Barbero heads up in the PLO main.
I'm looking through his Triton track record, Henry, and what jumps out at me is in September of 2025 here in Jeju, he had 9 cashes in Triton high roller events. That's not even counting Triton 1.
And if you look back over the last, like, let's say just post-COVID, so many crossbar finishes, man. Like, so many top threes. I think he lost heads up on a few occasions as well. Just couldn't get it over the line. Well, hang on. Terminators here. Vinny Lingham style. Those are some cool shades.
Yeah, this is something new from when?
Cyclops has arrived.
Players, it was 700 new line level, small blind 1,000, big blind 90, 2,500. 1K, 2.5K, next hand.
Wow, is it Ellis all in now? Ace King against what I believe was Ace Queen. So he was down to 1.3 after losing that hand against Boyka.
This is a huge pot.
Yeah, so
Henry.
now he must be back up to like nearly 3 million.
And it's Juan Pardo, who was the chip leader, who Ellis is going to win that pot from. So Ellis might have actually taken or approached the chip lead with that pot. We'll wait and see the final count, as we also have action here.
It was Ace King against Queens. Ace 10-6, 5-5 was all she wrote. Told you, the theme of this tournament is big pairs being downed.
Ellis now has a very slim chip lead over Juan Pardo. The Finn atop the board.
Wilson checks it over.
And I believe Brandon Wilson actually check raised this flop very small versus the min bet of Chris Wen. Big blind versus button. Wilson just went for a small protection and value raise. Wen called, and now Wen's doing the same. He's saying, I think my Jackson trays with an ace is best. I want to charge the heart draws and the straight draws. It's, of course, a bit risky. And the visibility of the 4-3 of spades now is quite poor. The price is good, of course. Wilson sizing up his options. So we've seen a lot of all-ins, Henry, but it seems that the short stack keeps doubling.
Well, sometimes not even the short stack.
The shorter of the two.
Yeah. I was going to bust, and I was going to get to potentially not be the big one.
So not this outcome.
No, that was the least sick.
And is it Illis Parsonen again involved in an all-in, this time against Manuel Fritz? Looks like Fritz has flopped aces. Your vision better than mine in these spots, Henry.
Yeah, it looked like suited ace will, like ace 3 and against ace king.
Parsonen's hand is being killed, so chips are really just moving around at this table. And yet again, the covered stack has doubled up.
795 is the amount.
795 more.
If you look at the graph of Ellis on the Triton Poker Plus app, it looks like a thrill ride.
And the PLO specialist is used to that as the swings in PLO cash games certainly leave you feeling like you're on a roller coaster more often than not. Haxton opens from the hijack. Hajiev defends the big blind. Jack 4 suited. Fast and furious action now.
I mean, something's got to give. Someone has to bust eventually. But it's really changed on the leaderboard. Juan Pardo was kind of running away with it. It was up to 3.9 now. He's back down to 2.6. It's really consolidated.
Big blinds. 80.
You just heard someone say chip leader with 44 big blinds with 17 left is very
Well, it's
uncommon.
not particularly shallow. It's
Not quite what we saw yesterday, where Bukhazovic had 199 big blinds at one point.
And the fact that the shortest stack out of the 17 has 12 bigs. I mean, this is anyone's tournament for the taking. And Giev with an interesting combo to potentially do something a bit fruity.
Looks like maybe he agrees, Henry. He's counting something out here.
Man, everyone is fighting for every pot at the moment.
Yeah, this is high level. Hajiev with backdoor straight possibilities, backdoor flush possibilities, just jack high. Ike's going to have a very hard time defending this with no backdoor flush draw himself, though he does have the 2 overs.
Ike is so good in these spots as well. Lets it go though. King 10-0, just so tough to defend. Well executed, the 2-time champ.
Yeah, very nice there from Hajiev.
It's going to be a dogfight. 1.9 million
Chip leader has 44 big blinds.
up top. Some of the best players in the world still left in this tournament.
$120.
And we just seem glued to this number of 17 players. Lots of pots being played, but no eliminations for quite some time. And if that continues, as the blinds go up, the average stack will get even shallower. We have about 14 minutes left in this blind level before they go up to 40-80.
That would be a fun bet.
How many eliminations?
No.
Or just when's the next elimination?
Well, that would be a fun one as well. But I was going to say to try and calculate what level they reach the final table.
Yeah.
Because it's so much shallower than I expected it to be.
I'm done making bets with you for the rest of today, at least.
Okay.
All right.
You got your sucker back in the booth tomorrow. You're going to be especially requesting you work with me every shift, so you get your free 20, your
free 20. You can buy
lunch, coffee, something.
Anyway, check raising, and then
Cost of living's not too bad here.
But that's not what he wants. So he shouldn't repeat what I said.
Unless you're buying Burberry sweatshirts.
I thought about
You're never folding ace-9.
I thought about doing an unnecessary bluff.
Malinowski up to about 500K
Fucking bet call.
in the 50K. I need him to get to 1.7 or somebody,
Yeah,
anybody.
got him more.
Help me out, guys. Foxon has doubled up quickly on his second bullet.
It was just the way you took the overs on the 1.5. Like, I feel like if you had given it a bit of thought and time to just like digest what I said, you would have snap set unders.
I don't know if you know who I am, Henry, but I'm not the type to give too much thought. I tend to act rather impulsively at times. For better or for worse, mystery hand here for Chidwick.
That's why we get on, by the way. You and me both. And yes, our first mystery hand of the day. Here we go, chat. I'm going with 10-9 suited.
That's a very quick and early. Usually we wait to see the post-flop action, but Henry's jumping right into it. As the action develops, feel free to type in chat what you think Stephen Chidwick has. See if we get anyone who can nail his exact holding. Presumably Sean Winter will get involved, or else this wouldn't be much of a mystery hand.
So Chidwick started the hand with 17.2 bigs.
How much?
Sorry, 17.3.
Winter just about 11 big blinds to start the hand. Of course, 11 big blinds for Sean Winter is like 26 big blinds for most people.
That's a great point. I've seen him go post-flop with a shorter stack. See, look, 10-9 suited would be great here. Top pair for Winter.
It's funny because I think we've seen this theme a lot of somebody in the big blind defending off a shallow stack, flopping an ace, and we're always saying it's not a good board for them. They don't have an ace that often, but we seem to arrive in these situations where they do have the ace quite a lot. It's been thematic throughout the last few days.
So from the bluffing portion of the range, what would we have? All of our Broadway combos.
Chidwick could bet close to full range in this spot. If you're going to check some hands, hands like ace deuce of clubs, pocket queens, pocket kings would probably make a lot of sense. Certainly you want to bet a lot of your jack highs, your 10 highs, anything with a straight draw.
There's the call as expected from Winter. SPR sub 1. 6 of hearts now on the turn if he does have 10-9 of hearts. Dude, if I've just nailed this before the flop was dealt.
So that's your lean, 10-9 of hearts? Is that, you said 10-9 suited originally?
I said 10-9 suited, yeah.
Okay, so 10-9 of hearts is Henry's guess.
I'm just sticking with 10-9, but I guess I could give it a suit.
Winter leads here, Henry. A bit surprised to see this?
Well, this is the theme we were talking about yesterday, right? Like on these middle card and low card pairing turns as the big blind. You see people lead quite often, just given the fact that he's going to have more 6x in his range from the big than Chidwick would have in his opening range.
Yeah, very fair.
Stephen Chidwick going nowhere. This pot grows to 670. Front door spades complete.
So I'm guessing Winter's going to want to check this card. Doesn't feel like betting accomplishes too much at this point. You already got some value on the turn. The 3 of spades completing the river. If you do bet, I think just a block.
The min block being 1/6 of his stack. Surely not check fold.
He does check, and based on the fact that we've got those question marks in front of Stephen Chidwick's hand, perhaps we see all in. Your read's 10-9 of hearts. I'll go value.
You're going value?
I'll go king-jack of spades.
We still jamming ace-jack plus, ace-10 plus?
I think so. I mean, yes, Sean can have some 6x in his range maybe as played, but I'd still want to target the weaker ace-x. One thing Sean is thinking to himself is, I gave my man Chidwick a nice price on the turn. How wide can he float me here? Sean would rather have a spade in his hand. He'd like to block the heart draw. Sorry, like to unblock the heart draw and block the spades.
Very true.
And he might be wondering to himself, would Stephen Chidwick jam with ace-10, no spade? Would he jam with ace-jack, no spade?
Where do the bluffs come from? Hands like jack-10 of hearts, 10-9 of hearts.
Yeah. Maybe even something like pocket 10s with a spade could turn itself into a bluff on this card.
Wow, Sean lets it go.
Full house for Stephen Chidwick, so it was value, but not the value I was thinking. Nice fold from Sean
Yeah,
Winter.
great fold. It is actually, I feel like the block on the turn, or the lead, kind of helped him preserve his stack there.
But that's another example of Winter having 11 big blinds, making top pair in a single raise pot against a hijack open and not going broke. We had somebody guess 6-6, so that was a pretty good guess. Quads and full house or associated holdings. And he folded that pretty quickly, Henry.
He did. It doesn't take too long.
We're seeing some people say great fold, some people say easy fold. It definitely wasn't an easy fold. You have top pair and 11 big blinds to start the hand.
I think that's the greatest easy fold I've ever seen.
I know he goes thin for value too. You know?
Stephen Chidwick playing 24 bigs. Nick Petrangelo playing 32.
King,
Day
queen?
2 chip leader, Daniel Rizai, 48.
Yeah, king, queen?
Still near the top of the counts is Rizai. In fact, as of now, he's at the top. Juan Pardo took a bit of a hit, and we saw Elias Parson doubling up Manuel Fritz. And the logjam at 17 continues, as we're now under 8 minutes away from the blinds going up.
Oh, hello. Hello, aces. Second in chips at the table against first in chips in the tournament.
Maybe the only good news here for Rizai is that because he opened in... Oh, look at this, Henry.
What is going on?
This is the cooler of all coolers.
We were talking about the logjam and how something absurd needed to happen in order for it to burst. And the dam is about to burst wide open for Nick Petrangelo.
And this is just a completely inevitable collision. Rizai will get out of the way quickly.
How do you even calculate the EV of this pot? And how often do you find yourself 17 left with 1.9 million up top, and this happens to you in your favor?
And what makes the great players so great is that they're able to shake something like this off. Stephen Chidwick will be back tomorrow, assuming he doesn't find a king here. Playing the next tournament, you just know that it's part of the game. But how brutal.
Chip, lead, pot. Aces v kings. Jack 6-5, clean for Nicky P. And it's all over. Case ace on the turn means that he is now the chip leader with 3.4 million. Stephen Chidwick is going to go home, 17th.
And how quickly it changes, Henry. Petrangelo bluffed it off earlier. With that king 6 of diamonds, he was down to about 11 bigs. Now finds himself the chip leader with 16 left, as we are going to have a 2-table redraw.
Just brutal. The viewers around the world
Oh, brother Nicky P. I took that line just
sat
for
here
you.
with
You're
us,
welcome.
just witnessing the ugliest side of poker, let's be honest. I mean, kings into aces, and you see here Ike Haxton is going for it, over bet on the river.
This is a huge bet, Henry.
That's all happening. It went win open under the gun. Ike defended the 10-4 suited. Went check, bet 150K call. Turn, paired the 4. Ike led out 150K. Win called. 6 of clubs river. Oh my. I thought he was about to pick up 1 chip.
He looks like he wants to make a hero call. Ike leading so small on this board pairing 4 turn. When trying to work it out, what are the bluffs? What's the bottom of his value range? When your opponent bets this big, you don't always need to reach down into the 9x, but he calls. Brilliantly done from Isaac Haxton.
Now Haxton is the chip leader, playing 3.9 million. It all unfolded at the same time. Kings against aces.
And just a brilliant line from Isaac Haxton there, Henry. And one of the reasons he's so great is able to get max value out of that hand. Bets so small on the turn that Wen will continue a ton of hands and then goes polar on the river and gets his opponent to call with king 9.
And you just heard Win say there in the post-mortem that it's a really good size from Ike. Perhaps the size was part of the reason he flicked in the call. Just giving Ike credit for a monster bluff.
And just like that, Isaac Haxton #1, Nick Petrangelo #2. Both of them well out chipping Rizai and Pardo.
All right. So chip counts now after that carnage. Nick Petrangelo, chip leader of the red table. Ike Haxton, chip leading. Oh, look at his chip lead, by the way, over the rest of the blue table.
And Christopher Wen is on the short stack now, just about tied with Sean Winter. Indeed, what a chip lead for Haxton on this table. I believe they will be combining soon, Henry. One of the tables must have been behind, so there's going to be a couple more hands.
That's right.
But they are at 16. Brandon Wilson, queen 10 off in the hijack.
140.
How things have shifted. 29 big blind average. Ike chip leader with 66. Nicky P second with 58.
Notice again, using a slightly bigger sizing opening into the short stack of Wen.
140?
He's tied at the bottom of the chip counts with Sean Winter. There is a pay jump. He can ladder one more spot. $12,000 pay jump between 16th and 15th.
Call.
He's going to make the call. He's going to try and flop a piece. Maybe go for a stop and go. He could pick up some sort of draw.
Too much, no? Sorry? I think you have 5K.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're right.
370 in the middle. Crucial pot for Win. Doesn't connect in any way, shape or form, let's be honest. He's going to just have to check fold if Wilson continues.
Wilson just min betting. This is pretty frustrating for Wen. He does have back doors, but gets out of the way.
Standard stuff for Wilson. It sounds like the floor are bringing over the chip racks. And that means we are going to be heading into that final 2-table redraw. Now, the average stack is 29 bigs, but Sean Winter on 6 bigs, Win on 3. They're going to need to spin it up. We're going away for all of 2.5 minutes of commercials. When we come back, we're playing down to a final table in this 60K. We'll see you very shortly.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds. Right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest. With GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, it was LA traffic, rush hour, gridlock style just before we went on break. And then all of a sudden, the dam just burst open. We just saw kings against aces. Stephen Chidwick out the tournament. Nicky P holding up with the aces. He vaulted up into the chip lead. And then not even, one hand removed. On another table, we saw that incredible hand where Ike Haxton managed to get max value against Chris Wynn on the river.
Yeah, really cool hand from Ike where he check called the flop with 2 pair. Turned a full house, 4s full of 10s, went for a small lead, which I really liked. Make sure that Chris calls a lot of hands in that spot. And then on the river, he went for this big overbet, about 1.5x pot. We saw when acknowledging great sizing to Ike after losing that big pot. And it's going to be Isaac Haxton, who is the chip leader, with Nick Petrangelo just slightly behind him.
117,000 locked up for these final 16. They're playing for 1.9 million. And we keep joking about how that is the biggest payout of the series so far. But of course, the fans around the world know they've been engaging with us in the YouTube chat. We're waiting for that mystery bounty draw. And we've obviously got that coming up very shortly with a top bounty prize of 400,000. And there are players left in this tournament, such as Nick Petrangelo, who finds himself second in chips, with bounties to pull. So could be like a little double dip for Nicky P. I mean, he goes on, makes an FT here, and then heads on over there and pulls out some big bounties.
Yeah, Petrangelo and Boyka both with some entries into that bounty draw. But of course, it is Pikazovic who has 14 of them, and
That's
Seth
right.
Davies has quite a few.
6.
6. Yeah, so between the two of them, they have basically half the bounties in play. That'll be coming to you guys very soon, probably within the hour, maybe within 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, and you can head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app, vote for who you think is going to win the top bounty prize. I mean, My man here, you know, talking about how I'm betting with like an edge on certain things. He just goes for the easy, you know, the guy's got 14 bounties, surely he's the favorite. I'm going with Nicky P, you know?
You're going with the guy with one bounty, I believe? And the guy who didn't even bother showing up. He was in this situation in Montenegro, and he said, and I believe he and Dvoris maybe each had about 2 entries, and they said, you know, we can't be bothered. Maybe they went for dinner, they went to the beach, they played a little tennis, I'm not sure. And they said that they didn't end up getting anything but the lowest bounties.
Right.
So now Nick has decided to change his strategy, and he'll be attending the ceremony.
Look, I would typically agree with Nicky P that kind of karma and whatever you want to call it, juju or superstition works. But Espen Jorstad did the exact same thing in Montenegro. Didn't show up for the bounty draw. In fact, got our very own VIP team member Maya to pull his bounty, and she pulled the top bounty of 400K for his one bounty. So, you know, for some people it works, not
Works
showing
both
up for
ways.
others. Yeah. But we'll be getting there very shortly. And for now, obviously, our attention turned back to this very exciting 60K. The stakes getting higher here in Jeju. And I want to slowly open up the Triton Poker Plus app as the final 2 table redraw is being populated as we go. So table 2, not the seat draw that Sturm wants, is it really? I mean, he's 5th in chips, but he's got Parsonen on his left, who's just behind him, but he's got Rizai 2 seats over with a covering stack.
Right, and I'm looking at the other table, and I'm wondering, where is Isaac Haxton's stack? Perhaps it hasn't been populated yet?
Yeah, that's right. It's slowly being populated. So he's either going to be in seat 6 on table 1 or seat 9 on table 2. And I'm trying to figure out which one would be best for him. I mean, Nick Petrangelo is just praying that Ike is over on the red table so that he can just go to work. And what can we kind of expect now, this stage of the tournament? Some ICM considerations coming into play as we obviously work our way down to that final table. It feels like the middling stacks are, I don't want to say all eyes on them, but it feels like the pressure is on them because there are some short stacks with sub 10 bigs and some ladders to be gained.
Yeah, it's always those middle stacks who we feel the most ICM pressure, but worth noting the pay jumps relative to the buy-in aren't super big yet. We're talking about $12,000, $13,000 pay jumps. They don't start to get really serious until the final 6 or so. So I think at this point, players are just going to try to play their hands for what they are, try to accumulate chips, and not worry so much about those ICM scenarios.
Well, let's throw it down and see who's going to get after it. Final 2 tables. It's precisely this stage of any tournament. Final 2, final 3 tables that I feel like you really see the elite step out and separate themselves from, you know, I don't want to say mediocre players, but the class really is shown here. And how about this for the seat draw we were talking about? Not the one Petrangelo wanted to see. He wanted to rule the roost over on the blue table, but Ike Haxton is over there with him. The good news for Nicky P is that he does have position on Ike.
And as much as I said the pay jumps don't matter too much, we are on a $12,000 jump. And, you know, with 2 players as short as Chris Wen and Sean Winter are, I do think the middle stacks need to be a little bit careful, at least until one of those busts, and they get that small pay jump.
Well, talking of busts, it looks like hand 1 is going to be Win, who's got the King 5. Wow, are we just...
Wow.
What does Hajiev do?
I don't think Hajiev can get away here. Boyka has so many hands that he can just be isolating versus this very short stacked shove of Chris Wen. It's less than 3 big blinds. Boyka can have many worse hands than this that Hajiev has in bad shape. And he does move in. This could be a double KO. Boyka covers both players.
I mean, I got fired.
Great read from you, Alex, just recognizing the situation that Ramin found himself in, had fold equity.
I mean, the ace-jack is like good to be in there for me, yeah, because I guess...
And if the kings were to hold, Henry, not only would 2 players be eliminated, but we would see a rebalancing of the tables. So that could mean one of those 2 chip leaders moving on over here, perhaps.
That's a great point. That's a really good point. I completely forgotten about that. You just heard Win make a very relevant comment there, that the good news for him is that because Hajiev is at the same table, even though Hajiev has more than win, if they both bust in the same hand, they would chop.
4-7 split pot freeway.
That is a good
would
distinction,
yeah.
Henry. So if you have simultaneous all-ins on different tables, then it's the covering. No, doesn't it usually work the other way? If you're on the same table, I think the player who covers would get the bigger pay jump.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well, yeah.
so if it's on separate tables, that's where it's chopped. Chop outs for everybody, but the 3 of diamonds completing the board, and it is Boyka with the double KO. A big sweat for the rest of the players as they have to figure out who gets moved on over here.
Yeah, let's see.
Not long without
taking
phone.
down a 2.4 million chip pot. He's up to 2.8.
Positive, you know, everything.
Moves up to 3rd in chips.
Quickly down to 14.
There's 1.1
As we were log jammed at 17 forever, and then we lost 3 within a span of about 5 minutes of actual play.
Yeah, there you go. You are spot on, Hajiev. Getting that ladder, 129k for him. And who's it going to be? I think it's going to be Du Kiao coming over to this table. He's playing 1.1 million.
That makes him more likely to come straight on board.
So that'll be good news for players like Rezai, who would not have wanted to see Petrangelo or Ike, who cover him, move on over. Another all-in. Winter's got the best of it by far.
Aren't going for the king. That was just brilliant.
Hard to think.
You said you had a king?
Feel like it's Petrangelo's day.
This hand or just a different one that you were thinking?
No, this hand
This
also,
hand?
yeah.
Petrangelo needs a king, queen, or 10.
What could go wrong?
King would be really funny.
All right.
Not for Sean.
290? Are you setting the deck again?
Oh yeah, this might work out.
Winter manages
Boris,
to
you
find
need
a
me to
double.
up, man. You don't.
Why?
I'm glad we get to see more of Sean Winter. Always entertaining.
I'm not chip leader.
I think the greatest feature table would be
If
Sean
you haven't
Winter,
already subscribed to
Nacho,
GTO Labs,
Martin
you probably
Cabral.
should. I mean, look how many
Oh, boy.
coaches are left in this field.
You want to wear a patch for free? You can be our short stack guy.
How many coaches do you guys have?
I think
7,
we're
and there's 4 left.
40.
You're 40.
Yeah, we got 4 left. Leon Sturm.
True. Sean might get himself a little sponsorship deal out of
Watson
this.
was an
Sounded like it.
GTO Lab patch wearer.
That's true, I was one time.
Watson with jacks. Feels like we haven't seen much in the way of Watson. He hasn't been in a lot of
I
our
agree.
feature tables, and maybe he's been card dead when he has been, but here he's got the 2 jacks.
You really did know you were going to win that one. You were so.
Well, yeah, no shit. I had 4 bigs. I never lost an all-in with 4 bigs.
I've never seen you more excited with the stone bottom of your calling range.
That you actually, when I saw eliminated there, my range went a lot wider.
I couldn't believe you won that jacks against aces against me yesterday. Like,
I felt
you had
it.
way too many chips winning all in there.
The storm ends eventually.
Oh.
You know that.
I do know that.
What, 40-80 now?
You played golf with Sean?
I have a couple times, yeah. He's
Is he the same on the golf course
oh,
as he is at the poker table?
he's hilarious. I mean, he's a very funny guy. His golf game is interesting. He's completely erratic off the tee, can spray it left, right, and center. And then his short game is excellent. He's really good at chipping, kind of around the green shots. He's got nice touch. And if you're playing well and you know the line was fair, but you're playing well and you're beating him up, then he's going to have a lot of funny comments along the way. Sometimes when we play, we just do birdie bets only, so we don't play per hole. It's just birdie and eagle bets.
Have you heard about Elias Parsonin's albatross bet?
I don't think I have. Please divulge.
2 Bitcoin.
If he makes an albatross?
Yeah.
Who's that against?
So it's Ellis and Yone,
Yeah.
Yone Ukamayan. And it's against Samuli, and I don't recall, because they normally play in pairs. But see, this is what I don't know. I think it depends on like who's in whose team. So if Elis and Samuli are together against Yoni and whoever their fourth is, it's their 2 BTC versus their 2 BTC. But they play high stakes golf, man. I mean,
could be Mickey Dueck. He plays with those guys a lot.
That's actually a great shout. I think it is.
Yeah, I've played a lot of golf with both Yoni and Elis, of course. Elis still in this field. Yoni didn't make the trip this time. He's a father.
Screaming at Cascada every time you made a birdie. I'm not gonna say what you were screaming, but
Deuce 7 Rainbow. Dvoris opened it up in early position. Watson defending the big blind. You can just go small with range here on this board. Neither player should have much deuce X, which means the overpair advantage for Dvoris reigns supreme.
How much of what you're witnessing right now, in terms of world-class no-limit hold'em being played, are you going to have flashbacks to day one of WSOP main, where you're 300 bigs deep and you're up against Terry 2-pair from middle of nowhere?
I already told you how I played day one of the main. I'm in there. I probably play about a 45% VPIP, maybe a little higher at some tables. I play every suited hand in the first couple levels. It's a different ball game, and you know you got to be able to adjust in poker.
Ooh,
4s for Watson now.
How's he done that? Found the call on the flop. I guess ace-6 is probably folding, but ace-4 wrapped around those deuces. Just enough equity.
I think Dvoris has a couple options here. He could just go small bet with the intention to check back the river. It's just a equity denial / protection bet, again on the strength of his overall range. Or he can check back now.
Clean river for Sir Watts. He's going to be playing 2.2 million. Unless Dan gets him to fold, which feels somewhat ambitious. Ace-Jack with showdown.
Yeah, Watson could go small for value here, targeting ace-high, or he could just check his hand. And I think Dvoris content, yeah. Dvoris will see the bad news.
big blind player. I even had the 4.
Sean just can't help himself.
I'm just letting you know, if it folds around to my button and I have king jack, 8 bigs, I'm not shoving. Been enough today.
Oh man.
So, if you want to factor in your calling range.
He's not shoving button for 8 bigs with King Jack. Love how he adds salt to the wound as well by just letting Dan know that he folded a 4.
It's very winter.
Watts only had 2 outs.
No response from Dvoris, who picks up the snowman first to act. 11 bigs. This feels like it just goes in.
All in.
Wow, Petrangelo. Ace Queen will be getting involved. This is for 11 bigs.
860. It is.
I think Petrangelo always comes with a call, given the fact that Ike Haxton is in the big blind, who has him covered, and Ike's first in chips, Petrangelo's second.
I completely agree.
There is the call. See if anyone else behind wakes up with something. Ace-9 not going to cut it. Great news for Dan, though. Well, 2 of Petrangelo's aces.
Oh,
busy.
I hate to break it to you.
You folded 2 8s.
Oh man.
2 queens.
No.
Oh,
Is 8 the call
Sean.
there? I have 8. I was playing it as I was playing it as 10s.
Playing it as 10s? What does that even mean?
Means he needed 10s to call. Yeah.
Oh, he was. I thought you were saying you were playing your 8s as 10s.
I mean, that would be smart.
I wish that was.
I was playing my 8s as 10s.
You're still kind of.
I'd be in a way better shape now.
Playing them pretty good. No.
Oh my word. It's so tough to commentate when Sean's at the table.
There's
Dan
no
needs
need.
help. Needs a jack or an
I've never
8.
seen Nick win this clean, so probably coming.
He just can't believe the run that Nick Petrangelo is on. He's the chip leader with 13 left.
I'm gonna win 40 million and break even.
Oh my word. Oh my word. This is
inevitable.
I mean, this is 5th against 8th in chips. 5-bet pot for 4 million.
This was an open from Stern, a 3-bet from Parsonen, Juan Pardo cold 4-bet. Parsonen sticks it in.
Are you surprised by the 4-bet, by the way, given that it was UTG open and +1 3-bet?
I think maybe these players are just aggressive enough, and the big blind being 80K, the jacks is just too much hand.
Okay.
Is that just a drawing almost dead for
Almost
Pardo?
dead.
He
Needs
could go
a paired
running full
ball.
house.
Yeah. Wow.
Elias Parsonen, ace-high flush. He moves to second in chips.
He's playing 4 million. What is going on? It's like, it was like a miserable rainy day. You're stuck in traffic. LA rush hour. Traffic not moving. And then out of nowhere, we just had kings against aces, full house against incorrect hero call. Then we had a 3-way all in. Now we got this going down for a chip lead pot.
It really comes and goes in waves, doesn't it, Henry? As we did have a lot of kind of deadish action for a while, stuck on 17.
Yeah.
1.8 and 5, right? Not
Sure, and 5.
And Juan Pardo now down to just 550K after losing that flip. Yeah, I don't think it was necessarily automatic with the jacks, but you know, you got to remember that these guys are actually fairly short relative to the size of the big blind, about 25 big blinds each. It's not like they were super deep.
I wasn't incredibly.
So it just comes down to his opinion of Parson in particular, how wide he'll go after Leon Sturm's under the gun raise.
Very pretty hand.
Pardo looks deflated, understandably so. Chip lead pot with 13 left. I think it's only human to feel that way.
I just want to quickly fill you in on the 50K
Tell me.
leaderboard, Henry.
Except you're
At the
planning to
top,
lose.
we have Foxen.
Okay. Didn't
And
he
in
bust?
second, we have Foxen.
Really?
It's a Kristen Foxen 1, Alex Foxen 2 scenario at the top of the boards. We've seen those two get paired together at the same table in the past at some big moments, and if that continues, it'll be interesting to see them do battle again. So 2 Foxens at the top with Brazilian Felipe Boyanovsky in third. Juan Pardo, ace-king. No action this time, but you know, picking up 200,000 when you're down to 550 is a pretty big improvement to his stack.
You know, I actually, given how confident I was when we first made the bet, looking at the fact that we finish big blind 25K in that 50K, meaning that they come back tomorrow big blind 30K, I actually don't hate your line. That means chip leader with 60 bigs.
Yeah.
In a 7 max format.
Not crazy, right?
Not crazy at all, especially 7 max.
Maybe half
Full
and half.
ring,
That's gonna be
okay,
fun.
maybe not, but 7 max is going to be super aggressive.
Kristen's at 579. There's lots and lots of time left in the day. Registration's still open for another 4 levels.
would play too, like make it run every stuff, support it.
Yeah, for sure.
Because if it gets like whatever 60, 70 players, I'm sure they're never gonna run it again.
Like seeing that my buddy Justin Saliba is moving up the counts as well.
There you go. Back on over here. Let's see if Pardo can work his way up the counts once more. So he was chip leader for most of the day.
25 half.
Ace-4 of clubs. Needs help. Wilson won't be going anywhere.
Yeah, it's a great
Wide tens.
Play all in. Pass.
Oh my, are we, okay. What?
Is this real life? The collisions we've seen, Henry, the inevitable collisions.
You can leave it actually. The screen. Yeah, you're good.
This isn't posturing from Sturm. He's not going anywhere. This is going to be another chip lead pot.
This is just a balancing act from Sturm, maybe trying to get Parsonen to come in with something he dominates. And Parsonen picks up ace-jack offsuit.
Okay.
It's just, I love Illis, man. His facial expressions really crack me up.
Well, this is great for Wilson. Not to state the obvious, we saw an ace folded, so only one ace left in the deck.
Wilson over 50% three ways.
No, that was before he looked at his hand. He was just like, am I about to be in a four-way all-in?
Was that?
Oh, it just seemed like you were kind of upset about needing to fold. As in you had
I mean, I had a good hand. I had ace-jack there.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Okay, it's not particularly.
Not what Juan Pardo and Leon Sturm wanted to hear.
Yeah, exactly. Well, case ace on the flop.
Yeah,
Brutal for Brandon Wilson.
Gutter acquired for Pardo.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Pardo,
Fine
triple
by
up. 2.4 million chip pot.
Sturm says fine by me.
Chop it up.
Calling for the chop.
Fair for everyone.
Almost.
Well,
Wilson is out. Pardo is tripled up.
it's just crazy the way the whole hand played out. So the shortest stack after losing that chip lead pot against Ellis just a few moments ago gets the triple up. So he's bounced back up to 2.4 million. Sizable side pot between Wilson and Sturm as Sturm finds the case ace on the flop.
Wilson took that really well.
Oh,
He
always,
went
man.
over
Look
and
at him.
gave Sturm a little pat on the shoulder. And
I'm telling you now, in 5 years' time, we're going to be talking about Brandon Wilson, the 5-time Triton champion.
This guy's a baller.
Dude, he's
Big
so
fan.
cool.
I watched his interview on the Table One podcast. Didn't know much about him. I knew he'd been doing really well. Really enjoyed his vibe.
So, what does that mean? 142K, still the on-tap payout. One more ladder so we get to 162,000, and there's been some big shifts. Top of the chip counts. You know what that music means. Means time for a little dance in the booth. All right, well, we got our dance on. I'm just going to give a shout out to our official timekeeper, Jacob & Co, because why not? They're amazing. Going to be giving away, I say giving away, you have to enter the tournament, you have to earn it by taking down a Triton main. No Limit Hold'em, PLO. Our official timekeeper, Jacob & Co. Been supporting us for quite some time now. Love having them here.
Because like also my nephew.
It was a nice little music break, to be fair.
mid-April, so I want
Very
to
soothing.
to
You
home.
going to Monte Carlo?
Most likely, yeah. Like my plan was like Prague, then some family stuff, and then Monte Carlo, maybe Montenegro or early Vegas.
Oh, are you planning to skip Montenegro?
Most likely not, but
it's the best stop of the year. What? You don't like it?
That wise, yes, yeah, it's beautiful,
160?
it's nice. Like the game is not the best one. I thought that you mean like.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I might go anyway.
Shout out Montenegro, man. I mean, for me, best stop of the year by far. Absolutely picturesque.
I've heard good things. Boyka, ace king.
Wow, that's a big fold, man.
Great fold. And Sturm, 7's on the button. Maybe we flat here? Maybe we just fold even. I don't think you want a 3-bet versus under the gun. Flatting definitely feels like a very viable option.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's opening into the chip leaders, big, sorry, I apologize. Parselin's in the small blind. Still, we've got to respect the under the gun open. So 2 tables of 6.
No, like when it comes to that, I love Montenegro. Like it's beautiful, weather is great. I love the resort.
Man, ace jack 7. What is going on? Duke Al's just like, okay, would have flopped top 2.
Would have been in jail.
Sturm, bottom set against top. Boyka with a big follow through, 60%, 320. Music to the ears of Sturm.
Yeah, big sizing here by Boyka. This is something you see from a hand like ace-king red, ace-queen red. Has the best hand so often, wants to just get a lot of value before the board runs out in a bad way. But it's already dangerous, and Boyka would actually, in this case, be hoping for bad cards, not that he knows it, hoping for things like the 9 of spades to slow things down.
Right. Yeah, I was about to say, like, dream scenarios, queen of spades or 10 of spades.
The issue is that they're quite shallow at this point. 1.16 in the middle, only 1.4 behind. There are many worlds in which the chips find their way into the middle by the river.
So expecting Boyka to slow down here. And then the decision's going to be on Sturm.
He does, but it's going to be extremely difficult for him to get away from this hand. Sturm can have plenty of natural bluffs on this card. Could even bet something like ace-queen for value. Could definitely have something like king of spades, queen.
You think he's in there with the offsuit king, queen?
I think it's possible.
Yeah. .2 out there.
Let's see what size he goes with.
Third pot, I believe. 425.
And I feel he could definitely have something like ace-queen for this size, just looking for some value and protection. I don't think Boyka loves it by any means because Sturm will have 7s, sometimes will have some of those suited king, queen, king, jacks of spades, but ace-king is an awful lot of hand at this stack-to-pot ratio. Oh, wow, that's a really, really impressive fold. Really impressive fold. So perhaps, Henry, he thinks that Sturm doesn't have the king of spades, queen combinations, that he doesn't have enough natural bluffs, but that's a really impressive fold. And he did it quickly because he was out of time.
You going for a full Vegas? What?
I think this year I am actually. Last year
I almost busted by you. I thought it's jack.
And I missed all the high roller stuff.
Wow. Club and jack of spades. I think if you call, then I'm out.
I think this year I'm just like.
And we have some armchair quarterbacks in the chat.
That's so funny. So
you really have that?
Yep. So Du was asking Leon what he had. Leon's saying that he had a set Do very excitedly saying, well, if I'd called, I would have been out. I had ace-jack. But then Sturm responding with, had Do entered the pot, he probably folds sevens on the button.
Interesting. If Do comes in for just a flat.
Yeah.
You will call. Maybe. No, you don't call. Snap fold. Snap fold.
That was a world-class fold. Make no mistake, I did not think that Boyka was going to be able to get away for 1/3 pot there on the turn.
I think it's a byproduct of the fact that he's run out of time. Both Boyka, Do, Triton tempo is on 0, Winters is on 9 seconds. They'll get some of that replenished, of course, once we reach the final table. 100 additional seconds, but this is the first time today, sorry, first time this series, Alex, where we've seen people really feel the pressure of that countdown in the big moments.
Completely agree. I think we might need a lesson on pronouncing Leon's last name, as I'm hearing we're botching it.
Oh, we are?
So if anyone wants to tell us the phonetic pronunciation.
We've literally had him in the booth before, and I'm like, ladies and gentlemen, Leon Sturm,
yeah.
and he's just like, hey, mate, how's it going?
He seems like that kind of guy, though, right? He's not the kind of guy who's going to correct you in that spot.
Listen, you douchebag, it's not Sturm, it's Sturm.
Sturm?
I have no
If
idea.
anyone wants to correct us in chat, I'm always open to trying to do better on these names. As we see a small pot here developing. This one's just checked down the whole way. Both players have a little bit of showdown value. It's pronounced Sturm. Sturm? S-C, I mean, we're not that far off, are we? Sturm.
Respectfully, we're not German.
We're also not German.
I'm allowed to say that because my wife's German, so leave me alone. Let's going to check it back. It's back up to 4.1 million. Closing the gap on Nick Pietrangelo, top of the chip counts. What a roller coaster of what's the last 45 minutes. Went from 17 to 12 in spectacular fashion. Stephen Chidwick out in 17th, kings against aces. Then there was a three-way all-in. It's just absolute carnage. But here we are. Chip counts, Elis with 51 bigs, Nick Pietrangelo playing 54. Short stack duties belonging to Sean Winter, but that's exactly where he wants to be. 6 big blinds, that's really just, you know, that's where he's at.
6 big blinds is, if anyone knows how to play that stack well, it's Sean Winter. But yeah, there was such a freeze in the action for a while. And then all of a sudden in the last 40 minutes, just a flurry of excitement.
Yeah, Sean's got them exactly where he wants them, on the ropes. His shortest stack, but we've seen him time and time again manage to just spin that up, make a final table and get some big ladders. And, well, we'll be coming back to that in... okay. Oh, there we go. We're back. Hey, it's the gremlins again, man. I'm telling you now, we need to get like a fire extinguisher or something under here so we can just spray them and then it just won't be a problem. But we're back. Mystery Bounty. Guys, you've got last opportunity to head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app, get involved in our little, you know, voting opportunity to kind of see how good you are at guessing who's going to pull the top bounty prize. Your money's on Allison.
I mean, I got to go with the guy who's got the most bounties. That's going to be happening very soon, though. We're going to see who wins all those bounties. 40 bounties in total to be pulled. It'll be fun to see if it's maybe your guy, Nick Pietrangelo, who's also in this tournament.
Yeah, so we're going to have that bounty draw, and then after that, we're going to be playing down to a champion in this 60K. We'll see you guys in about 5 minutes' time.
Imagine sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card with crypto. No waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today. You track your hands, you track your reads. Now track your crypto the same way. Jupiter Portfolio gives you a live view of all your crypto assets, your holdings, your returns, your rewards, all on one clean dashboard. No more jumping between apps. Just log in and see exactly where your crypto stands. Just use Jupiter Portfolio today at jupe.ag.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I saw at least one vote for you, Henry. I haven't seen too many from me, so. Or at least there was a Henry heart all the day. I think that means they either love you or they love your side of that bet. You're happy either way.
I'm really happy with my side.
Are you happy with pocket aces as Dan Dvoris?
Against an aggressive chip leader in the small blind. Blinds are about to go up. I wonder if that plays into Wynn's decision at all. You can see him scanning. He does have Chidwick behind with 1.8 million. There is the 3-bet, and he's going to have to call this off.
Yeah, he's made a huge 3-bet here. What he's doing is committing himself versus Dvoris and allowing himself to get away versus Chidwick. Dvoris using a big opening size here, going 2.5x, and it's worked out beautifully. Of course, back in the day, that would have been seen as a very small opening size.
You keep aging yourself, don't you?
I like doing that. I'm a fan of poker history.
How much is it? It's like 600, right?
Yeah, that's not what you want to hear. You saw, you know, Wynn's very honest with his emotions and reactions. You saw it against Chidwick, you see it here. It's just like, well, what have I done? Still, 20% equity.
Hey, easy, easy.
Of course, we saw the Queen 10 crack the aces not too long ago.
I don't believe you.
All of a sudden, though, huh?
I actually don't think this was super unreasonable for Wen.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
He just ran into it.
That's a good stuff.
9-8 deuce is excited at the equity increase.
Needs a jack, and a jack only.
This one would sting. I would feel physically sick.
It was a picture. Dvoris was not looking to see, or excuse me, yeah, Dvoris was not looking to see a picture.
665.
As Wen takes a pretty decent hit
That's
out
a
of his stack.
sizable hit, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's down to 30 bigs. Blinds have gone up to 20K, 40K.
And let's have a look at the bottom of the board.
My journey has been just how into fitness he is.
There's not a name
Help
for
me,
that one.
you know, get off the booze.
That's called the Leon.
Vinny with the best of it. Here we go.
Come on, Vinny. And Yosuke Miki is considering things in the big blind, but facing a raise and an all-in. This feels precarious.
Sorry.
Vinny's going to be on a pretty strong range here.
Maybe just, oh, he's going to
Does go for it.
I'm
Okay, and this
surprised.
This may well shed Rizai. It's a 15 big blind reshove.
That's actually terrible news for Lingham.
Yeah, Lingham would have much rather gotten against Rizai's ace-10 than Miki's fours.
34, my friend. Gamble.
Natural.
You're full bit thing.
There you go. You just hear Ren Ling kind of say, you know, a bit of a gamble here from the fours.
Beneath like a Paki 4, ah?
Especially for 15 bigs effective against
Control eight.
Daniel. But as it is, gets it in good against Vinny Lingham, who's just got into town, guaranteed at cash, and well, 91% of the time, he's going to be doubling up. Queen high flop, just needs to fade a 4. Successfully done on the turn. Would be brutal. 10 of diamonds, runs out clean.
Nice double up for Lingham, and I have to admit, after our nice conversation today, I feel a little emotionally invested in Lingham's fate here. Sweating these all-ins on.
I think if Vinny just takes a bit of time there before jamming. He does play fast though, doesn't he?
Do you want it?
Yeah, very fast as
That one's mine, yeah.
Yosuke Miki, the Japanese player, shoving from the cutoff. Winter will be a customer. Petrangelo reaching. Oh, Petrangelo has picked up pocket aces. Look at this cooler as Sean Winter has run ace-king into Nick Petrangelo's aces. Winter is the covering stack, but it's for most of his chips.
Well, the fans around the world have been asking us all day from the top of the show, when are we doing the mystery bounty draw? And it is finally here. Alex, I know it's your first time here for a mystery bounty draw, and we'll be throwing it down to Stanley very shortly. But just to give you a bit of an idea behind the shenanigans that normally go on, you know, Stanley's going to come up on stage with all of the beautiful bounties, along with Luca Vivaldi, and we've got 2 distinct colors, gold and white. Gold means that you're guaranteed a big 6-figure bounty, whether it's 100K, 200K, or 400K. But there is that cheeky, you know, 6 zeros with a draw again, just to add a bit of drama. And then obviously the lowest bounty being 40K, there's some 80Ks, and there is that 40K draw again. And you were just talking with James about how we're going to front load this action here.
Yeah, so the order of the reveal kind of depends on who these players knocked out. Because Seth Davies knocked out a player that was randomly assigned the lowest number, players were assigned these numbers at the beginning of the tournament, Seth will actually go first. So Seth's going to pull 6 times because Seth knocked out 6 players over the course of the tournament.
Yep.
And then, just basically by chance, Ali Son is going to have his 14 pulls. So it's going to be quite front-loaded in that these 2 players will go first with their 20 pulls. And if that 400K bounty still exists, everyone else will start getting very excited.
Yeah, so they've got 20 of the 40 bounties between them. And one of 2 things could happen here, right? Like those 2 front-loaded, grab a bunch of the big bounties, the 200Ks, the 400Ks, and then everyone else is just super low morale. They're not really interested. Or they could just whiff and pull a bunch of low bounties, and then the final 20 have an opportunity to go for gold. Everyone's ready. Stanley's ready. Let's throw it down for the mystery bounty draw. Enjoy the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Stanley. Right next to me is our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi. And right now, it is my favorite time of the series. It is Mystery Bounty. So we have 3.2 million on the line. We have 42 envelopes, and we have 12 players who will be drawing our envelopes. So, are you guys ready? No, come on. I said, are you guys ready? Yes! Okay, let's go. All right, so without further ado, we're just gonna jump straight into it. Luca, who do we have first?
We have Seth Davies with 6 tokens.
Seth, the man. Let's go. Our first runner-up of the Mystery Bounty. 6 envelopes he will be drawing. Oh, Jenga he's playing. Okay, so he's got his first one. What do we have? What do we have? Oh, 40K. 40K, yes! 40K, yes! That's good for you guys. That is good for you guys. Okay, 40K. 40K. Yeah, sure. Yeah. 5 more for Seth. All right. Are we feeling GOAT, Seth?
Slow didn't work, so I'm gonna go.
He's going fast. Slow didn't work. Let's see. Boom. 40K. Yeah. 40K. All right. We got 2 down, 4 more to go for Seth. Will it be gold? Wow, look at these guys. All right. Is it gold? Is it 40K? Hey, 40K. All right, 3 more to go for Seth. Okay, woo. A little finesse. Yeah? Do it without looking. Okay, let's all close our eyes. Let's all close our eyes. Oh, okay, that's better. 80K. Hey, that worked. That worked. 80K. That is good. That is good. Okay. That worked. That worked. All right. And another one. 80K. Hey! I think he's found a secret. He found a secret. One more. Yes. Last one for Seth. All right, before pulling it, what are you feeling? Left or right?
Well, let me look at the script here. I think we got to go to the right. Right and right.
Right is right, he said. All right. Right is right. Feels pretty heavy. All right, let's go. Last one for Seth. Ladies and gentlemen, it is, hey! He hit gold. Okay, 100K. Wow. All right. Getting lucky and lucky. Okay, thank you, Seth. Wow. All right, so who do we have next? Okay, we have our mystery bounty champion, Mr. Allison Piekacevic. Allison. Oh, Allison and friends. Okay, come on along. Allison and friends. Allison, you know, how many bounties do you have? Just tell us, how many bounties do you have?
14.
Sorry, what do you say?
What do you mean?
How many bounties do you have?
14.
14? 14! Oh my God, 14 bounties. All right, you know what? Let's go to town, Allison. Let's go to town. What are we looking at? Okay, can it? Oh, with the umbrella, like a gentleman. Oh, that's his lucky charm. Goat. Gold like his soul. All right. I mean, let's see. Pull the whole thing out.
My timing, okay?
With his own timing. 80K. All right. His first envelope. 80K. All right. Who's next? Who is next? What are you feeling? Okay. It's like looking through a CD pile, huh?
Let's go.
Let's go, he said. Come on. What will it be? It is 40K. Hey, let's go, 40K. Okay. Oh, you feeling lucky?
Very.
Yeah, very. All right. Envelope number 3. Let's see. Hold it up right there. Exactly. What will it be? Is it? Okay, squeeze like this. Yeah, squeeze. There you go. It is back. It's 40K. Hey, 40K. All right, 3 down. 11 more to go. Okay, you feeling the pressure?
Just what?
Are you feeling the pressure?
Very, very. Yeah? I'm good. Feeling good. Here, and push.
All right, let's see. Oh, it's gold. It's gold. It's gold, guys. We have gold. We have gold. Slowly, slowly. What do we have? Okay. Oh. Hey, 100K. Let's go. Okay. Our second 100K of the night. We still have 10 more to go. Step up. Draw the envelope. Okay. What will we have? Is it black? Is it gold? It's black, but could be 80K. It could be 80K. It's 40K. Okay. Thank you. All right. Up next. What are you feeling? Oh, he's taking his time. He's analyzing. Oh, okay. He's feeling it. All right. Oh, come on. Is it gold? Oh, it's black. Could be 80 though. 40K. All right, 40K. Yeah. Okay. All righty, Allison, the man himself. The man himself. He's good at knocking them out. Is he good at drawing bounties? Oh, not so much, not yet. 40K. Okay. Let's go. What will it be next? All right. Oh. Okay. Wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle. It is 80K. Hey, 80K. It's not bad. 80K. All right. Luca, how many do I have left? We have 6 envelopes to go. 6 more for Allison and friends. All right. You feeling it? Yeah? Let's go. Show us how it's done. What is it? It's black. Is it 80? It's 40K. All right, 40K. All righty. 5 more to go. Allison, the man himself, is going at it again. Oh, it's gold. Is it gold? It's black. It's 40K. All right. No, we have, I think, 4 more. We still have 4 more to go. 4 more. Okay. All right, what are you feeling? Okay, he picks. Yeah.
Wow.
Yes. Oh, hey. Okay. Okay. We have gold. The second gold. Second gold for Allison. What will it be? Is it 400? Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, we have jackpot 400K. Congratulations. Wow. The man himself. Oh my God. 400K. I mean, you have to tell me, what is happening in your mind right now?
I mean, Mehdi was the guy who opened last year, so I mean, it's...
You got his luck, right? You got his luck. All right, we still have, what, 3 more to go? Still have some gold left. Let's see, Allison. Okay. He said he already gave his best, so it doesn't matter now. All right, Allison. Oh! 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 What is it? Another gold. 100K. Oh my God. 3 gold so far for Allison. 1 400, 2 100s. Man, he is on a run. Wow. All right, Allison. 2 more. Is it gold? It's black. It's 40. Oh, okay, okay. We have a free draw again with a 40K. All right. Okay. All right. You feeling it? You feeling it?
Sure.
Okay. It's gonna be gold. It's gonna be gold. Oh, it's black. Come on, at least open it. Come on, man. At least open it, man. Come on, 40K. All right. All right. Okay. We have 1 left, right? Or is that it? No, 1 left. 1 left. Exactly. We have 1 left. 1 left. Because you got to draw again. All right, Allison. Last one. He's going to do it himself. Will he find his 4th gold? Ladies and gentlemen, what will it be? What will it be? It's black. It's 80K. All right. Congratulations. Thank you, Allison. Wow. Allison brought home 1.2 million. Wow. Okay. All right. So we already drew how many envelopes, Luca?
Many. 20 envelopes. So we're at the halfway point. We still have a few gold left. So we have 3 100Ks, 3 200Ks. None of them are being open, and a 0.
And a 0. All right. So without further ado, let's welcome our next participant. We have Mr. Wang Yi. Oh, his friend Joe Tren is doing for it. Okay. All right, Joe Tren. First one. Yeah, open it. Is it? It's black. Is it 80? It's 40K. All right. First one for Wang is 40K. We have one more, and his friend Joe Tren will be drawing for him. Last one. Last one. This. Pull it. What is it? Is it black? It's 40K. All right. Thank you. A total of 80K for Wang. All right. Who do we have next? Oh, El Matador. Adrian. Where are you, Adrian? Come on. Oh, I'm here, guys. All right. Come on, Adrian. 3 at the same time. He's going at it fast. All right. Hey, 80K. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Second one. Oh my God. Okay. 200. Easy. Oh my God. Wow, he's breaking props now. So that's a secret. You just have to go at it fast. That's a secret. Wow, it's so easy, he said. It is easy. How much do we have? We have 480K for Adrian. Wow, okay, that was so fast. I can't even react. Wow, all right, so we have, how many golds do we have left, Luca?
We have 5 gold left. One of them is 0.
One of them is 0. Okay, 5 golds left. One of them is 0. Next, we have Mr. Anatoly. Let's go. Let's go, my friend. Technologia, he said. Come on. What are you feeling? What are you feeling? Gold?
I feel happy for Allison. I feel happy for Amadi. Maybe.
It's 80K. All right. It is good, they said. Okay, 80K, yes. So we have next, Mr. Dominikas Mikolaitis. Where are you, sir? Oh, here you are. Okay, let's go. What are you feeling? So the left pile, we've got a lot more in the left. Let's go. Let's go, it's first one. 40K, all right, 40K. Yes, he said, 40K. Okay. Hey, it is draw again. It is draw again. Okay. He just hit our last draw again, so he will go at it again with 3 envelopes left. All right. 40K. 40K. All right. Slow start. Not feeling so hot, but we got 2 more. There's still a chance to hit gold. There is still a chance, ladies and gentlemen. It is another, yay! 40K. How are we feeling? 40K, yay! All right, last one. Hey, trust in the process. One time. Hey, there you go. Okay, 100K. That's how you do it. The last one. 4th time is the charm, turns out. And he goes on with 120K. All right, so we have, how many players do we have left, Luca?
We have 6 players left.
6 players left, so we're halfway through in terms of player count. So next, I'd like to invite Mr. Hannes Yeshka. Where are you? All right. Come on, buddy. One 200K and two 100Ks left, yeah? 2 100Ks left. 1 200. All right, let's go. Show us how it's done. 40K. All right, that's okay. That is okay. You still have chance. First one is 40. What are you feeling, left or right? I don't know. Right it is. It's okay. Right it is. Let's go. Show us how it's done. 40K. All right. Thank you, sir. And that is 80K in total, Luca. All righty. Up next, we have Nicky P. Nick Petrangelo. Kate will be drawing for Nick. All right. 2 envelopes. One envelope for Nick. Okay, spelling out his last name. All right. What are you feeling, Kate? Good luck, Nick. Good luck, Nick. 40K. All right. Okay, thank you, Kate. And then we have Mr. Dan Dvoris. Come on, Dan. 2 bounties, 2 envelopes. What are we feeling?
I don't feel things.
You know, he doesn't feel things. Mr. Frosty. Hey, he doesn't feel things. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What just happened? He doesn't feel things. Casually draws 2 golds in a row. What just, I don't even know how to do my job anymore. Wow. Luca, what just happened? How many do we have left?
I mean, we have 1 goal left, which is 100K, and the rest are 2 80Ks and 2 40K. 3 players remain.
Okay. Wow, Dad. Jesus. All right. Okay. Next, who do we have? We have Miss T. Where are you, T? T. She is taking a flight. Okay, Luca, do the honors. We have Luca Magic. Hey, okay. 80K. All right, 80K for T. All right, next we have Yegor Dombrowski. Let's go. Love the shirt, man. He's cooking. Let him cook. Let's go, let's go. All right, 3 envelopes. Okay, it's fast. What are you feeling? Gold?
There is no gold.
Is there no gold? There is gold. There is still gold. 40K. There's still 1 more gold. All right, this is it. This is, as he said, let him cook. Yes! That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Okay. 1 is 40, 1 is 80. 40 for Alex, he said. Oh, 40 for himself, turns out. So, thank you very much. That was great. Okay, last 100K. Next, lastly, we have Alex Boyka. Alex? Is Alex not here? Okay, Luca, do your thing.
I assume he's gonna, hopefully, if we want to keep our job, I'm gonna give him this.
Oh, I might lose my job then. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I keep my job. Okay, 80K for Alex. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. That was our mystery bounty. See you later.
Hold your cash, you hold your savings. Now hold your stable coins the same way. Jupe USD gives you a reliable dollar backed by real reserves. Earn native treasury yields. Get ecosystem rewards. Seamless integrations. All in one app. No more idle dollars. Just hold and let it work for you. Just use Jupe USD today at jupe.ag. Not knowing where you stand, what you're up, or what you actually walk away with. Jupiter Predict changes that. With Jupiter Predict, you see everything clearly. Focus on your strategy while we handle the execution. Fast, fair, and fully decentralized. So you're not predicting on hope, you're predicting with clarity. Just use Jupiter Predict today at jupe.ag.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or
Still to be happy about.
you're up 2-0?
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
that plays into Wynn's decision at all. You can see him scanning. He does have Chidwick behind with 1.8 million. There is the 3-bet, and he's going to have to call this off.
Yeah, he's made a huge 3-bet here. What he's doing is committing himself versus Dvoris and allowing himself to get away versus Chidwick. Dvoris using a big opening size here, going 2.5x, and it's worked out beautifully. Of course, back in the day, that would have been seen as a very small opening size.
You keep aging yourself, don't you?
I like doing that. I'm a fan of poker history.
How much is it? It's like 600, right?
Yeah, that's not what you want to hear. You saw, you know, Wynn's very honest with his emotions and reactions. You saw it against Chidwick, you see it here. It's just like, well, what have I done? Still, 20% equity.
Hey, easy.
Of course, we saw the Queen 10 crack the aces not too long ago.
I don't believe you.
All of a sudden, though, huh?
I actually don't think this was super unreasonable for Wen.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
He just ran into it.
That's a good stuff.
9-8 deuce is excited at the equity increase.
Needs a jack, and a jack only.
This one would sting. I would feel physically sick.
It was a picture. Dvoris was not looking to see, or excuse me, yeah, Dvoris was not looking to see a picture.
6-6-5.
As Wen takes a pretty decent hit
That's
out of his stack.
That's a sizable hit, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's down to 30 bigs. Blinds have gone up to 20K, 40K.
And let's have a look at the bottom of the board.
My journey has been just how into fitness he is.
There's not a name
Help me,
for that one.
you know, get off the booze.
That's called the Leon.
Vinny with the best of it. Here we go.
Come on, Vinny. And Yosuke Miki is considering things in the big blind, but facing a raise and an all-in. This feels precarious.
Sorry.
Vinny's going to be on a pretty strong range here.
Maybe just... Oh, he's got to
Does go for it. Okay, and this
surprised.
This may well shed his eye. It's a 15 big blind reshove.
That's actually terrible news for Lingham.
Yeah, Lingham would have much rather gotten against Rizai's ace-10 than Miki's fours.
Lucky 4, my friend. Gamble.
Natural.
Yeah, full bet thing.
There you go. You just hear Ren Ling kind of saying a bit of a gamble here from the fours.
Beneath like a Lucky 4, ah?
Especially for 15 bigs effective against Daniel. But as it is, gets it in good against Vinny Lingham, who's just got into town. Guaranteed at cash, and well, 91% of the time, he's going to be doubling up. Queen high flop, just needs to fade a 4. Successfully done on the turn. Would be brutal. 10 of diamonds, runs out clean.
Nice double up for Lingham, and I have to admit, after our nice conversation today, I feel a little emotionally invested in Lingham's fate here. Sweating these all-ins on.
I think if Vinny just takes a bit of time there before jamming. He does play fast though, doesn't he?
Does you want it?
Yeah, very fast as
That one's mine, yeah.
Yosuke Miki, the Japanese player, shoving from the cutoff. Winter will be a customer. Petrangelo reaching. Oh, Petrangelo has picked up pocket aces. Look at this cooler as Sean Winter has run ace-king into Nick Petrangelo's aces.
Hello, welcome everyone to the Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter here at the Leze Casino Shinhwa World. Now you're joined by Randy Liu alongside Kevin Rabichow, and that bounty pull was amazing because we got to see Seth Davies pull 6 bounties, a bunch of bricks, and then it was all, hey, Allison.
Allison, leader of the show and all-time leader now in bounty draws in a single event. He pulled $1.2 million, or should I say Medi pulled 400K of those 1.2 million. It was Allison and friends on the big stage drawing those 14 pulls. How about Adrian Mateos, by the way, just walking up, ripping open 3 bounties one by one. He pulls 480,000 just from 3 pulls. Very healthy score for him, as well as DeVoris, who got 2 golds on 2 pulls.
Yeah, obviously very nice for all of them. You know, Mateo's just quickly pulling 800, 80, 200, 200, but we do now turn our attention to the final 12 players in the 60K. You can see Nikki P is currently at the top of the leaderboard, very well experienced tournament player, but Elis Parson is actually in second chips. That's the PLO sniper.
Yeah, the PLO sniper has shown up strong in the 2-card streets, and I'm also eyeing Ike Haxton at the blue table along with Nick Petrangelo. Heaps of chips for the 2 Triton legends. I mean, we've just got a laundry list of talent in the final 12 in the 60K.
Yeah, the thing about Isaac Haxton, he was so close to picking up a title earlier in this Jeju stop, but he did finish runner-up. But it seems like we are going to go ahead and go down to our 2 featured tables, 12 remaining. That means 2 tables of 6 players. All right there on the left and the right. We'll be taking you down to a winner in this event tonight. Those are the 2 big stacks. Petrangelo on the blue table, Elis Parson on the red. Final table is 9 players, so with 3 eliminations, we will arise to that moment. And we do have multiple short stacks. Sean Winter on 6. Japanese player, Baruse, on 9 big blinds, 8 big blinds. Dushale's got 11.
Yeah, if those short stacks can't begin a spin here, we could get down to final table in a hurry.
That is a bad sign.
That is a universal sign for we are not going to figure this out.
I'm not.
Just a star-studded field, but I guess we would always expect this in a Triton Super High Roller Series.
It wouldn't be the first time we've shouted out Mike Watson, the Trident winner. Has titles in short deck, PLO, and no limit hold'em.
Yeah, there's only one other player with a Trident, and that's Jason Kuhn. Over to Kazuomi Furuse, he's got pocket aces.
Yeah, here's the start of a spin for the short stack. He's under 8 big blinds, which might be around the threshold for min raising. So he just open jams with number 1. Unusual to see this, but he is so short that I think it's the right play.
Yeah, I feel like if he was to min raise it, also would look insanely strong. And
Fritz.
I don't know how Fritz can get away when he sees the open jam, but maybe if there was a min raise in front of him, he would think otherwise.
Yeah, I don't see this as anything but a cooler. Honestly, a bit excited to put in pocket 8s. You're ahead very, very often.
Well, he's all in. And you can see Watson folding an 8.
Fritz's potential cut in half, barring some kind of 4-card straight.
Sometimes you just gotta fold your big blind, knowing when to. Aces are going around in this tourney.
Who folded an 8? No one?
Do you want to
Watson
know?
did.
I guess you know now. Oh, you did? Yeah.
Well, it comes safe. Only 1 8 remaining in the deck. Watson delivered the bad news to Manuel Fritz. Turn cards to 7.
Close. A little sweaty.
Just around
Close
the 8 on both
again.
ways.
Feruse can breathe easy. He gets a full double.
Nice first hand after the break for Kazuomi. Up to 1.4 million. Fritz on 1.2. Kazuomi first joined our Triton tour in Jeju. Went to both of the stops in 2025 here. Another stop only at this venue, basically is where he plays. And we look over here, it's a million chip pot, and Elis Parsonen has Queen Jack high against the straight of Juan Pardo.
Elis missed a huge open-ended straight flush draw here. This is the board that Fritz needed over on the blue table.
So this hand actually went an Elis Parsonen open. Pardo called. 140K on the flop was a c-bet from Elis Parsonen, and then Juan Pardo turned the straight and led 150K.
Looks like he's reaching for another lead, and that should end this pot quickly once the bet hits the felt.
It's about an 80% pot bet. Hoping to get crying called, but just Queen Jack high.
Yeah, this, I think because Juan Pardo doesn't block any of the pairs on the board, he's going kind of greedy here with his straight, a big bet, hoping to run into a set, hoping to run into top 2 pair.
So you're saying, like, if he had 8 with a pair, he might be less likely to do that because there's just more combos of the...
It's a reasonable way, like if Pardo wants to play a couple different bet sizes on the river, that's a good way to mix it. Because if you have 9-8 or 10-8, it's a little harder to get called on the big bet. So you might want to use those hands to small bet with.
It's kind of funny, we have this other TV monitor with us, and the poll apparently was who was going to pull the 400K bounty. Well, a lot of people got it right because they just played the odds. Hey, Allison.
Yeah, somehow Mateos was second favorite, even though he only had 3 pulls. The people just knew
The thing is,
that he has luck on his side.
He didn't get the chance to pull the 400 by the time it got to him. Otherwise, he probably would have pulled it, given he pulled 2 200s.
Yeah, he drew 2 of the 3 200K bounties. Biggest numbers on the board at the time of the draw.
See, Parsons got pocket 8s. They were not doing very well on the blue table. Here on the red table, he's up against Du Xiao. Jack 4 offsuit the Robbie with no stack.
I think it would be ambitious to defend big blind, even though you do want to play a lot looser when you're under 10 big blinds, and those are kind of your good chances when you're in the big blind.
Did you catch the dealer counting down just now?
Yeah, Xiao has 0 on his shot clock, which means that if the standard time expires pre-flop, which I believe is just 20 seconds.
I don't know if it's 15 or 20 for pre-flop.
I think so.
That's my
check.
Very short
Like
amount
that
of time.
Like you would like go into the timing and lose a full chip over like 3-4 seconds maybe.
I've seen so many guys with 0 time banks with this one, and it doesn't usually happen with the...
20 seconds pre-flop.
I might be wrong.
I think like what maybe happens is that people are not used to it, and that's why like they often like dip in a couple of seconds and then like lose it over the time. If you like, I mean, I've 5 minutes, then the other guy, the Japanese guy, is like 5 minutes 9, and you get more on the final table.
Yeah.
But like yeah.
But how often you see people without time, those previous time banks? Like there are now 1, 2, 3 guys with 0.
Yeah, you saw it with time banks less often.
It's a big fold.
But,
yeah.
The reasoning I think is that
Final
people
table
aren't used to it,
bubble.
and they like dip more often in. But
Convincing
like in
Xiao
general,
to
I feel
pass
like
on the
more
close
time
spot.
because
I would have liked to see him
can
go with that
use a
one
couple seconds instead of,
against a
like,
button
having to
open.
sacrifice a full 30-second time bank chip. Yeah. Because it started the tournament with like 3 minutes 30 before you would get like what 10 time banks. So
Could
like
be because there's a direct
300
pay bubble right now.
300 seconds, you go for 5 minutes. So you get like 2 minutes less, but
You get more if you reach on time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, on time, and then like it reduces. Same with the time bank system, like before. Like if they give you less seconds, the later you edge. So that's maybe also like a factor.
So $142,000 guaranteed. They can survive one more player. They get $162,000 guaranteed, so $20K. Although passing up an ace is still relatively tight with the short stack.
Yeah, these pay jumps are worth paying attention to, but honestly, small enough in the context of the overall final table payouts that you should really just play your spots and hope to win more chips. I think especially for the shorter stacks. It's easy. It's just easy to get caught up in that idea, right? Like, oh, I'd really love to ladder, but a ladder of 20K when you're playing for 1.9 million up top.
I feel like you got to look at it relative to the buy-in of the tournament, right? So the pay jump is 1/3 of a buy-in.
Yeah.
And then you obviously want to play for 1.9 million, which is 30 some odd buy-ins.
Huge difference.
Pardo opened here, has top pair, top kicker. He's up against the gut shot with a spade.
Let's see what bet size Pardo comes with. It's a good board texture for the cutoff. Reasonably disconnected, even though there is an open ender and a flush draw possible. This is just 1/3 pot. And I think that's going to be cheap enough that Ellis wants to continue in some way. Check raise and check call, both on the table, I would think.
We see players do check raise gut shots quite often, especially when they've got the covering stack. So I'm curious to see if he exercises that right.
Yeah, there's a lot of points in favor of check raise. Spade, heart are also Parson and suits interacting with the board.
Sure.
Plus the covering stack that you mentioned, Randy, but he's just going to check call.
I guess nice when you have a single heart and single spades as you block hands that can call your check raise, but of course ace jack was going nowhere.
Yeah, it's fortunate for Parson, and the offsuit 4 I think is going to embolden Pardo to bet quite big on the turn, and that should be the end of this one. Normally you want to polarize on a turn such as this where no straights are possible, no flushes are possible. Top pair is a huge, huge hand.
So there's the big bet you expected.
Not quite pot here, but still nearly setting up stacks. Juan Pardo takes that down and moves his way up the leaderboard. He's neck and neck with Parson, and now around 3rd in chips overall.
Yeah, before we came into the booth, Pardo recently had a bit of a roller coaster, let's just say, looking at the Triton Poker Plus app. He got in pocket jacks against that very same opponent, Elis Parson, and against Ace King. Lost 1.8 million chips in that hand, and then not too long later, got in that 3-way all-in confrontation where we lost Brandon Wilson, who had pocket 10s, and Pardo was likely to be out because he had Ace 4, and Sturm had Ace King, and he found the wheel.
On 6-2.
It's a wild ride indeed, Randy. It's not long ago that Juan Pardo was the chip leader of this tournament. He had almost 4 million with 17 players left.
You think of great Spanish players, everyone thinks of Adrian Mateos, Juan Pardo, Sergio Aido, no, Ander Valinas, who's had an amazing Jeju.
Yeah. Very much in that conversation now after the run he's had.
Just saw Parson and pitch Ace-7 suited.
Yeah, against under the gun and covering. I think Parson might have had room to flat there and proceed that way.
Perhaps he wasn't used to having only 2 cards instead of 4.
I don't know, nut flush draws are pretty good in PLO. You'd think that's exactly the kind of hand he's liking.
What about the danglers?
It's true. No straight interaction for Ace-7 suited.
Okay, go ahead and peek at our other featured table where Watson is collecting some chips. Watson has 1 cash so far this festival. Was it by cash? It was in the 100K short deck, 7th place for $235,000. That'll pay for some buy-ins. Hollywood Haxton. Never know which nickname to go with for this guy.
I like Hollywood. That one doesn't get used enough these days.
How about Jungle Man's version? The Prince of Darkness.
I'm okay with that one. It's fitting.
All in.
Alright, Nikki P says all in on the button. Ace 10. Winter's only got 210,000 chips remaining.
Yeah, and Jack
Or,
9
I don't
is
know.
pretty decent.
He has 3 big ones.
That's not what I meant.
Is that a rule that if they really?
No, it's nothing to do with, honestly, I was just, no, it's fine.
Looks like Winter folded.
I had a close.
This has been like the classic angle since like day one of
No,
Shot
I'm not
Box.
angling. Like,
I know.
But is it? I thought since that I didn't know if it was actually.
No. I misspoke. Like I meant to say like.
What did you mean to say?
Like.
He meant to say I call. But
no, I misspoke. It's fine.
Thank you.
I'm not one of those ask for count guys.
It's definitely fine.
Trust me.
What did you mean to say then?
I meant to say. I meant to like ask like what price am I getting?
What
You
should I
can't
call
tell
it?
me, like, yeah, I just misspoke.
Oh, okay. Fair.
You ever ask the dealer that, Randy?
You can't really tell me.
It's a stressful situation.
So he said he didn't mean to ask how much, but he did.
Maybe he just accidentally said his internal thoughts out loud.
He's got King 4 offsuit on the button. So 2.5 big blinds. It's not unreasonable. He's got the best hand against a random big blind hand.
Yeah, I do think this qualifies to go with, again, just kind of so much out there. A potential 3x if Winter puts it in and wins against the big blind.
Christmas, Watson.
Merry Christmas, Watson.
Yeah, you're right.
It's just fucking insane, man.
Dude, you might be able to get to the pay jump. Oh, you don't.
Stop.
Only 9 call on 1.
We have a good fucking PLO hand.
That is nice.
They do.
What, the ace, king, jack 4 double suited?
It's just like I've been watching it all day, and I just like, what am I doing?
Table's cracking up as we await Winter's fate. Pretty blank board. I guess he could hit running spades.
Anyways, I was a little tired.
It's only 10 p.m., Randy. These guys are delirious.
Oh, he might perk up here.
Yeah, backdoor spades presenting. Kings and 4s will still do it as well.
Yep.
Not what he was looking for.
Yeah. Oh well.
Oh, well, he says, but he does get to take home $142,000. That's Sean Winter.
Felt like a loser.
Thank you.
There it is officially, adding to his $7.6 million in Triton earnings. Does have 1 title. That was in the 40K mystery bounty last year in Jeju. For about $1 million total. Do want to take some time to talk about Jupiter. Because when you think about it, poker players always want a clear picture of where they stand. In crypto, that could be a bit harder with assets spread across different places. Jupiter portfolio is designed to bring everything into one view. You can see your holdings, activity, very easy to follow. Just simplifies it, and yeah, take a look. that's Jupiter portfolio for you.
Snap a call.
Looks like we flip it back over as Leon Sturm picks up a little pot. Maybe even a walk, given he's in the small blind next hand.
So Leon filming a little content on break.
He's a content creator now?
That's what I was wondering. Thought maybe you might have a read on that.
At least it was
Final table, two-handed or
Wonder if a
It's a
Leon
eight-handed tournament.
Sturm YouTube channel is incoming soon.
This side. We combine on 9 or 8.
Final table is 9 players. It could be for his GTO lab. I know there's a lot of top pros are into that.
Yep. Leon is
Final table, we are
one of the
playing 9 or
coaches
8?
making educational content over at GTO Lab.
65.
Have to try.
Alex Boyka of Belarus has 3 million in Triton earnings, opening up pocket nines. Quite a solid start.
Boyka is such a tough player. I remember seeing his name in basically every tournament online when I was playing early pandemic years, 2020 to 22 or 23. Felt like he was just in absolutely everything.
I don't think I know what his username was online.
Well, this was when GG went to
real name?
so I just remember the real name. I'm also not sure about the screen name.
So he was just Alex Boyka. Got it.
Yep.
I always feel like anyone from Belarus is just some sick crusher. Of course, we think about Mikita Bazikowski.
It's a good read.
Gonna get called by PLO legend Elis Parsonen, who makes the best hand, middle pair. I'm always curious to see how these middling pocket pairs approach spots where you could see maybe a bet is good or check.
Yeah, it's like if you were just hand playing and doing exactly what pocket nines wants to do, you'd probably check. But if you're range playing and thinking, king, queen, 8 is really good for me and I can play overall aggressive, maybe bluff this hand in the future, maybe just take it down. Boyka going to be aggressive overall.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like a bit of a merge, I suppose. It's like you have the right to turn your hand to a bluff, and depending on how it runs out, or maybe you bet, it checks down, you beat some 8.
Yeah, if turn card is going to change everything, right? Let's see if it's the 3 of clubs or the 10 of spades.
Not quite either, is it? The 5 of hearts.
I really did make it sound like there were only 2 possible turn cards.
Yeah, it was kind of strange to me that you felt so strongly about those 2 cards specifically.
Well, you know, they're just opposite. I feel like the point was there.
I don't think you should be a fortune teller.
Okay. I'll leave it to the professionals.
Professional fortune telling. It's a scam, all right?
Does look like Boyka's gonna check this back. Being able to beat an 8 is a pretty big difference maker, and Elis is gonna improve significantly. Trips on the river and options.
He's going to feel very good about this and get a lot of value out of a king X. Before we finish that hand, it seems we've got a big collision here. Manuel Fritz open jams 13 big blinds of ace queen. Watson calls the Trident winner with pocket jacks. It's a 3 million chip pot, just shy. Fritz is rocking the PlayStation jacket. Nostalgia there. As it comes king 10-6. A jack would be quite lovely for Fritz. It's a 5 on the turn. Gonna need to hit that ace, that queen, or hope Watson makes a set of jacks. And he does not, so game over for Manuel Fritz.
Another close call for a great player. Fritz heads to the rail just shy of the final table, and Mike Watson, I believe, is going to take the chip lead with that pot ever so slightly ahead of Ike Haxton and Nick Petrangelo.
So Fritz gonna finish 11th place, 162,000. He's been here since day one of the Triton one, grinding out all of the tournaments. Had a big score in the 15K high roller. 4th place for 466,000, but the Austrian is done, and we are down to 10 players remaining. That's the final table bubble now, 2 tables of 5, and we have Juan Pardo with pocket 6s.
Hijack open here. Plenty of mid stacks behind, but all eyes on Du Xiao and his 5 big blind stack. King Queen really has to go, I think. He's secured a pay jump. He's played patiently up to this point, but recognizes that this is far too few chips to make a run deeper into this tournament.
Makes that move as you expected. Also nice that he can clear out the big blind, gets extra overlay. 6s call, so it's 1.2 million. That Du Xiao would love to have if he can just find a king or a queen. Slight edge to Pardo. We could be at the final table very quickly if the 6s can hold. Sixes are looking very good.
Holding thus far, but lots of backdoors for Xiao.
Yeah, paint would be ideal for Du Xiao.
That's the card.
Jack of Hearts would be the card to see. The 4 of Hearts is plenty of outs.
Jack of Hearts.
Rooting for the Jack of Hearts. It is just the Jack, non-heart. Good game to Du Xiao of China. And we're down to 9 just like that. That was very quick, Kevin.
Didn't expect us to get down to 9 so fast after that initial double up we saw at the start of this frame, but 3 rapid succession eliminations. Winter, Fritz, and now Xiao.
It's 9 left, yeah. It's 9 left, right?
Confirmed. 9 players remaining. Du Xiao gets the last payout before the final table of 9. Picks up the 162,000. And we're there just like that. That is the final table of 9 players. And you can see at the very top, Watson eclipsed Haxton by just 5,000 chips. Even Juan Pardo, he's not too far behind with 4 million in chips. Feruse squeeze in there with 10 big blinds. 194,000 locked up. 1.939 million is what they're playing for, and the 60K Triton title. Even get 1.3 for second place. That's a really cool payday. So we had 12 players as we came into the booth. 3 quick eliminations. You know, Watson holding with the pocket jacks against Manuel Fritz's ace queen.
It's a really tight race at the top, Randy. I mean, you saw 5 players with above average stack. Ellis Parsonen is 5 big blinds behind the chip lead, and he's 5th. I mean, it's anybody's game, and there's a ton of money up top.
A ton of money up top. It's going to take us about 10 minutes to set up the final table, and then we're going to resume soon.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players, solved in seconds, right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest with GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Mystery hand here for Chidwick.
That's why we get on, by the way. You and me both. And yes, our first mystery hand of the day. Here we go, chat. I'm going with 10-9 suited.
That's a very quick and early. Usually we wait to see the post-flop action, but Henry's jumping right into it. As the action develops, feel free to type in chat what you think Stephen Chidwick has. See if we get anyone who can nail his exact holding. Presumably Sean Winter will get involved, or else this wouldn't be much of a mystery hand.
So Chidwick started the hand with 17.2 bigs.
How much?
Sorry, 17.3.
Winter just about 11 big blinds to start the hand. Of course, 11 big blinds for Sean Winter is like 26 big blinds for most people.
That's a great point. I've seen him go post-flop with a shorter stack. See, look, 10-9 suited would be great here. Top pair for Winter.
It's funny because I think we've seen this theme a lot of somebody in the big blind defending off a shallow stack, flopping an ace, and we're always saying it's not a good board for them. They don't have an ace that often, but we seem to arrive in these situations where they do have the ace quite a lot. It's been thematic throughout the last few days.
So from the bluffing portion of the range, what would we have? All of our Broadway combos.
Chidwick could bet close to full range in this spot. If you're going to check some hands, hands like ace deuce of clubs, pocket queens, pocket kings would probably make a lot of sense. Certainly you want to bet a lot of your jack highs, your 10 highs, anything with a straight draw.
There's the call as expected from Winter. SPR sub 1. 6 of hearts now on the turn if he does have 10-9 of hearts. Dude, if I've just nailed this before the flop was dealt.
So that's your lean, 10-9 of hearts? Is that, you said 10-9 suited originally?
I said 10-9 suited, yeah.
Okay, so 10-9 of hearts is Henry's guess.
I'm just sticking with 10-9, but I guess I could give
90?
it a suit.
Winter leads here, Henry. A bit surprised to see this?
Well, this is the theme we were talking about yesterday, right? Like on these middle card and low card pairing turns, as the big blind. You see people lead quite often, just given the fact that he's going to have more 6x in his range from the big than Chidwick would have in his opening range.
Yeah, very fair.
Stephen Chidwick going nowhere. This pot grows to 670. Front door spades complete.
So I'm guessing Winter's going to want to check this card. Doesn't feel like betting accomplishes too much at this point. You already got some value on the turn. The 3 of spades completing the river. If you do bet, I think just a block.
The min block being 1/6 of his stack. Surely not check fold.
He does check, and based on the fact that we've got those question marks in front of Stephen Chidwick's hand, perhaps we see all in. Your read's 10-9 of hearts. I'll go value.
You're going value.
I'll go King Jack of spades.
We still jamming Ace Jack plus, Ace 10 plus.
I think so. I mean, yes, Sean can have some 6x in his range, maybe as played, but I'd still want to target the weaker Ace X. One thing Sean is thinking to himself is, I gave my man Chidwick a nice price on the turn. How wide can he float me here? Sean would rather have a spade in his hand. He'd like to block the heart draw. Sorry, like to unblock the heart draw and block the spades.
Very true.
And he might be wondering to himself, would Stephen Chidwick jam with Ace 10, no spade? Would he jam with Ace Jack, no spade?
Where do the bluffs come from? Hands like Jack 10 of hearts, 10-9 of hearts.
Yeah. Maybe even something like pocket 10s with a spade could turn itself into a bluff on this card.
Wow, Sean lets it go.
Full house for Stephen Chidwick, so it was value, but not the value I was thinking. Nice fold from Sean Winter.
Great fold. And it's actually, I feel like the block on the turn, or the lead, kind of helped him preserve his stack there.
But that's another example of Winter having 11 big blinds, making top pair in a single raise pot against a hijack open and not going broke. We had somebody get Fritz. And the logjam at 17 continues, as we're now under 8 minutes away from the blinds going up.
Oh, hello. Hello, aces. Second in chips at the table against first in chips in the tournament.
Maybe the only good news here for Rizai is that because he opened in... Oh, look at this, Henry.
What is going on?
This is the cooler of all coolers.
We were talking about the logjam and how something absurd needed to happen in order for it to burst. And the dam is about to burst wide open for Nick Petrangelo.
And this is just a completely inevitable collision. Rizai will get out of the way quickly.
How do you even calculate the EV of this pot? And how often do you find yourself 17 left with 1.9 million up top, and this happens to you in your favor?
And what makes the great players so great is that they're able to shake something like this off. Stephen Chidwick will be back tomorrow, assuming he doesn't find a king here. Playing the next tournament, you just know that it's part of the game. But how brutal.
chip lead pot. Aces v Kings. Jack 6-5 clean for Nicky P. And it's all over. Case ace on the turn means that he is now the chip leader with 3.4 million. Stephen Chidwick is going to go home, 17th.
And how quickly it changes, Henry. Petrangelo bluffed it off earlier, then it's the covering. Doesn't it usually work the other way?
And we're back, everyone, to the Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter here at the Leze Casino, Jeju, Shinhwa World. My name is Randy Liu alongside Kevin Rabichow, and we are finally down to the final 9 players in this 60K tournament, $1.9 million up top. It's a star-studded final table. I do want to get straight into what we're working with here. You can see we've got Watson with a ton of chips, Haxon with a ton of chips, Pardo as well, Petrangelo. They're all got very similar stacks. But in terms of the table draw, who do you think drew best?
Well, is it still a ton of chips, Randy, if everybody has it? I mean, it's a deadlock at the top half of the table, and it's also a deadlock on each side of the table in terms of some of these stacks. I'm looking at Petrangelo having Pardo and Watson to his immediate left. That's a really rough draw for Petrangelo. Every time he enters the pot, he's got to deal with those two who cover him. His button is into their blinds. This is very disadvantageous for him. And I'm looking at the same thing with Rezai opening into Haxton and Parsonen, right? When you're on a healthy stack and you're at the final table, you don't want to have to deal with covering stacks every single time you open the pot. You especially want an easy button. But they're just not getting that. It's a really bad draw for Rezai and for Petrangelo there.
I gotta say, there is no easy spot with the Super High Roller Series in terms of talent. Yes, you can see Petrangelo, terrible to have 2 strong players with big stacks to his left. He even has Haxton and Parsonen on his right. They're probably going to be opening into his big blind quite a bit, so it's going to be pretty tough for him. But I believe all eyes definitely going to be on our Japanese player, Kozomi Furuse. He's only got 10 big blinds. Should be some tight play.
Yeah,
for most people, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, there is still a lot of runway to the top, I will say, Randy. There's about a 10x difference between the current payout and first place. That's a lot of upside for Furuse if he can get back into this, and honestly, 1 double up gets him close to average, so I would like to see the shorter stacks coming into this. That includes Alex Boyka to really take their shots early and hope to make a run at this one.
Yeah, so the average stack is 30 big blinds. If Furuse can get that double, he'll get closer. He's on 10 going into this final table. They're all guaranteed $194,000. The first pay jump is about 50K on top to 243K. 1.939 million is for the champion. Runner up will get 1.3 million. And it seems like cards are ready to go. Let's send it down to Luca.
Event number 6, No Limit Hold'em 8-ended 60K has seen 139 entries for more than 8 million in the prize pool. We are down to a final table of 9 from 139. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. Scene number 1 with 1.7 million from Belarus. Please welcome Alex Boyka.
Boyka's got over 3 million in earnings. This is the Belarusian's 20th cash and 6th final table.
From Germany, scene number 2 with 2.4 million. Please put your hand together for Leon Sturm.
Leon looking for his first Triton trophy. This is his 7th final table appearance on the Triton stage. Only gonna be a matter of time for him.
From Australian, seat number 3 with 2.9 million. Please welcome Daniel Rezai.
Rezai's made 5 final tables at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Results going way back to Cyprus in 2022.
In seat number 5 from the US with 4.2 million. Please put your hand together for Ike Axton.
This man waited so long to finally hold Triton Gold and already has a 2nd place in the Triton 1 High Roller.
In seat number 6 from Finland with 3.5 million. Please put your hand together for Ellis Parsinen.
One of the very best Pot Limit Omaha players is a PLO main event winner of over 7.7 million in career earnings, looking to add a No Limit Hold'em title.
RC number 7 from Japan with 175,000. Please put your hand together for Kazuomi Furuse.
The Japanese have been making waves here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. All his cash is here in Jeju. This is a career best.
EC number 8, we have a man that doesn't even need a passport to enter a casino. 3.9 million. Nick Petrangelo.
He too is a former champion with over 7.2 million in earnings, 22 cashes dating all the way back to 2019.
EC number 9 from Spain with 4 million. Please put your hand together for Juan Pardo.
Juan is an amazing Spanish poker player, third cash in just 4 events here in Jeju, 4.3 million in career earnings.
Last but not least, closing on our final table, we have our chip leader from Canada with 4.2 million. Please welcome Mike Watson.
He is one of 2 men that holds the Triton. That means he won PLO, no limit, and short deck. Looking to add here as well.
The button has been drawn in seat number 8. Nick will start on the button. We still have 14 hands remaining of 50, 100, 100. 100 seconds have been added to your Triton tempo. I wish you all the very best of luck. Juanma, shuffle up and deal, please.
All right, Kevin Rabichal, and I don't know if you heard it, but Luca Vivaldi said we added 100 seconds of Triton tempo to your clock.
Good news for Alex Boyka, who I think was just at 0. I'm seeing a minute 40. That's 100 seconds total on his clock.
You can do the math. Not bad.
You like that one? 60 seconds, 1 minute.
Okay, well then what's the difference between first and second? Go.
That looks like 626,000 we'll be playing for when we get to heads up, Randy. 194,000 on tap for everybody, and a $49,000 pay jump. That was the hardest one for me. $49,000 pay jump.
Close to 50K, but 49 is precise. 8.43 million is the prize pool. And it is very close for everyone in the top 5 chip counts, only separated by a few big blinds. Average stack is 31 big blinds. I mean, no rollback really needed here.
Yeah, above that 30 big blind threshold. Getting in at 50, 100, 100K blinds with 14 hands remaining on the level.
Parsonen getting a massage immediately here at this final table. Guess he's expecting to be here for a while.
Stressful walkout, you know? I think he's camera shy.
Juan Pardo. He's got Watson to his left. Watson's the tournament chip leader. Jack 6 suited.
Yeah, typical strategy here would be to limp the majority of his range. Pardo, a notoriously aggressive player, but with the chip leader to your direct left, it's kind of key that both of these players don't get involved in too sticky a situation.
I almost think it would be kind of face up if you started to raise in the small blind, because you're not supposed to want to raise into this bigger stack, so you often would limp your good hands, try to induce some bluff raises.
Well, face up as what, Randy?
Face
I
up
mean,
as
you could
a
flip
bad
it.
hand. You could flip it.
It could be a good hand. It could be a bad hand.
It could be maybe something in between.
No, it's not like they're balanced.
These guys are obviously very balanced. I know what you're saying, buddy. Top pair versus bottom pair, actually.
Yeah, Watson checked over to with the opportunity to value bet, but Pardo's still very uncapped. He could have limped ace-10, could have limped 10-9, any 2-pair hand on this board. He's going to bet, but this is not an attempt to build a large pot, just trying to get a little value. Don't think Pardo can go anywhere with Jack 6 suited.
Yeah, he's got a pair. Maybe there's a random stab for Watson. Hand playing itself at the moment. Turn card is the 10, and that changes things. Straight now possible.
Gets interesting here. Watson kind of unlikely to have an ace right now. Pardo reasonably likely to have an ace. I don't know that leading is on his mind, but turning this Jack-6 into a bluff at some point is definitely a consideration when the 10 rolls off.
He's going to check for now. Because you can still sell the story that you got a straight on the river if it just checks through. Not like you have to lead into it on the turn.
Yeah, no need to fast play, just a question of whether getting immediate value from like 2-pair or a flush draw is important for an ace. Did seem like Pardo was entertaining the idea of leading. But it's not like Watson can never have it. He's just less likely.
Trip kings for Watson.
Well, that's going to make it tougher for Pardo to get Mike off of this hand. See if he even thinks he needs to bluff here. Pardo could have worse as well. He could have check-called the flop with a 10. He could have check-called a bare flush draw.
I think he could beat random hands too, right? A 10x that bet the flop, random air. I don't really feel like he needs to turn his hand into a bluff.
Juan Pardo agrees. Now the question is for Mike, does he believe that Juan Pardo would check enough straights on the end? Would he check enough full houses that are planning to check raise? He does think that's a possibility.
Yeah, I could see how Pardo might have a 9 and doesn't want to bet it. So you kind of don't want to value own yourself in that spot.
Yeah, with the dynamic you have here, just value betting thresholds in general get a lot higher. Both players incentivized to take caution. So you're going to see further polarity than you normally would at all stages of the hand.
Watson has 18 million in Triton earnings, 5 titles. He has a Trident, so 1 PLO title, 1 short deck title, and 1 no hold'em title. I guess technically there's 2 other titles. I don't know which ones they are specifically, given his cashes actually date back to before we started live streaming at the Triton Super High Roller Series. He has cashes in Macau in 2017.
Wow. Watson's a real OG.
He's the real OG, that's right. Neelis Parsonen playing with 2 cards.
Boyka has a hand that would often like to defend earlier in the tournament, but it's happy to fold quickly at this stage. Boyka does have pay jumps on his mind, and defending the big blind light is just a surefire way to bust the tournament more often. If it's not worth that much in chips, it's better to just fold at this stage.
Also a hand that's probably pretty difficult to play post-flop against a covering stack. He most likely is paying attention to Kazomi, who's got 10 big blinds. Queen Jack suited for the Prince of Darkness.
225.
I feel like I should recognize what's on his t-shirt. Like it's a famous painting or something. Did you catch a glimpse?
Was it a clock of the sort?
Yeah.
Is it Big Ben?
No, not that kind of famous.
Oh, okay.
Note the Queen Jack suited fold. Cleared out the same hand. Is it Salvador Dali? Producer James advising, perhaps? Okay.
Who is that?
Oh, come on, Randy.
Salvador Dali?
Don't make me... We're both supposed to play the role of being uncultured and not knowing things. You can't pretend to have never seen that image before.
I don't pretend or play that role. I am uncultured. King Jack suited went into the muck. You see that he thought about it there.
Yeah, this is a 9-handed table. We're not often watching ranges as tight as they are in this setup. Haxton opening +1 is, 8-handed under the gun. We saw Queen Jack suited fold in U7. We saw Petrangelo fold in hijack. This is just what ends up happening when everybody's locked up near the top. You've got 5 players who are all trying to play low risk against each other. So a lot of the matchups at this table are inclined to just seed to the first raiser.
Feruse, shortest stack. He's got 10 big blinds, ace-4 suited into the muck. Is that something he could have considered? Well, he would have ran into the queens, but please expand.
I mean, I do think that it was close, but he might just feel kind of locked up on options, like not comfortable with min raise.
Uh-oh. It's a mystery. And it's featuring Juan Pardo as Nick Petrangelo opens the queens to 2.25x. And look at the stacks. They are very close.
Yeah, these two of the players I was saying are incentivized to avoid risk. Pardo starting with a flat. Let's not assume that he's heavily capped here. And yeah, Sturm, the decision of his own.
Seems like a good spot to try to flop a set multi-way.
But at the same time, you're so disincentivized from peeling out a position at a final table. Doesn't shock me that Sturm did fold there. I know it looks unusual, but I think that's also because he's around 20 big blinds effective, and that pot would have grown to 1 million. It's easy to just end up all in post. You don't want to put yourself in that spot marginally.
Even the Jack-4 suited, a hand that I thought would flick in another 125k, is out of there. So we're going to take this one heads up. And it's Jack-6-3 Rainbow. What a spot for queens. Looks pretty good.
Part of the reason why Rezai folds the big blind here is you just don't want to get involved with marginal top pairs, with anything that's drawing to, like, yeah, the middle of the deck instead of to the nuts. And Juan Pardo's range is really the highlight here. It's Petrangelo who has queens, but flatting in the hijack, 40 big blinds effective, is going to set off alarm bells for everyone behind.
Yeah, you can see Petrangelo playing the queens cautious right now on the flop. I want to ask, is pocket jacks on the table for Juan, or is he 3-betting a hand like that?
I think he always flats pocket jacks, or at least very nearly always. It's unlikely he's 3-betting what I would call like a marginal stack off hand. But the threshold
Take
is...
125k chip away. We don't have 5Ks.
Yeah.
I guess Pardo announced a bet size that
illegal bet
was outside of the minimum denominations, not in multiples of 25k.
That's right. So he's going to make it 175,000. Very small bet into 700k. It's a quarter pot.
Petrangelo is pressing here. He wants to extract some value. Because I do think, you know, Pardo is not going to flat kings, or at least the vast majority of the time is not going to flat kings. And he is going to flat ace-jack suited and potentially king-jack suited. So there's some hands for Petrangelo to extract value from. Another thing of note is that he's probably not flatting 3s or 6s. I'm not sure about 6s. I'm pretty confident about 3s.
Okay, so we take one set off the table, pocket 3s. 6s maybe, jacks for sure, and then of course ace-jack, king-jack like you mentioned. I guess he doesn't have much air for him to bet call, right? He doesn't have king-queen suited, or is that possible still?
He might have king-queen suited. Ace-queen suited also came to mind for me, but with Petrangelo having 2 queens, it feels a little unlikely.
Okay.
Also want to consider which hands are even going to start with a bet on the flop. I mean, ace-king is possible, but does that hand bet the flop? I'm not sure.
Looks like a very safe turn card for Petrangelo, because he shouldn't ever expect Juan Pardo to have 4-5. That hand doesn't tend to flat from the hijack.
No, it should give Nick some concern. Like, if he barrels turn and jams river and gets called, he's sometimes going to be good, but often not going to have the best hand. But with queens, no spade, I think he's starting to feel a little obliged to get value on the spade turn, targeting jack-x of spades especially, but even like ace-queen of spades or king-queen of spades, if they floated the flop, have now picked up too much equity to fold.
Seems like he beats all of the jack-x of spades, the floats, and he only loses to jacks and 6s at the moment. Sounds about right?
Yeah, I think only losing to jacks and 6s. I do think there's a sliver of kings pre-flop, but overwhelmingly Pardo's going to play that aggressively.
Sounds like a lot more combos to get value from. Probably why he's continuing to bet the 700K. Do hope you guys are playing along with us in the chat. Try to figure out this mystery hand as Pardo makes the call. Pot balloons to 3.15 million. River card is the 10 of spades. So if Juan Pardo had Jack X of spades, he just got there.
This is not the card that Pietrangelo wanted to see. It's also a 10, and if Pardo had called light across the first two streets with pocket 10s, he rivers a set. It's quite hard for Nick to have the best hand on the river. He's hoping to run into ace jack of hearts, king jack of hearts, diamonds as well. That's about it.
So maybe he just checks it on over and hopes Pardo checks it back. Because ace jack and king jack, they're probably not going to bet when checked too, I would think.
I would think so as well, but you know, both players are going to be breaking down ranges the way we have been. Juan Pardo is sick enough to be in this spot and recognize that Pietrangelo mostly has over pairs, doesn't have sets very often. And in order to have a flush, he has to have fast played and then checked on the river. I don't know if Juan Pardo gets here with a jack. I'm assuming the bet's coming, Randy, and I'm just going to start predicting what he might be able to bluff with.
Yes,
I mean,
please.
We really do think that the bottom of Pardo's range arriving at river might be a pair of jacks.
Would he need to turn that ever into a bluff if it wasn't a flush?
Well, if it's the bottom of his range, it's worth thinking about, right? Now, I'm not 100% sure that Pardo is going to pure fold the turn with like pocket 8s, pocket 7s, pocket 9s. Those hands exist up until the turn at least, but they might fold the turn.
He's decided to bet 950,000. It's relatively small in relation to the pot. Less than third pot, just slight.
I'm surprised by this bet size. Note the recommendation from our partner at GTO Wizard. This is suggesting a mix on the river and a mix to turn this into a bluff as well. I mean, is this bet size from Pardo that likely to be non-flush, I suppose, for value? Does he have Jack 10 suited in his pre-flop range? Two pair, maybe a set, like this kind of hand more often than a flush?
That was an interesting recommendation.
That's wild to think of turning this into a bluff with no spade.
All right. It's a fold, and it was ace-queen of spades. You did mention that. You were right.
That's a disciplined fold from Nicky P. You get to the river and face 30% pot. He didn't even really think about it, but I think Nick not only recognized how hard it is to bluff in that spot for Pardo, but he's also just got one of his worst combos on the river to call with.
Good thing he didn't go with the recommendation of going all in. He would have been out of the tournament against the nuts.
Wow.
But for that recommendation to come up, that means that from a GTO perspective, Juan Pardo, if he has the nut flush, is not supposed to bet that size, right?
That would be part of my thought as well. Like, I think that's a non-standard river bet size from Pardo. So when a solver comes up with a range, like it has to consider the size that was used in the hand. So Pardo's basically forced our solver to say like, well, I bet 950 on the river. What range would you use for this? And it's like, well, I don't know. That seems small for a flush, right? So I guess you just always have two pairs set. Maybe a fraction of flushes to balance your range.
You got to node lock it.
Yeah.
That was a very cool mystery hand. I don't know if anyone in the chat got it right, but I remember you mentioning the ace-queen of spades. That's our expert, Kevin Rabichow, in the booth with me. As now, Pietrangelo opens, and Sturm is kind of trying to get some Pietrangelo bucks.
Yeah, this. A button, 3-bet. So Sturm reaching a bit lower. We've seen some very tight folds at this final table from earlier positions. Once it folds to him on the button, he's trying to play more aggressively. This is an uncomfortable spot for Nick. Sure, we can see he has the best hand right now, but ace-queen offsuit is not super strong for 22 big blinds from early position. And again, you don't love flatting 3-bets out of position at this stage of the tournament. I think Nicky P might be feeling jam or fold.
He does make the move.
Nice find.
Found a little bit of treasure there. Well done. He was not scared of his table mate to his right only having 975K.
Yeah, that's also like a hard spot to go after when you're on the heels of playing a complicated big spot against Juan Pardo and losing that hand. Very next pot, right back into it. Leon Sturm 3-bets you on the button and you have to put your tournament life at risk. It's difficult to execute in those moments. Nicky P showing off some experience.
Yeah, that's why he's one of the best. There are people less experienced. They're like, well, I had 40 big blinds. Am I really going to go out first now and play this ace-queen?
No, really, it's easy to just start seeing the story in your head, like this is how it all crumbles. I'm going to torch it, right, and finish 9th after coming into the final table 2nd in chips, 3rd in chips. It's the thing you want to avoid. It's so easy to think of that.
Yeah, for me, observing Pietrangelo play, I've always heard really good things about him. He's been around poker for a very long time, and really, he just does not pass any spot. If he thinks it's a plus EV play, he'll take it.
Let's see how Ike wants to approach this 35, 40 big blind versus blind spot. He could start with limp,
425.
but raise.
He made it really big, over 4x. I guess he just wins it here.
Yeah, unless Parsonen wants to get out of line. We've seen some wild blind versus blind 3-bet bluffs this series. I don't know if Queen 6-0 is the one at the final table. It's so much lower than you want to defend against this size. Usually you take hands that are kind of on the fringe, right? Like almost good enough to call with and have some blocker properties. Queen 6 is just dust there.
Pocket 4s for Watson. Little pairs drove up tremendously at final tables in early position, so he passes. Ace-10 now for Boyka of Belarus.
Expecting him to raise this, especially on the big blind of Feruse, the short stack at the table.
Look at Sturm. Picks up ace-king after 3-bet folding the king-queen against Pietrangelo.
Yeah, Leon quite likely to get his chips back in this one. Think we'll see him make a committing 3-bet here.
No more 3-bet to 600K off of this stack?
No, not with 16 big blinds. He just wants to put it in.
Looks like he's going to get a couple passes.
And Boyka cannot defend such a weak hand. He's covered by a shred as well.
He knows better than to raise call off ace-10 against this man.
Think against anyone.
Yeah, that's true. Did have to be the craziest player you have ever seen.
Well, you've seen some of their recommendations on screen. Our partners at GTO Wizard are going to help you never guess at a final table again. Their countless ICM solutions make sure you're prepared for every pay jump and high pressure spot. Be ready where it matters most. Join now at gtowizard.com.
What's really cool for me is that we had that new graphic that populated during that mystery hand, the recommendation of the hands we're actually witnessing. And, you know, I'm still a bit puzzled about the fold or all in.
Yeah.
Usually it's between fold or call, you know what I mean?
I like that it leaves us a little suspense where, like, we're not seeing the full solution. We don't get all the details. It's just like, here's a snapshot of GTO strategy, and good luck understanding it.
Of course, you can go ahead and study that over at GTO Wizard during your downtime.
Those are exactly solved for these final tables as they're set. Exact chip counts, exact payouts.
Yeah, you have been informed about that, right?
Oh yeah. I know a good deal about how it works. I've done a fair bit of work with GTO Wizard, both studying and actually working with the company.
I know what you're saying. We do have an open from Elis Parson. Ace-4 and Kazuomi. He's got ace-6 suited with 7 blinds against the button open.
Yeah, I think Feruse can take this spot, and what I think players don't even expect sometimes at final tables is that off of stacks like this, you will sometimes generate a fold when you 3-bet all in.
He folds.
Oh, that's a snug pass. I do understand it. Like, I think when you're under 10 bigs in so many spots for so long, we never saw players folding to the rejams. The prevailing logic was like, oh, if you face a rejam and you're under 10 bigs, you can't fold anything. You have too much equity with every hand. So we saw so many players just snap call it off any spot under 10 bigs. And if Feruse never gets that through, it is kind of ugly. Like, if you're facing an effective all-in and you call it off, you need a pretty good hand. I think ace-6 suited qualifies against button, but I also think Feruse just had that idea that he's never going to get it through, that Parsonen's always going to call, and he doesn't want that.
Yeah, he would have jammed 5 big blinds on top of the open raise. So it does make sense that his opponent would make crying calls. And there's obviously a lot of bigger aces. He's raising any ace on the button practically.
But also probably queen 4 suited, stuff like this. There's spots where you're in very good shape. Easy to forget about those.
Let's send the king-queen back to Leon Sturm. Had that 2 hands ago.
He's going to continue to play aggressively. Juan Pardo in the big blind this hand. Parsonen just a little double check. That's not aces, right? No, still ace-4.
I know they always say the ace-4 looks like aces. Bit of a troll.
So we saw 7-5 offsuit folded in the big blind earlier, but that was Alex Boyka on a mid stack. This is Juan Pardo on the chip lead. I think he might defend this 5-4. There's a lot of post-flop spots where he's going to get to leverage pressure on Sturm.
I also feel like he gets a lot of free turn cards because Sturm isn't going to randomly bet a lot of flops with 18 big blinds and a 7 big blind stack out there.
Yeah, Sturm has to be a lot more cautious about committing his stack. That means Pardo's going to realize more equity. This is a pretty good board for Leon, though. The question is just, does King-Queen have that awkward amount of equity where he doesn't want to face check raise? But Sturm goes after it, and he's rewarded for that.
Enjoy the pot, sir. I look at Sturm's t-shirt. Is that a piece of art as well from this Sadler whatever guy you mentioned?
Sadler?
I forgot what you said, the name.
That's who you came up with? No, that's an original Jackson Pollock.
That?
Yeah, don't you know?
Who's Jackson Pollock? Is he famous too?
Give me a break, Randy.
Is he a real person? Is he a basketball player? Like, what is he? I don't like your silence on this issue.
Sean Philippe in the chat saying no guests in the booth this series. Didn't we have Beyrouzi in here yesterday?
We did. We did have him with Livingston and Kilbane.
We've had a third chair pulled up already. Go back and check the footage. All those replays are still available on our YouTube channel, free of charge.
I like how you changed the conversation, though. So is that person real, Jackson Pollock?
Just, Randy, you have 2 devices in front of you that can answer this question.
I don't want to use my fingers. Just my voice.
Hey Siri, can you teach Randy about art history in 30 seconds?
I'm pretty sure it'll tell me about Mona Lisa first and Leonardo da Vinci. Those are 2 artists, right?
You know, I was... God. was going to tell a real story, but that got me.
That's my goal, just to get you as you try to break down these Wizards hands. Pass, but no pass here, I assume, for ace-9 offsuit and 7.25 BBs. There's the jam.
Kazuomi finds the correct play here, and is
that a taker?
Fortunate to run into Watson. Absolutely going to put this in. Boyka behind only has 11 big blinds as well, so I think Michael just asked for the rest of it.
What's your bluff? Ace jack hearts?
Yeah, even if it's a tightish range, Fruse is going to be desperate off of that stack. He does click it a little bit. I guess he's just putting Boyka all in as well, so not really a click. Kazuomi needs a 9. We're going to be the first elimination here at the final table in the 60K. Passed up a couple potential spots. See if he can get lucky. It's not lucky, but it is a way to chop it.
I think he'd take a chop.
Chop happens a quarter of the time, and he's got more pulls at a win.
Open-ended, 10 or a 5 gives him the win.
Yep. 8 or 7 for the chop. River card's a 9, and he pairs, but the thing is Watson makes the straight, so Kazuomi Fruse. First elimination.
Fake out on the river.
Yeah, the fake out. That's the one you go, wait a second, did I win? I do not. Shout out to Kazuomi from Japan. Japan has been making really great showing here in Jeju. This will be his biggest cash to date to add to his 179,000 in earnings. Didn't really have much to work with in terms of chip stack going into this final table, but I think when he looks back on it, he's going to be very happy to have 194,000 in the bank.
Yeah, this still early in Furuse's Triton career. These are the kinds of runs that you build momentum with. Good game, sir.
We're going to slide the short stack duties over to Alex Boyka. He's got 11 big blinds. And there's quite a separation between him and Leon Sturm, who's got 24 big blinds. Pardo, chip leader, doing his thing with Jack-10 offsuit. And speaking of Sturm, he's got ace-queen.
Yeah, and just 22 big blinds against a late position open. I think it is all you can eat.
Mm-hmm. You're right. He went to the buffet. I kind of want to touch on a strategic choice for him to go on there with ace-queen.
Yep.
Is it because there's a short stack out there of 10 big blinds that he'd rather do that than raise and induce from, I don't know, pocket fives that might rejam on him?
I think it's also just the qualities of a hand like ace-queen offsuit. When you're up against a very loose opening range, you're concerned about getting flatted in position by some of the marginal stuff, like giving one Pardo the ability to flat 9-8 suited or to flat pocket sevens or something, instead of just being forced to run it and seeing all 5 cards guaranteed. It's better in general for a hand like ace-queen offsuit that's more like hot and cold all-in equity.
Okay.
Instead of, you know, playability that you might see with ace-king suited or pocket jacks.
We are getting another mystery hand, Kevin. You nailed it last time with the ace-queen suited. Now it's Leon Sturm that's involved. And he's going to go for a limp against Daniel Rezai. Very similar stack of 2.5 million. Rezai's got 8-6 offsuit, and we're going to go to a flop with 3 big blinds in there.
See, the trick to nailing the mystery hand, Randy, is to name every hand in their pre-flop range at different parts. And then I can never be wrong.
Look at that 8-6. He just flopped the straight. I don't care what the mystery hand is. I like in Rezai's hand.
Yeah, what's the mystery here? How Rezai is going to win all the chips?
Pretty much. He's going to take 2.5 million from Sturm or a little bit less. Guess the first question is how much we're going to bet with the flop straight, if at all.
Yeah, this is a pretty good board texture just for a big blind checking range in general. Because ranges are tighter pre-flop at final tables, Leon's unlikely to limp the small blind with a random 5, a random 4. Even a hand with a 6 in it is kind of hard to have. So when the big blind checks back, they're generally favored on an all-low card flop. I see Leon just check call. I wouldn't rule out strong hands just because of the passive nature of his play so far.
That's got to be one of the worst turn cards Rezai could see.
Okay, I'm starting to see how this develops into a story. Daniel's hand is still very strong, but no longer the nuts. 8-9 has improved to the nut straight. And it's hard for him to extract a lot of value now, given that we don't expect a super wide pre-flop range from Sturm. It's hard for him to have, let's say, the low end of the straight and be coolered in that way. It's more likely he has, I don't know, a top pair hand with a high card. More likely he has a bare flush draw. Or he's just going to have a straight sometimes as well with an 8.
Going for some value. Ideally, he would hope that Sturm has got like a 3 that can pay off, although we think it's a bit unlikely, just given the stack depth and the small blind limp. But he is betting with what should be the best hand most of the time, and with Sturm playing passively, makes it even more likely with that turn check call. So it's a board pairing 4 on the river. In case Sturm had 2 pairs, he might actually boat up on this card.
Yeah, that's now the concern for Daniel, but I still think that value betting in position against a check is the play. We've been talking about the ways that Rezai can be beat, mostly because it's a mystery hand and we think there's more action coming, but at the moment, Dan still thinks he has the winner. He still thinks he's up against hands like Ace-5, King-7, stuff that's willing to bluff catch for another street at least sometimes in a tough battle. So I think that half pot to 2/3 pot is still totally appropriate for an 8.
That's 2/3 pot, 650K, and you name some hands that could potentially pay off. I think the key point is that Leon is that type of guy and that could keep you honest with worse. So no reason to check back and be scared of full houses.
So if I'm thinking about how Leon could make a full house, 7-4 offsuit I think folds pre.
Okay.
5-4 offsuit I'm not sure about. It is connected. 6-4 offsuit as well. Probably folds pre. I think that limping ranges are just a lot tighter. 8-handed at a final table.
But the suited combos, of course.
The suited combos exist of all those hands that I just named. And I think pocket 5s and pocket 6s exist.
Can he raise? He does raise all in. Can you raise other value hands that aren't full houses?
Yeah, I wonder if 8-9 goes for all of it on the end. I guess the question is, do we believe that Rezai is going to bet the turn with sets and 2 pairs that fill up on the river?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it feels unlikely to me as well. Maybe sometimes, but then you also parlay that with the preflop check. It's like, would he check preflop with pocket 5s or pocket 7s? I don't think so. He's probably just raising pre, so having a full house for Rezai is really tough here. That's going to allow Leon to bluff sometimes.
So doesn't that mean, if we put all of that together, if Leon had just a naked 8, that he could actually try to move his opponent off of a chop.
Go for like the free roll raise if you think that. Well, I wouldn't call it a free roll because Rezai could definitely have 8-9, but yeah, kind of like the fold my opponent off a chop bluff.
Because
I don't know
like
if he
if they
goes
hero
for
call
it.
you, it's not the end of the world. You just chop it up anyways.
Yeah, but if they have 8-9, it's a disaster to lose the rest when you could have just called. I think he might bluff with weaker hands, to be honest. The 3-pair hands come to mind as kind of obvious candidates. If he has 7-6 suited, 7-5 suited, these are really intuitive bluffs. But if the goal isn't to block a full house, because we don't think Dan plays a full house this way, we want a 9 instead, I think. We want to take a hand like 7-9 and bluff with that because it's the most likely blocker that's relevant to the top of Rezai's range, right? We want to remove 8-9.
Get your guesses in while you can. Is Leon Sturm bluffing or is he not? What's your call? Is he bluffing or has he got the goods?
I think he's got it.
You think he's got it?
I think this is
I think he's going
full
gangsta
house.
check with an 8. Trying to blow his opponent off of the chop.
I give him credit for doing it guaranteed, but put my vote in for pocket 5s.
Okay. Rapchow thinks he's got the boat. What do you guys think? What does Rezai think? That's the most important question. He's thinking, why did I bet this river?
He's thinking, what a miserable spot to have to play in such a huge situation. There's just no right answer. You're up against someone so capable. Feels like you can't win either way. If Rezai folds, he'll be 7 out of 8 in chips. If he calls and wins, he's your tournament chip leader.
Deep in thought. He knows his customer is one of the very best from Germany.
Deep in the tank. He saved up time. He's going to try and use as much as possible to make the right decision in this key moment.
It doesn't help that he has a full house blocker with the 6 to go along with his straight.
Might make him want to call a little bit more.
He is going to fold, and Leon Sturm had Jack 8 for the chop.
You called it, Randy.
Leon Sturm's a sicko.
Oh,
that's my man. Leon Sturm.
What a read on the situation from Leon. Turns a chop into a bluff and vaults his way up above average.
Wow, Kevin. He bluffed him with the straight. He took the whole pot. The reason that crossed my mind was because I know you mentioned, yes, he might bet some 2 pairs or sets on the turn, Rezai that is, and he could have some full houses, but I just felt it's so unlikely, especially with a Boyka on 10 big blinds. Maybe he bet folds a hand that has equity against a straight on the turn. Therefore, it makes it easier for Sturm to check jam his straight, just free rolling the situation that, well, he probably never has a full house. Only have to worry about 8-9, but 8-9 is already so unlikely anyways. The fact if I can just take the whole pot is worth more than the risk of busting out to an 8-9.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it's a sick find. To be in the headspace with a straight that can so comfortably call, where you're looking for a better option, is just elite. Like, it's really difficult to be in the moment there with a straight that you know can comfortably call and just never be making a big mistake. To put your neck out there and run the risk of running into 8-9.
Yeah, I feel like hands like that truly demonstrate why some players are good and some are just that much better. You know, like getting that little extra edge, but that's not just an extra edge. That's a lot of blinds added to a stack at a final table. Just stone cold killers with 8 remaining.
It's a massive difference. Increased his stack by 50% in a spot where everybody else chops.
Mm-hmm. That's a hand where if Razai goes to bed later and looks back on it, he's not going to get a good night of sleep.
No, it's rough. And it's even rougher because it's hard to say that Rezai did anything wrong. Like, you go through and analyze that spot, and every individual decision seems so reasonable to me.
That is true. I guess he just got a little outplayed, but the opponent is just that good, and now he's got ace-king.
Sometimes you just have to tip your cap.
650.
Now, Sturm has already been seen 3-bet folding. He did it against Petrangelo when he had king-queen offsuit, so I'm curious to see how Watson approaches the situation now. Different stacks, of course.
I agree, and game flow dynamic is one part of this. The other part is that the price that Watson's being laid is pretty good. I wouldn't say totally unusual, but this is just about a 5 big blind 3-bet against more than a min raise. You normally don't flat that many 3-bets, but Watson has a comfortable stack, and with a pair of 8s at this price, I think calling is probably the way to proceed.
Sturm started the hand with 30 big blinds, and he's invested 5, just like you said.
I think Watson's considering all 3 options, to be honest. Jamming also on the table with any pocket pair in these spots, out of position.
Decides to go with the call option. Pot at 1.6 million. Jack 4 deuce. It's not a bad flop for pocket 8s.
Check.
Way above average start for Sir Watts. If Leon's going to hit this flop, I do think he could have bluffed pre with ace-jack. Probably folds ace-jack offsuit sometimes and 3-bets it sometimes. I don't think he plays king-jack offsuit in this setup, but some suited jacks as well.
So some jacks. Ace-5 would have a gut shot.
And then, of course, queens, kings, and aces. Just pure.
Jacks.
Jacks might flat pre-flop on Leon's fresh 30 big blind stack. It's a little thin to get it in against Watson +2.
That's a good point. As played, you would think that Watson always has to call.
Yeah, 8s is liking this flop a great deal. We've named the hands that Leon could have hit, but ace-queen and ace-king, very common. Other pre-flop bluffs that didn't hit the jack, somewhat common.
So the turn card gives Leon Sturm the wheel draw to go along with his 2 overs to the pocket 8s.
This is a spot where I do think Leon will think about continuing to bluff pretty often. Having 2 overs with a clean draw to top pair, that's quite valuable. He also has offsuit cards to the jack, so it's harder for Watson to have top pair. He blocks king-jack suited and ace-jack suited.
Mm-hmm.
Watson's never going to flat out of position with ace-jack offsuit.
5 seconds.
That makes you want to bet a bit more. Yeah, he's going to bet 950K. And the thing is, with a rainbow texture, I feel like he rarely ever gets check jammed on, so he always gets to see the river.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Mike would play any check jams here on the turn. And it's just immediately uncomfortable for any pocket pair below the jack. 8s, 9s, 10s, all these hands.
It's the same hand practically.
Super awkward. If you're trying to play strong defense, I think you call sometimes, you fold sometimes. Mike's going to try to get a read. He's going to try to think through the likely pre-flop combos. See if there's any way to figure out if Leon's over-bluffing this spot or under-bluffing it.
Well, he's definitely not going to get any physical tells off of Leon Sturm. That guy, normally a statue, but he's up to 5.1 million with a nice 3-bet and double barrel, downing the pocket 8s.
Just continued strong execution. One little misstep before with that king-queen offsuit 3-bet, and then it's been smooth sailing for Leon Sturm.
He is actually the tournament chip leader now with that pot. 5.1 million, 41 big blinds.
Winning that pot off the previous chip leader. Mike Watson slides down to 4th.
It's actually been a lot of action. That Boyka has been watching on the sidelines like, wow, this Sturm guy keeps betting. He goes all in. He is not concerned about busting before me. And now he's got king queen.
And less than 10 big blinds.
Less than 10 big blinds means you often just jam. Be very important for him to pick up these blinds and antes. 2 more players to get through. 1 down. So does Petrangelo.
Small sigh of relief for Boyka. And small, gosh darn it, from Rezai. As he watches on with the same stack.
Rezai is so mad right now. It's like, I think this guy might have bluffed me.
Yeah, he's still trying to figure out if Leon was bluffing the river.
That was such a good play from Leon. Loved it. Of course, the ace king was great, but the jack 8 was something else.
You don't have to pick favorites.
I'm allowed to pick favorites.
Those are just two great hands.
This is a good hand. Pocket 10s. And if you look at the minute clock, it's very close to the 10. 10.5 actually.
The minute clock? Oh, his shirt.
Jesus Christ, come on. Lock in, buddy. You're like, why would I ever go there?
I was looking at what time it is. Nope. Triton tempo clock. Nope. One Pardo has a close defending opportunity. Notice that Haxton went 2.5x on his open here because he's opening into the big blind of another large stack, and I think that's just enough to get that marginal suited hand into the muck.
So you think if you put in a min raise, that Pardo might come along there with 10-3 suited?
Yeah, I do think it's fringy enough that that's part of the range that's actually affected by the increased size.
Do hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Give us a thumbs up, a like, a subscribe, especially if you are enjoying these mystery hands. We've already had 2 at this final table. Promise you, if you guys give us some love, we'll get more out there.
we have been promised a 1-to-1 ratio of subscribers to mystery hands.
So every hand's a mystery hand.
So
We don't need RFID anymore.
We will be counting subscriptions. 5 seconds. Every new one gets a mystery hand. At some point. Running tab.
In the year.
We'll pay off the debt
The year 4010.
We're going to keep doing streams. We're going to keep doing mystery hands, Randy.
It's been 1,000 years of Triton dealing gold.
Queen 7 offsuit for Pardo. He deemed strong enough to open limp here. A little bit of a worse price at this blind level. 50K in the small blind, 75K more to call. That flop is all Watts. Not the best flop to bluff at either for Pardo. He's unlikely to limp pre-flop with a deuce or a 3 in his hand. So advantage Watson with the checking range in the big blind. I think even though a pair of 3s is not the strongest made hand with the flush draw, Mike is likely to build this pot. But
it's not building.
He'll start with a check. Leave the door open for Pardo to bluff, but no interaction for his hand. 2 offsuit cards to the board, no straight interaction. I would expect Juan Pardo to keep checking most of the time.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Watson didn't bet that flop with his monster hand. Guess the building materials didn't get delivered yet.
The only argument really, I think, against betting the flop is that if you increase the size of the pot with a 5-high flush draw and then improve, you get into some uncomfortable situations where Pardo's got all the better flushes in his range.
I guess you're not looking to build an 8 million chip pot if you happen to make a 5-high flush.
Yeah, ideally like 1.5, 2 million chips, you know, that'd be nice.
Well, he did get the chips in there on the turn a little bit. Chip count time. Sturm with some sick bluff. Jack 8, then he did the Ace King. The Pocket 8s is the tournament chip leader, but he's actually not that far ahead. Haven't heard from Haxton in a while, but he's sitting in second with 38 big blinds. Pardo on 37. Kozomi was the first elimination with $194,000 in the pocket. 243K locked up. Close to 100K pay jump if they can survive one more player. But it's all about top prize, 1.939 million. But even second is a handsome pay, 1.3 million to be paid out.
Payout structure in this tournament is actually quite interesting, Randy. The jumps you just mentioned, second and first place, obviously massive. But the difference between even fourth and third is just 160K.
Okay.
The escalation in jumps at the top is just wild. Like a lot of 100 to 150K-ish pay jumps through the middle of the ladder. But 500K for second, 600K after. Oh, are we just blind versus blind all in?
Yeah, Watson.
2 ace highs.
He just put them all in with Ace King against the 10 big blind stack, and Boyka's like, I've got an ace. I'm crushing your range. Dominated.
Unlucky situation for Boyka. Mandatory opportunity to take. They'll need a 4 with the fake aces.
The fake aces versus Ace King. How
about
those
2?
are better than fake aces. That's trip 4s.
Takes a sip of the water.
You learn from Juanito.
Guess I'm doubling up. Unless, no heart.
You're a good teacher.
That's a double for Alex Boyka.
So the fake aces performs just as well as pocket aces. Use it like that. So if it's fake aces, is that like counterfeit art piece? Trying to go back to his art gallery kind of conversation.
Yeah.
Counterfeit aces. But
He's
not in a
got-
way where you get counterfeit like pocket twos when it comes 3, 3, 4, 4.
It's got the imitation Mona
Imitation.
Lisa.
Imitation Mona Lisa, that's right. Nowadays you can use what, ChatGPT and those image creating services to populate, I guess, memes of artworks.
Yeah, Gemini, create me an exact replica of the Mona Lisa, please.
Just copy and pasta. Right click, save.
Reze's under the gun, 8-handed here. He definitely wants to play this ace-10 suited, taking a beat there to figure out if open jamming or like commit raising was the play, but he just goes with min raise.
What he really would want is to win a pot, but it doesn't look like he's going to get a chance to do that because he's up against pocket jacks of Juan Pardo.
And I do think that the 3-bet is incoming. We've talked about some spots to flat pocket jacks at final tables, but Reze started this hand with just 12 bigs, and he's min-raising most of his range from under the gun. So I think Jacks just wants to charge. More than enough hand to get this in against Dan.
Let's see what price he goes with. Each black is 100,000 in chips. He says 475. It's not even 2x.
Yeah, the story that Juan Pardo is telling here is that he can have some bluffs in this range and still fold to Reze if he 4-bet jams. Ace-10 suited, the exact type of hand that could get into trouble against that exact line. I don't know what Dan will do here. The price is very good. Flatting is an option with a suited ace. 4-bet shoving, if you think that your opponent has too many bluffs, also an option. Or just outright folding.
Oh, he's going to jam. He thinks there is enough bluffs in Juan Pardo's range, giving respect to the Spaniard, and he snap calls pocket jacks, of course. Razai, he might be out in 8th place unless he can find some spades or an ace. It's unraveling for him.
Reze went for it here at the wrong time. Needs help in a hurry.
Oh, it is very quick indeed, right on the flop. Pardo looking on. Is there a jack for him? Not there. This is disappointing, but you still get one more pull at it, Pardo. Okay, now you can officially pay out.
1,450.
Razai did not believe, and he got rewarded.
Okay, this is part of the equation when we take these risks, right? It's not like Reze thought this was going to work 100% of the time. But every now and then when you're wrong, you still get paid. Reze back to an average stack after that lucky flop with ace-10 suited.
Yeah, Boyka, Petrangelo, Watson. Might have feel like they missed out on a little pay jump there. Razai actually moves past 4 different players with that exchange. Pardo down to 6th place with 25 bigs. Definitely changes the landscape.
Yeah, now that Boyka and Rezi have both doubled up, the shortest stack at the table has 20 big blinds, and the chip leader has 40. Any player at the table getting all in is going to become the chip leader if they double.
Yeah, so when we came into this final table, the chip leaders had around 40 big blinds, and we're still at that phase, even with the blind level change. 40 big blinds for the chip leader. That is Sturm. He's got Jack 5 offsuit. And even though he's getting a worse price from the small blind, with it being 50K, 125K, he still attacks and tries to steal Razai, which he does successfully.
Yeah, chip counts heavily in Leon's favor in that matchup, leading to him being willing to play a lot looser than their last blind versus blind confrontation.
Event number 7 is coming back on level 10 with a small line of 4,000, a big line of 8,000, and a big line of 8,000. 488.
Jack beats suited in the muck, and Boyka's got ace jack.
Ace jack suited, no less.
Thank you very much.
Strong enough to be all in a few scenarios. He'll start with a min raise from the cutoff.
Yeah, I don't think he's looking to get 3-bet. Oh, you just knocked your chips over. That's a bad omen.
I think
Prince
only
of
you
Darkness.
believe in that.
I do. I do. He's the Prince of Darkness. You should believe in these things.
I guarantee that not a moment of Ike's thought process was dedicated to thinking about whether he'll be unlucky after hitting his chip stack.
You'll be surprised. He's actually very lucky here because he just hit a gut shot and a flush draw. Or perhaps he thinks he's unlucky because he knocked over his chips and he won't get there. Maybe he just open folds.
By Randy's logic, Ike does not have 62% equity right now against Boyka. Somehow Ace Jack of Hearts is going to win this hand. Not a
Now
mandatory.
You're making me look silly now, but go on.
Not a mandatory c-bet spot for Boyka. Not loving the 6 and 5 on that flop. More in the big blind range than his own, and Ike covers by a good margin. So understandable check back. Let's see if Ike wants to represent the 6 straight away as the board pairs on the turn. Almost impossible for Boyka to have a 6 in his cutoff opening range, and Ike's going to have plenty of them.
Maybe he goes big bet. He's got a lot of 6x.
425.
425.
I would say that qualifies as big. He's kind of setting up almost stacks, which is a thing you see these days at final tables, where players are trying to get max value not by putting the covered player all in on the river, but by setting up like 75% of their stack getting all in by the river. It's a crafty bet sizing idea to make the most of your value hands at final tables when the last few chips of anyone's stack are worth so much more than the previous ones.
I got a hot take.
Go for it.
He bet the turn because he knew he wasn't going to hit his hand because of the bad omen.
You just can't let go of the fact that Ike doesn't care about the omen.
You don't think he does?
No.
I mean, he's got his little card protector, the armadillo. Like, that's kind of superstitious, no?
Did he say that it had powers or that it was lucky?
I'm just saying, he doesn't really strike me as a card protector guy. And whenever I use a card protector, it's for good luck.
Maybe he just thinks it's cute and it makes him smile.
No. I do not accept that answer, and I do see pocket 7s went into the muck.
Yeah, folding in the hijack against this +1 raise. The skill level at this final table is very, very high. Cannot overstate that. All of these pre-flop decisions are worth noting. Adding to your playbook.
This one looks like a pretty interesting spot for Haxton with King Jack.
It's quite marginal. I mean, chip advantage to Haxton in this spot.
725.
He's taking a very light 3-bet here. Maybe a slight read that Pardo is overly aggressive with his pre-flop opens.
This is super aggro.
It's a tough spot for Juan Pardo, a hand that's not really that strong after opening +1, understandably not wanting to call. Mike getting through a 3-bet bluff there. He's now the chip leader.
Yes, he is. He wants redemption after finishing runner-up in the 15K Triton 1 high roller for 940,000. Losing out to Malaysia's Oh Yang Xiang in the Triton 1 festival. Ace-Jack versus Ace-Queen at the moment.
Leon in middle position here with lots of chips behind him. I think flatting is the play. This hand is strong but not premium. Doesn't want to get stacks in.
Yeah, there are definitely situations where Watson sees a Sturm 3-bet once again. It's like, put it in, and then he doesn't want to call off with Ace-Queen, so I guess the next best thing is now flat.
Parsonen with a pretty dusty one there, just burning a little shot clock. We'll head to a flop heads up.
Dusty for the small blind, but all right if it was the big blind. It's actually top pair versus top pair, and they both have very strong kickers. Watson might think that he only loses to Ace-Queen because Ace-King should be 3-betting him pre.
Yeah, it really is just Ace-Queen and pocket 8s, I suppose.
And 4s probably hit the muck, right?
I think so in the hijack. Even still, this is an overall strong range that flats in the hijack, and when Mike is covered in this pot by a decent margin, I think checking over with basically his whole range is the right way to start this hand. Leon's going to think he has enough hand to start value betting and potentially put stacks in depending on the run out.
Yeah, it looks very reasonable for him to at least start that story that he can go for 3 streets, face queen. It's almost a nut kicker.
And I don't think that Ace-Jack is strong enough to check raise this flop. We just don't expect a lot of worse aces to flat pre in the first place. So
Just
it's more important to keep in like totally dead Broadway cards that might be bluffing at this.
Okay. Yeah, it feels like the only worst ace is like Ace-10 suited.
Yeah.
It's two-tone now with the 9. I also don't believe he thinks Sturm ever has like an Ace-9 to flat from the hijack. Although it may be possible, but not all combos.
Yeah, I think the primary concern is Ace-Queen, although pocket 9s would flat pre and might bet the flop, so there's a few other sets now that Mike's losing to as well.
Sturm actually checks back Ace-Queen.
I'm surprised by that check. I think Ace-King is predominantly going to check raise the flop. There's, of course, a few hands that Leon loses to, but I overall would have expected a turn barrel for value here.
Maybe he thinks he cannot get paid off for turn and river and rather just take one off and not introduce a situation where he bets turn and Watson just check jams. And then he has to ask the question for 2.7 total.
I'm just struggling to find what check jams he'd be concerned about. But now we're at the river with Watson kind of block betting. Honestly, under-repping his hand a little bit with this size. Leon's flop bet was only quarter pot, and now this river bet is about quarter pot. I think that Leon's going to at least consider a river raise here, and I'd actually be quite surprised if he didn't raise for value.
Yeah,
5 of diamonds clean.
Ask the question, right? Does Ace-King go for this sizing? Does he even take this line? Like you said, it might check raise flop.
Yeah, if Mike has the best hand here, sometimes he would get here with 2 pair, maybe pocket aces. There's just not a lot of combos of this, though. They're like suited ace 2 pairs and pocket aces. We're talking about 5 combos max.
And they have to bet quarter pot on the river. And look at the raise from Leon Sturm. Now what do you do if you're Michael Watson? Besides throw up a little bit in your mouth.
Yeah, that's the first thing you do. And the second thing is try to piece together if and how Leon would bluff with this raise to 1 million. I'll be honest, it's a sizing that just kind of looks value heavy at first glance, right? And it's going to make sense to Watson, I think, that Leon will arrive here naturally with some ace queens. He's just going to have to decide if that turn check tracks. But beyond that, it's just how do you arrive here in this line, have some air hand, and come up with this bluff? What's the story we're trying to tell? It's very unintuitive to arrive here with some give up, or maybe like pocket sevens or something, and then think, oh, I'm going to rep ace queen by raising to 1 million. That's a tough conclusion to come to, but Watson does take his price and pay it off. Sturm makes up for that misvalue on the turn and wins a hefty one.
He made up for it with the turn check. River raised to 1 million, got paid off, and no one can take out Leon Sturm at the moment at the top of the leaderboard by himself. Poker has always been an international game with players traveling from stop to stop around the world. Crypto operates in a similarly global way. Jupiter Global focuses on enabling digital assets to move across borders through decentralized networks. It reflects how connected everything has become, and the ability to move value internationally is a core part of how the ecosystem functions. That's Jupiter. Dare I say that Leon Sturm is playing the best so far at this final table? Now, maybe it's not fair because other players haven't gotten dealt the similar spots, but I've been very impressed.
Yeah, I mean, you can't take away from Leon that he's just played a bunch of great hands over the last hour, and sure, we haven't dealt those same opportunities to Ellis Parsonen, who's mostly just been sat on the sidelines looking cozy.
He's just been a bit of an NPC. Cozy in his little hoodie there.
That is a big part of the variance in these events is not just, you know, getting dealt aces versus kings to win a huge pot, but getting dealt the chance to execute on a high level in the spots that you know. Right, because even great players know some spots better than others, and there's some kind of hidden card distribution variance of just dealing someone a spot that they're going to play really great and dealing the other person in that same spot the worst hand, or the hand that needs to fold to the bluff or whatnot.
That's a solid pocket pair, Mr. Sturm.
All players expecting him to have widened his opening range, given the new chip distribution. They're not going to do anything about it.
Enjoy the chips.
Not yet.
Still liking this t-shirt here. You ever been to Team Lab, Borderless, where they got that drawing station that you can color in and then upload it to the LED wall? Do you know what I'm talking about or no?
I thought you weren't cultured, Randy. Did you know about Team Lab?
Yeah, I've been there before.
Yeah, no, I've seen what you're talking about, but I haven't been.
Okay. Well, then I guess conversation's over.
Cool.
Cool, man. All right, hey, Stan, with the open.
I'll just see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Same time, 2 p.m. More pocket pairs in the muck. No one wants to flap them when they're not from the blinds. And this one's actually from the blind, but it's a small blind, so worst price. It's out. Boyko folds.
We're seeing
Enjoy.
some decent hands snap fold. I think I saw Queen 9 suited on the button. Watson with the 4s in the small blind, suited hand for Boyka in the big blind. It's that kind of tournament. Just a table of well-studied, ICM-conscious players.
And they know how strong Leon is, so he's not one to just have a chip lead and just give it away. He knows how to press, he knows how to defend properly, put you to the test post-flop, as we've seen him do against Rezai. Like, you're not even safe when you're sitting there with 30 big blinds, for example, post-flop. Watson's got what I perceive to be a solid spot on the button with King Queen.
Yeah, I think open jam is the play here. You've got chip leader Sturm in the big blind. So a min raise, unlikely to perform well. You just get a bunch of nasty spots, but how about this for a spot? The two short stacks are going to be clashing here, all in pre. Boyka's hand more than good enough to put it in here, and this is exactly the player he wants to be in against as well.
Watson is the most desperate in terms of chip counts, having the button. Ace-10 should be way ahead of the button jamming range. So many worse aces that would do so with. So Watson's going to be at risk in this 3 million chip pot. Watson started the final table as a chip leader. And it's looking quite bleak for King Queen. Is there any loyalty in the deck for Watson? No, just a number. One last chance. A king or queen. Not the king or the queen. It was just the jack on the sideline. And Watson will be making his exit in 8th place.
It's crazy, Randy. He did come in as the chip leader to this final table. We only lost one player before him, Kazwomi Feruse in 9th. And you just don't walk in with 40+ big blinds to a final table with 1.9 million up top and feel good about exiting with 243,000.
Yeah, it's always so disappointing when you come into the final table as a chip leader and be one of the first 2 eliminations there. Watson will be adding to his 18 million in Triton earnings, but not in a way that he imagined. So with that departure of Michael Watson, we do have 7 players remaining. Leon Sturm is still the tournament chip leader. Boyka, who took out Watson, now moves up to 3rd in terms of chip counts. Parsonen wakes up with Queen Jack. Wake up is not really the right term for this hand, but you know.
Wakes up with a
he's alert.
20th percentile hand here and under the gun +1.
Yeah, you get me.
I was going to say it's a somewhat light open even from that position. Does get it through against a couple of close ones. I thought Leon might defend the small with 5-4 suited, but he's not liking his lead quite that much. The separation between him and the field is decent, but not massive. A little bit of patience exercised there by the chip leader.
So shortest stack now belongs to Petrangelo, but he has 20 big blinds, and there's 2 other players very close to that. That's Juan Pardo, Daniel Rezai. They've got 21 big blinds. So it's not really one of those situations where, oh, someone's going to get it in soon. Let me try to go from 330K guarantee to 446,000, which is a lot of coin.
No, it's true. The immediate pay jumps are not easy to come by right now. I think for that reason, we're going to continue to see a lot of these kind of limped and single raise pots. Risk management on display.
But we're going to see a lot of raising from chip leader Leon Sturm. Nelis is going to fold as he took his one raise previous hand. Folds 4-3 offsuit on the button. Much respect to these blinds, especially Isaac Haxton, who's got a healthy amount of chips. Zai trying to get in there. Suited king. 8-6 offsuit. Mr. Haxton.
Suspect he'll allow it most of the time. Although, any hand in the big blind does some mix of raising in theory when you're this far ahead. Any trash hand at least. See Ike kind of deliberately shuffling his chips there pre-flop before checking. Very likely that he's spinning the wheel in his own way.
That is one hell of a flop. King high flush draw versus the open-ended straight draw.
Both players with reasons to like this development, and Rezai probably liking his king high as showdownable as well. Do think that Ike is more likely than not to bet in this situation. He's got a diamond as backup.
I mean, what's the worst that can happen? You know, even if your opponent was to check raise you, you've got very clean outs, but he actually shoots out. Okay, that's a graphical error because there's no way that one black chip equals 500. So it's actually a 125,000 chip bet. That's a min bet.
Yeah, min bet from Ike into a 3 big blind pot. And just a call on the strength of king high. Rezai is ahead and drawing to the second nut flush.
Ooh, he just hits that king high flush. Haxton has the 6 of diamonds, which he thinks may help him from time to time.
It's a troublesome card for Ike. I think the 5 is unlikely to improve Dan's range. And since he does have low showdown value with a diamond, it's a prime candidate for continuing to bluff. Now, keep in mind that pot size is actually 625K right now. So a lot more back to play for, but I do believe Rezai's chip count is
I checked already.
in the right ballpark.
Okay.
Should be about 2.4 million for Dan.
This hand's got all sorts of pot size problems. They thought Rezai didn't check yet, but he did check. But now there's running 5, so now the flush doesn't know if it's good against a full house.
Yeah, Dan does not feel good about this run out. I'm surprised that Haxton checked back the turn so quickly, but now with 8 high, really has to think that bluffing is a good idea. He can represent a 7 somewhat easily. He can represent a jack sometimes.
I guess it's kind of like, why did my opponent bet when it runs out like this? And he just gives it up. Because I guess if he was up against a bluff, Rezai would probably just bet rather than just check give up like 8-9, for example, 10-9.
Yeah, but Dan is definitely just going to have king high hands unimproved on the river there. I think there's a lot that Ike could have put pressure on. More likely that he's just fairly committed to mixing his play in a blind versus blind spot. You get dealt so many weak hands in those situations, so many different bluff candidates. You do want to control your frequencies.
It's possible he felt the bad omen now. It was just delayed when he knocked over those chips.
Wow.
many hands ago.
I cannot believe you still remember that.
Of course. Just the little details that matter to me.
It's the first thing I forgot at this final table.
I'll remind you later.
Thank you.
We'll work it back in. The Sturminator. Opening King 8 offsuit in the cutoff.
I like that nickname.
Yeah, it's a good one, right?
Did you just come up with that?
Yeah, I did. I do say some good things occasionally. You know you should double down the 11 against the 8 showing, right?
Are you just actively trying to...
Well, think about it.
Like bring your own stock down as a commentator right now?
He just put in double the blinds.
You were riding so high, Randy, and then you just pulled yourself right back.
An ace queen 6. Nothing for Sturm, but he's got all of the chips.
Yeah, and 2 Broadway cards on board. Should lead to aggression for the pre-flop raiser. Regardless of chip counts, I don't see how Parsonen can continue. Helicopter fold. 3 to a straight flush, be damned.
They all left Sturm at the table by himself.
Yeah, Parsonen eager to get on that break. Get into that cell phone box.
Yeah, saw that. That's a little bit of a hard box to get into mid-tournament, but
no
they will give it to him. Give him the devices, right? Of course, we got that break happening, but we do see that Leon Sturm is doing amazing. He's got 20 more big blinds than Isaac Haxton. Overwhelming chip leader at this point. Petrangelo at the bottom with 16 big blinds. Welcome back to the booth. It's just been the Leon Sturm show.
Yeah, he's really separated himself from the pack. A few great opportunities capitalized on. That great bluff that you loved so much, Randy, with a straight versus a straight, getting the chop to fold. We were in a deadlock for a while there, and Leon now with double average, 7 players remaining.
Yeah, so we do have to go on a 15-minute break, and then we're going to continue the story after that.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
A new era of pre-flop study has arrived. Introducing custom multi-way pre-flop solving. Any stack, any rake, and up to 9 players. Solved in seconds. Right in your browser. It's more than perfect play. It's your play. Experience this power now with our new Ultra tier. The next generation of study is here. Beat the best, crush the rest. With GTO Wizard and custom pre-flop solving.
Are you not happy, or you're only half happy, or?
Still to be happy about.
You're up 2-0.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Pass, 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 but no pass here, I assume, for ace-9 offsuit in 7.25 BBs. There's the jam.
Kazuomi finds the correct play here, and is
that a taker?
Unfortunate to run into Watson. Absolutely going to put this in. Boyka behind only has 11 big blinds as well, so I think Michael just asked for the rest of it.
What's your bluff? Ace jack hearts?
Yeah, even if it's a tightish range, Fruse is going to be desperate off of that stack. He does click it a little bit. I guess he's just putting Boyka all in as well, so not really a click. Kazuomi needs a 9. We're going to be the first elimination here at the final table in the 60K. Passed up a couple potential spots. See if he can get lucky. It's not lucky, but it is a way to chop it.
I think he'd take a chop.
Chop happens a quarter of the time, and he's got more pulls at a win.
Open-ended, 10 or a 5 gives him the win.
Yep. 8 or 7 for the chop. River card's a 9, and he pairs, but the thing is Watson makes the straight, so Kazuomi Fruse. First elimination.
Fake out on the river.
Yeah, the fake out. That's the one you go, wait a second, did I win? I do not. Shout out to Kazuomi from Japan. Japan has been making
flat pocket 7s or something. Instead of just being forced to run it and seeing all 5 cards guaranteed, it's better in general for a hand like ace-queen offsuit that's more like hot and cold all in equity.
Okay.
Instead of, you know, playability that you might see with ace-king suited or pocket jacks.
We are getting another mystery hand, Kevin. You nailed it last time with the ace-queen suited. Now it's Leon Sturm that's involved. And he's going to go for a limp against Daniel Rezai. Very similar stack of 2.5 million. Rezai's got 8-6 offsuit, and we're going to go to a flop with 3 big blinds in there.
See, the trick to nailing the mystery hand, Randy, is to name every hand in their pre-flop range at different parts. And then I can never be wrong.
Look at that 8-6. He just flopped the straight. I don't care what the mystery hand is. I like in Rezai's hand.
Yeah, what's the mystery here? How Rezai is going to win all the chips?
Pretty much. He's going to take 2.5 million from Sturm or a little bit less. Guess the first question is how much we're going to bet with the flop straight, if at all.
Yeah, this is a pretty good board texture just for a big blind checking range in general. Because ranges are tighter pre-flop at final tables, Leon's unlikely to limp the small blind with a random 5, a random 4. Even a hand with a 6 in it is kind of hard to have. So when the big blind checks back, they're generally favored on an all-low card flop. We see Leon just check call. I wouldn't rule out strong hands just because of the passive nature of his play so far.
That's got to be one of the worst turn cards Rezai could see.
Okay, I'm starting to see how this develops into a story. Daniel's hand is still very strong, but no longer the nuts. 8-9 has improved to the nut straight. And it's hard for him to extract a lot of value now, given that we don't expect a super wide pre-flop range from Sturm. It's hard for him to have, let's say, the low end of the straight and be coolered in that way. It's more likely he has, I don't know, a top pair hand with a high card. More likely he has a bare flush draw. Or he's just going to have a straight sometimes as well with an 8.
Going for some value. Ideally, he would hope that Sturm has got like a 3 that can pay off. Although, we think it's a bit unlikely, just given the stack depth and the small blind limp. But he is betting with what should be the best hand most of the time, and with Sturm playing passively, makes it even more likely with that turn check call. So it's a board pairing 4 on the river. in case Sturm had 2 pairs, he might actually boat up on this card.
Yeah, that's now the concern for Daniel, but I still think that value betting in position against a check is the play. We've been talking about the ways that Rezai can be beat, mostly because it's a mystery hand and we think there's more action coming, but at the moment, Dan still thinks he has the winner. He still thinks he's up against hands like Ace-5, King-7, stuff that's willing to bluff catch for another street at least sometimes in a tough battle. So I think that half pot to 2/3 pot is still totally appropriate for an 8.
That's 2/3 pot, 650K, and you name some hands that could potentially pay off. I think the key point is that Leon is that type of guy and that could keep you honest with worse. So no reason to check back and be scared of full houses.
So if I'm thinking about how Leon could make a full house, 7-4 offsuit I think folds pre.
Okay.
5-4 offsuit I'm not sure about. It is connected. 6-4 offsuit as well. Probably folds pre. I think that limping ranges are just a lot tighter. 8-handed at a final table.
But the suited combos, of course.
The suited combos exist of all those hands that I just named. And I think pocket 5s and pocket 6s exist.
Can he raise? He does raise all in. Can you raise other value hands that aren't full houses?
Yeah, I wonder if 8-9 goes for all of it on the end. I guess the question is, do we believe that Rezai is going to bet the turn with sets and 2 pairs that fill up on the river?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it feels unlikely to me as well. Maybe sometimes, but then you also parlay that with the preflop check. It's like, would he check preflop with pocket 5s or pocket 7s? I don't think so. He's probably just raising pre, so having a full house for Rezai is really tough here. That's going to allow Leon to bluff sometimes.
So doesn't that mean, if we put all of that together, if Leon had just a naked 8, that he could actually try to move his opponent off of a chop?
Go for like the free roll raise if you think that, well, I wouldn't call it a free roll because Rezai could definitely have 8-9, but yeah, kind of like the fold my opponent off a chop bluff.
Mm-hmm. Because
I don't know
if they
goes
hero
for
call
it.
you, it's not the end of the world. You just chop it up anyways.
Yeah, but if they have 8-9, it's a disaster to lose the rest when you could have just called. I think he might bluff with weaker hands, to be honest. The 3-pair hands come to mind as kind of obvious candidates. If he has 7-6 suited, 7-5 suited, these are really intuitive bluffs. But if the goal isn't to block a full house, because we don't think Dan plays a full house this way, we want a 9 instead, I think. We want to take a hand like 7-9 and bluff with that because it's the most likely blocker that's relevant to the top of Rezai's range, right? We want to remove 8-9.
Get your guesses in while you can. Is Leon Sturm bluffing or is he not? What's your call? Is he bluffing? Or has he got the goods?
I think he's got it.
You think he's got it?
I think this is
I think he's going
full
gangsta
house.
check with an 8. Trying to blow his opponent off of the chop.
I give him credit for doing it guaranteed, but put my vote in for pocket 5s.
Okay. Rapchaw thinks he's got the boat. What do you guys think? What does Rezai think? That's the most important question. He's thinking, why did I bet this river?
He's thinking, what a miserable spot to have to play in such a huge situation. There's just no right answer. You're up against someone so capable. Feels like you can't win either way. If Rezai folds, he'll be 7 out of 8 in chips. If he calls and wins, he's your tournament chip leader.
Deep in thought. He knows his customer is one of the very best from Germany.
deep in the tank. He saved up time. He's going to try and use as much as possible to make the right decision in this key moment.
Doesn't help that he has a full house blocker with the 6 to go along with his straight.
Might make him want to call a little bit more.
He is going to fold, and Leon Sturm had Jack 8 for the chop.
You called it, Randy.
Leon Sturm's a sicko.
Oh,
that's my man. Leon Sturm.
What a read on the situation from Leon.
1.3 million to be paid out. Welcome back. The Triton Super High Roller Series powered by Jupiter here at the Leze Casino, Jeju, Shinhwa World. My name is Randy Liu alongside Kevin Rabichow, and we're down to 7 players remaining in the 60K final table, and we did see Leon Sturm with that huge bluff, bluffing out Daniel Razai, but I want to talk about Michael Watson. Finished in 8th place, came into the tournament, the final table as the chip leader, and it's always so disappointing. You can see that his graph is just a downhill trend and just brutal pot after brutal pot. You can see in this one, he had ace king against the ace 4. Ace 4 made trips, and then this was a big pot here. He had pocket 8s, remember? Oh, not this one. But there was a hand where he folded pocket 8s against Leon Sturm's ace king. But this is the one where he had ace jack, and it was a bet and a call, 350 to 1 million. Of course, the final hand here, which was the end of Watson King Queen jams into Boyka's ace 10.
I mean, it just happens so quick, Randy, doesn't it? Like, you look at these 3 individual hands, and Watson primarily just getting unlucky, especially the pre-flop all-in against Boyka. On the whole, just getting dealt 3 really gross spots in the span of 10 hands, and that's the undoing of a 40 big blind stack. It doesn't take that much to go from chip lead to 0 when you... Nobody in this tournament coming in had that big of a lead to begin with, right? We had 5 players all locked up around 40 big blinds, and Watson just the unfortunate one to fall first.
Yeah, but he's still allowed to be a little bit annoyed in his hotel room, right? Come into the chip lead. Yes, he was only a leader by about 1 or 2 big blinds, but he is one of the most experienced players, but he'll have to settle for 8th place. 7 players do remain. We're about to send it down shortly as they play for $1.9 million. Up top, guaranteed 330K. I am fired up because that last frame, the final table play, it was just pure cinema.
Really, really high level stuff on display, and the majority of it by Leon Sturm at the top of your chip counts. 7.65 million. Blinds are now up to 75K and 150K. Just 2 players above the average stack of 26 big blinds.
Yeah, I see 2 clusters, 2 players with 16 to 17 big blinds, another cluster in the middle, 20 to 24 blinds. And then, of course, Haxton kind of just chilling in second with 34 bigs. Sturm, chip leader, 50 big blinds, and 330K locked up. Pay jump
Wonder how
is
much there is in this one.
116.
I think a lot. I think like 200 or 300 probably.
Yeah, 273, I guess.
Yeah, that sounds like the number.
Hey, Leon zipped up. Wasn't he wearing the t-shirt earlier?
It's because he's got ice water in his veins, Randy.
Ice water in his
cold down
veins?
there.
Oh. Could just give him a blinky.
Elis has enough to share.
You can like cut off the extra fabric and give his man a little scarf, although he's got his neck covered there. Trying to hide the pulses. It's a real thing in live poker.
You ever get a gulp read on somebody before?
I'm not good enough for that. But it's a real thing, isn't it? Like, players do look for it.
I watched a clip the other day. I don't know when it was from. I think it was G-Man, Garrett Adelstein, watching someone gulp while they were playing a pot on the river, and he's just like right up in his face, and he's like, that was a nice fake swallow. Could I see that again? It's a nice fake gulp. He gave him another one. It was the nut. He folded and it was nutted, so there's something there.
Sometimes someone's just thirsty, though. Or, you know, like,
But
has a dry throat.
What gave you the dry throat in the first place? Was it the anxiety related to the spot?
Did Razai just gulped because he's got ace-king? Hard to see from this angle. Deuce is in the muck.
What is he doing?
Not sure who Razai is trying to wave down.
Leon's just gone from the table right now.
Oh,
there
so
he
he's
is.
calling him back over. Come back and take my blinds.
Run over for some canapes. Still got those mystery bunny snacks out.
Wait, there's canapes out there? I didn't know.
Oh,
Why didn't you tell me?
You missed out on the shrimp toast.
The shrimp toast?
I didn't actually take any, but
you saw it.
I saw it. You like those?
I want something. I'm kind of hungry now. I'm more into the siumai and hargao.
You know what I had for dinner today?
What?
Guess.
Siumai.
I ordered it at the Boon today.
Oh, yeah? You get 4 pieces per order, so did you order, like,
I got some other stuff.
16 of them or what?
I got some other stuff with it. It was good.
You know it's a new menu now at the Shanghai Boon today.
Yeah.
Did you notice?
I did.
What'd you get?
I got the, oh, what did I get? It was a Hong Kong style steamed fish. It was great, actually. Steamed halibut, I think.
Okay, that sounds the most, like one of the most Western items on the menu.
But Hong Kong style.
It didn't say Hong Kong style, did it? Are you sure?
Literally was a selection on the menu. We've got an all-in pre-flop here from Juan Pardo.
He selected the all-in part of the menu with ace-jack in the small blind. I guess there's not much ace-10 can do, though.
Yeah, Rezai's going to fold this. It's too much. If he had opened from a later position, this is close, but +1, 7-handed, I don't think. Even ace-jack is kind of gross. He probably pays off ace-jack, though.
One like the 3K in the win like 2 summers ago. Like the big one? Yeah, the big one.
Yeah,
Was last summer? Yeah, I think it was 2 summers ago.
He busted me in like 11th or something.
Okay.
I remember. For sure.
Yeah, so basically like. So
I'm not sure what tournament they were talking about. There was some random 3K on the side. Had a big prize, apparently.
You know, we talked about Mike Watson, Randy, but we didn't touch on the fact that he was gunning for his 6th title as he fell from chip lead to 8th place. Do you think there might be a 5-time title curse here at Triton?
You're saying that if you have 5 titles, you can't get to 6?
Yeah, because we have 7 players right now locked up in the all-time title count. Jason Kuhn, of course, on top by himself with 12 titles.
Yeah, that's my question to you, is then how did Jason get out of there?
Well, the curse was established after Jason won number 6, obviously. I think he probably said something about like an owl in the night and, you know, no one will ever do what I did.
He cursed everyone else.
Yeah, it was straight out of Harry Potter. I'm surprised you weren't there.
Straight out of Harry Potter. I only know that one spell. Liviosar. Was I close?
No.
Oh, the chips are floating into the pot. Petrangelo ace-jack, 2 million. Harsonen been mainly just raising and occasionally taking it down or raising and folding. Had no confrontations post-flop so far.
And no option for him there. With King-Queen offsuit. Nicky P is going to actually still remain in last. Looks like he's just 100K behind Juan Pardo by our counts. 2.8 million.
Okay, my question to you is who wears the cap better out of these three guys? Is it the man that's got it backwards or two forward?
I'm a fan of the backwards cap.
Okay, but it doesn't block the lights anymore.
Yeah.
So what's
I think that's why I
purpose
like
does
it.
it serve?
Well, if you didn't shower that morning, it hides your hair, which is nice. That's a pretty big tell for me. If I'm wearing a ball cap, it's like 75% I didn't shower that morning.
Are you trying to say he didn't shower?
I'd say it's an odds-on favorite.
All right, Haxton, King 10 offsuit from under the gun, mind you. He's not even the tournament chip leader.
Yeah, this the kind of hand, though, like average stack right now has declined, and there's 5 players at the table with 20 big blind stacks. Ike is covering, Ike second in chips right now. So if he's thinking of this table as kind of 20 big blind, 23 big blind average overall, offsuit broadways, offsuit aces, these hands are going to go way up in value in this setup. And he's totally fine to raise fold against Leon. Leon's 2 to his right,
Yeah,
if
Leon
I'm not mistaken.
played that hand in the small blind last hand, so I guess that's the situation where he has the least continues, whether it be 3-bet or flat.
Well, he's going to play, it would be better for Ike in that spot if Leon was like in the hijack or something, because that's a relatively low impact spot, but still it's not horrible to open into his small blind. If he was on his direct right and it was opening into the big blind, he might pass on that spot. But just overall, offsuit high cards, offsuit ace, going to do just fine in this low average stack environment.
2 in a row for Haxton.
He just got to walk.
These little jackets got similarities, but different.
Wait, you talking about
Yeah.
Rezai's hoodie?
Yeah, with Sturm.
Because, like, they're both outerwear?
Not both outerwear.
Is that the similarity?
I mean, okay, it's not floral, but, you know, it's got that similar type pattern to it.
It's a loud pattern. I'll give you that. But it's like, is Leon's a quarter zip? Is it even a hoodie?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I can't really tell with the wrap around his neck, but he does open King 5 offsuit.
Leon getting out there.
Ulysses back to folding.
Out there in his outerwear.
Out there in his outerwear. In the outdoors? No, he's actually in the indoors, but yeah.
Both patched up as well. I'll give you that.
I like Juan Pardo's look. It's very classy, yet he still has this, you know, scarf that kind of serves its purpose, hiding the gulps, I suppose.
Yeah.
As you would say.
Fashionable.
He just looks like a fine gentleman, you know?
And practical.
Isaac Haxton. What time is it on his shirt?
Time to open the button.
Time to open the button.
325.
I can't see the hour hand on it. But Elis has got ace-9.
Looks like a 3-betting hand for me. And I do think it's a little bit much to jam. Parsonen's going to have to think about this one. Normally 20 big blinds with ace-9 against the button, no big deal. We're just all in. But 20 big blinds is quite valuable at this stage of the tournament. He does still decide that's the right play. It's not going to cause him any trouble in this spot. Ike's got nothing he can do.
Nice move there. Not easy to make, but necessary. And before that hand was dealt, Rezai, Parsonen, Petrangelo, Juan Pardo, and Boyko all had chips between 18 and 21 big blinds.
And that's why I'm thinking that 20 is just kind of a lot to be jamming. I know the action there was pretty minimal, but it's just worth a heck of a lot to hang on to 20 big blinds. And I would treat it as kind of effectively deeper as a result of that. Like mentally, it might be easier to reframe this spot as 30 big blinds deep, or, you know, just a fair bit deeper than whatever you're playing, to kind of recalibrate what hands want to jam, what hands want to stack off.
Yeah, so with that pot, Parsonen pulls ahead of all of those similar stacks that I just mentioned. He's currently in third. 9-8 suited for Haxton. Sturm's already folded, which is what he likes to see before engaging in this pot. Juan Pardo's got pocket aces.
This could get interesting, Randy. Juan Pardo is deep enough to go for a small 3-bet here. It's very unusual to flat aces in the big blind at a final table. It's also unusual to 3-bet shove unless you're very shallow. And these small 3-bets out of the big blind are quite on trend. Ike's going to know that Pardo has plenty of bluffs in that line, so 9-8 suited is not an automatic fold.
Gonna make it 900,000.
Just at this price, it's so tempting to flat in position. But hands like 9-8 suited do devalue at final tables. Ike does get away from it, and even though 9-8 suited, do I remember right that that's the best hand to have matched up against aces, equity-wise? Like there's no hand with more equity against aces. Am I remembering this correctly?
I've got to admit, that seems like a really useless stat for me to know.
Help me out, chat.
But yeah, that's something chat would know.
Producer James placing his bet on 7-8 suited.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Producer James over you on that kind of a stat.
He's got a sound argument. I'm gonna let chat weigh in.
But still, if you're up against aces, I don't think you want to be defending. I guess you wouldn't know. 4 cards down.
Yeah, if I knew you had aces, it's not a bad prospect. Pretty big edge to know your opponent's hand.
Yeah, you know, they always want to go it in with it on the flop. 9-5 offsuit now.
I'm a little surprised Juan Pardo just getting after it here. They're about even chipped, so it's not like Pardo can leverage a whole lot of ICM pressure post on Boyka.
Maybe he thinks that Boyka won't raise his small blind limp as much because they have such similar stacks, and he doesn't want to raise fold, I don't know, 4 blinds and become the tournament short stack.
Could be. It's an ambitious bet against such an accomplished online player, Boyka. Easy takedown with ace-10 offsuit. Talking about his online track record, Boyka. Been playing on the Triton Super High Roller Tour since 2023. Plenty of experience in the live arena as well. No titles, but a 6th place finish in the 100K main last year in Jeju. That earned him 1.28 million.
Pocket 10s opening up from Razai. Was under the gun. This hand started. Looks like it's going to get over to Leon Sturm. Oh, and then licking his lips a little as he wakes up with ace-queen suited. I imagine he goes in pre.
It's an interesting one. just shy of 20 big blinds effective, facing under the gun, so the tightest range that Rezai will open. It would be hard for Sturm to get called by worse if he jammed, but he might be able to induce and get it in against a worse hand, and that's exactly what Leon finds here. This kind of a thin induction 3-bet with ace-queen suited, hoping to get Daniel to do something like he did earlier in 4-bet shove, a weaker suited ace.
That's right. Rezai jammed ace-10 suited against Watson, I believe, who had the jacks. Here's the jam. Guess you're just priced in at this point. Calling. And Rezai is going to be pleased to see that it's a coin flip.
Both will be pleased to see that.
Yep.
Thin spot.
Sturm didn't want to see ace-king. Rezai didn't want to see an overpair to the tens. Just play for 5.675, like that. It's a very clean flop for Rezai. As is that turn card. So just the ace or queen to end Rezai's story at this final table. King of diamonds. That's a full double, and Rezai actually moves past Leon Sturm in terms of chip counts.
25.
The all-in luck has been on Rezai's side at this final table. He was the short stack not long ago. Got it in with ace-10 suited. Managed to beat pocket jacks. Now holds on a huge coin flip and takes over the tournament chip lead. That's how close these chip counts are.
Yeah, that ace-10 suited versus jacks was a very key moment. He loses that hand, he's not in the tournament. Or even just him getting lucky there gives him the chips to fight back and snowball this stack into the chip lead with 5.7 million now. And what's even better for him is that he has direct position on Leon Sturm, who's in second in chips. Therefore, you would think that Leon will open raise a little bit less and giving Rezai more opportunities to perhaps open. But it's Haxton with the very best hand in No Limit Hold'em.
Pocket aces opening under the gun. Rezai, even a chip leader, is not going to defend that. Queen 3 offsuit in the bin. Three biggest stacks at the table are within one big blind of each other and are directly next to each other in your shot. Sturm, Rezai, Haxton.
But you didn't talk about Elis.
Well, he's not one of the top three stacks.
So the cameraman should have cut him out of that frame.
That's like when you bring a, you ever go like to the Can You Photoshop This subreddit? You see people submitting like their family photos, and it's like, can I cut my ex-husband out of this photo? Can you take this man in the background out of my photo?
Right. I think they can do that more automated nowadays.
I've been trying to figure this out all week.
Interesting.
Maybe he was just photobombing.
Very interesting question.
Man's just in his chair at a poker tournament.
He can't sit anywhere else? I guess he's not allowed to. Okay, Boyka's opening King Jack suited. Looks pretty good.
750.
Oh, look at the 3-bet from Rezai.
Yeah, how does it look now?
Not so good now. The thing is, this hand is very playable against this hand specifically.
We might not even see a flop, Randy. I think that the way that most players in Boyka's position fight back against chip leader pressure is with 4-bet jams, and King Jack suited's a perfect candidate. Boyka wastes no time to rocket it in and take down $1 million in dead money.
We were talking about this man. Online crusher. Goes by the name Alex Boyka, just his name.
You were asking me to carry on playing or not. The plan is to carry on playing, but we are also, if you all agree to stop at a certain time, we definitely gonna stop. Let's say you want to stop.
No, thank you.
I prefer like.
Yeah, I prefer playing.
All right, let's do it.
I popped already the caffeine pills. Like now it's too late.
We all pounded our stimulants. We're continuing.
Players have spoken.
What time is it?
Almost midnight.
Really?
I think so.
Yeah.
What did you think earlier? I guess so.
Oh, it
right?
was like 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Earlier.
What time we started?
1.
Time flies when you're having a blast.
Time flies when you travel halfway across the world for a poker tournament, don't see the sun for 6 days. These guys are locked in.
I mean, they were given the option from Luca, like, if you all agree, we can continue this final table tomorrow, but you can see there was a lot of pushback immediately, and apparently Elias Parsonen thought it was 9 p.m. local. It's actually midnight.
Yeah, these guys have no clue what time of day it is. Sunglasses indoors. Just messes with your circadian rhythm, you know?
Right. Almost everyone's wearing sunglasses indoors at this table. I mean, does Haxton and Petrangelo have, like, clear sunglasses on? Those are just prescription, right?
Well, you can see their eyes,
So
Randy.
it's not sunglasses.
How could that possibly work?
I'm going to take a step back and call the flop. King 9-8, 2 diamonds. Boyka with the best hand.
Good work.
Attaboy.
Delivering the information. Boyka out of position in this single raised pot and covered. Seems likely that he starts this hand with a check, but he's taking some pause to figure out how he wants to approach this spot.
You can see that Sturm is not happy 3-betting ace-queen if it's around 25 big blinds plus to start the hand. But
Yeah.
then the one against Razai only started the hand with like 18 bigs, I believe.
This also an earlier position in the cutoff with 3 players behind to contend with.
I think they listed what you said. Now everything is rounded up. 8, 3. All the 5s are like, except the 5th.
They are now.
Leon starting aggressively.
I mean, maybe somebody heard your critique.
Well, we were talking about it the other day. And
I think at this stage Boyka has a straightforward check call. He might check fold some pocket pairs on the flop or unpaired hands. The ace-8 suited is too strong to give up this early.
Yeah, he does make that check call. And there's also nice situations where you hit aces up, your opponent hits the ace with a hand like ace-queen or ace-jack that was stabbing on the flop. Turn card is the 7 of hearts. 2 flush draws out there, 3 to a straight.
Doesn't feel like the interaction that Leon has is all that great, but the board development is pretty nice for his perceived flatting range. I could go either way on a turn barrel here. Suit blockers do matter in terms of stopping Boyka from having a hand that wants to call the turn.
Boyka going to be very happy to see the turn check through. Would imagine he would have been folding to turn bet most of the time. But doesn't have to worry about that problem. 1.6 out there.
And enough hand, I think, to seek showdown. Checking seems like the standard play. Don't know that he's out of the woods just yet. That backdoor flush completing is credible for Leon's range. I think a fair number of backdoor flush draws will check behind on the turn, and you can see that the GTO Wizard recommendation for Leon's exact hand in this spot is to bet here. and represent that backdoor flush that completed on the 3 of hearts.
Not just bet, but bet in a large sizing.
Yeah, this is a simplified readout of a solution to the hand. Don't know exactly what bet size it's recommending, but I think this qualifies from Leon.
It's a big bet, 1.25. You know, he's a well-studied player.
He understands that ace-queen has very little hope of showing down good given the action here, and he can put pressure on a number of pairs like this. Pocket 10s through queens, 9x and 8x.
So how light is Sturm value betting? Like, okay, we know flushes, but what else? Is there any kings?
Yeah, I think he could find this size with king-queen or king-jack that check behind the turn. There's definitely more in the value range than just a flush. Boyka quickly releasing his hand, and I can't blame him. It's a pretty low-quality bluff catcher. He doesn't block any relevant value. He might block bluffs as well with the ace.
That was a very cool hand once again by Leon Sturm.
He's continuing to make the most of the opportunities that he's dealt.
He really has just played perfectly. I mean, the pot he lost chips in, he did nothing wrong. He induced with ace-queen suited, but I mean, he induced pocket 10s to get in there, but that was going to get in anyways. And back to the top of the leaderboard. And that's Leon.
If it wasn't for luck, he'd win them all.
You said it, not me. Now you look like the fool.
He said he's playing perfect. I'm just agreeing.
He's sipping on some tea.
Axton opening here into 2 shorter stacks, and this is what I was about to allude to. Parsonen on 20 bigs, Nick Petrangelo on 14. Jack-9 suited, he decides is the right kind of hand to open jam and put maximum pressure on those 2 players covered in the blinds.
Actually enjoying watching chat kind of engage with one another, discussing these hands, kind of like...
Discussing is generous, Randy. They're shouting at each other.
But it's nice to see them, you know...
Please keep doing
discuss it. It's a good thing, right? Like we can all learn watching from the very best here. 7 remaining 60K Super High Roller Series final table. Just the best way to get better is to watch streams like this and, yeah, talk to one another.
And maybe study with GTO Wizard.
That helps.
325.
So Haxton's going to open K9. He's raising into Juan Pardo's big blind. Juan's got 20 bigs to start the hand. Gets through 2 players between first. 10, 7 of clubs. Looks like a fighting hand.
Yeah, that's a qualifier for me, Randy. Think we're headed to a flop. Would be unusual to 3-bet with a hand so playable as this one.
Very playable call is the route that Pardo goes for. Doesn't look very playable anymore on Jack, Jack, Deuce. Any bet would win it immediately, I would think.
Yeah, no clubs in sight for Pardo. The only thing that might have convinced him on Jack, Jack, Deuce.
And given there's so much pressure to Pardo's stack, you can't really mess around against even a small bet.
And for that same reason, I think Ike is likely to bet small with his entire range.
It doesn't hurt to deny equity or just win it with a bare minimum bet. We are playing down to a winner here, as the option to take it to additional day was denied. by the players.
Play it out, they say.
Play it out. Even if it goes into the wee hours of the morning, it will play forever.
Forever?
Not forever. Someone has to bust eventually.
The blinds are going to keep going up, right?
Yeah, but technically they could, like, it's not impossible to play forever. They could just chop when they're all in every single hand.
Ugh.
It's like, you know those high-low split games? You know those
Yeah.
tournaments actually never end. They just decide to chop the prize pool.
Like it.
I mean, you've never played one, so you wouldn't know, right?
The blinds just get to... Well, I've never played one, but I know that the tournaments have happened before and finished.
No, they don't finish.
At some point.
They just chop it up.
Not
At
as...
some point, they chop it up. Just like the pots. And it's sixes versus ace king.
Yeah, this will be a single raised pot. Boyka not shallow enough to think about 3-bet shoving, especially against a +1 open.
It seems like, for me, he's more likely to consider a reshove if it was like a button open.
At this stack depth, I agree. Even versus +1, maybe if he was down around 14, 15 blinds, that would be the play. But healthy 20 big blind stack and a quarter pot c-bet for Rezai makes this immediately uncomfortable for pocket sixes. With a couple of Broadway cards on board, it's very hard to realize equity against an early position raise. I like that fold.
Okay. Oh. Now we have 8 infused. Maybe it's just the RNG.
It's very mysterious. I wish I could stop thinking about it.
You have any read on what the players have been looking up at on the screen?
I have no idea what they're chuckling at. I would love to know. Heard the words RNG come up at some point.
They keep calling out numbers, and it feels like they're looking at chip counts or big blind average or something, and well, it's got them entertained. Actually, kind of
entertained.
Weird spot for Elis, I think, just a fold in the hijack. He's got 15 big blinds. That feels like too much to open jam, and it's not really a pair strong enough to min raise and face pressure.
Right, so if you can't open jam with the pocket pair and you are forced to go with min raise, then you prefer to have something with blockers that will play back at you, I guess. Like
And even
king raise.
just higher equity against the big blind flatting range, like having 7s or 8s is gonna at least dominate, like 1 over, 1 under type big blind defense. It's Leon Sturm in the big blind as well. Still the chip leader at this table.
Sturm gonna take the free flop, and flops nothing, but it is more than nothing for Boyka with top pair, and maybe he just slips it on over to the chip leader and hope he stabs at this pot.
Yeah, and Sturm might. I mean, barely interacting by having the 4. But these are the kind of trash hands that do sometimes activate aggressively when check 2 in position. I like this check from Boyka. It's a all low flop. We kind of touched on this earlier in the final table where the big blind check back range can easily connect with this flop, but the small blind limp more concentrated around mid cards and high cards. So not a lot of 5s in Boyka's range, not a lot of 3s overall, low equity.
Probably why he induced that bet. Sturm knows all of that. This is perhaps his type of board and not Boyka's.
10-9 is very strong on this flop and maybe even strong enough to have check raised, but Boyka goes down the check calling route and gets a turn card that might invite further barrels.
It's possible. I wouldn't say that Boyka never has a king, though. If he was limping some king 10, king jack, I could see him maybe check call bet.
I agree. I think if Boyka had a decent king high on the flop, he would check call it. Sturm seems to be concerned about the same prospect.
Yeah, and of course still losing to the 9 that's never folding.
It's an interesting decision now for Alex. Value is possible. You know, if Leon has a hand like 10-4 offsuit, he could also have 10-5 offsuit or 10-3 offsuit. There's weak pairs in his range that might pay off a small bet on the end. But you also don't want to open the door to playing too big of a pot here with just a pair of 9s, so checking would also be reasonable.
He has opened that door with a bet to 350,000.
Can be tempting for hands like what Leon has here to bluff raise the river.
And the way Boyka's played his hand kind of looks like one pair.
You don't want to go after these spots every time. I'm sure Leon recognizes that having the 4 of hearts by itself is nothing to write home about, but it's relevant. Boyka could end up in this situation with a suited hand and blocking a rivered flush. Kind of no matter what rank is still important.
1,450,000.
1,450,000 from Leon Sturm. Holy!
He's relentless in these spots. Boyka with the very relevant 9 of hearts in his hand, though. I don't know if this one's going to work, Randy. It's a pure bluff catcher for Boyka, and it's the kind of gross spot that you invite in these lines, but it's not going to be unfamiliar territory for him. These two have certainly battled on the online felt, and this is not the first river raise that Boyka's faced in his career.
Can Sturm have value raises that aren't flushes, so straights or 2 pair?
Straight 100% would be raising on the end. I think 2 pair sort of depends on which one. More likely than not in this line, I think Leon's claiming to have a straight, and
wow,
it does clear out Boyka's pair of 9s. Another successful pickup.
Leon Sturm can do no wrong. Gangsta play. And remember when he came running hearts before against Boyka, it was a differently played hand, but he had ace-queen. He bluffed out the pair of ace-8. And here, the bluff raises once again. That's Leon Sturm. Amazing poker there. And while we do have a moment, I want to take a moment to acknowledge Jacob & Co., the official timekeeping partner of the Triton Poker Series. The company has built a reputation around precision, watchmaking, forward-thinking design, creating pieces that stand at the intersection of craftsmanship and innovation. It's Jacob & Co., inspired by the impossible. I gave Leon some love quite early in this final table, saying he's played the best, but he is putting on a clinic.
Still have to give him credit for playing the best. Really just every hand he's involved in. Top level execution.
And now Petrangelo, been very patient, finds a spot where he's got 10 big blinds and ace king. He would happily shovel that in, but if it gets back to parsing in,
it's going to be gross.
Yeah, right? It's 8 big blinds more.
These positions are going to be tight, but given the price that Elis is getting, just the times that Petrangelo has pocket 9s, pocket 8s, you can see the frustration. He knows this is close. There's even a few suited broadways that he's dominating, but more often than not, he knows it's all the ace queens, it's all the ace kings. He's in really bad shape at a high percentage of the time here.
Is there some ace 10?
Ace 10 suited, I think, only.
So So not all of the under pairs. We imagine the deuces, threes, fours probably going to muck.
Even up to 6s, 7s.
It wouldn't feel good.
Yeah.
Especially off of 10 big blinds. You got less fold equity.
It's a big spot. This represents about 60% of Parsonin's stack if he does make the call.
Looks like he wants to fold the hand. And he's in that position. Parsonin folds. Ace-Jack preserves the stack correctly.
That's really nice patience from Parsonin when he finds out what Nicky P had there. He's going to give himself a pat on the back. This is a crucial stage of the tournament. As the bottom of the leaderboard is so packed. Alex Boyka on 12 bigs, Parsonin with 13, Pardo with 13.
Yeah, it's 4 different drivers kind of waiting at the traffic light. Going to make their move, and Parsonin avoided a collision there against Petrangelo. Now he's got pocket 10s.
Back to work.
Yep.
Think primarily min raising from under the gun with his overall range. He's still got 13 blinds. That's a very healthy stack in this moment. See a couple of low pairs hit the muck quickly, deuces and fours.
Yeah. So we're definitely right when we say that those hands would not be reshoving. They are got no interest when they see an open raise. Hacks in queen 6 offsuit. He folds, so enjoy your stack back, Neelis.
Button goes.
He recovers the chips he lost in the ace-jack hand, and then he throws them right back out there to post his big blind and big blind ante.
Part of the game.
If you're wondering why some of these players, Elis included, are looking up, seemingly a bit crazed at an imaginary screen, there's a lot of details down there for the players to see on monitors. Exact stack counts, as you would find in the Triton Poker Plus app yourself if you download it.
Yeah, it's because their phones are sequestered in a box, so they need to reference data with the monitor above.
It is pretty great to be able to reference that in one place as a player instead of having to keep track of exact chip counts. Takes the pressure off of counting everyone's chip stacks.
Axon comes in with limp against Parsonin. So Parson's going to be very happy. He gets to at least see a free flop, but pocket threes looks like a jamming hand to me. Big blind versus small blind off of this stack.
Yeah, I think this is a slam dunk.
All in.
Slam dunk. Boom shakalaka.
You play NBA Jam when you were a kid?
Yeah, man. You ever played? Tournament edition.
Yeah, that was
a good one.
Was that the Sega Genesis?
I don't think. I never owned a Sega Genesis.
I think
no. Super Nintendo was on.
I think I played it on Sega Genesis. I guess games are allowed to be on more than one platform. That was just my childhood.
Didn't know you played games. Besides poker, of course.
We literally play a game for a living. And you just think that I've never played another game?
Yeah. I didn't treat you as someone who played video games ever in your life.
I did give them up when I found poker.
Okay. You're smart.
I was someone who was just like, well, if I can play this game for money, or I could play that other game for nothing, I guess I'll choose the money.
There's a lot of people who went that route.
You did not?
Ah, me too.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Me too. But now I've got some extra time. Dabble here and there.
Well, you've found video games again.
I know. Because I've got commentary to do. Ace 9 for Razai. Now I'm curious what your favorite game was back in the day.
Well, that's a good question. I'll think about that.
Sonic the Hedgehog. That's the Genesis game.
Yeah,
that game sucks.
That was a big part of it.
It's no Mario. King 6 suited. That's a beautiful hand.
I think Pietrangelo will probably be defending here. 3-bet jamming is occasionally an idea with hands like this to clear out bluff opens, but against Razai's relatively strong opening range in the cutoff, that doesn't seem to be front of mind.
Razai picked up middle pair ace kicker, 1 overcard to his pair of 9s. He's up against the 11.5 big blind stack. I guess so rarely do you see people check raise these days off of these stacks at final tables that you can kind of relentlessly bet.
Well, I don't know if Nicky P doesn't have exactly that on his mind. He's got a little something going on here. It's tough, though. With a queen and 9 on board, the cutoff opening range, like all the offsuit hands the cutoff opens are 9x and higher. So there's a
You're getting
fairly
ready to
good
play till
chance
7 in the morning, huh?
that he finds a continue.
I get a little bit of a headache. I like another 100 milligrams.
I mean, you took 200, right? Is that?
And 1 more.
Oh.
I did have this one cartridge on the Sega Genesis that was like 6 games in 1.
You had one of those.
I think it came free with the console, but because I was young, I ended up playing those the most before I got other games.
Okay, so name some of the games on there.
I think it was called Shinobi's Quest.
I've heard of Shinobi.
It was like a ninja role player kind of game where you move through levels.
Yeah, it's like Super Mario, but with ninja stars and katanas.
I was hooked on that. I played so much of that game. But I think I was just tilted the whole time. Like my only memory of playing that game is pure frustration.
Because they make games easy these days. Back then, like, you know, 1 hit you're dead, or you fall in the hole and you have to continue. But you only get 2 continues and you got to start the whole game over.
Yeah, you can relate.
Yeah, the only way you can continue in tournaments is rebuy, but then registration closes, right? It costs you a lot more when you want to continue in this game.
That was an interesting fold from Ike. He had ace-6 offsuit in the cutoff. All short stacks behind. Gives Nicky P the opportunity here to open jam his 4s and take down the blinds, but I was a bit surprised not to see either a min raise from Ike or even think about an open jam with all 3 players behind, kind of 15 average and less.
Yeah, the open jam would have shut out the 4s for sure, but I'm also curious. If Ike had opened, which you thought might have happened, would Pietrangelo reshove 4s, or would he just step aside?
I'm also not sure, because a cutoff opening range is relatively loose, and when the average stack is as low as it is, I think 4s starts to enter the conversation of like reasonable rejamming hands. Pietrangelo's not risking that much.
Is there too much pressure, though, for Pietrangelo to take that spot when there's 11 big blinds, 12 big blind stacks, and he had the same stack practically at the start of that hand?
I don't know, it kind of goes both ways, right? Like separating from that group is really valuable at this stage. Like with a no-brainer now.
He won't pass this one. Want to bet on it?
It's
guaranteed win.
Which side do you want?
Give you $1,000,000.
Just to clarify. Oh.
8s for Elis Parsonen.
Now this is where the high pressure relevance is really high. Ellis is a decent chunk ahead of that pack you just talked about, Randy, and going home just before Juan Pardo, Pietrangelo, Boyka is significantly worse for him. This is close.
So what he's surveying right now, he is going to push it in hopes he takes it down to try to separate himself even more from the other short stacks, but he is getting called very quickly. Parsonen realizes that he is up against the coin flip.
Big coin flip here for both players. Chance for Ike to take a massive chip lead if he can improve against the 2/8s of Parsonen.
If Parsonen can hold here, he might even be the chip leader. And it's looking very good for Elis Parsonen, the PLO specialist, 9-9 deuce. Turn card brings the queen, so that actually gives him ways to counterfeit the pocket 8s with queens and 9s and an ace kicker. 6.8 million chip pot. And the river card is the 10, so Elis Parsonen makes the move with pocket 8s, gets called by ace king of Isaac Haxton, and now he is the new tournament chip leader. And Haxton actually goes down to 7th in chips, just like that.
This is so gross, Randy. These pots. I mean, everyone is playing so carefully at this stage, and every pot is having a huge swing on the leaderboard. Ike going from the chance. 45% of the time, he would have taken a runaway chip lead. Probably have $1 million in equity in his stack. Instead, he's the overwhelming favorite to finish in 7th, 330,000 the current payout.
Elis Parsonen has won Triton title. I'm gonna guess you know which game that is in.
Short deck.
That is not short deck. It's Pot Limit Omaha in a main event for $2.2 million. I'm sure we're going to see Parsonen play those events at the end of this festival. He's thinking, I can pick up a no limit hold'em title and 19 bullets into the main event if he can just keep this up.
Hope he doesn't need 19 bullets in the main event.
I'm not saying he needs to fire them all, just have them.
Why are you trying to conjure that for Elis, Randy?
Not.
Let the man breathe.
Dude, please do not twist my words. Haxton's got ace 10. 10 big blinds.
I mean, we talked earlier about the undoing of Mike Watson from chip leader to 8th. Are we about to witness the undoing of Ike Haxton? He has to go with this hand, right?
Cast a spell. Ward off your opponents from making a move at you if you get involved.
1.5 million.
Okay, he casted the spell. It's called 1.5 million. Oh my god, and it's Parsonen with aces that's gonna take the remains of Haxton's chips.
I mean, most likely Parsonen flats here, and we continue to a flop. And 4 players behind still. Of course this looks strong, but flatting here allowing Parsonen to play other parts of his range without committing too many chips. We're headed to a flop with 450k back.
Yeah, there's no chance that Elis doesn't ask for the remaining of those chips at some point post-flop.
Minute and 6 seconds.
Of course. Plenty.
There's some post-flop to be had. Time bank maybe to be utilized, and it's Queen 8-4 Rainbow. Is there a way Haxton can save the remaining 450?
It's all up to Elis, really, and sometimes we see chip leaders allowing the short stacks to survive, kind of thinking of their future game potential if the short stack survives. But if Ike is asked to put in his last 450, he just has to. I mean, he doesn't know he's up against aces. He could be up against kings, and he's got a live ace, and that's enough.
Parsonen bets 400k. This is so cute because it leaves Haxton with 50k so that he can raise the next hand with like any 2. I guess that's the logic, assuming Haxton calls and has 50k back.
So Parsonen is kind of balancing both sides here. He's saying, I have the best hand. I'd like as many chips as I can get. I'd also like Ike to survive this pot. So he's trying to get as many chips as he can without busting Ike. He is thinking about that next hand, like you said.
Could have made it 425 though. He missed out on a quarter. Did he not? Because he can't bet a quarter now. The min bet is 200K.
That's true. Quickly checks through.
So you're expecting Elis to check back the aces on the river?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see if you're right. You're right.
Wow.
Penalty.
It's not a penalty. It was not the nuts on the river. The 4 was.
I think that's first down. I don't think that's penalty.
That was a... Oh, okay. Got it. American football reference you threw out.
Well, Ike is in a weird spot. You can see him kind of going through the motions. He's also, I think, currently thinking about whether he's allowed to fold anything under the gun right now, which may sort of negate a little bit of what Elis was trying to accomplish here, because he's got so few chips that next hand, if he folds and he's forced to post big blind and big blind ante, he's going to be in there with an awful overlay. If he puts in his 50K right now, he stands to fight for 200,000, so huge upside.
You better do something fucking crazy this hand.
Nick is not thrilled, understandably, about the lack of a pay jump.
I mean, Haxton has to go with any 2 here to collect the whole big blind ante, I would think.
Yeah, if he folds, he's just betting on an elimination happening behind this hand.
And that would take the ultimate cooler, right? And he is going to fold King 4. So now Elis raises any 2, I would think.
I don't know if it's quite any 2, but 9-8 feels like a qualifier. This is kind of the plan. Elis understands that these 3 10 to 15 big blind stacks, Petrangelo, Boyka, Pardo, they're in jail right now.
Yep. They're going to stay in jail as they wait.
So the plan worked there for Ellis pretty much as designed.
You're supposed to limp so you can fuck Leon up when he limps the small blind. What's this guy doing?
Don't try to lure me in. There.
I love the trash talk. More, please.
I mean, Elis did leave the 25K. It does bother me a little bit. He could have bet 425K.
I'd forgotten about that, but yeah, that's fair.
He gave Haxton a little donation. He's got 9-8 suited now.
So this one's weird. You can see on your screen 150K in dead money. Ike is forced all in right now in the big blind. There's way less to play for right now, so opening in general just less valuable. Elis does still raise the 9-8 suited, and Petrangelo wakes up with kings. Don't get this confused as if, you know, this is a tough spot for Nick. Ike is forced in. There's no risk of Petrangelo missing a ladder here. He can comfortably get all in with his kings in some fashion and not run the risk of finishing in 7th in some silly way.
Yeah, it'd be different if Ike wasn't in the blinds. I mean, he still goes in with kings, but then there's a chance he actually busts out in 7th because Ike, to finish ahead of Petrangelo, if they somehow had some through it all in, would have to beat, you know, Petrangelo in the hand.
Yeah.
But he's got deuces.
Some chance for Ike here.
It's not bad.
Petrangelo takes down the side pot. Healthy pickup for him already. And he'll try to get that ladder by taking out his fellow American. Just needs to fade a duck.
Yep. He's got 2 ducks, looking for the 3rd. Nowhere to be found on the flop. He is getting up, and it's a 3 of diamonds on the turn. Just the crab.
Is it time for Ike?
Well,
It is.
roast duck for Haxton, eliminated in 7th place. Petrangelo gets the reward of the open from Arsenin. Gets the pay jump.
That's why I didn't 3-bet.
I mean, how disappointing it's got to be for Isaac Haxton out in 7th for $330,000. He was the chip leader with a very healthy stack at one point in this tournament. But even Watson, he was the chip leader at one point. He went out in 8th.
That's been the tale of the tape this tournament, Randy. Just chip leaders can't hang on to their lead. Not enough chips on the table for anyone to be safe. And as things swing around, it's Ellis Parsonen sitting at the top by a wide margin, almost 10 million in chips for him.
Good game to Isaac Haxton. That was his second cash this trip. Second place in the 15K Triton 1 high roller for 940K. Here, cashing for 330,000. And now we send the aces over to Daniel Rezai. That's the hand that took most of Haxton's chips.
No small blind in this hand. Rezai just raising directly into Ellis in the big blind, and he's got air. Send it over.
It's kind of like a heads-up hand.
One of the worst heads-up hands I've ever seen.
Look at this exciting hand. Someone has aces, and the other guy has 8-3 offsuit.
Maybe if Parson had 3-bet bluff the big blind and then Rezai trap flats.
And then it comes
8-3 deuce.
Can't believe I'm reading this in the chat right now. Some guy's talking about the Salvador Dali clock. I thought we lost that conversation. We got it back in there. What clock? What time was on his shirt? Did you get to actually clock it?
Nice.
I'm proud of that one. Parsonen, king 4. Petrangelo's in the big blind. Petrangelo has 15 bigs.
Looks like an open jamming hand, blind versus blind. It's going to be the overwhelming option, given how short Petrangelo is and also how big a lead that Parsonen has.
Very nice tournament for Elis. Kind of been sitting out in the early portions of the final table. Got some raise through, got some raise folds. And then he finds these fortunate spots against Haxton and knows how to use those chips and put them to work. He knows that everyone is eyeballing big pay jumps at the moment. 446,000 locked up. You get $130,000 more if you can survive to the top 5. Sturm with King 10 suited. I mean, he's not the chip leader, but he's still very healthy off of 30 bigs. And he's been playing phenomenal poker.
Yeah, Sturm's second in chips and only covered by Parsonen on the button. Not sure if he'll get through the King 6 suited. This is a candidate to 3-bet bluff for sure. Players behind in the blinds are some of the shortest stacks.
He's going to give Sturm the respect and good timing because Petrangelo's got pocket queens.
Yeah, even if Parsonen had 3-bet, Petrangelo would be running it with this hand. As it stands, I expect a 3-bet shove, most likely out of the small blind. I think non-all-in sizes are a little hard to come by from that position with just 14 blinds.
Yeah, Nikki P been running hot as of late, from kings to queens. Gonna play 3.675 now.
Talked a lot about the experience of some of the players who have fallen at this table. Let's give some credit to Nicky P, who sits in 4th right now with 18 big blinds. His first cash came in Vietnam 2023. Been on the Triton Tour for about 3 years, and he does have one title in the 50K Turbo from Montenegro in 2024, 775K for that one.
Yeah, what's really impressive about Nicky P is that when he first joined our tour, he had a lot of trouble cashing a tournament. And the thing is, he just kept on. And then he started to rack up some final tables. Vietnam was when he really started to get those cashes in. Then he got 7th place in that London Invitational for $1 million.
Yeah, it was a long stretch, Randy, before his first cash. I mean, some events canceled due to COVID, but he came out to Jeju in 2019, but didn't find that first cash until 2023.
Yeah, so there are several players that are household names now from North America that came out to Triton from way back when and just could not get a cash. Nick Petrangelo is one of them. Seth Davies, another player with at least like 20 cashes, no cashes, I mean. Watson had a dry spell. You know, like, it happens to the best, but if you just fight on and realize sometimes variance is not on your side, you do find yourself in very fortunate spots going forward.
Not so fortunate this spot for Boyka. I thought he was close to a 3-bet shove with his ace-9 pre-flop here. Started the hand with just 9 big blinds, and I think with Rezai and the hijack, it felt a little bit too strong of a pre-flop range to go with ace-9. He's flopped a decent amount of equity on deuce 3-4, but Rezai has the lion's share of it with a covering kicker and spades.
Yeah, Daniel doesn't mind some chips going in there. If you got a ace high, you want to draw to the strike, by all means, because got a flush draw to go with. And he has no kicker issues in terms of an ace-jack plus, because they would always reshove from the big blind.
I think check calling is on the table for Boyka here. It's just a min bet.
5 seconds.
There's a chance his ace is live. Certainly his 5 is live. 9 as well.
Looks like the price is too good to fold, isn't it? But he does fold ace-9 for a min bet. I'm a little surprised.
I'm surprised as well, and the only other thought that came to mind is I wonder if Boyka expects some hands for Rezai to jam the flop or like to bet big instead of a min bet. There might be some issues.
He must have just felt that pre-flop raise range was very strong to not even consider jamming pre and then check folding to min bet when he picks up a wheel draw. Very interesting hand. I mean, then again, he's just looking over at Juan Pardo's like, that guy's on 8 big blinds. We're actually very close in terms of chip counts, and maybe we can sneak in the pay jump.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it, Randy. The willingness to get involved in the pot in the first place is diminished, and every big blind really counts. That next pay jump, $130,000, the difference between 5th and 6th.
Parson thought about it, then passed the suited queen over to Juan Pardo. He will pass as well. Boyka, 8-6 suited in the small blind.
I think this is enough to go with, but it feels very gross.
Is it pray emoji time?
Pray emoji, indeed. We're in there.
Storm's got queen-9 offsuit.
That looks like a calling hand to me.
So it's 1.35. He's put in 200K already. He's put in a big blind ante. It's not detrimental to his stack if he calls and loses.
5 seconds.
He does okay against range. Here he's even ahead. This guy makes no mistakes.
A little early to call that.
I noticed, man. He plays perfect poker. 60-40 favorite, calling with queen-9 high. Well, high's not really the right word to use there, but you know what I mean.
Queen 9.
Yeah.
With Queen 9.
Queen 9 off.
Boyka 2 live cards. Need some help.
Sure does. Any diamonds? Any 8? Any 6? He got the diamonds, but Sturm's got the queen, so an 8 or 6 would no longer do it. Flush draw very live. I don't know what Sturm's rooting for, but the 6 on the turn actually gives Boyka plenty of extra outs to go along with the diamond draw. Running
Ooh,
6s, 6,
there's one of
6,
them.
6.
Boyka coming from behind. Back up to 15 big blinds.
That's the doubles number.
What are you implying?
He had a prayer before the hand, remember? Who do you think he was praying to?
Is this the 5-time title curse?
5-time
Sneaking
title
its
curse.
way onto the table?
I mean, it's not like...
Yes.
That's the omen, is it saying? No 6. No 6 title.
Oh, okay. I was wondering where you're going with that.
Play too much
That was a
with
bit of a
strong
reach.
winter. Sometimes you just have a bad feeling.
That is one of the winter sayings.
Leon thought he was going to lose that hand?
Apparently so. Maybe that's why he didn't call faster with the Queen 9. Maybe he had a bad feeling. See, I'm telling you, feelings are a real thing in poker. Like, superstitious feelings, I mean.
I'm with you on feelings, just not superstitions.
You're more into the tilt camp kind of feelings?
No, just like deck reads. If Leon thought he was going to lose, he should have just folded.
You know, there are people out there that actually study the science of luck. You know who I'm talking about?
Who?
Steve O'Dwyer.
I don't know much about O'Dwyer.
Yeah, he believes in the science of luck, I believe, and he has this little trinkets that he goes and brings to him to the Triton Super High Roller Series, and maybe it's a real thing. Just saying. Some poker players do believe.
Yeah, big blind man has it.
If he could control luck, why isn't he playing this tournament?
He has to turn in his old trinket and find a new one. So he is sitting out this Jeju series, but do
5 seconds.
get graced with his presence from time to time.
I don't believe it when I see it. Juan Pardo committing just over half of his chips with King Jack here, leaving an escape path in case of emergency, but willing to go all in against one player. Elis might ask for just that. Kind of interesting that he broke posture here and is looking up at the board, because it's not unreasonable, I think, if he decides that it's close to just call and go post flop.
Well, we know the whole rest of the table is rooting for him to call and try to bust out Pardo, whatever hand he's got. But the thing is, he's looking up at the board because he wants to see the stacks of everyone else. Like, maybe it's okay if Pardo just wins this pot and hangs around with 10 BBs and I can just kind of raise the next few hands and, you know, not press this one. And he does fold.
Have to see a few in a row.
I mean, there are people that would take that spot.
Yeah, and it just seems close. Like it's worth updating the way you view the spot, given that Pardo only made it 4.25 big blinds. He didn't put all 7 bigs in. There's no guarantee that he's going to put all 7 bigs in post-flop. So the range you can call there in the big blind does widen quite a bit, just because your price is better right now and good stuff can happen post-flop.
So you're suggesting if you wanted to kind of continue with ace-7 rather than just re-raise all in and get the last whatever chips was remaining, just call.
Yeah.
And sometimes you actually get to check it down with just ace high or pair of sevens and not have to commit more.
Yeah, or sometimes it comes like, I don't know, queen jack 9, and you just fold your hand. Like there's spots where you don't have to put in the last 3 bigs, and you take your better price.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think a lot of people overlook that when they just look at the starting stack of the original opener that puts in half their stack. Like, wow, it's always going in, but
Yeah,
I like that one.
Easy to view it as like an effective jam and just look at it only through that lens. Blinds are up, 250K, the new big blinds.
Parsonen folding queen jack offsuit in the small blind, not being aggressive with his big stack. As I would have hated to see some aggression with that hand.
Parsonen's chip lead is not massive over Rezai. I think that's a prudent but reasonable fold out of the small blind, just recognizing that he's not the one that Parsonen wants to tangle with.
You actually have 7 back, right? You have 7 big blinds here, right?
Petrangelo, I think they're asking an update on Pardo as they enter the blinds. Very relevant spot where the shortest stack at the table posted big blind and big blind ante.
Yeah, Nikki P's aura comes off as locked into this final table. Wasn't engaging with some of the lighter chatter on the other side. You know, there's a lot of money on the line. It's close to 2 million for first.
Locked into everything, including needling Parsonen for
that time, yes. Oh, Pardo's got ace-8 suited making the call, and this is terrible news for Petrangelo. He is dominated, but he does have the covering stack.
Small cooler confrontation here, blind versus blind.
It's a 4 million chip pot.
Rotation.
Petrangelo will love a rotation. He actually picks up double gutter. 4 kings and 4 nines.
Half of the time these flops you can hit up like 6, queen 9. They're all made for TV.
They kinda are.
Just a blank on the turn. Pardo needs to dodge the open-ended, well, the double gutter that is. To stay alive. What's it gonna be for the Spaniard? River card's the king, and that's the straight toss of the chips into the middle of the table. He is not pleased with that result. And you can see Nikki P can't really say much because, you know, he just did him dirty.
It was coming. I mean, the way you pronounced it, announced it was for sure coming.
Just pure run bad for Pardo.
Yeah, he is so disappointed. I mean, come on. Just like that, you found a perfect spot. You've been patient. Your opponent jams into you with Jack-8 offsuit. You snap it off. And then the river card. Broadway. Pardo out in 6.
Honestly, another kind of chip lead to dust story. I mean, Juan Pardo with 2 tables remaining was chip leading. He was up at the top of the counts at the start of the final table as well. Slides his way down to bust out in 6th. Did nothing wrong to get that result.
He did nothing wrong, and clearly disappointing because this is his 3rd cash of the festival. This was his best performance thus far, but he wanted a 7-figure payday. We'll just have to wait for tomorrow's tournament. I believe it's a $125,000 buy-in, so we will double the stakes, just like that. See Parsonen folding, another spot that he could have considered, maybe making a move, ace-8 offsuit.
Yeah, it's interesting to see stylistically that he seems to have chosen to step out of Rezai's way a little bit. Parsonen has position on Daniel. He's 1st in chips, Daniel's 2nd in chips. A lot of players would engage in that matchup, kind of in an effort to build your lead and separate yourself from the final table. But it seems like Parsonen's a little more of the mindset that this would be the disaster matchup to lose chips against, so I'm going to hang on to a good thing while it lasts.
And that's really good for Razai, obviously, you know, being to the direct right of a bigger stack you would expect to get played back at, but given what's been happening, he's been getting some raises in and chipping up quite nicely.
Light open here from Elis is going to work.
Yeah, it kind of seems like Elis likes raising when it's folded to him, where he doesn't have to risk as many chips to steal pots. Like, I guess, let's say he 3-bets Razai last hand to, I don't know, 1.5 million. He's wrong. Then Razai actually takes the chip lead, and he's just kind of happy grinding in a slower manner.
Yeah, I agree. The small pots, he's been quite active, steering clear of big situations.
And if Razai is picking up on the fact that Parsonen is not playing back at him as much, he can open a little bit more liberally. So let's see here. Does he open King-9 offsuit in the hijack? 5 remaining. Yeah, he likes to be the opener for small sizes.
This into Rezai's big blind as well. Not discouraging action, but this is just going to go Rezai's way once again. 3-bet incoming, just a question of how much.
Do we still 3-bet induce when there's a Boyka on 9 big blinds?
Perhaps not. The only argument in favor of that is with average stack just 22 big blinds and this 27 big blinds effective, it's
1.8.
worth a lot, and Rezai does go for the inducing size. I think just expecting if I jam here, I might get ace-queen to fold, and that's just not a good outcome. Sure, it's great to just win the pot with ace-king, but you want good things to happen as well from time to time.
Yeah, I guess the value of getting a full double against ace-queen is worth more than the chance of you potentially busting out in 5th.
And this is not a small 3-bet from Rezai either. I like that he's chosen to, sure, he's inducing, but he's not making it cheap, right? He's not getting cute with his sizing. A little Hollywooding from Parsonen.
Yep.
Stop 3-betting. Don't do that again.
That is a good point. It cost him some time to do that. Just a few seconds, but could add up.
Noteworthy to bring up the time. Parsonen is chip leading and will be at this table for a while longer. He's got 17 seconds on his Triton tempo clock.
So it's actually kind of weird for him to spend time then.
Yeah, did he burn actual time on that decision just now? I think his clock went down from 30-something to 17. That's very surprising.
He doesn't spend his time on decisions. It's more for intimidation factor. He knows what he's doing every hand.
It's risky.
I know. Oh, we're going to have a confrontation, aren't we? 8s versus ace-queen?
I think Boyka's going to be willing to jam this.
He's a tournament short stack, so he's got to look for a spot soon. Wow, he folds pocket 8s. I am so shocked right there. I need to know what's going through his mind, Kevin.
That is a big fold, and the detail that I would point to is that Pietrangelo opened into the number 1 and number 2 stacks in the blinds, and Rezai's got pocket 9s. Boyka just avoided a pair-over-pair disaster.
That's an insane fold, and what timing.
1.5 million.
Razai makes it 1.5 million. What does Pietrangelo do? Now it gets back over to him. We've seen him be aggressive even when he wasn't the shortest stack off of these stacks, just thinking he's got fold equity, and he was right before when he had ace-queen.
And it's just mostly a pre-flop game. In ICM, high-pressure situations, you don't take a lot of these hands post-flop. You don't call and see what comes next. You just jam and run your equity and hope to clear out bluffs.
All in. He's all in. I don't don't think Razai is in love with it, but he put in 1.5 already, so he has to call. It's an 11 million chip pot.
Boyka is loving this development.
And he gets to see the cards. Folded pocket eights. American Petrangelo on a coin flip. Wants to pair up very badly against Razai. That's not a pair. Just ace queen.
It's a pair of twos.
It's a pair of deuces, yes. He wants deuces and queens or deuces and aces.
Pretty sure yours.
6 on the turn. Or are we going to get another elimination with 5 remaining? Is Boyka going to get a ladder? Yes, he will. Petrangelo is out in 5th place, winning $576,000. Daniel Razai, overwhelming chip leader. He's got 13.5 million in chips, overtaking Elis Parsonen. That's a lot of talent walking out the door.
Petrangelo took so many good calculated risks down the stretch. He never really had a healthy stack at this final table, but just got involved in a lot of close situations and made really brave and great plays for the most part throughout the day. You lose your key flips like he did just now against Rezai, and there's nothing you can do about these results.
Very brave and bold plays he indeed made. Boyka's going to be very happy that he made that play of ace queen and ran into the pocket nines for a coin flip because he just got that pay jump. He's last in chips, but he is guaranteed $717,000. We're getting closer and closer to $1 million paydays.
That's a crazy sequence for Boyka to find that fold with eights and swing things on Petrangelo as a result.
Take it. Well-timed fold.
I assume if eights jams, Rezai sticks it in with nines, it would have only been a 9 big blind effective shove, and then Petrangelo just gets out of the way.
That is true. Petrangelo then gets the pay jump. Now we've got Elis Parsonen with the suited diaper. Is it the clean diaper?
Yeah, there must be a name for that. I think it's just the diaper. Just
Designer.
Just regular diaper.
No,
right?
it's designer. It's nice.
Mm.
It's up against Queen 5 suited.
Kirkland brand?
Kirkland brand. You can buy 10 for the same price as one elsewhere.
This is going to seem suspicious to Boyka, I think. We're 7 big blinds effective. Parsonen has the leverage to just open jam blind versus blind, but chooses to limp instead.
So it's like bottom of range and like aces and kings, I guess.
Yeah, it's going to feel exactly like that to Boyka. I wouldn't have minded either player just being all in pre-flop with these hands, as weird as it is to say. But going post-flop, edge has to go to Parsonen. Both flopping best and also just having the ability to represent everything.
He shoots out a little min bet. If Boyka had moved in pre-flop, would have just won the pot. But now he's likely to be playing a 1.8 million chip stack, unless he wants to lose his mind and continue here. And is he losing his mind? Because he's calling with Queen 5 high. I'm pretty sure those are 2 clubs out there, right? Yeah, it is.
Those are 2 clubs. Boyka with 2 spades in hand. Clearly something about blind versus blind tickles his fancy. Happy to continue here, very light.
I guess he just thinks Queen high is good and that it's random stabs. I'm just thinking if Elis had a hand like 8-9, 10-8, 10-9, he just jams pre.
Oh yeah, this is betting on a much weaker hand as a bluff. 9-5 offsuit or something in that neighborhood.
5 deuce suited, or who knows. I mean, it's playing out in a way that Boyka imagined it would, I guess, for him to have called the flop. He thinks that Parsonen just had air, took a stab. Now it's check to him.
5 seconds.
Don't think that Boyka expects a lot of better hands to fold the turn, nor even really to arrive in this node. He's just betting on the fact that Parsonen sometimes limped in weak here and had a one and done bluff on the flop. So no need to turn his hand into a bluff. Feels queen high has showdown value and should continue to feel that way on the king.
Yep, the queen high would play against other high card hands that are lower than the jack.
Check.
Guess this just shows down now.
So Boyka lose a additional big blind after the flop bet went in. He's down to 1.5. And after seeing the 3 deuce, he's like, wow, this guy really tried to sneak this one through.
Boyka down to 6 big blinds. Sturm competing for the next pay jump. He's got more than double that, sitting around 3.6 million, having just posted the big blind himself.
Yeah, Sturm's going to be very conservative right now. Four-handed, the blinds come around very quickly, and Boyka is certain to get it in soon.
Interesting one.
Interesting in which way? For Parsonen?
Well, Parsonen and Rezai are very deep with each other, so flatting a lot on the button is reasonable, but it's a little awkward with the blinds being so short. I actually think I would like to just see a fold. What this sets up for Parsonen is more likelihood of Rezai just busting somebody and collecting an immediate pay jump. More often, Parsonen gets involved in pots against Rezai, the longer he drags out four-handed play, which is not in his favor.
That's a really good point. Because I feel like if he comes in with call,
5 seconds.
Players from the blinds are less likely to continue now, not wanting to play multi-way. So Sturm will be playing heads up, and that's what Parsonen wants to see. He wants to see shorter stacks try to bust out so he can try to get that $1.3 million minimum payday for heads up. 10-8-4, 2 diamonds. Best hand for Sturm, up against 2 overs and the gut shot. However, one of those overs is tainted because Sturm would make queens and 4s.